Chapter 148. Dio told Irene, even though that the gemstone was artificial, it still had the same characteristic as the real one. He quickly said to Jessica, "Turn off all the lights in the house so I can show Irene the gem's characteristics." Okay, Jessica sighed and turned off all the lights inside the house. The kids were looking at the gemstone expectantly. They were curious about what was so special about the gem. As the lights were turned off, Dio quickly led Irene towards the window so that the moonlights could shine on the necklace without any interference. Suddenly everyone was shocked by what they saw in front of their eyes. The gem was shining in the darkroom. It projected many red rays across the room, making Irene look like an angel. The entire room began to shout as they saw the beautiful spectacle in front of them. "Oh, my God! It's so beautiful! Mom, I think I may be in love. Is this really a ruby? I want one too. It's so shocking." Irene began to feel uncomfortable for so many eyes were looking at her. Jessica noticed that and immediately turned on the lights. As the lights turned on, people snapped off from their awe. "It's incredible, it's incredible. Which master's work is this? No, can this really be done by humans? What is the principle? Where can I buy this gemstone?" The beautiful scene from the gemstone he just showed was really engraved in their minds. Irene herself also shyly asked, "This name?" Dio smiled and said, "Red Stone of Aya." He told Irene, although that it was only an artificial one, it was named like the real one. "Thank you. I will treasure the necklace forever." Dio nodded his head and told Irene, "Go play with your friends and spend more with them." Irene nodded happily and returned back to her friends. As Irene left, Jessica quickly dragged Dio to the side and asked, "Tell the truth behind the gemstone, I never hear that name before." She also grabbed 2 glasses of wine and gave one to Dio. Dio laughed as he was amused that even Jessica was jealous of the necklace too. He quickly told Jessica, it was a secret. She quickly rolled her eyes, "I don't expect you to give me one, but I am thinking of buying one myself." Dio smiled at Jessica's curiosity, but Dio knew that no matter how hard she tried to find one, she wouldn't be able to. The gift to Irene was a miscellaneous item that he got on his draws, and therefore it was clearly unavailable in that world. The item was useless anyway as that world didn't have any Pillar Man. The real Red Stone of Aya, however, possessed the power to condense the lights around them to make a red beam, but the imitation in Irene's possession couldn't do that. So, Dio didn't see any harm for the gemstone in Irene's possession. But the gem would probably fetch a high price in the market for its beautiful characteristic, and therefore it was suitable to be a present for Irene's birthday. So, instead of sending Jessica on a goose hunt for the gem, Dio told her, "The gem was specially made and that if I can get another one, I will surely give it to you." Jessica nodded her head as he understood that the gem was really special. If it were any ordinary gem, she would definitely know about it. At the same time, she knew that whoever the crafter was, must be a special person who possessed a skill that was out of this world. Chapter 149. Irene felt that her birthday was perfect because of Dio's arrival. She never felt this happy before. There was a time that she felt happy that her parents were always around, but it never happened anymore. After the birthday party was over, her friends were picked up by their parents or siblings to go home. Irene could still hear them being excited as they had been invited to a great party by Irene. Their family also felt the excitement as they heard the story about the party that just happened. In the night, Irene insisted that she would be sleeping beside Dio and Jessica. She even left Snowball, her dog, alone in her bedroom, which almost never happened before. So, to make sure that her sister didn't resent her, Jessica relented and let her sleep with both of them that night. But in the night, as Irene fell asleep, Dio and Jessica slipped out of the room and did the bidding in the next room. In the morning, the first thing that Irene did was to check that her sister was still sleeping beside her, and after she saw that her sister was snoring beside her, she felt good about herself. She thought that she has already prevented her sister from doing anything with Dio last night. After having breakfast, Dio excused himself, "I must get back to the restaurant as soon as possible." Jessica had agreed, "Yeah, I will help you regarding the destruction of your villa." Dio needed Jessica's help as the insurance company refused to pay for the compensation, and the owner pushed Dio to pay for the compensation himself. Jessica said, "It will take me 3 days to find something to make sure that the insurance company will pay for the compensation, as you had indeed paid for insurance for the villa." On his way to the restaurant, Pepper called, "I already booked the place and informed Will, the time will be on Saturday night, you must come in person, I will send you the address soon." Okay, Dio hung up the phone while wondering what the genius Tony Stark was doing at a time like this. At the same time, Tony, who has been cooped up inside his workshop for a few days, was taken by surprise as Pepper entered his workshop without any notice. She immediately said, I already booked the place so you and Dio could have dinner together with her on Saturday night. Tony immediately went off by saying, I don't trust Dio, and you should talk to me before making the decision. Pepper sighed and quickly said, if I talk with you first before deciding, then you will find a way to make sure that they won't have the time. If you refuse to take care of yourself this time, I will walk out of your house and resign from the company. Tony immediately raised his hand and said, I will respect all of your decision and obey. He only hoped that the restaurant wouldn't be another rundown restaurant again. Pepper ignored Tony's snide comment and said, it was your favorite restaurant, so there was nothing to worry about. They soon fell into the awkward silence, and once Pepper said, you must let me know what was happening, if Dio can't help you, you must go to the hospital. But Tony refuted her and said, sorry, Pepper, I must work now, and Jarvis will close the door after you left. Tony soon returned to whatever it was that he was doing while leaving Pepper stood there alone. Pepper quietly sighed and left the place after ordering Jarvis to remind Tony to eat on time. As soon as Pepper left, Tony threw down the hammer that he was holding and remained silent for a while. He took a cup of green juice from inside the freezer and quickly drank all of it in one go. Jarvis soon told Tony, it is lunchtime, what do you want to eat? Tony put down his glass and said, I want the same thing as yesterday but add some more flavor as yesterday's menu almost made me puke. After that, Tony quickly got back to work, as working on his suit was the only thing that could make him forget about the fear of dying. But that wasn't only something that he did to forget, he also showed the result in it. He had developed the Mark armor with so many improvements. In that aspect, he was truly a genius. Chapter 150. Dio arrived at the place that Pepper had given to him. The place was a famous Michelin-rated restaurant that Dio wanted to try for a very long time, but he never had the time to. After he went in, he noticed that the restaurant was empty, the table was set to the side while leaving only the table in the center. He also saw that Pepper and Tony have already arrived and already started dining. Tony sarcastically said that they have already started eating out of boredom. He put down the pizza in his hands and let Dio sat. Dio saw that Tony, as usual, ordered many junk foods for himself, like pizza, burgers, and fries. Dio sighed as he has already told him that those foods were bad for his health. How do you think about the restaurant's environment that I personally booked? I know that you prefer this scene, right? That is enough, Tony. Pepper said as she was ashamed of Tony's behavior. Dio, on the other hand, wasn't angry at all. He knew that Tony should be in pain by now, and Dio was amused that Tony could still make many snide remarks like that. Tony then poured a glass of red wine for Dio and said that he had a soft spot for that restaurant for its tasty dessert, like the organic ice cream that they were about to taste later. You know, this 2009 wine isn't that good. I heard that the grapes that year was tasteless compared to the year before. I would like to recommend a 2007 wine, which tastes better if I should say so myself, Dio said confidently. Yeah, I would also say the same. 2009 wine isn't that good. I guess I should start to appreciate you more after knowing that you know your wine, huh? Tony said sarcastically. The snide comment continued between the two men sitting in the same table, making Pepper almost lost her mind. She quickly shouted for both of them to stop and shut up. The two of them immediately shut up and sat while frowning like a child. Dio then ate the food in front of him and quite surprised because the junk food still tasted good after he hasn't eaten it for quite a while. He ate the cheeseburger in front of him while occasionally took Tony's French fry. Tony then growled while saying, hey, it's mine. Dio ignored Tony and continued eating his cheeseburger like nothing happened. Although they no longer quarreling like a kid, the two of them stubbornly stuffed their mouth with so many foods to prevent each other from winning. Pepper, who sat between them, was at her wits' end and shook her head in frustration. After a whole box of pizza, 5 sets of cheeseburgers, half bottle of red wine, Tony finally gave up and immediately ran toward the restroom. Dio wiped his mouth casually with a satisfied look on his face, while Pepper helplessly looked over to Dio in a questioning manner. After a few minutes, Pepper said, excuse me, I will look for Tony, he took too long in the restroom. Dio shrugged and called the waiter, give me a large serving of organic ice cream. That was almost the same time that Tony got out of the restroom, and once he saw that Dio was still ordering food, he almost vomited again and went back to the restroom immediately. 10 minutes later, Tony got out of the restroom all pale while Dio was still sitting on the table, enjoying his organic ice cream. Pepper quickly sent away the waiters as she knew that Dio was done and Tony didn't have an appetite anymore. Pepper said that originally, she invited Dio to express her gratitude again, although that didn't seem to work. Dio quickly said that he didn't mind the mess as he found that the organic ice cream was really delicious. Dio even offered the ice cream that he ordered to Tony as Tony did say that the ice cream was delicious earlier. Tony covered his mouth and pushed the ice cream to the side while his face looked like someone who was on the verge of puking again. Pepper was speechless as she found Dio was not that far off compared to Tony. Dio smirked and quickly said, "The vomit of palladium poisoning symptom should be much worse than that." Tony, who heard that, immediately stiffened, and Pepper was left shocked. Chapter 151. Pepper immediately asked Tony, "Is everything that Dio has just said was true?" Tony looked at Pepper and lost every bit of confidence that he had. He didn't know what to say as he didn't want to lie to Pepper. Tony looked at Dio, and he didn't see any shred of joking in Dio's face. Tony knew that Dio didn't do that because he wanted to mock Tony, but he was doing that after seeing Tony hasn't recovered after not seeing him for a while. Tony didn't ignore the sickness that he had. In fact, he has already searched for anything that could be used to reduce the level of palladium in his system. He drank the chlorophyll juice every day, but it didn't seem to produce any result. All the juice did was reduce the symptoms that the palladium poisoning caused. So, Tony decided to come clean to Pepper, as he realized that he couldn't hide it any longer. "Yes, Pepper, it's all true. The arc reactor that was supposed to support my life was poisoning me. I don't intend to hide this from you, but I don't want you to worry over me." Pepper sat there while looking at Tony without any words. This time she was angry at Tony. If Dio wasn't there to tell her that Tony was sick, she knew that Tony would never say anything to her. She kept thinking, will Tony come clean once he was in his deathbed or at his funeral? Pepper then told Tony, "You must trust others when you clearly can't do it yourself. You aren't omniscient. There was prone to be something that he couldn't do, and that thing will take away his life and his sanity eventually, like what was currently happening." Tony argued, "I don't know who to believe for my sickness. I know that the doctor won't be able to help me, and Dio is like some voodoo doctor. I don't want to give up my body to become his experimental project." Pepper was silent after hearing Tony's argument, but she looked quite furious that Tony was still that stubborn. "May I deliver the good news and the bad news now? You might like to hear it first." Tony and Pepper nodded simultaneously, and Dio smirked at Tony for that. Dio said, "The good news is that Tony won't die if he came to me at the very least once every 3 days for treatment. The bad news is that is the only thing that I can do for now. Also, Tony can't wear the iron suit for the moment because using the suit would accelerate the poison. The only thing that can really heal Tony from this palladium poisoning was to change the element that he used to create the arc reactor." Dio lied this time. He could easily heal Tony and made him immune to the palladium altogether using the power of gold experience. But it was better that way. Tony will be forced to come to his restaurant constantly, and he will gain so much money from Tony. Also, Dio knew that finding the new element for Tony's arc reactor was the only way for Iron Man to progress. Dio knew that the new element had something to do with Tony's dad. The world crisis that Tony will experience later was beyond his imagination. He must improve himself to make sure that he could deal with the troubles later. Dio knew that Tony would sacrifice himself for the sake of humankind in the future. Dio had to make sure that Tony will become the leader of the Avengers to realize everything. So, he had to make sure that Tony was alive until that time. Dio was a smooth talker. He knew that he would find a way to make Tony take his offer. Dio said to Tony, "I don't do this for money, but it is for your sake, as I don't want to see the Iron Man die just because he can't handle his suit." Chapter 152. That's not gonna happen. I am Iron Man, and the suit is mine to use. I didn't say that you should give it up. You know, you can wear it again after you got the new element for your arc reactor. I just saying that you should take some time off. Dio said as he explained himself to Tony. "No, I still could do everything by myself. I am fine without your help." Tony said stubbornly. "What if you can't find a new element? What if you died in that steel armor? We can't take this risk anymore. Have you considered my feelings?" She thought that Tony has already given up on his stubbornness and would focus on his health first, but she was wrong. Pepper slapped Tony and walked out of the restaurant while calling Tony an asshole. Tony quickly followed Pepper outside and surprised after seeing that Pepper was already inside the car and drove away, leaving Tony alone. Happy, who was Tony's bodyguard, quickly followed outside as he realized that Pepper drove away. "You let her drive away like this?" Tony said while feeling frustrated now. Happy quickly said, "Boss, I tried to stop her, but Miss Pepper is the current CEO of the Stark Industries. In theory, all my salaries are signed and paid by Miss Pepper, so I..." "Stop. I understand." At the same time, Dio walked out of the restaurant and quickly got inside his Porsche. "Hey, aren't you going to take us for a ride? I am the one who invites you to dinner." Dio quickly flipped the bird to Tony's direction and said, "Pepper is right, you are bastard." After saying that, Dio quickly drove away, leaving Tony looking miserable in front of the restaurant. The next day, Dio moved all his belonging to his new home. He had rented another villa with a better environment and view than the last one. Jessica has already solved the bombed villa case, and the insurance company had agreed to pay for the cost of the destroyed villa to the owner. Dio was thankful for Jessica's help, for he didn't have to pay a penny to compensate the owner. As he was stuffing his belonging to his new home, Natasha called via the snail, "Our actions are likely to be exposed, and all the spy agents we have targeted have disappeared." Disappear? Some people are missing, and their whereabouts are unknown, all the rest were killed, and they were in the process of missions because various accidents led to death. The last time you contacted me, didn't you say that S.H.I.E.L.D. would give me an explanation? This is the explanation. Sorry, there are not many people we can trust now, and the other party is very decisive. So we need your help to find another way to track Hydra's agent, and helping us is also helping you. Dio was instantly annoyed as he heard that Natasha was asking for his help. He quickly said, No, I think you may have misunderstood. Helping you and myself to solve is actually two different things. S.H.I.E.L.D. had already refused my help when all of that farce started, and now when everything went south, S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly asked for my help. But after some thought, Dio immediately realized that the Hydra had infiltrated the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rank deeper than he thought. Natasha then tried to convince Dio again, "We have the same enemies, so this isn't the time to get salty over spilled water. I am willing to help if S.H.I.E.L.D. agreed to use my method to erase Hydra once and for all. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s method won't work with the enemy that has already infiltrated so deep." Dio knew that he had to do something about Hydra's method of doing things. He knew that if Hydra were left alone, the world would change for the worse. Dio knew that eventually, Captain America would deal with the Hydra, but it will be too late, and the Hydra has already gotten what they needed to turn the world into their playground. Chapter 153. Natasha was left speechless after hearing Dio's demand. She couldn't decide if Dio's way was better than Hydra infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. like what currently happened, as she knew that Dio could become unreasonable sometimes. So, she said, "I will talk to Nick Fury because I can't decide things alone. I will be in touch with you again soon." After the call ended, Dio was left with a sour mood, and Jessica, who arrived later that day, didn't know what happened to make Dio that moody. On Monday, another uninvited guest came to his restaurant. Will immediately hid in Dio's office as he didn't want to deal with that guest. Fortunately for Will, Tony didn't come to talk about what had happened in the Stark Industries event. He came to talk to Dio about his health. He was accompanied by Pepper, for they seemed to already reconcile for Tony's bad behavior on Saturday night. Dio came out and immediately said, "It is supposed to be Mr. Luo Nan and his wife who will come for a treatment. I don't remember to have your name on the list." Tony smugly said, "Unfortunately, Mr. Luo Nan and his wife is going on a vacation after getting enough money to get by for a couple of generations after I bought his game company. They were kind enough to give their appointment with you as a gift." Dio sighed and told Pepper, "I won't understand a rich people's way of thinking anytime soon." Pepper chuckled a little bit. Tony then told Dio, "We have to get start with the treatment soon because I have another event that I must attend in the afternoon. I can give you a ticket for my Iron Man show later tonight if you want to see heroic Iron Man up close." Pepper quickly reprimanded, "Remember your promise." Tony pursed his lips and ordered a cup of vegetable juice with less celery to Dio before turning quiet like a kid. Dio sighed and told Pepper, "You should install a zipper on his mouth." Tony couldn't stop himself from saying, "You are very rude to your customer. There must be a lot of complaints from the customer who came to your restaurant all this time." Pepper immediately smacked Tony's head and said, "You really don't understand anything. Dio doesn't do this for money, he doesn't want your money. And you should be thankful for that. I will instantly leave you in pain alone if you still behaved so rudely." Tony quickly shut up and calmed himself down as he knew that there was no money, fame, connection, or anything that could replace Pepper. As Tony was already calm, Dio has already come back from the kitchen with a glass of green liquid and put it in front of Tony. Tony was a little bit surprised to see the liquid inside the glass. It looked very unusual. He quickly asked sarcastically, "Are you sure this liquid won't make me dying faster?" Dio sighed once again and said, "It is all up to you, I won't force you to drink it." Tony was a little bit annoyed by Dio's constantly belittling him, but he couldn't throw another temper tantrum as he was afraid that Pepper would really do what she has just threatened him with. So, he immediately took the glass and prepared himself from the disgusting flavor that will taste soon. Before Tony could even drink the juice, Dio quickly stopped him and said, "You must pay first before consuming the juice. The price has risen, you must pay $1 million for it." Tony was shocked to hear the juice's price had risen to an unreasonable price. He wanted to say some profanity towards Dio, but Pepper quickly refuted, "I will pay you with check later." Pepper didn't care about the money at all, as she knew that Tony's life was worth more than money could buy. Tony sat silently while Pepper was signing the check for Dio. He couldn't say no to Pepper as she did that for himself. Chapter 154. After Pepper handed the check to Dio, he immediately said, "You should drink the juice now and don't panic because the treatment process that will take effect later." Tony wanted to say some profanity towards Dio, but he decided not to as he saw Pepper was looking at him with an expectation on her face. He quickly drank the juice as he was afraid to smell and taste the juice in front of him, but as he drank it, he didn't smell any bad aroma from the juice, and the taste itself had a very sweet and smooth flavor. Sweet, cool, smooth, and a fragrance is reverberating in my mouth. How could this be possible? Tony was surprised as he knew that there was nothing like it. He has already drunk a fair share of green juice, but none of them had such sweet fragrance and exquisite taste before. He suddenly no longer cared about the $1 million that he has just spent on the juice as he knew that he could drink that juice every day. He quickly emptied the glass as he was very satisfied with the taste. Pepper didn't believe the scene that unfolded in front of her. She thought that Tony would spit it out or even refuse to drink it after a few sips, but Tony drank it the whole way instead. Tony even asked for another glass of juice after he finished his portion. Dio immediately said, "You can have another one after 2 days if you want to. Now you better go to the bathroom quickly, or I will charge you an extra cleaning fee if you make a mess in the dining room." Pepper immediately told Tony, "You should obey Dio's word." The effect of the treatment was simply bad news. But Tony persistently stayed as he said, "I have already had worse drink than that, and I don't feel like puking or anything." Dio smirked at him as he waited for the shows to happen. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Tony felt a strong sense of nausea and vomited a black liquid in some of the juices that he drank earlier. FXX. He also felt a strong sense of crisis coming down fast in his stomach. He immediately launched himself to the direction of toilets that Dio pointed earlier. Thanks to Tony vomiting earlier, Will was forced to come out from the office. Who the FXX puke on here? He couldn't stand the smell. Dio hurriedly said, "You should open all windows to air the stench out, and you should clean all the mess before Tony came out of the toilet." Will immediately panicked as he didn't want to face Tony at that moment, so he quickly opened all windows, cleaned the vomit, and sprayed a bunch of air fresheners so that everyone in the dining room could breathe without covering their nose. 10 minutes later, Tony came out from the toilets looking fatigued and weak. He immediately told Pepper, "I need an ambulance right away." Pepper immediately asked Dio, "Is Tony okay?" Dio immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, it's only the treatment process. Tony has just lost some blood, but after a good rest, he should be back to normal." Pepper sighed in relief and helped Tony to sit back down again, while Dio ordered Will to clean the toilets. "What the hell did you do to me? I felt like I almost died in the toilet." Dio had no intention to explain himself from the looks of it, and he quickly said, "Check your chest." Tony quickly did so and was shocked to see that the black line from the symptom of having the palladium poisoning was gone, but he wasn't sure as he knew that Dio did say that relieving the symptom alone wasn't enough. He looked at Dio again, and Dio quickly said, "The black liquid that you just vomited and shat in the toilet was the toxin inside your body." Tony quickly took something out of his pocket and ordered Jarvis to check the palladium level on his system. Not long after that, Jarvis' voice was heard, "The palladium level on your blood is 5-6. Tony immediately looked relieved as he knew that the palladium level on his system had dropped 10 compared to before he came to Dio's restaurant. That was incredible. With that juice he could take his time to find the new element for his arc reactor. He didn't have to be afraid that the arc reactor will kill him any longer. Tony surely didn't regret spending $1 million on the juice. In fact, he was willing to spend even $10 million for it. The one thing that was different from before was that he had to look at Dio with different lights now. Dio surely possessed some miracle on his side. Chapter 155. "How are you feeling, Tony?" Pepper asked in concern. "I am better, I don't feel heavy anymore, but now I am hungry," Tony said while rubbing his stomach. After hearing Tony's word, Pepper was very grateful towards Dio. She looked at him while also implying what Tony should eat next. She really wanted the best for Tony, and she also trusted Dio with her life, and therefore she will make sure that Tony would follow every single one of Dio's advice. Dio sighed and told Pepper, "Hunger after the treatment is normal and any normal food is okay. You can take him anywhere except my restaurant because my food is too strong for him." Pepper immediately asked, "Is there anything that Tony had to avoid in his diet?" Dio thought about it for a second and smirked a little bit. He knew that Tony loved his junk food, and that was the time to get back at him. Dio immediately said, "Any healthy food will be okay as Tony shouldn't have any problem with those, but Tony must eat less junk food, especially cheeseburger." Dio said all that with a solemn face. Pepper nodded her head in understanding. Tony looked at Dio with frowns on his face. His life will become quite complicated without having the cheeseburger in his diet. Dio also reminded Tony, "You can come again after 2 days, but if you still feel a little bit woozy, you can postpone it until you regain your strength again. Tony frowned as he knew that Pepper would do anything to make sure that Tony obeyed everything Dio said. He knew that Dio was only taking a piss out of him, but Tony couldn't say anything as everything that Dio said was completely logical. "Can I buy the juice? It will save our time a lot." Dio answered, "The juice will lose its effect once it was too far from me. You can prove my word by taking the next juice to home, but if it lost its effect, then you can't complain." Tony frowned as it would be a hassle to come there every 2 days. "Can you come to my house to deliver the juice himself? I will increase the payment if you do that." Dio shook his head while ignoring Tony's request. Tony sighed in defeat as that meant Dio wouldn't do anything he asked, and he must come back here in 2 days. After leaving another $10,000 for the cleaning fees, Tony left with Pepper to go back to the seaside villa as Tony wanted to continue working. Will came out after Tony left as he was hiding himself back in Dio's office after he was done cleaning the toilets. He still didn't want to face Tony as he was afraid that Tony would mock him or even sue him for fraud. Dio saw that Will was still looking out for Tony, and therefore he told Will, "Relax bro, he already left." Dio also left Will $10,000 for the cleaning fee. Dio won't forget about Will as Will was like a brother to Dio, and Will was left to clean after the guest alone, thus, the cleaning fee was his. Dio, on the other hand, couldn't give more than that to Will as he was afraid that Will would go back to his old ways and started using drugs or made another bad attempt to join another gang again. Will was also thankful to Dio. While he knew that Dio had much more money than Will, it didn't faze him. He knew that he was like a brother to Dio, and he knew that Dio would pay him fairly. If it weren't for Dio, Will would have died in a ditch somewhere. Will also knew that with a job of cleaning a restaurant and occasionally answered the phone, it wasn't worth $10,000 of payment, as many people could do that kind of job easily. Not long after Tony left, a Russian man came out of the corner of an alley with a toothpick on his mouth. He looked over to the restaurant that Tony entered and then looked out over the way that Tony left. He began to walk back towards the alley silently as he made his plans again. Chapter 156. At night, Dio was surprised by an unknown caller who sounded like Natasha said, "We are in ambush, Director Fury is a Hydra agent." And the call suddenly ended just like that. Dio was a little confused as he knew that Nick Fury wasn't a Hydra agent. There was no way that the Baldy would join the Hydra ranks. In his confusion, Dio tried to call Natasha's original number, which didn't connect, and he also tried to reach Natasha via the snail that he gave her. It also didn't work, but Dio knew that the snail was still alive. Dio became more confused as he didn't know anything about Nick Fury as a Hydra agent. Why would Natasha jump to a conclusion stating that Nick Fury was a Hydra agent? Dio even wondered if that was really the real Marvel Cinematic Universe that he knew. But he knew that he couldn't jump into conclusion without taking any action. He must find Natasha and ask her himself. Dio quickly left the villa and took his car towards Little Remo's clone that Natasha had. With Natasha having the snail, Dio could know her whereabouts anytime he wanted. After a while, he finally noticed that he was being followed by several cars. He immediately suspected those people were either from Hydra or the SHIELD. It might be Hydra who mixed in with SHIELD too. As he couldn't determine whether the people tailing him were Hydra or not, Dio refrained himself from killing them. As he already knew that he was being tailed, Dio circled around instead of heading straight towards the snail's location. Once again, Dio was called by an unknown number. He immediately answered the call as he assumed that it was Natasha once again. "Natasha?" Sure enough, it was Natasha's voice telling him that they should meet at the Hudson River, as she was currently hiding in a safe house near that place. Dio was confused once again as the direction given and the location of the snail was completely different. He began to think that Natasha had lost the snail somehow, and she couldn't take the snail with her and forced to hide. So, Dio drove towards the place Natasha said on the phone. He knew that if the call itself was a trap, he didn't need to hold back. Once in the Hudson River, the unknown number called once again, but this time, it wasn't Natasha's voice. "Have you seen that barbershop? Go in and walk straight in, regardless of anyone, there is a safe house inside." "Who are you? Where is Natasha?" The man said, "Agent Romanov is safe for the moment, and you should head to the safe house to know the answer." Dio frowned. While the situation suddenly became more interesting, it was still a hassle. Dio quickly went inside the barbershop and tried to push the tall mirror, but the mirror didn't budge. He tried to use brute force to force his way through. But before he accomplished doing so, the mirror slid to the right, revealing an elevator inside. Dio was quite surprised to see that the safe house was underground, but he still walked in without hesitation. The elevator began to descend, and once it stopped, someone welcomed Dio. "Mr. Dior, it's nice to meet you. I'm the one who just talked to you just now. I'm a 6th level agent of SHIELD, Sitwell." Where is Natasha? What happened? Sitwell immediately said, Agent Romanov is currently being treated for the injuries that she suffered after a failed espionage. Because of the injuries that she got, she informed us that she needed you, so we asked you to come instead. Dio asked once again, is Natasha here or not? Sitwell immediately said, Agent Romanov is still undergoing treatment, and you will soon meet her in person. Sitwell also informed Dio that Agent Romanov had left something for Dio to see, and the information that was about to be given to Dio was the reason that Agent Romanov suffered the injuries in the first place. What did Natasha get at the risk of her life? Are you sure you gave it to me like this? An outsider? This is not like the style of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitwell assured Dio that it was only because Agent Romanov insisted on giving the information to Dio that they relented and did as she asked. Sitwell smiled towards Dio as he finished telling his story to Dio. He didn't care even if Dio had doubts about his story. Chapter 157. Dio listened to Agent Sitwell's explanation and followed him to another room where Agent Sitwell gave Dio a file bag. As you know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own rules, so even if Agent Romanov guarantees you, you still can't take these things away. You can only look at it here, and we will destroy it after we look at it. Dio immediately looked into the file and read every file inside the bag. It contained every bit of information that Natasha discovered in her investigation. It also stated that she once reported a new name that was suspected as a Hydra agent to Nick Fury. The suspect was either M.A. or dead the next day. The real confusing matter was Nick Fury had met up with Agent Jason in secret. Dio knew that Agent Jason was the agent who killed his parent and an agent of Hydra. That heavily implied that Nick Fury was one of Hydra agent. While Dio was still trying to figure things out, Agent Sitwell explained, after discovering these anomalies. Agent Romanov chose to investigate Director Nick Fury secretly. This time he met with Agent Jason in secret. The video was taken by Agent Romanov quietly during the tracking, but unfortunately, her trusted agent Coulson sold her, so Agent Romanov walked into a trap unknowingly. Agent Sitwell said, fortunately, she has already made a safety protocol to send for help. We are barely able to help her in time. Even though there was nothing wrong with the explanation, Dio still felt weird as he thought that Agent Sitwell told him way too much information while he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't do something like that. Dio asked, why did you tell me this? Agent Sitwell immediately answered, after rescuing Agent Romanov, we can't find Phil Coulson and Nick Fury anywhere. Many agents started to panic as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a traitor, so high-ranking agents immediately demand Secretary Alexander Pierce come back and become the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce said that you could have all the information that we have to find the traitors. Dio sighed. He realized that he was currently in Hydra hideout. Nick Fury and Coulson were Hydra spies. Was Alexander Pierce the good guy? Yeah, right. But Dio must compliment those people on their acting skill nonetheless. If it weren't Dio that they tried to convince, those people would have succeeded. Dio smirked and coldly said, I don't need anyone's help. If I really want to, I can find everyone alone. Agent Sitwell didn't seem to be satisfied with Dio's answer and thus tried to convince him again. I am afraid that you will be fooled again by Nick Fury, and fell into the terrorist's trap. Seeing that Dio was still not buying any of his words, Agent Sitwell tried to convince him emotionally. He said, I know you can't trust us, but we will do anything to help you with our best. This time Dio saw through Agent Sitwell's plan. Dio realized that the Hydra wanted to use his power to purge all real S.H.I.E.L.D. agents so they could rule the S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. Dio knew that Hydra was supposed to be dormant at that time, but sadly because a certain incident spooked them, they were forced to act faster. Maybe because that lack of planning, Nick Fury sniffed them out and came up with a countermeasure to remove as many Hydra agents as possible and save as many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as he could. If that was the truth, everything made sense. Hydra indeed still had their claws deep in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rank, but they weren't as powerful as they were supposed to if they waited for a few more years. Dio asked, does S.H.I.E.L.D. really will give me anything I want? Agent Sitwell quickly nodded his head and said, as long as your demand within our capabilities, we will get it for you. Dio smirked, I am starting to like you. Chapter 158. At the same time, as Dio was in the safe house with Agent Sitwell, Natasha was captured and tied down in an electric chair inside the supposed safe house. She was bleeding all over with her eyes blindfolded, and her mouth gagged. The agent of Hydra was really made sure that the Black Widow couldn't do anything at that moment. They know what she was capable of, and there must be no mistake on their ends. They even staged the shooting while Natasha called Dio the first time, and they also made sure that she told everything that they wanted her to tell Dio. Natasha was quite surprised on Hydra's counterattack. She didn't expect them to go all out like that and even killed many junior agents in the process. She felt hopeless as Dio still hasn't saved her, as she thought that Dio would be coming for her after such a confusing call, but she knew that she must do something. She squirmed and tried to get the Hydra agent's attention. One agent soon came towards her, removed the tape that shut her mouth. "What do you want?" She quickly said, "I have to go to the bathroom." The agent sighed and said, "You can do it here." They knew that Natasha was capable of many things. Even if she really was a beauty, she was also deadly. The agent tried to reapply the tape to her mouth again, but he was quite surprised to see that Natasha was able to break free and kicked him in the crotch. Natasha quickly reached for the agent's gun and immediately shot everyone in the room. She didn't let anybody react to her speed at all. After all agents that captured her were dead, she quickly searched for the snail and immediately contacted Dio and said, "I already killed all the Hydra agent on my side, where are you?" She knew that Dio wouldn't be in much trouble with his power, and thus Natasha didn't really think much of Dio's situation. "Here is good, Hydra trying their best to recruit me. Do you need any equipment?" "They said they would give me anything." "What are you going to do?" "What I need to do for cooperation." Dio immediately said, "We'll come for Alexander Pierce at his office next. You should focus on finding Nick Fury and make sure to save him." Natasha immediately said that she understood and told Dio to be careful as she cut the communication down. Natasha immediately searched for any decent clothes that she could use and immediately rearmed herself. Natasha could escape because Dio helped her escape. The rope that tied her was mysteriously cut loose, and she immediately knew that the invisible creature from Dio's power was helping her. Dio smirked as he has already set Natasha free before he drove towards Agent Sitwell's location. The handcuff was nothing to the infamous Black Widow, as there was not yet a cuff that could restrain her completely. That was also why Dio couldn't believe anything that Agent Sitwell said to him from the very beginning. After Dio finished talking with Natasha, he looked at Agent Sitwell and smiled, "I want 10 tons of gold." Agent Sitwell was left speechless as he didn't know what to do, and so, Dio quickly asked, "How?" Agent Sitwell immediately said, 10 tons of gold is impossible for me, I need to ask Director Pierce for it. Dio smirked as he knew that it would be completely impossible for Hydra to agree with his term. He knew that Hydra needed all the money they could have to ensure the success of their projects. Chapter 159. How could she escape that many agents? Enlighten me now. I don't know, sir. We only saw her broke free from her restraint in the surveillance. Then, how can she break free and killed everyone so easily in the room right after? Tell me. Are you guys a gang of useless shit? The agent was instantly taken aback, for he didn't have any answer on how the Black Widow could escape her captivity. Agent Sitwell racked his brain to find the solution to the current problem at hand. He knew that once Natasha came into action, Dio would saw through his lies, and that wouldn't be good for Hydra. Suddenly, one of his agents reported that Director Pierce was in the video call for him. Agent Sitwell quickly straightened his clothes and immediately answered the call. How could you let the Black Widow escape? Alexander Pierce said boomingly in the video call. We still don't know, sir. We're still looking out for anyone who could possibly save her, and we're also on the way to recapture her again at this very moment. Agent Sitwell said calmly. The damage is done. You've disappointed me this time, Agent Sitwell. That word made Agent Sitwell sweated and begged for the director to give him one more chance to redeem himself. How about the other target? What is the current situation over there? The target has doubted Nick Fury's credibility now. We will try our best to direct his attention towards Nick Fury, sir. Agent Sitwell said confidently. What if the Black Widow made an appearance? What would you do? Rest assured, sir. We will make sure that Agent Natasha wouldn't see the lights of day again. Okay, but remember that this is your last chance to prove yourself. If you don't succeed this time, I will make sure that you will receive the full consequence for that. Of course, sir. I also want to report that the target wants to join us if we can provide 10 tons of gold for him. It appeared that the target was a very materialistic person, sir. Just make a promise that we will give that to him later, but after this was all over, we will kill him. Alexander Pierce said coldly. Soon after he said that the line went dark, signing that the director has disconnected the communication line. Suddenly after, Dio came to Agent Sitwell's office, startling Agent Sitwell as he came with a laser gun. How did you come here? Where is the equipment staff at? I don't know, maybe they were asleep somewhere, Dio said nonchalantly. Agent Sitwell shook his head as he had to find the agent that he ordered to keep an eye on Dio in the hideout and scolded them for leaving Dio alone. He quickly turned back his attention to Dio and asked if Dio wanted the laser gun for himself, which he could give to Dio and registered it later. I am very aware that you are on your wits' end right now, but I like gold more than this shit weapon. Dio said coldly while directing the laser gun muzzle towards Agent Sitwell. Wait, what are you saying? We could talk this out peacefully. Well, it looks like you can't give me what I want. Dio said apathetically while charging the laser gun. Wait, I could give you gold. Agent Sitwell said as the laser gun discharged and shot the wall beside him. The laser gun's firepower was really something. It pierced and melted the reinforced wall of the office and penetrated the reinforced wall in the room next to it. This gun was quite powerful. What did you say again? You really will give me the gold? Yes, I will personally make sure that Director Pierce agreed to the gold amount that you need. Agent Sitwell said nervously. Well, if you couldn't give me the gold yourself, maybe you can bring me to this Director Pierce of yours. Dio said while aiming the muzzle of the gun to Agent Sitwell once more. I could take you to him later, but you need to lower that gun. Agent Sitwell said nervously. Dio smirked and quickly charged the laser gun once more. Agent Sitwell thought that there was no way that the target would kill him, but as the gun began to charge, his belief gradually collapsed. Chapter 160. When he got out of his office, Agent Sitwell instantly became pale. He found that every agent in the hideout was already dead. There were corpses everywhere he looked. He immediately realized that once he said no to this man, he will become another lifeless body in that place. Agent Sitwell became very nervous as he thought that Dio heard his conversation with Director Pierce. If so, Dio might be asking to take him to Hydra just to kill Director Pierce himself. When the night fell in the Triskelion building, all the agents who had a doubt that Nick Fury had betrayed the shield was killed one by none other than the Hydra. They already infiltrated the place deep, and thus they began cleansing the shield from anything that could hinder their plan later. In that headquarters, Alexander Pierce was sitting on the director's office while smirking brightly. He has already had the International Security Council in his grip, and now he surely had the shield in his hands. He thought that no one would be able to destroy his plan anymore. What he didn't know was that the said person who will put down his ass from his throne was coming. On the car towards the Triskelion building, Agent Sitwell sat nervously while tapping his hands beside Dio. I could take you into the headquarters, but I couldn't take you to the director's office. He was very paranoid, and therefore he wouldn't let any agent come inside his office without his invitation. Agent Sitwell said as he explained Director Pierce's personality. That is okay, you will no longer have any use after that. Dio said while smiling evilly. Agent Sitwell immediately got chills going down his spine. He knew that once he brought Dio inside the headquarters, Dio will surely kill him. He ought to think fast in this kind of situation. He quickly opened the car door and jumped outside while quickly shooting Dio with the gun that he hid in his socks. He was at a very close distance with the headquarters. He thought that maybe he could draw attention towards himself and therefore the Hydra could act. But he was shocked beyond belief as he saw there was another him inside the car. Dio quickly decapitated Agent Sitwell's head and immediately ordered the hanged man to dispose the head as to make the coverage more believable. The car quickly stopped outside of the headquarters main lobby, and Dio while in Agent Sitwell's disguise immediately rushed inside while looking slightly panicky. With Agent Sitwell's voice and retina scan, Dio could access the shield's headquarters unimpeded, but as he accessed the lift to director's office floor, Brock Rumlow came and asked him for what he was doing on the headquarters. Dio knew that he couldn't answer any question carelessly as he knew that all those Hydra agents were one paranoid bunch. But he couldn't access Agent Sitwell's memory and habits as Knum couldn't do any of that. He immediately thought for the best possibility to escape the grip of the Crossbones. I am here to assess the escape of Agent Natasha Romanoff with Director Pierce. I also have some urgent matters that I need to attend with the director now. The director was taking a rest at the moment, maybe you should come later. Agent Rumlow said matter-of-factly. I can't do that. The director must know this information as soon as possible. Well, if that's the case, then good luck, Agent Sitwell. Agent Rumlow said as he walked towards the elevator. Dio said his thanks and walked towards the director's office slowly. From a distance, Dio heard Agent Rumlow said, Hail Hydra. Dio quickly said, Hail Hydra. But as he took another step, Agent Rumlow was heard talking again. When will you take me to the night out again? The cocktail in that bar was good. I will take you there after I finish my job. Dio said confidently, but it seems that his answer wasn't the word that Agent Rumlow was expecting. Stop pretending and reveal yourself. Agent Sitwell never invited me for a drink before, and everyone knew that I hate cocktails. Agent Rumlow had a hunch that something was wrong with Agent Sitwell. And the real Agent Sitwell would never disturb the director while he was resting. Thus he quickly tested Agent Sitwell, the common private knowledge that the real Agent Sitwell should know. Chapter 161. Are you sure about this? You could have lived if you don't ruin my plan, you know. Agent Rumlow ignored Dio's word and immediately reached for the communicator on his ears to call for backup, but as soon as he reached for his ear, an invisible thing grabbed his neck and immediately pushed him inside the elevator. He couldn't see anything in front of him, and the surveillance camera near them was busted immediately as he was pushed towards the elevator. Agent Rumlow immediately pulled the trigger of his gun as he pointed the muzzle towards Dio, but he couldn't shoot Dio as his arms were ripped from his body immediately as he pointed the gun towards Agent Sitwell. Agent Rumlow immediately knew that that was it for him. He will die there worthlessly. He hoped that some guards in the monitoring room noticed that something wrong was happening at director's floor, so at least his death wasn't that worthless. Dio, who disguised himself as Agent Sitwell, immediately straightened his shirt and knocked on the director's office. He immediately heard a voice saying that he could come in. Thus Dio entered the office immediately. Inside the director's office, Alexander Pierce was confused that Agent Sitwell was already in the headquarters without any notice. "Why are you here? Have you already captured the Black Widow again?" "Agent Romanov had been detained, sir. The target is also in our hands now," Dio said, lying through his teeth. He was excited as he knew that he already won. If he was in the same room as that guy, there was no other way for Director Pierce to escape. "Well done. Don't let her escape again. As of the target, let him be for now. No wonder that Fury fails to get him, he is too greedy." "Wow, is that what you really think?" Dio said while smirking evilly toward Pierce. Alexander Pierce once again frowned as he didn't expect Agent Sitwell would talk rudely towards him. But as he was about to reprimand the agent due to his rude remark, the alarm immediately sounded, signaling that the body of Agent Rumlow has been found. Alexander Pierce immediately called the security monitor room and asked for why the alarm was blaring. The security agent immediately said that Agent Rumlow had been killed inside the headquarters and that the director was strongly advised to hide in a safe place. Alexander Pierce immediately threw the phone furiously and surprised to see Agent Sitwell was standing up and walked towards him casually. "You came here after Agent Rumlow went out, right? Did you see anything suspicious? Who is this Agent Rumlow that you are talking about?" Dio said casually. As he heard Agent Sitwell answer, he immediately opened his drawer to push the red button inside. That button would isolate him from the outside world with a high-tech force wall. But, unfortunately for Alexander Pierce, Dio was much faster than him. Dio quickly pushed Alexander Pierce towards the wall in the opposite direction. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Dio hurriedly put Alexander Pierce's unconscious body behind the couch and disguised himself as Alexander Pierce using KNUM. He immediately opened the door after doing so. Outside the room was another agent who quickly reported that Agent Sitwell was suspected as the agent who killed Agent Rumlow. The agent immediately asked Alexander Pierce's permission to capture Agent Sitwell immediately. "That was nonsense. Agent Sitwell had some urgent mission directly from me. There is no way that he was the one who did that. The enemy must have been hiding in this building. Turn off the alarm and quickly search for them. In addition to that, I want this floor to be isolated after you have done checking every room here. There is no one allowed in without my consent. Understood?" "Yes, Director." The agent immediately walked away while investigating the room on the director's floor and immediately isolated the floor as he went down. They were all deceived by the ability of KNUM. After all, the shape, the voice, and the smell all matched the original. When Dio locked the door, the real Alexander Pierce has already woken up from his unconscious state and confused to see another him was standing at the door. Even though he knew that the shield had developed the tech to simulate the facial appearance of another human being, the tech couldn't copy the target's height, size, sound, and smell. But what he currently saw was totally him from top to toe. It had his voice, his familiar cigar smell, and even his slightly slouched posture. Chapter 162. A terrified expression was written all over Alexander Pierce's face. He knew that if the enemy could become the perfect copy of himself, they would easily become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. as well as the head of Hydra. Mystique. The name of another person who was closely monitored by the S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared on his mind. Mystique was a mutant woman who could turn herself into anyone that she desired. She caused terror to many powerful people, more so than her own boss, Magneto. What are you doing now is a violation of the mutant peace agreement. There is no way mutant could recover after this act that you currently do. Dio was a little bit surprised that the head of Hydra thought that he was a mutant. He knew that KNUM ability was kind of similar to Mystique's ability. So he didn't deny Alexander Pierce's accusation and immediately turned himself back to Agent Sitwell. Dio quickly said that if the director gave him $1 billion, and then he might just consider letting Alexander Pierce go safely. That is impossible. The S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have that much fund, and even if it does, I can't transfer that kind of amount into any private account. The International Security Council will immediately take notice of that kind of amount being transferred out of the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s account. They will freeze the asset immediately. Alexander Pierce said as he explained that Dio's demand wouldn't work. Dio didn't believe that guy's word even for a second. Dio knew that the Hydra has secretly embezzled the Shield's resources for themselves to increase their fund. Dio was annoyed that Alexander Pierce still thought that he was in control. He quickly broke one of Alexander Pierce's finger to state that he wasn't there to play his game. Don't try to fool me. I know that you have stolen the Shield's resources for so many years now, don't you dare lie to me now. So, I will ask you one more time, give me all the money in your bank account. And if you dare telling me you can't do it, you will die right here. Dio said as he was already annoyed by Alexander Pierce. Okay. I have a $100 million on my account, I will give that to you. Dio quickly dragged Alexander Pierce from the sofa to the laptop in the office table and quickly ordered him to transfer the money to his bank account. Alexander Pierce immediately obeyed and began transferring the money into the account that Dio had given to him. But Dio didn't know that the laptop that Alexander Pierce was using also had the camera activated. As the screen showed that the transfer was successful, he frowned and immediately told Alexander Pierce that he was tired of living. Alexander Pierce quickly told Dio that he couldn't transfer all of it at the same time, as the account had a transfer limit per day. If he transferred it all in one go, the bank would call, and he assumed that Dio didn't want that to happen. Now transfer it one at a time faster. I don't want you to slack off now. I can't do that. I need to wait for 5 minutes to transfer again, or the bank would call. I get a final say in it, now I say you to transfer all of your money to this account now. Dio said annoyedly. He felt that Alexander Pierce was lying to him to buy some time. Alexander Pierce tried to transfer again at a very slow pace, and finally, the account was frozen, and the operation was cancelled. Alexander Pierce's phone immediately rang after that, and Alexander Pierce told Dio that it might be the bank. Alexander Pierce immediately placed the phone on the table and immediately kept his hands away from it to avoid Dio's suspicion. Chapter 163. Dio had two options. The first was letting Alexander Pierce answer the phone and told him to enable the account again and continue the transfer, or just accepted the fact that he couldn't get the money from Alexander Pierce. After thinking about it for a while, Dio told Alexander Pierce that he had to answer the phone and enable the account again. Dio told him that he would be killed once he did something to warn the bank. Hello, good afternoon sir. I am Mia, from Merrill Lynch's VIP service. Am I speaking with Mr. Pierce? Yes, it's me speaking, what's wrong? Alexander Pierce said calmly. We noticed that your account was having an abnormal operation. May I ask if you acknowledge this transaction? Mia said on the phone. Yes, I am the one performing the transaction. I need you to enable my account again. Alexander Pierce said calmly. According to the procedure, we need you to perform the triple verification process before we are authorized to enable your account again, Mia said from the phone. Alexander Pierce immediately carried out the whole process calmly to make sure that Dio didn't suspect him. When he finished the verification process, Mia said that Alexander Pierce's account would be enabled in 10 minutes. Alexander Pierce hung up the phone and looked at Dio with an annoyed look on his face. There you go, happy. I will send you the money after my account is enabled again, so fuck off, will you? But after just 5 minutes of waiting, there was a knock on the door again. The agent outside identified themselves while saying that they found out the whereabouts of Nick Fury. Dio immediately told them in Alexander Pierce's voice that he has already told them not to bother him, but they made excuses by saying that the director himself was the one who told them that they could report back any time a Nick Fury has been seen. Dio immediately looked over to Alexander Pierce and told him that once he did anything funny, he will be killed immediately. Dio disguised himself as Agent Sitwell again and told Alexander Pierce to let them in. But once the agent entered Alexander Pierce's office, he felt that something was off. Why would these agents bring a heavy stack of document if they only wanted to report Nick Fury's whereabouts? But soon enough, Dio's question was answered as the agent pulled out a gun from the stack of paper and shot Agent Sitwell. Dio was careless for falling under the agent's cheap trick. He immediately looked over to Alexander Pierce, and he was surprised that Alexander Pierce was already escaping through the hole under his table. That hole took Alexander Pierce directly to the floor beneath him, and Alexander Pierce quickly shouted that Agent Sitwell was none other than Mystique. Alexander Pierce shouted to warn the agent not to let Mystique blend in with the crowd. Alexander Pierce immediately used his authority and activated all the security measures inside the headquarters. All the entrance and exit of the building has been closed off completely. Dio, who was still on the top floor, quickly summoned the World and Hanged Man and quickly gave them a specific order. Hanged Man was ordered to kill anyone approaching him with hostility. While though the World was ordered to destroy the wall or the floor to ensure he could catch up with Alexander Pierce faster. With the world's destructive power, the hard alloy that covered the wall and the floor wouldn't stand a chance. Dio didn't waste any more time, as he must kill Alexander Pierce quickly. He jumped towards the hole that Alexander Pierce jumped before to catch Alexander Pierce again. This time, Dio quickly made up his mind that he didn't need Alexander Pierce's money anymore. He didn't want to be tricked again, as he knew that if Alexander Pierce stayed alive, he would become a nuisance again in the future. Chapter 164. After running far away from the suspected Mystique, Alexander Pierce didn't care about the well-being of his agent. He must get away from danger and save his own life. He knew that there was no way Mystique would get out unscathed, even though she will be able to get out eventually. Mystique was one of the slickest mutants that ever lived. But as he was escaping, Agent Sitwell that he assumed as Mystique came charging towards him. "You have nowhere to run." Alexander Pierce immediately ordered his man, "Shoot Agent Sitwell." He became restless because his agent still couldn't handle this enemy. "Shoot. Block him with your life. Take out a bigger weapon if you must." Many agents immediately came to Director Alexander Pierce's rescue with so many unique weapons. Dio even saw the laser gun that he used to scare Agent Sitwell in the Hydra's hideout earlier. Dio didn't know if his Hammond energy could protect him from the laser gun. It would be embarrassing if he fell just because he underestimated his enemy. So, without wasting any more energy, Dio quickly ordered the hanged man to kill Alexander Pierce. Soon after, Alexander Pierce was shocked to see his chest was bleeding. He didn't see anyone near him at all. He began to think, was there any traitor among the group of agents who came to protect him? Or was it Nick Fury? He also thought that Mystique was already there beside him while the agent was busy defending him, but he could see Agent Sitwell out there, still fighting his men. But he finally understood that the enemy he currently fought was not a mutant. At least not that he knew of. His enemy this time was none other than Dio. He didn't know that Dio has that kind of ability. He has never seen anything like that from the report that was given to Nick Fury. Dio's ability was too powerful. The agent beside Director Alexander Pierce didn't even know that the enemy had fatally wounded their director. At his last moment, Alexander Pierce saw Agent Sitwell that he finally realized was Dio all along, smirked at his direction before Alexander Pierce dropped dead on the floor. Director. The agent beside Alexander Pierce was astounded as they didn't see any sign of the director being attacked, but there he was, dead on the floor with blood gushing out of his chest. The news about the director's death instantly traveled to the agent who fought against Agent Sitwell. The agent becomes confused as their chain of command became disturbed. The agent immediately lost their reason to fight against such a strong enemy. Seeing that the enemy was confused, Dio smirked and immediately ordered the world to destroy the wall next to him and escape the agent's view. Dio knew that there was no escape for all those agents, as Alexander Pierce has already activated the security protocol of this place, locking every exit locked and rendered them inaccessible. He immediately changed his appearance to a random agent and contacted Natasha with Little Remo's ability again. "Where are you? Have you already found Fury out there?" "No, I haven't found him yet. I guess he knew that I had been captured, and thus he abandoned all his contact. I am still trying to find a way to get contact with him now." "What? You still don't know how to get in contact with him?" "Yes and no, I already found a way, but I am not sure that this way will succeed. I can only hope that this option that I am taking won't bite me in the ass later. I will stop in front of the Triskelion building and made a sign that I've already escaped the enemy's clutch," Natasha said, continuously describing his plan. "You know, you can already enter the building without guns blaring at you, right? You are still the senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Well, sure, but I would be captured immediately. Alexander Pierce wouldn't let me walk freely like that. You know, I've already made a deal with Alexander Pierce, and I asked him to give me $1 billion, but he only gave me 10 million, moreover, he was trying to shoot me. I was angry and accidentally killed him," Dio said indifferently. There is a long silence in the communication as Natasha was shocked to hear Dio's story. "You killed Alexander Pierce?" Natasha shouted in the communication. "You know, I did everything in the name of self-defense. I will never kill a man in cold blood." Chapter 165. The death of Alexander Pierce as the head of Hydra surprised Natasha to the core. She didn't think something like this could be done that easily. Natasha tried to calm herself down as she had to think of a plan on her own. He thought that Dio's plan wasn't that bad of an idea since Alexander Pierce was already dead. She knew that the rest of the Hydra agent inside S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't make a move anytime soon, as she wasn't on any wanted list. "I will rush over there now. Wait for me." A few minutes before that, Coulson was on the top of a building looking over the Triskelion building with a binocular in his hands. "Coulson, time to switch. Eat this." Coulson smirked and immediately turned around to Great Maria Hill. Is there any new movement? Agent Hill said while taking the binocular from Coulson's hand. As they spoke, Nick Fury was still recuperating from his injuries after he escaped the Hydra's clutch in his house. They've already tried to get in contact with Dio and Tony, as both of them knew that with Dio and Tony's help, they would easily get rid of Hydra. But they couldn't get close as Hydra agents always monitored Tony and Dio's place. Coulson. Look at that. The headquarters used the highest security protocol. Coulson, who was still eating, was forced to swallow his food and immediately approached Hill while asking for the binocular. He looked over to the Triskelion building, and he really saw that the place was closed shut with the strengthened alloy plates. What the hell is happening over there? Coulson said worriedly. They both knew that protocol could only be activated by the A-level permission, and they know only two people could do that, Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury. With Nick Fury recuperating from his injuries, they knew that something bad must have happened inside to Alexander Pierce in the headquarters. Coulson immediately looks over to Agent Hill with excitement in his eyes. No matter what happened with Alexander Pierce inside the headquarters, that was their moment to take back the headquarters from Hydra. They kept their focus on observing the headquarters while also reporting back to Nick Fury for the new development inside the headquarters. After a few hours, they identified a familiar figure arrived in front of the headquarters. They immediately noticed that the familiar figure was Natasha. This is unusual. It may be a trap for us. Look at her clothes. It said call me with a number attached to it. Oh my god. Is she serious? Now, would you be a gentleman and call that number? Call it woman intuition, but I think Natasha was trying to reach us. Obviously, I will. What is she doing? She could sabotage us all. Agent Hill smirked at Coulson's annoyance. She knew that Coulson couldn't leave Natasha alone, as she was the best agent who had stood many impossible missions under Nick Fury's wing. She saw that Natasha had a phone in her hands while she regularly took a call. It was obvious that there were many people trying to call her at the same time. At the same time, Coulson was still trying to get a hold of her. Chapter 166. Obviously, a beautiful woman wearing something very revealing with a number on her shirt whilst a call me sign was very intriguing. There were so many thirsty men calling her asking for her name and how much she was worth for one night. Natasha was getting annoyed by those deprived men until finally, she heard her name on the call. Coulson. Is this you? It is me. How did you escape Hydra's clutch? You are one bold woman. Natasha made use of her beauty to the max. This is not a time to chit-chat, Coulson. I have very important news that you must relay to Nick Fury. Alexander Pierce is dead. Dio killed him inside the headquarters. What? How can he do that? That was nearly impossible. Well, apparently, it is not impossible for our mysterious and greedy man. Also, he is still inside the headquarters. He could open the door for us anytime. Are you sure he can be trusted? Isn't this just a neat trap deployed by Alexander Pierce? Natasha was silent for a few moments and said that she wasn't sure of that herself, but he trusted Dio, so she believed that Dio wouldn't betray her. Coulson didn't know what to think of at that moment, but he also wanted to put his trust on Natasha as well. I will tell you everything that you have said to Director Fury as soon as possible. Regardless of what he said, I will come to you. No, I will walk inside now. If everything goes well, all of you could walk inside unimpeded. If I don't contact you again, you may assume for the worst. There is nothing else that Coulson could say as Natasha has already made up her mind. After exchanging an emergency contact, Coulson hung up the call, and Natasha pulled out the little snail and immediately contacted Dio. Natasha told Dio that she was ready and that she was outside of the building while asking how she could enter the building. Natasha immediately heard a loud explosion from the top floor. The sturdy wall was shattered like glass. I will pick you up myself. Dio said as he has already jumped from the top floor and stood beside Natasha like it was nothing. There were many people from around the place seeing Dio's action. They started to record Dio's action, and many of them tried to get close while taking Dio's picture. Fortunately for Dio, he used a mask to cover his face, so that none of those people could see his face. Now, let's go. Dio said while taking hold of Natasha's hand. Go. Are you implying that we would climb the building? If you choose to walk from the main entrance, that would be fine too. But I couldn't guarantee the safety of any agent inside if they start taking a shot at us and the safety of the civilian that was coming as we speak. Natasha was silent again, reconsidering her opinion, and quickly asked Dio will she be safe, climbing such a high building. It is fine. If you hold me tight, you definitely won't go down. Chapter 167. Natasha clung to Dio for her dear life. Dio didn't mind Natasha clinging to him like that, for he knew that without protective gear, anyone would be scared. When Dio successfully entered the building, everyone inside has already known what happened, but Dio already locked the door to ensure Natasha's safety as they entered the building. Now that we safely enter the building, what are you planning to do? Lead the shield? Dio asked Natasha casually. Yeah, at least until Director Fury comes here. Would you help me if things go south? Natasha asked hopefully. Just do what you need. I have to explain why my restaurant is closed to my client first, Dio said as he picked up his phone, but unfortunately for him, there is still no signal there. The alloy plate that the SHIELD headquarters used blocked the signal. Change your clothes. The agent would be confused about your whore of a shirt. She shrugged and immediately tore her shirt and casually put a coat that she found in the room. As she did so, the agent outside successfully broke the door open, and at least a dozen agents instantly pointed their gun toward Natasha and Dio. It's me, Natasha Romanoff. What are you doing? The agent became confused as they know that they couldn't just shoot an agent above their security clearance, but as Director Pierce was dead, they didn't know what to do. They slowly dropped their gun to avoid offending Natasha, but some of them looked unsure about it. Obviously, the one who was not sure whether to drop their gun or not was Hydra cover-ups. They knew that they couldn't do anything with that many SHIELD agents around them, and they weren't sure what to do either as the head of Hydra had been cut off. But the most troublesome thing that the Hydra currently had was that they didn't know their own allies. Only the top brass knew all Hydra agents inside the SHIELD, and since all the top brass were dead, they couldn't identify themselves. Dio was also aware of that situation, and therefore he was confident that Natasha would succeed. Where is Secretary Director Pierce? I have to report to him urgently. Director Pierce is already dead. The killer is still on the loose in this base. We are still searching for them at this moment. Who is in charge now? I need to see them immediately. It's supposed to be Agent Sitwell, but Director Pierce said that he was a mutant, and he was the one who killed Director Pierce. The agent said again in shame. Natasha was a little bit confused. How come a mutant was involved? She immediately sighed and ordered one of the agents who refused to lower his gun to come with her. She also ordered the rest of the agent to wait and continue their patrol inside the base. She would get back to them as soon as possible, for she had some announcement to make. Natasha was the highest authority in the SHIELD right now, so with that information, all agents immediately dispersed, following her command. The Hydra agents blending among the crowd of the agent were also confused as they didn't receive any notice that the Black Widow was inside the base. Natasha herself was confused as to why there was some weird information going around the base at the moment. She must ask Dio herself later. She walked toward the hidden room with the Hydra agent that she ordered to follow her. And once inside the room, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Chapter 168. Dio immediately killed the Hydra agent that Natasha came with. The more shocking part was she saw Dio immediately transformed into the said agent with ease. Are you really Dio? Natasha said confusedly. Dio glanced at Natasha as he pocketed the wallet and identity card of the Hydra agent that he just killed. Now, you must keep this a secret. I don't want to add any unnecessary corpse to the body bag. The information that Pierce mentioned was about me. He thought that I was Mystique for some reason. So you walk in as Agent Sitwell and then killed Pierce just like that? Natasha asked confusedly. If this was how the scene was progressing, no wonder Pierce immediately thought that you are the shape-shifting mutant. Natasha said as she wondered about her theory. Woman, you need to stop thinking unnecessary things. Now, what would you do next? Dio asked annoyedly. I need to confirm that Pierce was really dead first. Natasha said as she realized she still had the stuff to do. Dio nodded and immediately opened the door again to follow Natasha as a Hydra agent. At the same time, Coulson, Maria Hill, and Nick Fury quickly closing in the SHIELD's headquarters in a white van, trying to be inconspicuous. Fury was looking pale and sickly at the van, but he couldn't waste the information that Natasha gave to Coulson earlier. He must act fast. He was really taken off guard by Pierce's betrayal. He didn't see any sign of betrayal anywhere. Agent Hill immediately informed Coulson and Fury that Natasha's information was true as she pointed toward the flare that has been shot from the main building. On the phone, Coulson and Natasha had agreed to use that communication method to state that she had taken control of the headquarters or not. With that information, Fury immediately shouted for Coulson to speed up. Coulson immediately approached the gate and parked close to the SHIELD's main door. Agent Hill once again informed them that she saw a new message from Natasha stating that all of the agents had gathered on the third floor. But as Coulson slowed the car down, the tire was immediately shot. An ambush. Coulson shouted in panic. Rush through. Just ram the car to them. Coulson gritted his teeth and immediately rammed the van towards the main door. Fury, Coulson, and Hill immediately got out of the car with their guns ready. Coulson and Hill immediately covered Fury as he needed to enter the password to open the door. But sadly, after a few tries, all passwords he input were rejected. Fuck. That asshole deleted my authority credential. You got to have another way, right, director? We can't stop here doing nothing, the enemy is getting closer. Fury immediately took off his blindfold, revealing his damaged eye. He immediately got the damaged eye close to the retina scanner. The camera quickly recognized Fury and lifted the security protection protocol. I already made a countermeasure once the shield was taken over, but I never thought that it would come from someone I trust. Pierce forgot that if he wants to play with me, he needs to have both eyes wide open. The door immediately opened, and the three of them immediately entered the building as Fury closed it again to keep the enemy at bay. Once inside, Fury immediately used his authority to seal the third floor. Chapter 169. The agents that were gathered on the third floor were surprised as they saw that the base was unlocked. The place became noisy as their phone began to ring as the signal finally connected. But as soon as they started to contact someone outside, the alloy plate once again blocked the windows and the door, cutting the signal once again. The crowd immediately fell into chaos, especially the Hydra agents, who were totally confused about the situation they were currently experiencing. Meanwhile, Natasha was having a doubt of the people who just entered the HQ. She didn't know if that was Nick Fury or the International Security Council. If it were the International Security Council, she didn't think that she could trust them. But with Dio at her side, she knew that the enemy wouldn't expect anything. Agent Romanoff, the agent on the third floor, reported that they were locked on the third floor. An agent reported to Natasha through internal communication. Ask the security monitor room about what happened, someone should be controlling the security somewhere. Natasha said in orderly tone. The comm fell silent, and 6 agents quickly arrived to report that they have just lost contact with the security monitor room. If that's the case, then some of you should go and check the monitor room yourself, and report back to me as soon as possible. Natasha said while sighing annoyedly. I am sorry, Agent Romanoff, but we are under the direct order of Captain Rumlow. We were told not to accept an order from anyone else. Now, I am an agent with level 9 security clearance. I can override any command from lower-level agents as long as it wasn't against the order from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Plus, Agent Rumlow is dead. Now, do as I say, Agent. The 6 agents immediately pointed their weapon to Natasha without hesitation as soon as she finished talking. Their action was a clear proof that they were a Hydra squad made by Alexander Pierce himself. They didn't follow Natasha's order to gather on the third floor as they didn't receive the order from a high-ranking Hydra officer that they know. Instead, they patrolled the HQ while having many excuses to do so. Their action was indeed based on the situation. They were right. Natasha's order was made to make sure that Nick Fury could enter the HQ safely. They knew that there was something wrong as soon as they saw Natasha walking inside the HQ nonchalantly. Unfortunately for them, Dio was disguised as a Hydra agent beside Natasha. As soon as they pointed the gun, they were confused as to why they couldn't pull the trigger to kill Natasha on the spot. Now, I don't know about you, but I think we better stick to my method. Dio said indifferently to Natasha. The 6 agents were confused, but they soon found that their head was falling to the ground. One head rolled toward Natasha's feet with horror that was clearly displayed on his face. Okay, I will let you handle them as you saw fit. Natasha said as she sighed and took the assault rifle that the dead agent held. Usually, she would be nerve-wracking after seeing Dio's mysterious power, but this time, she felt safe and powerless around Dio. She still thought that if she were ever in Dio's enemy position, she would have no chance of survival, but she knew that as long Dio was not provoked, he wouldn't attack anyone. Coulson may think that the basis of Natasha's trust in Dio came from the understanding that Dio and Natasha made as they met with each other quite often, but only Natasha knew that the truth was she always felt scared of Dio's power. Come on, we need to go to the security monitor room to see what happened first. Dio said casually. Natasha nodded and immediately led the way toward the security monitor room. Dio followed behind her closely. He was ready to kill any agent who dared to point their gun toward Natasha. We have to end all of this today. I am annoyed that I must close the restaurant today because of this Hydra bastard. I could have made millions by now. Dio said grumpily. He now had to send an apology message to every guest who already made a reservation for today. But when he remembered that Alexander Pierce had sent $10 million to his account, he brightened up a little bit. Chapter 170. In the first floor, Nick Fury, Coulson, and Maria Hill were in the middle of a shootout. The Hydra has taken advantage of the number and firepower that they had over the 3 high-ranking officers. Although the 3 agents could hold their ground for the moment, they knew that they wouldn't last that long. Activate weapon number 3. Attack indiscriminately. Voice recognition confirmed, activating weapon number 3, entering indiscriminate attack. A robotic voice heard throughout the floor. Suddenly, so many weapons appeared in the ceiling and began to shoot everyone on sight. At the same time, Fury already took cover with his 2 trusted agents. This attack annihilated all Hydra agents on sight. After the shooting has stopped, Fury knew at that moment that he had to plan something else to survive. He knew that the enemy had destroyed the weapons that he activated earlier. Director, you go first. I will hold them here as long as I can. Coulson said as he urged Fury and Hill to go on without him. That was the best course of action as Coulson was shot on the leg in the first confrontation with the Hydra as soon as they entered the HQ. Coulson, look at me and tell me, is this your final decision? Fury said solemnly. Even if Fury was known to be a cold-hearted man, in reality, it was only toward his enemy. He won't leave any allies behind, no matter what happens. Yes. This is my final decision. Fury and Hill immediately fell into silence. They didn't want to leave Coulson behind, but they also knew that they must complete their mission no matter what. They had to stop Hydra for the sake of the world. The 2 of them also knew that they would do the same thing Coulson did if they were in his position. Stop looking at me like that. I am not dead yet. Tell Natasha that I can't fulfill my promise. He had a promise to Natasha that he will come back alive. Now he realized how troublesome that promise was. As Coulson sensed the enemy approach them, he immediately shouted, activate weapon no, 4 and weapon number 5 now. The same robotic voice was immediately heard again, but this time, instead of a gun, a bomb immediately blew out. Fury immediately shouted to Hill to follow him closely, while Coulson was relentlessly shooting at the enemy. He took a sit on the corner and kept spraying the enemy with the bullets from his gun so that none of them could follow Fury and Hill. But that didn't seem to work well, as Fury and Hill were once again backed into a corner as they couldn't advance forward. But as they thought that they were hopeless, Natasha came from behind the Hydra agent and started killing the Hydra agent one by one. Director Fury, are you okay? She asked worriedly. I am okay. Thanks for coming. With Natasha there, Fury and Hill immediately joined the shootout once more. Fury knew that if Natasha was there, Dio should be around too. He knew that with Dio's presence, he didn't have to fear anything. As for Dio, he was observing Natasha's way of fighting from behind. He was in awe of Natasha's proficient killing method. He finally knew why the spy world was afraid of the codename Black Widow. He didn't even have the opportunity to kill the Hydra agent himself as Natasha killed every agent close to her in an effective way. Dio, who stayed behind, knew that he wasn't needed this time around. Chapter 171. Finally, Dio saw the moment that he would be needed. He saw that Natasha was surrounded by enemies, and from the looks of it, she has already used all of her bullets earlier. Dio walked toward Natasha while grabbing one gun that was lying around his feet. He charged the gun with some of his Hammond energy and as he walked closer, he swung the gun toward the Hydra agent's head, shattering his skull. The rest of the surviving Hydra agent who saw that got scared and backed away from Dio and started shooting at him desperately. But unfortunately, for those agents, the bullet didn't do anything to Dio. Dio walked casually toward the scared Hydra agent and bashed their head with the same gun that he charged with Hammond energy earlier, completely killed them in a short amount of time. As he no longer saw any enemies, Dio threw the gun away. He no longer had any needs for the weapon now. Nick Fury, Maria Hill, and Coulson were shocked to see the scene in front of them. They didn't saw Dio fighting the Hydra agent earlier as they were helping Coulson. Because of that, they were shocked to see the bloodied hallway with Dio in the middle of that. This man easily killed so many elite soldiers with ease. He didn't even sustain any damage. Because of all this fact, Nick Fury was a little bit frightened by Dio's ability. He wondered if he pushed Dio hard enough when he first met him back then, will he be a dead man just like all those Hydra agents on his feet? We were attacked, and Coulson was shot on his leg. We need to extract the bullet soon so that he doesn't sustain any permanent damage. Well then, take me to the clinic quickly. If I were to sustain any permanent damage, you would be the one pushing my wheelchair. Maria Hill then excused herself to take Coulson to the clinic. What happened? Can I have my report now? Alexander Pierce is dead. The Hydra agents were either dead or stuck on the 3rd floor. And I must leave now, my guest is waiting for my explanation regarding why I didn't open my restaurant today. I hope I never saw your face again, Fury. It seems that I keep getting on this troublesome situation every time I meet you. Dio said casually. As there was no more immediate danger for the four of them, Dio decided to leave the place and returned to the restaurant. As Dio walked toward the exit, Fury was speechless. Even if he couldn't say his thanks to Dio, he knew that he owed Dio a favor for everything that he has just done. However, he must deal with the snake that invaded his home first. Dio was making the right choice as to not leave from the main entrance as that place was crowded with cops now. He chose to leave from the back so that he could cross the Potomac River and leave without any trouble. But as soon as he left the building, he was discovered by a nearby helicopter that was observing the area. Fortunately, he could get away from the helicopter's view without any hindrance. A few hours later, Dio has changed his clothes and returned to the restaurant where he saw Will sitting in front of the restaurant with a bored look on his face. Dio surprised him by patting his shoulder without him noticing. Will was immediately startled and immediately went into a defensive stance, which consisted of kneeling while begging for mercy. Hey! Dio laughed heartily from Will's action, and as Will heard Dio's voice, he changed his expression and hugged Dio vigorously. You can't disappear like that again. I almost call police. Dio was moved by Will's care. He knew that Will couldn't be relied upon on many occasions, but Will always showed that he cared deeply for Dio's safety. He always did for as long as Dio remembered him. This time, Dio believed Will's word for even after the day was close to being over. Will was still waiting patiently in front of the restaurant, but Dio knew that Will still couldn't handle talking to any police officer. He considered it as Will's scar from the incident back then. The restaurant was closed for today. Come on, let's find a place to relax. Dio said with a smile on his face. Really? Let's go to my usual place. Chapter 172. Will and Dio's relaxation consisted of going to a massage parlor and having a drink in a local bar right after. The next day, Dio opened the restaurant as if nothing happened yesterday, smiling at his customer warmly as he served them his miracle dish. Dio has already apologized for the cancellation of yesterday's appointment and gave that guest a 50% discount for the next time they made a reservation again. Although the guest didn't really care about the discount that Dio gave, they still accepted Dio's apology with a smile. They couldn't say anything bad to Dio as they knew that once they got into a bad term with Dio, they won't get any more chance to eat at Dio's restaurant, and because of that, they won't have any more chance to experience Dio's magical dish. As the time passed, Natasha has constantly come into the restaurant to let Dio know the progress that the Shield has on exterminating the Hydra, not only on the Shield's ground but also in the entire world. Nick Fury had contacted the International Security Council as soon as he found the evidence that Alexander Pierce was indeed a Hydra agent, and persuaded them to establish a system that would effectively flush out all the Hydra agents inside the Shield and any other government organization. Once Fury and the International Security Council reached an agreement, Fury lifted the security protocol on the HQ and let the International Security Agent help the Shield with the extra manpower. The agents inside the Shield's HQ at the time were immediately interrogated and screened to make sure that they weren't an agent of Hydra. Some of them refused and chose to fight, and for that action, they were killed on the spot. Fury has made up his mind. He couldn't let the Hydra took another shot at him as he has already sacrificed enough innocent agents' life. With Coulson injured and Barton brainwashed, he couldn't let any more agent fell into the Hydra's hands. Fortunately for Fury, Natasha succeeded in saving Barton on time. If she didn't, then he will have a difficult time dealing with the Hawkeye. Even with all those measures, Fury knew that some Hydra agents would pass the intensive interrogation and screening as they will hide deeper into S.H.I.E.L.D. so that they could wait for the rise of another Hydra's head who wanted to take over the world. But this measure would be a hard blow toward Hydra as it would waste the plan that they have prepared for years into naught. Fury also found evidence that Pierce had used the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal funds secretly to build a Hydra base. And Fury immediately traced the money and made an operation to capture and destroy those Hydra bases scattered throughout the world. Fury also assumed that the Hydra would be disbanded as they will lose their financial support after losing Pierce. For Fury himself, he accepted the punishment from the International Security Council as it was his fault for not detecting the Hydra's progression throughout the year. He was removed from his post as a director and currently served the S.H.I.E.L.D. as the acting director until the Hydra problem was solved. Fury's punishment may seem half-assed, but the International Security Council didn't have anyone who was willing to become the new director of S.H.I.E.L.D. after knowing that the S.H.I.E.L.D. was in a chaotic situation at the moment. Even if there was anyone who wanted the position, they would always fell short when being compared to Nick Fury's capabilities. Fury also didn't forget about Dio. Fury arrested Agent Jason, who was the perpetrator of Dio's parent incident, and gave Dio permission to deal with the agent as he saw fit. Dio gladly accepted Fury's gesture, and once he took Agent Jason to his parent graveyard, he killed him on the spot. It was also at this time that Dio truly saw the world that he was currently in with the eyes of Dio Brando, who was originally from that world, not as a bystander or a stranger anymore. Chapter 173. Hey, how about I gave you a signed check so you can write down your own price and give me the recipe for this green veggie juice? Tony said as he sipped his green juice. He has already come into the restaurant for treatment 3 times in just 1 week. Every time he came for treatment, Tony always did something unnecessary and stupid in Dio's eyes. He once cheated and saved half of the green juice for him to bring home. But once he brought it home, the juice has already lost its taste. He also consulted with some top chefs in the world, but all of them were left angered by Tony's comment. The reason Tony took things this far wasn't because he wanted to save money from constantly coming to Dio's restaurant, but because he thought that it was a waste that the delicious juice couldn't be drunk in a daily basis. You know, I already told you that no matter what you do, it would be useless, right? I am the only one in this world who can make these dishes, and the dishes would lose its effect once it reached a certain range from me. Dio said indifferently while collecting Tony's payment. I gave up. There is no way to satisfy your ego. I admit that you are more narcissistic than me. But soon after, Tony felt the effect of the juices and immediately ran toward the bathroom. Dio already installed so many ventilation systems and air freshener inside the bathroom to make sure that the foul stench didn't come out from there. After a while, Tony walked out of the bathroom feeling refreshed, while Dio glanced inside the bathroom and decided to wait for Will to clean this up tomorrow. Jarvis, check the palladium percentage on my blood. Tony said toward the little box that he held. Blood toxicity is 2-1, sir. Jarvis said from inside the box. Tony immediately cleaned himself up and put away the box into his pocket with satisfaction. At first, he was annoyed that Dio would increase the price of the juice into an unreasonable price, but as he knew the effect of the juices that he drank there, he would even give Dio tens of millions of dollars. Dio himself was quite happy at this time of the day. As he already accumulated so much money. He also had the $10 million that he got from Alexander Pierce the other day. He wondered what he would get as soon as he turned all those money into gold and drew from the golden pool for his own development. What do you think of the Republic of Monaco? I think I want to take some vacation to that place with Pepper. Hey Tony, listen. I am not interested in Monaco. I am not interested in anything that you had said so far, so please go home. Your reservation time is over now. What about cars? You have a good-looking car, I have many. We could be cars buddy, right? If you felt that you are the third wheel between Pepper and me. I could introduce you to some beauties. I will pay for all of their expenses. To be honest with you, why would you want me to come with you to Monaco? Just enjoy your time with Pepper alone. Well, the truth is, I can't use my Iron Man armor for too long without your magical green juice, and I have a show on Monaco that requires me to use the Iron Man armor for quite a long time. Tony said shamelessly. Dio shook his head annoyedly. He already told Tony that he had to lay off the suit for some time, at least until it was safe for him to do so. Dio already saw that Tony would use his dishes to the best of his advantages, and now, Dio was proven correct once more. Get out. Your head is filled with poison. Get out now, or I will split your skull and extract the poison from your brain. Okay. I will go. Geez, you need to get that stick out of your ass. Even if he was thrown out of the restaurant, Tony didn't complain as he knew that he succeeded in annoying Dio once more. Chapter 174. In the end, Tony couldn't convince Dio to come with him while he was in the restaurant. But Tony didn't give up. How about we go to Hawaii? Venice? Maldives? Bali? You can use my private jet to wherever you want. Dio was visibly annoyed as he really didn't want to go anywhere with Tony. He just silently locked the restaurant and drove away with his car. But Tony immediately caught up with Dio in his Rolls-Royce. How about my car? You can have it if you want, or any other car that I have in my garage. You can select one car that you want from it. Dio simply raised his middle finger as his answer to Tony's question, and immediately stepped down the gas pedal deeply to shake Tony off his back. Tony laughed after seeing Dio's action and accelerated his own car until he caught up with Dio again. But as they drove side by side on the driveway, Tony and Dio were startled as they saw a man in the middle of the road. They immediately hit the brakes simultaneously as not to hit that man. But a surprising scene immediately happened. The man quickly pulled out 2 electric whips from his back and immediately whipped it toward Tony's car. Tony sensed something was seriously wrong and immediately jumped out of the car as the man whipped his car. The whip split the car in half easily. Tony immediately pushed a button on his watch, and in an instant, a red metal box flew out of the car, but it fell slightly far away from Tony. Dio, however, felt that the man was somehow familiar. He knew that he had seen the man somewhere before. At the same time, Tony was surprised to see the arc reactor in the man's possession. He was sure that he never gave any arc reactor to anyone after the Obadiah incident. So, he was in deep thought on how the man could get his hands on the arc reactor without him knowing at all. But he had to save his thought for later as he realized the man whipped his electrical whips toward Tony once more. Tony immediately dodged the incoming attacks and saw that his car was once again hit by the whip and exploded soon after. "Hey! Are you just going to watch while I am fighting this madman? Don't you see he has already destroyed my sports car?" Dio leaned on the side of his own car and said, "Hey, it's only your car. You are still safe for all I can see. You already told me that you have many more of these babies in your garage, so relax. You are okay." Dio said casually. "At least help me. Throw the red metal box over there to me. Seeing you this desperate help me sleep at night," Dio said while laughing lightly as he kicked the red metal box toward Tony. Tony immediately opened the box, and immediately an Iron Man suit wrapped his body. Tony immediately felt confident and walked toward the man casually. Tony also didn't forget to flip the bird toward Dio as he was a little bit annoyed that Dio was just going to watch him fight without helping. Tony immediately charged his palm's repulsor beam, but the first 2 times, nothing happened. "Jarvis. Remind me to improve this palm cannon recharging system once we return back home." "Of course, sir," Jarvis said indifferently. As he was busy charging his palm cannon, the man attacked once more, and this time, he entangled Tony in between the whips and charged the whips to shock Tony. "Ha ha ha, that won't work on me anymore, buddy," Tony said as he laughed behind the Iron Man suit. This was all because he was left unconscious after receiving the lightning attack from Storm once. So, he made sure to make his new Iron Man suit was resistant to electric shock. Confidently, Tony grabbed the man's electric whip and pulled the man closer to him, closing the distance between them. Chapter 175. The enemy was startled as he realized that his electric whip didn't have any effect on Tony's Iron Man suit, but unfortunately, he didn't have any other weapon to fight Tony with. After pulling the man to him, Tony immediately swung the electric whip and flung the man toward the road. Tony quickly aimed the palm blaster to the enemy's face and apprehended him quickly. Tony then forcefully tore the arc reactor on the enemy's chest and crushed it immediately. "When will the police arrive, Jarvis?" Tony asked Jarvis for confirmation. "In 10 minutes, sir," Jarvis said casually. Tony sighed and immediately tied the criminal with his own whip and tossed him aside to wait for the cops to arrive. But as soon as he did that, a silver Porsche drove close to Tony. "Now, this guy has a lot of party spirit in him than I will ever be, so instead of going to Monaco, you can party in the precinct later," Dio said as he drove past Tony. Tony was tempted to shoot Dio's car with his palm blaster as the car drove away, but as he thought of the consequences of angering Dio, he decided not to. An hour later, Tony was waiting for the investigation of the criminal earlier to finish, as he was still curious about how did the man have his arc reactor. He soon found out that the man's name was Ivan Vanko. A talented Russian physicist, he was the son of Anton Vanko, a man that was involved with designing the arc reactor with Howard Stark. But the man was accused of spying on American soil in 1967 and got deported back to the USSR in the same year. After listening to Ivan Vanko's interrogation, Tony discovered that the man's hatred was toward the entire Stark family. That was because Ivan Vanko believed that Howard Stark had stolen his father's idea and had conspired with the American government at the time to accuse his father of espionage and got rid of him. Tony finally realized that the man must have the blueprint for the arc reactor in his possession, possibly the one from his father's era, but by that time, Tony was faced with another challenge. He once bragged that nobody could imitate his arc reactor, and he was confident that no one would be able to steal his armor frameworks. He was proven wrong at that moment, and he had to make sure that the army wouldn't push for obtaining his armor any further. The good news was that the arc reactor that he currently had was clearly superior to the one Ivan Vanko made for himself, stating a fact that the Iron Man suit was still better in many ways. But as soon as he arrived home, Pepper came with Commander Rhodes, the only person that he didn't want to see after such fiasco earlier. "Tony, can you explain what happens in this video?" Rhodey said as he pointed to the monitor that was displaying Ivan Vanko with Tony's arc reactor on his chest. "As you can see, another villain wants a piece of me, but realized halfway that he was too weak even to put a chink on my armor," Tony said sarcastically while turning off the video and poured himself a glass of wine. Rhodey was his best friend, he was the only one who stuck up to him while everybody else was only after his fame and wealth. Tony, you have to explain and tell me the truth about why this man had the arc reactor. Rhodey said annoyedly. It may have been an accident on my part, or maybe he stole it somewhere. Tony said casually while sipping his wine. Accident? Stolen? You said that no one else could have your technology, Tony. Now, from the video, everyone could see that the arc reactor had the power to cut a sports car in half like butter. You are right. But my Iron Man suit still beat him easily. The whips weren't even that useful. Imitation is, like the name suggests, a much weaker version of the original. My technology was far more powerful than that man's technologies. The man could possibly catch up with my current tech in possibly 20 years, but sadly he had to spend those years in prison. Tony said sarcastically while handing another wine glass to Rhodey. Rhodey ignored the wine glass and got up immediately to leave. I hope that you will be able to convince the Congress once more not to take your toys from you this time. Rhodey said solemnly as he walked out toward the door. Tony also knew that with this video circulating on the internet, there was no way the Congress will miss this opportunity to claim his armor as America's properties. Now he had to think of a way to make sure that his treasured armor for peace didn't fall into another war weapon. Chapter 176. Tony Stark promised that he would protect the United States from any threat that will come our way. But it seems that he even had a hard time protecting himself. We need to speak with his assistant as soon as possible. I believe her name was Pepper Potts. I don't know how she got into her current position, but I believe she was the reason that the Stark Industries might fall. I mean, what qualification did she have to become the new acting president of Stark Companies? A certain someone talked through the phone. The next day, almost all TV channels reported Tony Stark's attack in their news program. The news anchor ranted on Tony's arrogant word that said others couldn't imitate his technology. They even criticized Tony's decision to appoint an unqualified woman as the acting president of Stark Industries. That was all could be one giant plot to make the public turn around and criticize Tony Stark to surrender his Iron Man armor to the public. Dio was currently sitting in the restaurant, watching the news with a grin on his face. He was having a good time thinking of Tony's troubled face as Tony watched the news himself. Dio smiled as he thought that this would be the karma since Tony always bragged his wealth around people. He hated to admit it, but Dio was somewhat jealous of Tony's wealth as he could get anything he wanted with that wealth. As he realized that so many negative thoughts about Tony appeared in his mind, Dio immediately gulped the entire glass of beer in front of him in one go to calm himself down. He knew that he himself could be considered a wealthy person as he had more than $10 million in his bank account at the moment. But he also knew that he still had to work hard for his money every day. He had to please the rich people who come to his restaurant every day. You seem troubled, anything bothering you, brother? Will said as he walked inside Dio's office after he was done cleaning the restaurant. But as soon as he was about to answer Will that nothing was wrong, he was interrupted by the sound of the door opening and closing. Dio immediately looked outside of his office to greet the customer who arrived early, but to his dismay, it was none other than Nick Fury himself. I am very sorry, but we didn't serve a customer without prior reservation in this restaurant. You can read it outside, that is if your other eye wasn't blind too. Dio said rudely. Dio felt that his way of talking was influenced by Tony already, as he wouldn't talk that rude to anyone that easily before Tony came into his life. Hey, what gang are you from? Did you come here for protection fees? This place is off limit, you know. If you don't believe me, you will. After you understand that this place was under Will the Ferocious Bear's protection. Will said as he heard Dio's rude undertone. Dio was grateful that Will came to his aid, but he knew that Will couldn't do anything to that guy, and from the looks of it, Nick was having a hard time keeping his expression calm after hearing Will's word. Did you know that most of the gang around here were already done for? The cadres of each gang may be dead, in prison, or maybe still trying to kill each other over some position. Nick said as he walked toward the table and sat himself down, ignoring Will completely. Chapter 177. Nick sat on the guest chair, looking fiercely toward Will as if telling Will to shut up in the most polite way he could. Dio sighed as he saw that Will was visibly stiffened under Nick's threatening look. Will, just go out for a while, this guy was here to pay me money, and no, he is not from any gang, I will talk to him first, so don't you worry. Dio said to Will as to assure Will that nothing bad will happen to him. Will nodded and left the restaurant to calm himself down a little bit. Even though he felt that the guy was dangerous, he knew that he couldn't do anything to him. Your friend is active in any gang scene? Nick asked conclusively. You should know better. I know the Shield has all of the information about anyone close to me. Nick didn't deny Dio's word, rather he smiled as he knew that Dio wasn't someone he could harass to submission or manipulate to his demand. Plus, Nick still didn't know the origin of Dio's power. All he knew was the fact that Dio began to exhibit his power after the incident that killed his parent and almost killed Dio himself. He once thought that death was the catalyst to Dio's power, but he still couldn't say that was the truth. All Nick knew was that Dio was not a bad guy, he was more like a chaotic neutral type of person. Although Dio had shown several shortcomings like his poisonous tongue and his love for money, he still showed that he was willing to help vanquish the evil as he heard about what he did during Hydra's situation not long ago. You should know that Will had the resolve to change. I can't blame him for ever joining the gang in his early life as he didn't know any better. You should know that many black people in this country don't even know the face of their parents. They don't have the money to go to school to make a living for themselves. You are a few exceptions to that as you are lucky to have better knowledge and earn to the position you are currently in. Dio said coldly. Dio was a little bit irritated that Nick of all people wanted to judge Will. Dio still remembered that when they were a child. Will's biggest dream was to become a pilot as he said that he could be free like a bird and fly free to wherever he wanted to go. But as he grew older, the world crushed that dream. Dio knew that Will joined the gang to survive. There was nothing bad about trying to survive in this cruel world. Based on this understanding of Will's background and characteristic, Dio promised himself not to abandon Will before he could stand on his own 2 feet. You know that I don't mean to demerit your friend or judge him for anything he did on the past. I am here to give you this document and finally inform you that S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer monitor any of your actions. I have withdrawn every agent that constantly observed your every move, including Agent Natasha too. From now on, if you don't do anything that could possibly threaten the society, the S.H.I.E.L.D. will no longer be pestering your back. Nick said solemnly. In short, you can do anything you want or go anywhere as long as the means aren't illegal, we will not ask you about any of it. You can even contact us anytime you want for any assistance that needed our manpower, intelligence, equipment, or any legal killing document. I think you will need that last thing very badly in the future. Dio didn't care about Nick's promises. But he did get annoyed by the agents that constantly watched over him and reported his every move to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now he was a little bit relieved that he could do anything that he wanted without the pressure of S.H.I.E.L.D. knowing. After nodding that he was satisfied by Nick's promises, he opened the document that Nick had put on the table and saw that there were several things inside, a satellite phone, several certificates, and an evaluation report. Chapter 178. Dio knew that the satellite phone was meant to contact Nick directly without any hindrance. Dio was amused that Nick didn't mention the snails that he gave to Natasha at all, as he knew that Natasha must have reported about it already. Dio took the evaluation report and saw that it was an evaluation report about himself. Furthermore, he looked at the certificate on the table and saw that it was all in his name. He was now registered as an agent of CIA, FBI, NSA, and many more agencies inside the country. Is this for real? Why are you doing this? I mean it. All these documents were necessary to make it easier for you when there was any sort of paperwork needed to fight any criminal in the future. But if you use it to do something you shouldn't do, so many troubles will soon follow. Nick said solemnly. This kind of thing was an easy thing to do in S.H.I.E.L.D. Almost all the agents inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. had identification on other legal agencies throughout the nation. All those documents weren't fake either, as they were actually registered inside the said agencies without any hitch. Is there any salary coming my way? Dio asked curiously. No, there isn't any salary coming your way. Don't take any of these documents out, unless you really need it. These things weren't meant for display, you understand what I meant. Well, all of these were useless to me then. I already said so many times to you that I don't want to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. All I want is living my life comfortably. I don't like killing people. Even though I already killed so many. My dream is to be the greatest chef in this world. He was annoyed with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s persistence. He didn't want any of the trouble that S.H.I.E.L.D. would give him as he agreed on any of their terms. No, as I said. You are completely free to choose whether or not you become our agent. These documents were here as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s way of thanking you for your help in dealing with Hydra earlier. We will not force you if you don't want to. If you really don't want any of this, we can take it back immediately. What is this then? Avengers Preliminary Report. Didn't Natasha say that this Avengers program had been put to stop? Oh no, that one is not for you, but this one is. Nick said as he took the preliminary report from Dio and gave him another document that had Avengers written on it. You are right, the Avengers program was cancelled earlier because Alexander made everyone believe that it would be a waste of effort, but now I reinstated that program with so many countermeasures. Nick added as he smirked to Dio. Dio opened the document and saw many things that impressed him a little bit. He could see that the shield has done their job, as every capability that Dio had shown so far was written down with some assumption and description of what he could do. So, interested to join the team that will defend the world and enjoys the highest level of benefit? Nick asked rather confidently. Although it was tempting, unfortunately. I still have to decline your offer. I don't like being in the spotlight. Defending the world seems to be so much work too. You better give this offer to Tony. He relishes the spotlight anyway. Dio said as he refuses Nick Fury's offer. Dio knew that Nick purposely showed all of that to instigate his curiosity. This is part of Nick's diplomacy, so that Dio was tempted to accept his offer. Nick had to earn enough respect from Dio in order to stand on equal ground with Dio. Dio continued to read his own evaluation report, and he found some of his personality reports was a bit disturbing. He deliberately turned the page to the end and saw that the report was made by none other than Natasha herself. Dio was slightly irritated about the report that Natasha wrote about him. No wonder Nick ordered her to do something else at the moment. Otherwise, Dio would have asked her for a private chat with right at that moment. She slandered his reputation. Chapter 179. Character traits: vigilant to everyone around him, very good at concealing his own presence and self-disguise, good poker face to hide his true intention, having a hard time to trust anyone and a lonely heart, narcissism. Amorous, and greed for money. Have a very good understanding of right and wrong, a person that will always keep his words and will always demand for yours. Extreme precaution, do not make an enemy out of him. Has no compassion for any of his enemy, have an excellent mental attitude. Avengers recruitment evaluation, Dio Brando passed. What the hell is this report? I will sue Natasha for this. I will let her know that you will sue her and let her hear from your lawyer soon. But I believe that there's no mistake in my agent's work. Why don't you ask Agent Coulson too? When will he pay my compensation? I need that $1 million paid soon. When and why did Coulson owe you money again? Nick asked, surprised. He killed my pet. And it's not an ordinary pet either. I believe you've already heard from Natasha, the snail that I used to communicate with her. Nick became quiet almost immediately. He was also taking part in killing Dio's snail as he agreed to Coulson's request to analyze the snail. Didn't you already get your money from Alexander? I believe 10 million is enough, right? We didn't track that money as we know that you have it. Let's just say that money was our payment for your hard work and compensation for your snail. Nick said confidently. This time, it was Dio's turn to become quiet. He knew that the shield had the right to track and recover the money down as it was the shield's resources, to begin with. After a few seconds, Nick was the one to retreat from the awkward situation they were in. Look at the time. I have a meeting soon. I will leave for now, but remember. If you don't want any of these documents, contact us at any time, and we will take it from your hands. You can also have this report. Take it as a token to remember us by. You can call us at any time if you have a change of heart. In a dangerous time, we will need your power eventually. Nick said as he walked toward the exit. Nick knew that Dio was a powerful entity here on Earth, but Nick also knew that Dio was just another speck of dust that was, fortunately, bigger than the other. That was the reason that he must create a team of superpower humans to make sure the Earth could remain safe. But unfortunately for Nick at the moment, he didn't have any bargaining tools to make sure Dio comply with joining his team. The same could be said to Iron Man, as he also failed to pull him in. Maybe he had to follow through the information that he got earlier. He really had to find Captain America. While Nick left without anything on his hands, Dio was lucky enough that he could keep the $10 million without any problem. He also knew that the era would step into the power struggle between the Infinity Stone holder and Thanos. Dio knew that he had no choice but to get stronger to make sure that Thanos couldn't snap the world. Dio had an advantage here as he already knew what will happen in the future. That was also why he loved money so much, as he knew that he had to power up fast. Furthermore, he also knew that joining the Shield or the Avengers at the moment won't grant him any benefit. He only needed to defend the Earth against the alien invasion later, when Loki came and chose to follow Thanos. Chapter 180. Another week passed. The streets of New York were currently enveloped with the Christmas festivities. That also marked half a year since Dio came to that world. He has been through so much during those periods. He felt warmth, laughter, sadness, and even anger. Had Kingpin wasn't found, he knew that he would still be on the street chasing the guy down endlessly. During the day, he was known as the owner of a small successful Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, where celebrities and many famous names made a line to come and dine at the said restaurant. At nights, he occasionally partook on killing a bunch of criminals and crime organizations around the city. He took all the criminal's precious belongings for himself to enrich himself. He did this to make sure that he had money to buy gold for his own development. Overall, he has already lived an exciting and fulfilling life. Dio gradually became accustomed to his current life, and as it was already December 24th, he was about to experience his first important holiday here. Sadly, he didn't have any family in that word. The closest one he had was Will, but he was not sure that his best friend wanted to waste his holiday with him, but he always knew that Will wouldn't decline Dio's invitation. Therefore, on December 25th, Dio took Will to spend Christmas Eve on Jessica's house because once again, Jessica and Irene's parents weren't there for them. Dio has always been curious about why didn't their parent ever give the sister any attention that they needed. Was it because of Irene's scar? Or was it something else entirely? Because even he could spend a little bit of time to be with the sister and Will. When Will and Dio arrived at Rockefeller Center, Dio saw that Irene and Jessica were standing in front of some Christmas store. Once Dio parked the car and walked towards them. Irene jumped toward Dio's arms, embracing Dio happily. Unfortunately for Will, he was ignored. Irene immediately asked for a picture with Dio in front of the big Christmas tree in front of the Rockefeller Center. Still unfortunate for Will, it was his job to take a picture of the three happy people. Seeing the pitiful and sad glance from Will, Jessica promised Will that she would introduce him to one of her friends, and her friend would be one hell of a beauty. Will was instantly perked up hearing Jessica's promise. He eagerly helped them to get a perfect picture that soon satisfied Jessica and Irene. As soon as Jessica and Irene lost interest in the Christmas tree, they dragged Will and Dio toward a crowd of people, wanting to know why there were so many people in front of the shop. Will, your job now is to help us take pictures and help us carry stuff around. For your dedication, I will give you my friend's number, and I promise to let her know and smooth things out for you. Jessica said excitedly while they were queuing in front of the crowded store. Will immediately nodded and became Jessica's most loyal servant for the entire night. Dio knew that Will needed his own happiness soon. Will has been lonely for an awfully long time. At the same time, Dio always smiled as some woman winked at him as they passed by, inciting Will's anger as he slapped Dio's head lightly. Dio was puzzled about why Will was angry at him, but took that chance to exchange banter like a little boy again with Will. As the four of them ventured on their Christmas night, they immediately saw a flying object coming toward the Rockefeller Center at high speed. Is that a drone? Irene asked Jessica. It can't be, drone wasn't supposed to fly that fast. Jessica said as he wondered about the flying object's identity. It's Iron Man. Look, there are so many iron armors behind him. Oh shit. Run, get out of here. Why? Isn't it just for a show? A Christmas show? Iron Man was here to protect us, isn't he? Trust me, look. One of the armors was shot down from the sky. Chapter 181. The busy streets suddenly became chaotic as people noticed that the Iron Man was fighting against the horde of robots. What in God's name is happening here? Jessica yelled while holding Irene to her chest. Dio tried to contact Natasha with the snail to no avail. It seemed that she didn't have the snail on her at the moment. Suddenly, one of the robots that fought against Tony fell off toward Dio and the others. Seeing the imminent danger was about to befall the people he cared about, Dio immediately summoned the world to save everyone. The world. He quickly ordered the world to destroy the robots to pieces, which the world immediately did so. While the crowds around them were surprised to see the robots were crumbling to pieces while it should have hit them, they began to wonder what just happened. However, Dio successfully distracts Irene, Jessica, and Will's attention from him, and thus they didn't know that Dio just did something extraordinary. Iron Man, who finally noticed that chaos has erupted in the crowded street, immediately left the vicinity to minimize the casualties his fight. The crisis in the street was temporarily lifted, but it was obvious that the crowds were no longer in the mood to continue shopping. Let's go, Will and I will personally escort you back home. It's clearly too dangerous outside right now. Jessica had no argument and nodded her head as she knew that her sister's safety came first. Dio immediately led the way toward his car and waited as everyone entered the car calmly. He immediately saw from the rearview mirror that even though Jessica was worried about her sister's safety, Irene didn't seem scared of any least. Dio smiled after knowing that there was nothing to be worried about here. In the meantime, Rhodey rushed toward Tony's house urgently. He needed to get into the war machine armor that Tony made. Tony has already given Rhodey the authorization to use the armor as he saw fit. That was all because Ivan Vanko deceived Justin Hammer into letting him create an army of automated iron armor to operate. At this time, Tony, in his Iron Man suit, was having a tough time dealing with all the robots, successfully throwing the Hammer Expo into chaos. Luckily Justin Hammer was already apprehended by the police, thanks to Pepper's quick thinking. Sadly, public opinion was a fickle thing. Rhodey knew that the public would saw Tony in a very bad light after all this. Ivan Vanko's goal wasn't to kill Tony, it was more like an elaborate plan to reduce the public's trust toward Tony. And from the looks of things, it seems he succeeded. He proved himself to the public that the Iron Man wasn't as powerful as the public may think. At the same time, Coulson has arrived at the warehouse that was used by Ivan Vanko, but there was no sign of him anywhere. It seemed Ivan Vanko has already escaped. On the outskirts of the city, Tony successfully led the remaining robots to a safe enough place so that there would be no casualties. Rhodey, are you coming to the party? I already get tired of waiting here. I am still busy saving lives here. There is another helicopter that was hit by the iron cans. Just wait for a little, would you? Well, tell me how long it will take for you to come. Tony said annoyedly. Maybe a few minutes, I don't know. This is the first time I am using this shit. Damn. Jarvis, initiate laser system. Right away, sir. Jarvis answered immediately. Immediately the Iron Man's suit started to glow red, and a powerful red laser immediately shot out in a circular motion, cutting through all the robots in the vicinity. But that flashy move used the remaining energy inside of his arc reactor, causing a huge amount of palladium to enter his body. He immediately detached himself from the Iron Man armor and immediately took out the arc reactor from his chest. But as he was just about to insert a new arc reactor, a big man appeared from the sky, flinging Tony immediately. Chapter 182. It was another armored suit with Ivan Vanko himself inside. You are really disappointing me this time, Stark. Ivan Vanko said while showing his face to Tony. Killing you like this took the excitement out of me. Ivan Vanko adds while smirking evilly. Tony was already pale from the effect of the absence of arc reactor inside of his chest, but fortunately, Rhodey finally arrived. Rhodey immediately knocked Ivan Vanko aside and immediately came to Tony's aid. Why did you get out of your armor? Are you losing so badly? Tony rolled his eyes as he was currently unable to speak from enduring the pain. But as soon as Rhodey held the arc reactor, Vanko immediately captured him with his electric whip and shocked him with it. Rhodey unintentionally let go of the arc reactor as the electric current flowing through his armor. Tony fell once again into the ground. This time, he felt that he could no longer breathe as the pain intensified. But his strong will to live made him persevere through the pain and grab the arc reactor himself. Seeing Tony was in the position to put the arc reactor back himself, Rhodey knew that all he needed to do was give Tony a little bit time unhindered, and so Rhodey with his War Machine armor immediately jumped toward Ivan Vanko and began fighting him to buy Tony a little bit of time. Unfortunately, Rhodey's War Machine armor was in an unfinished state at that moment, and he still couldn't use the armor that well either. That was one of the reasons that Rhodey was beaten up by Ivan Vanko while waiting for Tony to finish installing his new arc reactor. Rhodey, get down! Tony shouted from behind. That was what Rhodey has been waiting for, and he immediately got down on the ground. Tony immediately fired another set of lasers toward Ivan Vanko, successfully cutting Ivan Vanko and his armor down. Tony immediately reached for Rhodey and pulled the man as he was stuck under Ivan Vanko's armor. Did you think you already won, Stark? Ivan Vanko said while smirking evilly. Tony was confused as to why Vanko would still ask him that question, but his complexion immediately changed as he saw a red light coming from Ivan Vanko's imitation arc reactor. Fuck, he installed a self-destruction mode. Tony shouted as he immediately pulled the war machine to fly off from the scene. Complete to Tony's dismay, not only Ivan Vanko's armor was self-destructing, but also the rest of the automated armor that he destroyed earlier, meaning that the fallen armor on the city earlier will also self-destruct themselves in the middle of Buzzing Street. Ivan Vanko had proved himself to the USA and its people once again that Tony was unable to save everyone from danger. He engraved it in everyone's memory through the last firework that he created as his final statement before his death. The word, "I can protect everyone," keeps playing in Tony's mind as if it was mocking him for his arrogance. But it was immediately cut short as he suddenly got a call from Coulson. Tony, sorry for disturbing you in this time of the hour, but we need you and Colonel Rhodes here. I have some bad news to tell. The big guy is out of control, and we couldn't stop him by ourselves. Coulson said from the phone. What big guy? Ivan Vanko. He's already taken care of. No, I mean the real big guy. Congratulations on solving that problem, by the way. Coulson suddenly switched the call into a video call. You see, this big guy is a little bit bigger problem than Vanko, Coulson said as he showed a monster-looking thing was catching helicopter from the air and a few soldiers being carried away on a stretcher around Coulson. The scene surprised Tony completely, he couldn't believe what he just saw in that video. Chapter 183. 3 helicopters were in a rush, passing through New York City sky. General Ross, the base ordered us to hold the post. The new weapons and armored soldiers in the Hammer Expo are currently out of control. Do we need to assist them in handling the armored soldier, sir? Don't worry about it, just return back to base. Ross said as he completely disregarded the armored soldier mess in downtown. He never truly saw the Iron Man armor be one of the best weapons for war. He saw the armor as another clown's tool for bullshitting people. He was quite annoyed that the Air Force highly regarded the armor as something that they should have for themselves. Although the Army and the Air Force had constantly cooperated in various things, the two government military power had a grudge on each other. That was because the Army that had the highest percentage of death and injury was always treated the worst, and the Air Force always got to pick some new tech. However, General Ross and some high-ranking officers in the Army always tried something different to appeal to the government that the Army was important. He was the one that reactivated the Biotechnology Enhancement Project, the same project that successfully created Captain America. But in the end, the project was botched before it even began. At the time, the tools that housed the gamma rays for the project exploded, and the doctor who worked on the project was also there. Although his project failed, General Ross succeeded in making something else. He created the Hulk. Dio Brando, the scientist who worked on the gamma rays, mutated into a green giant that people immediately called the Hulk. Compared to Captain America, the Hulk was way stronger, durable, and faster. But the only downside was that the Hulk had a toddler's intelligence. If only there was a way to embed Banner's intelligence into Hulk, then it would be the perfect soldier in Thaddeus Ross' mind. That was also why General Ross was obsessed with capturing the Hulk for his test subject so that he could create the soldier who fit his vision. But as the capturing process kept failing, Banner became a recluse and hid himself better, creating a major problem for Ross just to find Banner. Not too long ago, Ross succeeded in procuring the Hulk's blood. He quickly created another project which experimented on that blood. This time he took his time, without pushing the scientist to make sure there was no error. But this time, his carelessness became his downfall. As he transported his newly researched super soldier serum, the Iron Man hit his helicopter. The helicopter lost its balance. As the result, the serum fell from the helicopter to the ground below. The war machine was in time to rescue Ross and the rest of the army, but the impact of losing his experiment hit Ross, where it hurt. General Ross immediately left the scene, looking somewhat troubled. But he didn't know that the soldier that War Machine rescued was healing very fast. Although they fell into a coma, the doctor was surprised that the soldier didn't have any injuries on his body. After quite some time, the soldier was awakened with a blood-curdling roar. The medical staff immediately came to the soldier's aid, trying to give him a sedative to calm him down. Unfortunately, the soldier couldn't be sedated anymore, and the soldier's body was rapidly swelling and deforming into an unknown monster. After seeing the scene in front of them, the medical staff started to scream and run to save their lives, but unfortunately, some of them were caught and killed by the monster. General Ross was immediately informed, and he immediately knew that the monster was his creation. He just knew it, even though the monster was nothing like the original Hulk. General Ross immediately dispatched his soldier to capture the monster while showing a crazy obsessed smile on his face. Chapter 184. Tony watched the scene of the monster ripping through the soldier and artillery like paper. Even the rocket launcher couldn't injure the monster. What could he do against such a sturdy creature? The laser beam perhaps, but at his current state, Tony knew that the palladium poisoning would be too much for his body. But he couldn't just ignore this situation in front of him. He couldn't let Ivan Vanko's words be part of his legacy. So, after watching the scene from his phone for a couple of minutes, Tony immediately flew toward the scene with Rhodey behind him. Tony also told Coulson to find Dio as soon as possible, as he might need Dio's help after he resolved the current predicament at hand. Tony knew that Dio wouldn't be able to help him every time, but he must try no matter what. He seriously needed the new element for his arc reactor, as he won't be able to perform as he should with a constant fear that the palladium on his blood would rise again. At first, Coulson laughed as he thought Tony was joking, but, as Tony arrived at the scene, Coulson was surprised that Tony wasn't lying to him, not one bit. At the same time, Dio arrived at the villa and still decorating the villa in a Christmas theme. The TV was turned on and still broadcasting the explosion around New York City from the armored robots before. The news said that the situation had calmed down and that there was no more danger in the city. But Dio knew more than that. He knew that there was still more to it, but he was still not quite sure what it was yet. His phone kept ringing several times, and from the lack of ID on the screen, he knew that the shield was trying to reach him and maybe ask him for some help. He has already made himself clear that he didn't want to be disturbed that day, so in his annoyance, he threw the phone inside his cabinet and closed it so that the ringing tone didn't bother him anymore. Isn't that a satellite phone? If they call you from that, doesn't that mean they're in trouble? Is it okay for you to ignore them? It's okay, it's just another business call, but now it's time for a private matter. They can't force me to do what they want as I need my time to relax too, Dio said while smiling toward Jessica. Jessica sighed as she heard Dio's word. If only her parent followed Dio's example a little bit, Jessica and Irene wouldn't feel abandoned. Jessica understood that her parent only wanted the best for her and Irene, but she knew that parental love was necessary for growing up too. Dio, do you think my bunny wrapper is cute? Irene asked as he showed Dio what she just made from the flour. Dio nodded and smiled as he looks over to Irene, making the girl smiles excitedly and jumped around while saying that she would make many of it. At the same time, Dio received a text saying that Tony was in danger and he needed Dio's help. Dio only took a small glance and shut his phone down. At the same time, Jessica's phone also rang. The number was unknown, and she didn't want to answer it at first, but after some persistent call, she eventually picked up, and after a little talk, Jessica gave the phone to Dio while saying that the call was for him. Dio took the phone and hung up immediately and then turned off Jessica's phone too. There, it should be fine now, Dio said as he gave back the phone to Jessica. But immediately, Irene and Will's phone also rang. Dio was beyond annoyed on how persistent the shield was. Couldn't they handle Ivan Vanko by themselves? Why would they need him now? Irene, who saw that Dio was annoyed by the constant call, took the initiative and turned off her own phone. Irene looked at Dio with a smile on her face. Will, who was playing a game on the TV by himself, was annoyed as nobody gave attention to him. No one even asked him if he was hungry or thirsty either. He wanted to answer the phone as a revenge to Dio, but as he remembered Jessica's promise, he decided not to and turned off his phone too. Just when Dio thought that no one would bother them again, Natasha's voice directly rang inside his head. Dio, the situation is dire. Tony is dying, can you help us out here? Dio totally forgot about the snail that he gave to Natasha. He wanted to sever the connection, but he thought of something better because he got interested after hearing that Tony was dying. Speak, what the fuck is going on? Dio said as he remembered the buckload of cash Tony gave every time he came by. Chapter 185. Natasha felt relieved as soon as she heard that Dio finally answered her call. She knew if she couldn't get a hold of Dio, Coulson would have to come in person to Dio's place. The specific situation is that after Tony finally able to solve his situation with Ivan Vanko, a new monster appeared. The army called it an abomination. It's like a creature I have never seen before. It literally looks like a creature that comes from a child nightmare. General Ross was making it hard too. He keeps shouting not to interfere nor kill the monster. Natasha said in a hurry. Dio, who was busy cooking for Irene and Jessica, was shocked after he heard Natasha's report. This wasn't supposed to happen now. So many variables had changed. The Hulk was supposed to be there to fight off the abomination, not Iron Man. This is all started after General Ross was caught up in a helicopter crash because of the Ivan Vanko situation earlier. He was transferring some military research tube when the accident happened. And accidentally the tube is broken due to the crash, and one of his soldiers accidentally came into contact with the substance inside. Natasha reported. What about bombing out the monster while evacuating the area? Dio said curiously. General Ross doesn't want that. He wants to preserve the monster for further research. Because of this, many plans failed before we could start using any of them. Now, what happened to Tony? Dio asked curiously. Tony and Colonel Rhodes were nearby, so we asked them to help. At first, Tony could handle the monster with his laser weapon. But as soon as General Ross saw that the laser was effectively damaging the monster, he yelled and threw a tantrum so that Tony would stop using the laser to the monster. After that, the situation had gone into a stalemate. Natasha said annoyedly. Are you sure there is no green monster helping you there? Dio asked curiously. What green monster? Did you think this is a fantasy fight? Stop joking about everything, asshole. Now, Dio was a little bit confused. If the Hulk was nowhere nearby, then Tony and Ross shouldn't have the necessary equipment to fight off the Hulk yet. So, in other words, you want me to deal with this monster of yours? Dio asked solemnly. Yes, and for another thing, we need you to heal Tony too. He suffered heavy injuries from the monster just earlier. We couldn't move him, and the medical team also couldn't do anything for him. Natasha said urgently. Well, isn't Tony miserable? Dio sympathized with Tony for a little while. Jessica, on the side, was curious as she saw that Dio was like daydreaming for a minute. She immediately tapped Dio's back and asked, "Is something wrong?" Dio immediately said, "Nothing, I just remember something I need to take care of, I will be back after the afternoon." "Well, if that's the case, be careful out there, you saw just how dangerous the world has turned into earlier," Jessica said worriedly. "It's okay, I will be careful," Dio said while looking somewhat apologetically. Dio immediately walked out the door and turned his phone back on. He immediately called Coulson and asked him for his current position at that moment. "It's too late for that, I am already on my way to you now. Go to an open space or to the top of the building, I am coming with a helicopter." "Okay, I will wait for you on top of an apartment building near my house," Dio said casually. A few minutes later, Dio finally sat inside the helicopter with Coulson beside him. "I haven't seen you for a while, are you avoiding me by any chance?" Dio asked Coulson as he sat in the helicopter. "What? No, there is no such thing. I am just busy, Director Fury worked me to the bone." "Good then, I almost thought that you are just avoiding to pay back my compensation," Dio said casually. "Oh no, you should go to Director Fury for that, he already agreed to pay for your loss," Coulson said casually. "But the last time I met him, he said that I need to settle things with you personally, he said that SHIELD wouldn't intervene with the private matter of the agent," Dio said truthfully. "I will talk about that with the Director Fury as I return back to the base later, now we have another urgent matter at our hands," Coulson said, trying to buy more time. "Okay then, I will wait for the good news later," Dio said casually. Coulson, on the side, was gritting his teeth. Once he returned to the SHIELD HQ, he will make sure that Nick Fury would receive his complaint. Chapter 186. Keep firing. Don't let the monster escape. "General Ross, we should let the SHIELD take over this operation. I don't think we could hold this monster for much longer." "No. The SHIELD agent would kill the abomination. We must capture it alive. Just think about it, in the future, the army would have this power." "But sir, the price was too much. Our soldier was beaten up out there. If they knew that there was no support coming to help to capture this monster, their morale would drop." "Then shut your mouth and don't let them know that," Ross said in an annoyed tone. The soldier gritted his teeth and left Ross alone, as he didn't believe that the general that he has been following all this time could be this cruel. But in his way out of the general's compound, he shouted, "You are a madman, Ross. I swear you will go to the military court for this." And then he left. General Ross ignored the soldier's threat and called other personnel to execute his own plan. "Are you ready? Is everything ready as planned?" "Everything is ready, sir, we are waiting for your orders," a soldier said on the phone. "Do it," General Ross said confidently. "Roger that," the soldier said. At the same time, Ross was looking at the abomination and saw that the soldiers were pouring flammable oil in the ground around the monster and then drenched one barrel of oil directly to the monster. They started to ignite the oil and let the monster burn. Ross could see that the abomination gradually got slower and weaker while it was wailing on fire while a call suddenly comes in. "Sir, the experiment succeeds, the monster was starting to get weaker," a soldier said confidently. Ross smiled triumphantly. Now that he managed to capture the monster, he didn't need to answer for his action in the military court anymore. But all he knew at that moment was that the serum that he created from the Hulk's blood was still imperfect. He still had to conduct many more experiments to perfect it. He had dealt with the Hulk many times in the past, and the one thing he realized after observing the abomination was that while the Hulk had a mind like a toddler, the abomination was like a caged beast. This was not what he was after, he needed the serum to pertain the mind of the soldier so that it could carry out orders. But as soon as he saw a helicopter landed near the abomination, he knew that he had to think of this matter another day, as he had to deal with the SHIELD for the moment. Dio immediately got off from the helicopter as soon as possible, and he saw that the abomination was indeed there while the Hulk was nowhere to be seen. But he realized that this abomination wasn't exactly the real abomination. As he used his life magnetism overdrive, he could see that the abomination's life force was declining at a fast rate. This means that this abomination's gene structure was beginning to collapse, and it will die anytime soon. Compared with the Hulk, this abomination was nothing as strong as the former. Dio was a little bit disappointed that he wouldn't get the chance to fight with the real abomination, but it was less trouble too, so he didn't really mind in the end. But Dio also wondered where the Hulk currently was. He should be somewhere nearby at this point of time. In the end, he followed Coulson toward the medical room, where Tony was supposed to be. But as he walked past the cafeteria, Dio immediately grabbed some vegetables and a juicer. "What is that for?" Coulson asked curiously. This is for Tony, obviously, didn't he say that he needed my green juice? Dio said casually. Coulson shook his head in wonderment. He had no choice but to entrust Tony's life to Dio, as the medical personnel in that army compound couldn't do anything for Tony. Here he is, Tony is inside this room. Coulson said as soon as they arrived outside Tony's room. What is his situation? Dio asked curiously to Natasha that are waiting outside the room. Tony was still undergoing surgery to remove the piece of metal that pierced his abdomen, but sadly the palladium poisoning was too severe, so the doctor had to wait for you to come. Natasha said solemnly. Okay, you don't need to worry any longer, I will save Tony for sure. Dio said solemnly. But Coulson immediately stopped Dio as soon as Dio walked toward the room. Chapter 187. You will walk in while still carrying all those vegetables. Are you serious? Dio just shrugged his shoulder and entered the room immediately. Coulson had no time to bring Dio to disinfecting room and a change of clothes. Coulson immediately followed Dio inside and shocked for the second time after realizing that Dio was searching for a socket to turn the juicer on. As soon as he saw a socket, Dio immediately used the juicer to make a juice out of the vegetables that he brought from the cafeteria earlier. Coulson was confused. He knew that there was nothing special with the vegetables that Dio had brought with him earlier, so what did that juice have to do with Tony's situation? He wanted to ask Dio about all this but decided not to, as he knew that he didn't really have a solid question for Dio. After a few seconds, Dio immediately turned off the juicer and poured the juice inside a mug, looking satisfied. That's it? Coulson asked spontaneously. What else did you expect? Stop asking nonsense. If you want to see my work, shut the hell up. If you don't, feel free to wait outside. Dio said a little coldly. He didn't like to be questioned for everything he did, so he was a little bit annoyed by Coulson. Natasha, who was still there, laughed a little after seeing Dio called out Coulson that fast. But as to not prolong the matter any further, Natasha told the doctor who was keeping Tony alive to relax and let Dio save Tony. The doctors were already covered with sweat, but they still didn't move after Natasha told them that they might leave, as they didn't trust Dio and didn't know what he was capable of. Dio also knew that those doctors wouldn't leave that easily, so he immediately asked them about Tony's current situation. The patient's lower abdomen was pierced by an iron bar. We tried to remove the iron, but the patient was too weak to go through surgery. The organs were slowly failing as we speak. The doctor said urgently. So, all I need to do now is take out this piece of iron and heal the organs on his body and then sew the injuries back, right? Dio asked the doctors casually. Hearing Dio talk so casually worried the doctor even more than before, but all Dio said was the simplest way to say what they needed to do hours ago, so they nodded their head reluctantly. I understand now, so would you guys go out for a while? I don't want anybody to disturb me while I am working. Dio's demand confused the doctors. They didn't understand Dio at all. Why would he want to perform surgery alone? Furthermore, the life of a billionaire was at stake here. Are you sure you don't need any of their help? Natasha asked Dio curiously. Yes, now chop people, we don't want the asshole to die on the table now, do we? Dio said urgently. Natasha understood that Dio really wanted to work alone, so she immediately escorted the doctors outside with Coulson following her. But as soon as she walked toward the exit, Dio called her. Natasha, I'll probably need you later, just wait for my signal outside. Dio said casually. Natasha nodded her head and walked outside while closing the door behind her. Dio was left with Tony, who was slowly dying on the surgery table. Dio couldn't believe that Tony trusted him so much, even making sure that the shield would bring Dio if anything bad happened to him. But instead of feeling honored, Dio felt strange. He didn't expect this kind of sentiment from Tony of all people. But no matter what, Dio will charge Tony expensively for this medical treatment. Dio knew that he would get a lot of money for this, so he didn't hesitate and immediately activated the gold experience card to save Tony. The remaining usage time was 23 minutes, this should be enough, but in case it wasn't enough, he already had the charging card to get the 30 minutes usage time back. After seeing Tony, Dio immediately knew that he wouldn't be able to handle the side effect of the Pearl Jam. This was also one of the reasons that he used the gold experience directly. Dio immediately pulled out the iron bar roughly, exposing a big hole on Tony's abdomen, and blood splattered everywhere. The various machine connected to Tony's vital sign, immediately blaring a loud noise, giving a signal that the patient was about to die. Dio still acted casually and put his hand above the wound on Tony's abdomen and started to use gold experience life energy into the wound. Tony, who was starting to get pale as a sign of losing blood, immediately calmed down, and his complexion was starting to return. The first and most dangerous step was solved. Chapter 188. Although that was not the first time Dio used the gold experience, he was still unwilling to spend the usage time of the stand like this. With gold experience power, he could even save the fake abomination outside and let it go on rampage some more. But now, he had to stabilize Tony's condition first. Dio began to examine the injuries that Tony's organ had taken and sighed heavily due to the mess inside of his stomach and that the bleeding was too severe. Dio realized that he didn't have any knowledge of human anatomy, so he couldn't possibly heal Tony at this rate, so he must get someone else with the knowledge involved, however reluctant he was. Dio immediately went outside to see if any of the doctors was still here, and once he looked outside, he was not surprised that the only one there was just Natasha alone. "Can you help me out with something inside?" Dio asked annoyedly. "Did you or did you not understand human anatomy?" Dio asked seriously. "I do know about that stuff, what did you need me for?" Natasha asked curiously. Dio immediately signed that she should come inside and said, "Every second count, I need you to rearrange the organ inside of his stomach." Dio said casually. "Are you sure he isn't dead yet?" Natasha asked with worry. "Did you think I would call you in if he's already dead? Don't question me again, woman." Natasha raised her hands up as a sign that she wouldn't question Dio again. "Now, just arrange the organ back to their respective position, and that's it." Dio said solemnly. "Are you sure? Doesn't he lose too much blood already? We could ask Coulson to bring more blood in the meantime." "No, it would take too long for that. Every second is valuable right now, he will live after I am done, there is no need to worry about anything else." Natasha nodded, showing that she understood the urgency of the matter at hand. She immediately put on the medical glove and began to rearrange Tony's organ back to their original position. Dio sighed in relief and began to pump the life energy from the gold experience into Tony's body. This feat wasn't easy even if Dio had the gold experience with him. He had to provide Tony with ample life energy so that he wouldn't go into a state of shock from losing a lot of blood and trauma from the organ rearrangement, and at the same time, Dio had to turn some of the life energy from the gold experience into the blood so that Tony wouldn't die from blood lost. Fortunately for Dio, Natasha was very efficient on her part, and she arranged the organ back quickly and made sure that there was nothing wrong with any of them too. Dio felt so much at ease because of Natasha's efficient work. As soon as Natasha put one organ back to its place, Dio immediately infused an ample amount of life energy so that the organ could jumpstart itself. Natasha herself was surprised by Dio's ability. That was the first time she saw a ruptured organ being brought back to life without any scar on it. If she didn't touch and observe the organ herself, she would believe that the injury on the organ was all an illusion. She began to wonder if this was the true meaning of healing. No wonder Dio had such great confidence in his own ability to heal people. It was just like if Dio was present during a person was injured, no matter how bad their condition is, Dio would be able to save them. She was left surprised the whole time. There was no more doubt in her mind that Dio was truly capable of godly things. With the two of them efficiently did their part, in a mere 3 minutes of time, Tony's organ has been put into its original place, and Tony's complexion also improved significantly. "Is that everything?" Dio asked Natasha casually. "Yeah, I am sure that's everything," Natasha said curiously. Dio shrugged his shoulder and immediately put his hands over Tony's wound and closed it completely. Now the most exciting thing was about to happen was, whether Tony will really wake up after this or not. Chapter 189. Natasha saw that the open wound in Tony's abdomen from the iron bar was completely healed, without leaving the slightest scar. Natasha couldn't see the gold experience that was standing behind Dio, and thus she regarded the stand's ability to be Dio's personal ability. "Is this your true ability, or is this also part of that Hammond energy?" Natasha asked in awe. "Yeah, this is part of the Hammond energy, this energy basically can do anything," Dio said proudly. Dio immediately desummoned the gold experience as he didn't want to waste any more of its usage time. He has already spent 5 minutes on healing Tony just now. If it was anyone else but Tony, he wouldn't go through all that trouble. It was all because Dio knew just how important Tony was to this world. Furthermore, Dio also had the recharge card, so he basically still had another 30 minutes of gold experience if he ever used up the remaining time of the stand. Natasha didn't know the reality of Hammond energy's power, so she just nodded her head even though she didn't truly believe that the Hammond energy could do anything. But she also knew that Dio's ability was still shrouded in mysteries, especially the invisible monster that not even the latest tech could detect. The shield even gave it the name Ghost Killer to make sure every agent knew that they wouldn't be able to detect the enemy presence. "Can you teach this Hammond energy manipulation to others?" I mean, can I learn this technique? I am very sorry, but this power is unique, and it chooses its own wielder. Even if I tried to teach you how to use it, you still would not be able to use it, Dio said casually. How would you know? I mean, I haven't even tried it yet. If you insist, you could try for yourself. Breathe in and out 10 times in a second for the first lesson. If you can do that, I will teach you the next step of the technique. Dio wasn't lying to Natasha, that was indeed a prerequisite to learn Hammond energy. Although it sounded so simple, a normal person still won't be able to do it. Natasha quickly followed Dio's instruction and tried to breathe as fast as she could, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it. Please read on our web system translation, we may drop the novel if it have a low amount of readers. I am not making it impossible for you, in fact, I am now able to breathe in and out 20 times per second and can inhale for 10 minutes now. This is all the most basic breathing exercise for mastering this technique. Dio said as he saw that Natasha frowned and stopped talking. Dio sighed as Natasha was still frowning and silent on the spot, but he shrugged his shoulder and immediately took the green juice from earlier and made Tony drink it all. The black lines that were extending from Tony's chest, indicating the palladium poisoning, immediately retracted back toward his arc reactor. Tony, who was still under the anesthesia effect, immediately woke up and vomited a large amount of black blood. He was filling the whole room with a pungent odor. Dio immediately put his breathing technique into good use, as he held his breath as to not smell Tony's vomit. Natasha, however, immediately opened the door and windows to make sure the odor left the room. Coulson, that was already waiting outside, immediately got startled by the aroma and the urgency that he felt as Natasha opened the door. Tony continued to vomit the black blood for a few extra minutes, and the black lines slowly faded from his body. How do you feel? Dio asked Tony casually. I'm glad that you finally extended your business to delivery service. Tony said comically. Yeah, you are lucky that the delivery service is finally here, not only bringing your food right to your face, but I also act as a field doctor this time. Dio said while pointing toward Tony's abdomen. Tony was startled as he remembered being struck with an iron bar, but as he saw his own abdomen, he didn't even see any scar on it. Tony knew that his memory wasn't tempered, nor was it an illusion. He immediately understood that it was all because of Dio's ability. I didn't know that you could be a real doctor too, with no scar whatsoever. I no longer need to worry that Pepper would scold me later. Tony said casually. You still have to think of the new element for your light bulb over there. The palladium poisoning has increased into a really dangerous level. I am afraid your body will reach its limit soon. Dio said as he pointed toward Tony's arc reactor. Chapter 190. You can't use the armor again after this. Your body wouldn't be able to handle the spread of palladium anymore. Tony sat silently after hearing Dio's word. He completely lost his determination because Iron Man was his identity. Without it, he was just a rich man with a nasty attitude. There is no time to chat now. The battle outside isn't over yet, and we need to leave this place quickly. Tony, cheer up, you will come up with something later for sure. Natasha said, trying to reassure Tony that he will be able to solve his problem later. Yes, I will definitely come up with a totally new element. Now, we need to deal with that monster outside first. Well, for that, we need to go. Coulson said while urging the rest of them to go out from the room. Wait, where is Rhodey? Tony asked Coulson curiously. He was in a coma, but fortunately, he was in no grave condition, so we immediately transferred him to somewhere safe quickly, Coulson said urgently. Tony nodded and immediately walked out of the room with Dio and the rest. While walking towards the gate, they saw that the army was still trying to bombard the fake abomination with various kinds of explosives. Dio noticed that the abomination was already in the brink of death. There was massive blood flowing through its head, and its chest was stung so badly from Tony's laser work. But the army has its own agenda. After bombarding the creature, they immediately launched a high-voltage power grid to capture the monster. The fake abomination easily evaded it and ran straight toward Dio and the others. Dio got startled and immediately made a move to block the monster using his Hammond energy from advancing any further while making sure that Natasha and the rest had time to evacuate. Completely to everyone's surprise, Dio, who was much smaller than the creature, easily stopped the abomination in its track. Everyone was left shocked right after Dio raised his hands and chopped the creature's arm right off from its shoulder. This feat was incredible. Everyone was seeing that Dio looked comparably normal and without using any sharp tools on top of it. The creature roared in pain from the shock of losing its arm. The creature quickly looked around wildly. Probably searching for a place to run, but after realizing that he wouldn't get far with the man that chopped its arm, he roared once again and tried to attack Dio. Dio shook his head in disappointment. He could predict this creature's every move. It seems I expected too much from this creature. Dio said disappointedly. Dio immediately took the chopped-off arm of the creature from the ground and prepared himself to attack the monster with it. The army soldier that was stunned after seeing Dio's completely domineering strength looked at Dio with a dumb look on their face. Even Tony, who was running away from the creature with Natasha and Coulson, looked back and stopped to see Dio in action. At this point, Tony didn't really know who was the real monster there. Dio's shocking performance continues. He quickly slammed the chopped arm to the creature's head. The creature was down on its knee due to the impact, making everyone hold their breath in amazement. General Ross, on the side, was looking at Dio with the same expression as the rest of his soldiers, completely forgot to give them any order. He was wondering who Dio was because he easily handled his dream soldier like a dog. The super soldier that he had dreamed in a very long time was easily defeated. The creature itself looked at Dio with complete disbelief. It didn't seem to understand why a creature much smaller than it could be more powerful. It knew that it had no choice but to submit to this small man as its survival instinct kicked in. But Dio wasn't going to let this monster live for another day. He was ready to kill it on the spot. At the same time, General Ross immediately realized what will happen. Frantically shouted to his shoulder to stop the person in front of the creature. Shoot him. Don't let him kill the creature. Shoot. Chapter 191. General Ross' frantic voice immediately returned the rest of the army's soldiers to their senses, but they were clearly hesitating as they saw that the young man was extremely powerful and they didn't want to make him their enemy. Even though they were an army soldier that was supposed to follow their leader's command without raising any question, their own common sense flared. The fact that they had to capture the monster in the first place didn't sit well with their conscience, and the loss of their comrades while trying to do so only made them want to see the monster killed on the spot. So, at that moment, even though all the army soldiers on the field could hear General Ross' annoying voice loud and clear, they didn't obey his order. No matter how much the general raged on their communication device, they didn't seem to care. They didn't even react to the general's threat that they will be branded a traitor to the army. From their point of view, the current traitor was none other than the general himself. They knew that the general valued the monster's life above themselves, and that alone was an act of betrayal. Dio didn't disappoint them too. While everyone was watching, Dio chopped the monster's head clean off. He was still using his hands, while not even a bullet could penetrate the monster's thick skin. Dio took the head and threw it to the middle of the field. Now, you all could vent your anger towards this monster. Dio said towards the soldiers. They were confused and unsure at first, but after inspecting that the monster was truly dead, they immediately raised their gun and shot the monster's head until they emptied their guns. Even after they ran out of ammo, they still attacked the monster's head using a knife. It seemed that they really had a bone to pick with that monster. After he saw the crazy behavior of his soldiers, General Ross fell silent. He didn't know what to do at this moment, as he found it threatening to order the enraged army like this. He knew that his popularity was at the lowest on the soldiers' eye at that moment. No soldier would listen to any of his orders, and he knew that if he pushed them any further, they might retaliate and turn against him. To make the matter worse, he already gave everything to this experiment of his, and now it was completely meaningless. The monster was killed, and the Hulk was nowhere to be found. He knew that his superior in the army would make him the sacrificial pawn to shoulder the burden for this failure, so none of them will receive the public backlash later. General Ross sighed heavily as he could already foresee the future that he was heading into. On the other side, Dio didn't know that he had become the hero within the army. His head was full of the image of perfectly cooked dumpling that Jessica and Irene had prepared for him back in his house. He even thought about using the pearl jam without using it for any treatment, just to kick the taste by a notch. It was pitiful. Why did it choose to run toward us? If it chooses anywhere else, maybe it's still alive at this moment. Coulson, who listened to Dio's rant the entire way, was speechless. The monster was indeed having bad luck. This guy was too much for it to handle. Are you sure that you are still human? Can you give me a drop of your blood for me to study? I think I would find a unique mutation on it. Although Tony was experiencing a mixed feeling, he was still grateful that Dio came to his aid and that Dio had healed him to the point that he won't get scolded by Pepper any longer. It seemed that he had to create many more specialized armors to deal with many situations laid ahead. Before climbing into the helicopter, Tony looked back on the corpse of the monster that was already deteriorating at a rapid rate. He knew that Dio was too lazy to explain about his power to others, but Tony knew that it was not a mutation. There was a saying on the street that stated the rich relied on technology while the poor relied on mutation, but Dio was somewhere in between. When S.H.I.E.L.D. has withdrawn, and the army's anger has subsided a little bit, General Ross secretly ordered someone to take a sample from the fake Abomination's corpse. Obviously, he wouldn't give up, not when he was already so close to achieving his dream. Now, he needed a bargaining chip that he could use to avoid getting sent to the chopping block by his superior. Chapter 192. The city of New York was still lively as ever, even though the recent crisis occurred in the middle of the city and a monster attack followed right after. It didn't deter the residents of New York to continuing their activity. On the way home, Dio suddenly realized that his Hammond energy potential had no limit. The game didn't make any limit to the max Hammond energy that he could amass. Although the stand power was very important and powerful, if his Hammond energy reached millions, it meant that his combat power would rise exponentially too. But it was still a dream for now, as he needed tons of gold to make that happen. As Tony was still weak from blood loss and palladium poisoning, he was the first one to be sent home. The helicopter landed in front of his Sea View villa, and Coulson helped him to get off from the helicopter and walked him into his house. But as Tony got off the helicopter, Dio lightly slapped Tony's back and gave him a piece of paper while smiling widely. "What is this? A love letter? Did you finally realize how much you love me?" "Of course, I do love to see your face once you read it," Dio said while he kept his smiling face. "Well then, let me take a look," Tony said as he opened a piece of paper that Dio gave him. Tony was immediately stunned as he opened and read the paper. Surgery cost, 100,000. Vegetables mix, 20000. Delivery service, 10,000. Psychological fee, 5,000. Total, 117,000. Note, this may look like too expensive, but for the life of a Tony Stark, it may be worth the money. I will also accept all kinds of payment for this one. Tony knew that much money wasn't that big of a deal for him, and it was worth it as he was indeed still alive. But Tony still felt upset after reading it. He felt like getting blindsided, and he didn't like how he felt at that moment. "I now know how much money my life would cost," Tony said annoyedly while putting the bill inside his pocket and walked into his villa. "Well, don't forget, there will still be the interest that you need to pay in the bank for that bill. You can choose any bank you like to do the transaction on, I wouldn't mind." Tony paused a little, but he didn't look back to Dio as he was really ticked off. Dio really knew how to irritate someone. Coulson and Natasha looked at Dio in disbelief in their eye. There was no way they could afford Dio's service in the future. They had thought that if Dio was nearby, there was no way that they could suffer any serious injuries in the future. But after seeing the bill that Dio gave to Tony, they immediately dismissed that thought. It was better to die than owe Dio that much money. Dio himself originally gave the bill as some sort of a sick joke to Tony, but Tony dug his own grave. Instead of telling Dio that there was no way he would pay that much money, Tony instead gloated that his life worth that much, so he'll gladly receive Tony's money for that much amount later. When Dio returned to his own villa, he found that the place was dark as all the lights were turned off. But he could still feel the presence of people inside. He was a little bit confused. Was that a surprise for him? Dio immediately walked inside with uncertainty in his step to make sure that the people inside didn't know that he already knew their whereabouts. Then the next second, colorful lights were turned on around the house, and a beautifully decorated Christmas tree was lighted near him while the Christmas song was immediately heard. Jessica, Irene, and Will immediately shouted Merry Christmas to Dio with a party hat on. At this moment, Dio was content of his life as he felt warm inside. Chapter 193. After Christmas, New York was buzzing again as people were back to work again. It seemed peaceful, like everything that happened on Christmas Eve never happened in the first place. People just ignored the news anchor's rant on the television. Dio was also one of the people who ignored the news, as he already knew everything that happened. After a week, Dio grew impatient as Tony has not come or contacted him yet about the money. Dio began to suspect that Tony has brushed off the bill completely. But right after the new year rolled around, Tony showed up at the restaurant. "I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you ran away with my money," Dio said while showing his signature smirk. "Well, I had to take care of a few problems that. But hey, I have the good news for you. You can keep the green vegetable juice to yourself for now. I don't need it anymore as I am already cured," Tony said while taking his sunglasses off and showing Dio his new arc reactor. Before it was circular and silvery white in color, now it was triangular and bluish white in color. Now, Tony didn't have to restrict his diet anymore as he was free of palladium poisoning. He could go back to eating a cheeseburger every day without getting scolded by Pepper about his sickness, and he didn't have to order the pricey vegetable juice that Dio sold anymore. Dio was indeed surprised that Tony could come up with the new element for his arc reactor this fast. He thought that he could sell some more of that vegetable juice for Tony. "This is indeed a little bit disappointing on my end, so who is the one helping you find the new element? Is it the shield?" Nick Fury, perhaps. Why? Can't I find it myself? But I did get help for this. I can't deny that the shield contributed quite a bit in this matter, Tony said grudgingly. He found the new element thanks to his father's data that Nick Fury left behind for him earlier. He refused to read them at first, but after the incident with the fake abomination, he was desperate to find the new element as fast as possible. Tony was surprised to see his father has already researched the effectiveness of the palladium as a source of the arc reactor energy. But he was also surprised that his father had also predicted that palladium would become toxic in a long-term use and already theorized the new element that would be safer to use. Tony also couldn't forget the last message that his father left at the end of the videotape that he found. Howard Stark said that Tony was his greatest creation. The sentence kept playing on his head, as Tony never really felt his father love. It seems that my vegetable juice has lost its only buyer. Congratulations, Tony. Would you like to dine in to celebrate? Of course, I want a glass of your green vegetable juice. It's not that I need it to prolong my life anymore, but I really like the taste. Sure, it will still be 20000 though. Dio said with his signature smile. Fuck you and your greed. Tony said while showing Dio his middle finger. But he still paid for it. Dio casually walked into his kitchen after receiving 20000 from Tony and prepared the green vegetable juice for Tony to drink, this time adding the pearl jam only for the taste. Well, with that out of the way, how would you like the last treatment fee to be settled? Dio said, reminding Tony of his debt. Tony, who was still drinking his tasty beverage, almost squirted the juice out. He was surprised that Dio would ask for the money without any courtesy like this. I will pay for it, don't you worry. Just send the new bill to my company, and Pepper will handle it later. Why do I feel that you don't really want to pay? Are you blowing me off? Dio was determined to look Tony up if he dared to say yes. Are you joking? Do you know who I am? I am Tony Stark. The owner of Stark Industries. That bill of yours was only a small amount of my fortune. Now, Dio was a little bit annoyed by Tony's exaggerated tone, but he was still unsure whether Tony didn't really want to pay or he just didn't care. Chapter 194. In New Mexico, the desert was filled with so many people who wanted to test their strength, as someone found a silver hammer that couldn't be lifted out of the sand dunes. Unfortunately, their fun had to end early as, after half a day, the shield arrived and quarantined the place down. Coulson also stayed there as the base supervisor, while a large number of scientists with large equipment conducted their research on the hammer. Found anything yet? Something valuable? I am afraid not, we're only getting average meteorological data so far, the scientist said casually. But, we do find something interesting on video. The scientist said as he showed Coulson the video. Coulson saw aurora-like rays shone toward the desert, and Coulson also saw that a silhouette of a man rose from the aurora. This silhouette looks like a man. Is this real? It's not tampered, right? It looks like a man, but we still don't know the truth. It may be just a meteorite with a strange shape for all we know. But yeah, this video didn't tamper in any way. Then, we need to check everything all over again. We need to know everything about this as soon as possible, Coulson said with his signature smile on his face, but his phone suddenly rang. Sir, we have an intruder on our site. The agent said through the phone. Please describe the information. Coulson said commandingly. Male, possibly 30-year-old, fit physically, and have a proficient fighting skill, bringing a reporter tag. The intruder's goal seems to be the hammer. The agent said through the phone. Only one person. No one else. Please stay on standby and make sure not to use any lethal weapons. Coulson said to the agent and immediately called Agent Barton after he hung up the phone. Barton. Are you still outside? How is the situation out there? The intruder is on my line of sight, but you better come out here yourself. This guy was definitely nothing ordinary. Barton said amusingly. Okay, I will come out in a sec, wait for my next order. Coulson said commandingly through the phone. Coulson immediately arrived at the Hammer Falls site and joined Barton on the high platform. This is the last chance, sir. The target has come too close to the hammer. Wait. Let's see what that guy is here for first. The intruder soon reached the hammer and started to put power into his arm to lift the hammer from the ground, but as soon as he realized that he couldn't lift it, a look of confusion was apparent on his face. The man tried one more time, and this time it looked like he uses all his strength to lift the hammer from the ground, but unfortunately, the hammer still didn't budge from its place. Coulson's expectant eye grew disappointed because there was nothing worth watching happen in front of his eyes. Okay, that's it. Ground troops move, capture the target. A few minutes later, the intruder was already captured and tied to a chair while Coulson had arrived to ask the intruder many questions. I am very intrigued by you, you successfully knocked down many of my trained agents down there. Now tell me the truth, who are you, and what do you want with that hammer? But before the intruder could answer any of Coulson's question, an agent suddenly came, informing Coulson that he had a guest. So, this man's name is Donald Blake? Coulson said with a frown on his face. Dr. Donald Blake. Dr. Selvig said as he informed Coulson that he has come to retrieve the intruder. But unfortunately, Coulson's computer suddenly flashed a warning sign, stating that the intruder's information was a forgery. At first Coulson was a little bit surprised that these people would think that they were dealing with amateur, but maybe he could get information he needed from these people. I am very sorry, Dr. Selvig, but your friend has attacked an agent inside a government quarantine zone. So, in the meantime, we couldn't grant him his freedom until further investigation. Chapter 195. So, you are saying that maybe this guy has a mental illness, and you want me to treat him? Dio said to Barton as he invited him and the intruder that he brought with him inside the restaurant. Dio was intrigued after Coulson video called him yesterday about the strange man, and he immediately realized who the man was, and told Coulson that he could bring him to the restaurant. We suspect that the strange thing that happened in New Mexico had something to do with him, but we can't rule out the possibility that the man was simply a lunatic. This is where you come. You will be the judge whether this man was a lunatic or not. Don't worry. We will pay for the meal you provide for this man. Barton said casually. Dio fell silent for a while as he realized that the plot of the Marvel Cinematic Universe once again changed. Thor was supposed to be on a romantic escapade with a woman named Jane, but instead, Thor was dragged into his place. At first, Dio was prepared to save Thor and get into his good side so that in the future, Dio would have the opportunities to visit Asgard to catch some interesting pet, but he immediately realized how pitiful the state of the current Thor was. And judging by the current situation, Dio knew that Loki would send the destroyer to kill Thor soon. Dio sighed as he knew that the destroyer would be hard to deal with. Look, this man was obviously fit like a cow. Maybe his mental state was a little bit weak now, but he is normal, so I can't help you to treat him. It was better to take him back to your base, and maybe hear what he has to say. Barton was a little bit taken aback from Dio's refusal to treat the man as he was told that Dio would definitely take the money. Why don't you want to treat this guy? Did you know him somehow? Or perhaps you already knew something that we don't? Dio was cursing Barton on his mind as he realized that the title Hawkeye was not just for show as the guy was sharp. No, I don't know anything, but it's just a simple observation. It was definitely better to listen to what the guy has to say. Dio said, denying Barton's accusation. Barton had no choice but to stay silent for the moment as he still thought that Dio knew something that the Shield didn't, but he couldn't ask him anything else. Furthermore, listening to this intruder was confusing as he kept saying that he was Thor, the thunder god from Nordic mythology. If Dio hinted that the guy was telling the truth, then the hammer was Mjolnir. It didn't make any sense. You are probably right, I will report it directly to Director Fury soon. But as he is still unavailable right now, can you confirm one thing for me? Is this guy dangerous? Or maybe he will potentially bring danger in the future. Barton said solemnly. Sure, what man doesn't possess danger? It's probably best to lock him up on a house so that he doesn't run around in the city. Okay, I will be sure to report what you said to Coulson and Director Fury later, Barton said casually. But as he said that, the intruder spoke with a sad tone on his word. You don't need to imprison me anymore, for I have already become immortal. Also, Midgard was never an enemy of Asgard. But irrelevant to that, I once helped you Midgardians to drive out the frost giant who tried to conquer this place, so at least treat me with some respect. The intruder said confidently. Dio sighed as he finally saw how naive Thor really was. No wonder Odin punished him, it was to teach Thor a lesson about being humble. Thor didn't even realize that no human still possessed the knowledge of Asgard helping to defeat the said frost giant. Dio didn't take foolishness lightly, but he knew that Thor was the best fighter that the Earth would have in the future. But Dio still had to teach Thor that he needed to go for the head. Hey, Barton, stay for a while. Dio said casually. Why? Did you finally want to treat the guy? No, I suddenly want to try on beating a god to a pulp. Dio said while smiling at Barton. Well, start lightly. I've already heard of your monstrous power, so don't kill him. Chapter 196. What? I am Thor of Asgard, you human. Thor felt the difference in physical strength almost immediately. Even though Odin has taken his divinity, Thor still has the Asgardian powerful physique, but it didn't really do anything in front of Dio. What is this guy blabbing about? Will said confusedly as he heard Thor talking about Asgard. Complete gibberish is what it is. He is mental. In the evening, Will left after he was done with his shift, and Barton came back to the restaurant to check on Thor once more. He was a little bit worried that Dio would accidentally kill Thor. Although he never saw Dio use his strength before, he already knew what Dio was capable of from Natasha, Coulson, and even Nick Fury. "Now, are you coming with me?" Dio asked Barton. "Of course, it will be on me if you kill that guy on my watch," Barton said casually. "Okay then, let's throw him inside the car, I want to get this over with," Dio said casually toward Barton. Barton nodded, and soon, Thor that was tied by Dio, couldn't move and being thrown into the car while Barton and Dio sat on the front listening to some music. Dio quickly drove into the city outskirt, where some curious civilians wouldn't interfere with him. Dio purposely left the car on while lighting the ground in front of him with the car headlight while Barton once again was tasked to pull Thor out of the car. As Barton untied Thor, the first thing that the annoyed god do was trying to hit Barton to make his escape, but Barton was quick on his feet. He dodged Thor's attack and landed a counterattack of his own. The two quickly engaged in a fistfight while ignoring Dio. Dio didn't really bother stopping them, although he really wanted to drop a few good punches on the God of Thunder himself. Dio had to say that Barton was indeed a very capable martial artist. He was very flexible and observant, he didn't let any attack landed on him, no matter how hard the enemy tried. On the other hand, Thor was on the verge of fury as he couldn't land a single hit on Barton. Thor was too rough on his punch. Clearly, the God of Thunder didn't really learn any efficient martial arts and always relied on power alone. It didn't take too long for Thor to finally give up trying to hit Barton as he started panting from fatigue. Thor finally experienced the effect of becoming immortal. A day without eating or resting would make him extremely weak. But at the same moment, Dio threw an axe toward Thor that he caught confusedly. Barton was startled as he saw Dio gave an axe to Thor. He immediately pulled out a combat knife in case Thor tried to attack him again with the axe. True enough, Thor roared and rushed forward to attack Barton again with the axe. But Barton was now on a complete disadvantage. His combat knife couldn't block the sheer amount of power that Thor could deal with each of his attack with the axe. In the end, Barton, who couldn't handle Thor's raw power, retreated and threw the knife that he held towards Thor. This action managed to stop Thor for a moment, enough time for Barton to take out his bow and arrow from the car. Thor didn't know that Barton wasn't a fighter, but an archer instead. While Thor realized that he would not have a chance of winning if he didn't get close to Barton, it was already too late. Barton has already pulled out an arrow from his quiver and already aimed it at Thor, ready to shoot. But Dio immediately stopped the fight as he pushed Thor to the side and held the arrow on Barton's bow. Chapter 197. Dio immediately stopped the fight as he saw that the result was pretty clear, it would end in a draw. Thor wouldn't stop even after he got shot from Barton, and it would end in a catastrophic result. But if Thor regained his divinity, Barton wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Thor immediately stood up and glared at Dio. He felt so wrong this time. Not only that the human tied him up and not give him any food, he even pushed him aside like a weakling. "Fight me, mortals. Let's see how powerful you actually are." But he was suddenly flung 10 feet to the sky, and dropped down painfully while the axe was no longer on his hands but was held by Dio instead. Barton himself was startled to see the speed and power that Dio possessed. He couldn't see clearly what just happened himself. But Dio didn't attack Thor. Instead he pulled out a black plastic bag from the trunk of the car and threw it towards Thor. "Eat it. I wouldn't fight a hungry warrior." This is Dio's means as to not make Thor his enemy. There is a term, stick and carrot, that he wanted to use here. Thor immediately tried to get up with a clear sign that he was in pain all over his face, but he still reached for the plastic bag and immediately ate. "I will knock out the two of you after this and look for Jane right after. Jane is so much nicer," Thor said like a pouting child. Thor ate everything inside the bag ravenously. He ate 2 wheels of pizza, 5 burgers, 5 sandwiches, and 2 big bottles of Coke. Dio was a little bit put off by the god's uncivilized eating manner, but he couldn't blame him. "Human, for the sake of this good food, I will not kill you in our fight." Dio was trying his hard to not laugh at Thor's word. Thor clearly didn't know what he will experience here. Dio immediately pulled out several sets of hammer and axe, then threw it to the ground. "Come, pick up your weapons, Asgardian. If you manage to injure me, I promise that you will get everything you want." Barton looked at Dio with a questionable look on his face. Dio wasn't the one taking the shot here. But Barton didn't try to stop Dio as he knew that he wouldn't be able to stand a chance against him. But clearly, Thor was humiliated. He never experienced someone disregarding him like this. He was a man of legend. A god of thunder. So, he couldn't understand why the young man in front of him would be this cocky. Thor immediately grabbed two axes and immediately rushed forward to attack Dio, but complete to his dismay, Dio didn't even try to dodge his attack. Thor's axes hit Dio's chest directly, but it failed even to scratch Dio's shirt. But the axes weren't so lucky. The handle near Thor's grip broke from the sheer power that Thor used on his attack. "Aim for the head, you idiot," Dio said furiously. "What are you talking about?" Thor said as he was completely startled with Dio's sudden anger. "You have a complete standstill target, and you still didn't aim for the head? What are you? A fucking pussy?" Dio said as he punched Thor's face, but this time, Dio controlled his power so that Thor won't be injured, just knocked him down to the ground. Feeling humiliated, Thor immediately stood up and once again attacked Dio with the other two axes that he grabbed beside him. But complete to Dio's annoyance, Thor still targeted his chest. "Fuck, are you deaf? Which part of aim for the head? That you fail to understand?" Thor was once again thrown to the ground, after receiving another hit from Dio. Chapter 198. Even Barton, who was observing Dio and Thor's fight, was confused about why Dio suddenly snapped out of nowhere while ordering Thor to aim for the head. In fact, no one would know Dio's motive as he was the only one who knew the future. He was trying to make sure that Thor will aim for Thanos' head and thus ending the Infinity War so much earlier. Thor, who was once again flung to the ground by Dio, was furious and extremely embarrassed that he was being toyed by a mere mortal. He quickly stood up again and rushed toward Dio with the two axes on his hands. "Just like that. Let your anger roar and aim for the head. Die, mortal," Thor said as he still hit Dio's chest. For the first time after coming into this world, Dio felt desperate. It was either Thor couldn't listen to what he said, or the guy was simply too stupid. "Stand up. Are all Asgardian as weak as you? What is this bullshit? Why did you keep aiming lower than I ordered you to, you piece of shit?" Thor fell into silence as he heard Dio badmouthing the only pride that he had, the Asgard. "Asgard isn't weak. We are all fighters." Unfortunately, as the axe got close enough to Dio, Thor knows that his effort was futile, the axe wouldn't scratch Dio, not even one bit. Thor closed his eyes as the axe's handle was broken once again, from the impact with Dio's hammer energy. He knew that Dio would attack him again shortly, and Thor closed his eyes in anticipation of Dio's attack, but he soon realized that the attack he waited for never come. "Congratulations, you finally did it. Now, make sure you remember to always go for the head in the future." Thor was surprised by Dio's behavior, he was humiliated for sure, as there was no enemy ever did anything like this to him in the past. He immediately stood up and tried to hit Dio with his bare hands this time, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a punch. Dio immediately flung Thor toward the grounds once again as he deemed that Thor had learned to aim for the head in the future, and there was no need to continue fighting. But Thor was relentless, he once again picked up a weapon near his feet and once again attacked Dio's head with it. "That's more like it, remember to do that every time," Dio said encouragingly, but this time, he didn't throw Thor to the ground as he didn't feel it was necessary anymore. "What are you? There is no way you would be able to block everything like this. Are you a god too?" Dio at first thought that Thor only complimented him as a god so that he didn't lose his pride, but as time went by, Dio finally realized that Thor really thought Dio was a god, so Dio kept quiet about it as he knew that Thor had to keep his pride intact. Thor, on the other hand, was contemplating his life choices. He finally knew that he wasn't the mightiest of all on the universe. He also regretted declaring war with the frost giant in Jotunheim. If he didn't do that, his father Odin wouldn't get mad at him and throw him to Midgard. If he was calm enough to keep his composure and make sure the 9 realms were at peace, he might have already become the new king of Asgard, replacing his father now. At the same time, Barton walked over to Thor's body that suddenly fell to the ground to check his condition, and he immediately knew that Thor only fainted due to fatigue. "There is nothing wrong with him now, he just tired," Barton said casually. "Whoops, I guess I pushed him too hard," Dio said while feeling a little bit guilty. But Dio also knew that this was the right thing to do, he just couldn't let Thor fail to kill Thanos when he had the biggest chance of all the heroes later. While busy talking with Barton, Dio failed to realize that Thor was shedding tears on the ground. Chapter 199. While trying to carry Thor back to the car, Dio finally realized that the god of thunder was crying. Dio immediately knew that he was in big trouble as there was no record ever indicating the god to cry. Maybe when his mother died, but still it must be something so impactful. So, Dio proposed to keep Thor in the restaurant for another day, with an excuse to check on him. Barton was a little bit startled to see Dio's change of heart, so he immediately called Coulson to ask him whether it was okay to leave Thor with Dio or not, to which Coulson approved. So, Barton immediately excused himself as he knew that he wasn't needed anymore, and he agreed to come to Dio's restaurant again tomorrow. Dio nodded and immediately drove away with Thor in the back seat. In the splendid place called Asgard, Odin was declaring Loki as the new king of the gods, with almost everyone on Asgard as the witness to the grand occurrence. After the coronation, the great banquet immediately started, and now, Thor arrived in the middle of the banquet, confused about what was happening on Asgard. "Brother, what is going on here?" Thor asked confusedly. But as Loki smiled evilly, the scene immediately changed, and now, Loki was standing on top of their parents' lifeless body with blood on his hands. "Why are you doing this, brother?" Thor asked Loki furiously. "Remember, always aim for the head," Loki said evilly while an axe suddenly appeared and beheaded Loki in front of Thor. Thor screamed and suddenly jolted awake from his nightmare. "Ah, you are finally awake," Dio said casually. Thor glanced toward where the voice was coming from and realized that he was in front of the devil that kept telling him to aim for the head earlier. He immediately got up and tried to punch Dio in the face once more, but unfortunately, Dio was so much faster, and he immediately shoved Thor hard toward the ground, breaking the chair that was in the way of Thor's body in the ground. "I am relieved to see you are still full of energy, but come eat first, maybe then you could hit me once," Dio said casually. At first, Thor lay still on the ground, ignoring Dio's invitation to eat, but after Thor smelled the wonderful aroma of Dio's cooking, Thor finally relented and immediately walked toward the dining table. "I, Thor of Asgard, will eat and fight you again after," Thor said as he immediately started feasting on everything. Dio was a little bit disgusted to see the god of thunder really was a man without manner. He lost his appetite and chose to observe Thor for now. A few minutes later, Thor was finally done eating, as there was no more food left on the table. Dio immediately thought about what business he could make on Asgard, as the place was literally using gold as currency. "What are you trying to pull, human?" Thor said suddenly. Although he hated to admit it, Thor knew that he wouldn't be able to win against the human in front of him, at least not without his divine power. But the human still intrigued Thor, as he never saw a human as strong as Dio before. Dio fell silent for a bit as he didn't really have a good purpose. In fact, his only real purpose was to live peacefully while making sure that he could get enough gold to be able to collect all the stand on the game. But Dio also knew that no one would understand any of that. "I already know who you are. Thor the god of thunder, son of Odin, heroes of Asgard, and the brother of Loki. I knew that what I did yesterday was absurd. But I really wanted to see whether your divinity would return once you are in deep trouble or not. Apparently, it failed," Dio said casually. That was the best excuse that he could come up with at that moment. Thor's eyes widened immediately. He immediately believed everything Dio said as he heard Dio called him the brother of Loki, as there should be no one outside Asgard knew about it. Chapter 200. Dio didn't care about Thor's doubt at all, as the only thing he cared was that he hoped Thor would leave him alone after recovering his divinity back later. Then while Thor was in the shower, Dio immediately called Coulson to pick Thor up from his place. But after a while, Coulson called again, but this time he showed Dio several other Asgardians. "Look, I think you should talk to these guys for me," Coulson said while smiling at Dio. "They claimed themselves to be from Asgard, and they were here to talk to Thor," Coulson added. "But the thing is, there is something else that we need your help with as well," Coulson said while showing Dio a clip of a metallic giant in the desert. "This is big trouble?" Dio asked annoyedly. "Unfortunately, it is," Coulson said casually. "Don't take me wrong, but I think you have to get a little bit away this time. I don't want you just die and forget about your debt to me," Dio said casually. "What? Why? You really do know something, don't you?" "Well, if I die, I guess you will be collecting the money in the afterlife." At the same time, Dio heard another person coming towards him. "Now, I suggest you order Barton to take Thor to the hammer. I believe this thing comes for him," Dio said to Coulson while also hanging up immediately after. He knew that Thor was finally done showering and was on his way toward him. "Hey Thor, I have some news for you. You want to hear the bad ones or the good ones first?" "The bad one," Thor said curiously. "Well, it seems the destroyer has come here for you. But the good news is that your friends from Asgard are also here to visit. But don't worry, your ride will arrive soon to take you to meet them," Dio added while smiling lightly to Thor. Sure enough, Barton came with a helicopter to Dio's house to take Thor back to the desert. But Dio also tagged along while saying that he was bored and that he would like to watch everything ensued. Today is Sunday, so Dio's restaurant was closed for the day, but that wasn't all. Dio was also worried that somehow, he has accidentally altered the timeline so bad that Thor couldn't even restore his divinity. After Barton informed Coulson that Dio also tagged along, he felt uneasy. He knew that Dio wasn't someone who willingly joined just for the fun of it. So, Coulson instantly knew that this time, the threat was serious. At least worse than Ivan Vanko and the Abomination combined. So, without asking for permission from Nick Fury, Coulson called for another help. After making the call, Coulson stepped outside and approached the metallic giant with several other agents and the group of Asgardians that were with him. "Hello, you are using unauthorized technological weapons. Identify yourself." But the metallic giant immediately moved, and his mask was opened. Suddenly, a powerful beam was shot from the gap on the destroyer's face and obliterated the nearby vehicle near Coulson. "Run!" Coulson shouted for the rest of his agents so that they could evacuate the place. Sif, who was there, was surprised that the destroyer was attacking without any valid reason. Sif immediately shouted for the rest of the Asgardians to charge toward the destroyer to save the weak Midgardian around them. The next few minutes were full display of the might of Sif and the Warriors 3's fighting skill, but no matter how badass they seemed, they couldn't even leave a scratch to the destroyer. Coulson, on the side, immediately realized that this metallic giant was big trouble. He immediately issued for the rest of the agents to support the warriors fighting the giant and delayed the giant's advance toward the city until reinforcement arrived. In an instant, the rest of the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. opened fire toward the destroyer, but there was no effect whatsoever. The bullet couldn't even scratch the armor of the giant. But as the agent opened fire, Sif and the Warriors 3 forced them to retreat, thus ending the shootout. This was proven to be a wrong move as the destroyer opened his mask again, and an orangish light was immediately shot out through the gap on its face. Chapter 201. Is Thor still not here? Sif asked Coulson anxiously. Although I didn't understand the importance of that guy against such a formidable enemy, it will take some time before he arrived here. Coulson said casually. Coulson knows that their current situation didn't look good at all. No weapons of his could do anything against the destroyer, and the only 4 people in the scene who could at the very least hold his own against the destroyer were already wounded. If he was lucky enough to survive the destroyer, what he will see later got to be worse than this. As he expected, the destroyer will advance to the city and destroyed everything in it. The shattering beam that the destroyer shot out from the gap of its face was insanely powerful. Not even a tank could withstand that attack, as the tank would simply crumble after the rays hit it. But Coulson immediately held his breath and waited for the right time to attack. He waited for the moment where destroyer just shot its powerful beam and immediately shot the destroyer with a bazooka strike through the gap in its face. Coulson guessed that destroyer's weak point must be the gap in its head, as there was no other place that received any damage from their attacks so far. Fortunately for Coulson, his guess was right. The destroyer's head immediately blew out, decapitated. "Is it over?" Coulson said with disbelief. Sif and Volstagg on the side immediately walked toward the destroyer to confirm the end of the destroyer's terror, but Coulson's happy dance had to wait. Sif immediately shouted for everyone to retreat because the destroyer was still alive. The destroyer immediately stood up and put its head back on its place, while shooting the beam towards Coulson. The Warrior 3 felt helpless. This was much worse than fighting the giants of Jotunheim with Thor earlier. But a cocky voice was immediately heard in the sky. "Hey Coulson, am I late to the party? You look like hammered already." "No, thank goodness you are finally here. Now, I will leave this lump of iron to you then." Coulson knew that Tony had become more responsible for his surroundings after the near-death experience fighting against his adversaries earlier. So, Coulson believed that Tony would be able to do something against this indestructible destroyer. Well, the fact that Tony showed so much interest in the silver armor from the video call that Coulson made earlier was also taken into consideration. But the destroyer didn't wait for them to finish talking, as it suddenly shot out another beam towards Coulson. Tony immediately grabbed Coulson and flew to safety. "When this is all over, I want the research right to that thing," Tony said towards Coulson. "Although I can't make the call for that decision, I think Director Fury wouldn't refuse your request. But I think it's still too early for you to ask for that. Well, I had some new toys that I want to test out too. If this thing really was as durable as it might seem, it will provide me with a good amount of data." Tony immediately flew back toward the destroyer to attack the destroyer with science-based technological weapon. Coulson wondered if Tony's weapon could really make any difference. Chapter 202. Tony has always ended up in some sort of miserable situation. he was electrocuted by Storm in the mutant campus massacre incident, spiked by the abomination, even lost his identity to Ivan Vanko. But this time, Tony was ready. He has already upgraded the Iron Man suit and added a bunch of cutting-edge technology in it. Unfortunately for Tony, it was still not enough. This time, he learned of something that he never saw before. Magic. Although he wasn't sure, magic would be able to knock him down. "Come on, let's see what you are made of," Tony said confidently. Tony immediately flew to the sky and bombarded the destroyer with his palm cannon. However, the destroyer didn't even move from his position, as if Tony's attack didn't have any effect on it whatsoever. Feeling quite humiliated, Tony immediately pulled out a small missile and launched it directly to the destroyer's head. But after the smoke dissipated from around the destroyer, Tony's face quickly turned sour. The missile didn't even leave any scratch on the destroyer's armor. "Jarvis, scan the material of the enemy's armor. I want to know what that thing is made of." "Unknown material, sir, continuing analysis," Jarvis said solemnly on the comm. At the same time in Asgard, Loki, who was watching the fight up until that, was beginning to get bored. Midgard was so disappointing. Their weapon was too weak. "Destroyer. Destroy that place and beat my dear brother down immediately." On Earth, Tony, who was perplexed by the destroyer's endurance, was startled as he saw the destroyer opened its mask, and an orangish beam was gradually concentrated on the opening. Jarvis immediately warned Tony that a high-energy projectile was aimed towards him. Knowing that he couldn't really escape the destroyer's line of sight, Tony immediately charged the chest cannon to counter the enemy's energy projectile. Unfortunately, as Tony's energy cannon collided with the destroyer's energy beam, Tony knew that his cannon couldn't withstand the enemy's attack. Tony immediately allocated extra energy to the thruster on his feet to dodge the powerful beam. Tony knew that he used too much energy on the thruster just now, which meant that he couldn't use the laser weapon for a while. This made Tony question the capability of his Iron Man suit. Was it too weak to be considered his greatest creation? If only Tony knew that the armor in front of him was the original sentient armor that was made by Odin, the father of the gods, with the most durable metal named URU metal, while also casting some of Odin's magic and rune to the destroyer so that it became more durable than anything else. Knowing that he had no projectile powerful enough to deal any sort of damage to destroyer, Tony immediately turned into close combat. Tony immediately deployed several AI-controlled armor to attack the destroyer. However, nothing changed. The destroyer easily destroyed the armor that Tony dispatched like it was a piece of plastic. A thought that he wouldn't be able to win immediately crossed Tony's mind. He didn't have anything else in his arsenal that might have any effect on the destroyer. On the other side, Coulson knew that Tony wouldn't be able to do much, but at least Tony was able to hold the destroyer long enough for the real reinforcement to arrive. Coulson immediately called Barton again to ask about their whereabouts, as he also knew that Tony was at his wit's end. Earlier, when Barton informed that Dio would also come to the scene, Coulson was overjoyed. He believed that Dio was the strongest man on Earth, and therefore he should be able to defeat this indestructible thing. But Coulson has also prepared a countermeasure on his mind. If, by any chance, Dio and Thor failed to stop the destroyer, he will immediately suggest the use of a nuke to deal with the destroyer. He believed that some sacrifice was better than letting this indestructible armor roam free on Earth. Chapter 203. Dio, Thor, and Barton quickly closed into a small city from the helicopter, where all of them saw the Iron Man was fighting against a silver armor. "How can the destroyer appear here?" Thor said, perplexed. "Destroyer? Did you mean that robot that started to glow?" Thor was immediately snapped from his thought and immediately shouted for the pilot to evade the incoming attack. Dio immediately acted and took control of the helicopter's steering wheel to evade the destroyer's attack himself. Dio knew that the pilot wouldn't be able to react on time to evade the attack. However, the helicopter flew out of control and immediately fell to the ground, but fortunately, everyone inside was safe without any injury. Barton immediately shouted, so everyone quickly got out of the helicopter, as he thought that the helicopter might explode. Dio and Thor immediately did so while helping the crew to get out too. Sure enough, not long after they rescued everyone from the helicopter, it exploded. But the destroyer was soon seen on sight. It walked leisurely towards Thor and the others. Thor was silent for a while, as he knew that the only one who could control the destroyer was the king of Asgard. His father. But there was no way Odin would do something this chaotic, so there must be someone else on the throne. "Loki. Is that you, brother?" Thor didn't show any fear on his eyes, but instead a trace of expectancies. "My pathetic brother, you are still as naive as ever." Loki's voice was immediately heard trough the destroyer. Seeing the destroyer stopped, Thor immediately approached the destroyer himself. Thor. Don't. Leave it alone. Thor was confused and turned his attention towards Sif, who was in the car with the Warriors 3. But when he looked back to the destroyer, he was startled to see the destroyer with his mask opened and ready to shoot the disintegration beam towards him. Why would you do this, Loki? Thor shouted as the beam was fired. Barton, who was observing the situation from afar, immediately shot an exploding arrow towards the opening on the mask to save Thor, while Dio has already made his way to grab Thor away from the destroyer. Dio immediately dragged the unmotivated Thor towards Sif and the Warriors 3, while Tony immediately joined Dio in an attempt to fight the destroyer together. Dio also noticed that Jane Foster also arrived at the scene with Dr. Selvig not too far away. Did you have a plan to beat this thing? Tony asked Dio curiously. No, if this thing could be defeated that easily, it wouldn't be named the Destroyer, would it? Dio said sarcastically. Do you have any information about this thing then? Tony asked annoyedly. That guy said that the Destroyer was made by a foreign metal and strong magical component that couldn't be destroyed by the current modern technologies. Dio said irritatedly. Are you serious? Magic, really? Are you saying that I am joking in this kind of situation? Dio said, annoyed of Tony's disbelief. Is God real then? Tony said sarcastically. Depends on what god you are talking about. On that note, that guy was a god of thunder in Norse mythology. Dio said as he pointed toward Thor. Tony's face immediately showed some sort of eureka moment, as his perspective suddenly widened. If that guy was the thunder god, then why couldn't he deal with this thing easily? Tony asked Dio curiously. They have the same concept as human, they also have their own power level. Now, stop your nonsense and help me think of a way to beat this thing. Chapter 204. There was no good way to deal with the Destroyer's magic in Dio's arsenal. Maybe the world could do some damage, but his other stand will be useless on the Destroyer. While Dio had doubts that gold experience could do anything to the Destroyer as it wasn't an actual life form. In Asgard, Loki was bored seeing the weak humans in front of the Destroyer and immediately issued an order to the Destroyer to kill all remaining humans on the site. Dio, who saw that the Destroyer was going to make its move, immediately summoned the world to withstand anything that the Destroyer threw at him. But before Dio could counter the attack, the Destroyer leaped up and punched the Iron Man from the sky as the Iron Man was the closest to the Destroyer. After that, the Destroyer rushed toward Dio and punched him. But Dio has already anticipated this attack and left the world to handle it. The world has been longing for a stronger opponent since a long time ago, and now Dio wanted to give him just what he wanted. The world immediately held the Destroyer's punch with its own punch, halting the Destroyer on the spot. Everyone's focus immediately shifted to Dio as they were shocked to see Dio successfully halted the indestructible Destroyer's attack. Even Loki, who was controlling the movement of the Destroyer in Asgard, was stunned for a while, but he didn't seem to care in the end. The world immediately punched the Destroyer on the face, knocking the Destroyer down to the ground. The Destroyer immediately rose again and opened its mask to shoot Dio with its disintegration beam. Barton on the side was ready to shoot his arrow to stop the Destroyer's attack. But Dio was faster than him. Dio immediately rushed towards the Destroyer and focused the Hammond energy into his hands to release the Sendo Ripple Overdrive technique and hit the Destroyer right on its chin. The Destroyer was blown away into the sky, with its disintegration beam being blocked by its own mask. Dio immediately ordered the world to drag the Destroyer back down to the ground. The world immediately obeyed and grabbed the Destroyer's leg in midair and slammed it to the ground. Everyone on the side immediately breathed a sigh of relief as they saw that Dio could handle the Destroyer by himself, while Thor and the Asgardians were shocked to see the infamous Destroyer was toyed around by a mere human. Are you sure you and Loki are the only child of Odin? Fandral asked in awe. I am not sure now. Thor said, looking astonished. But he seems to know everything about me earlier, he even knows about Loki. Thor added, trying to connect the dots. The rest of the Asgardians were trying to figure out who Dio was too. While they couldn't see any divinity on Dio, they knew that Dio wasn't any ordinary human. On the other hand, Dio was annoyed as he saw Thor just stood in the middle of the desert, doing nothing in particular. He knew that in the real MCU, Thor had his ass handed to him by the Destroyer and in the near-death experience. Thor awoke his divinity back, but Dio also knew that Thor on the real MCU only did so to make sure that no one else will fell victim to the Destroyer, a true self-sacrifice. But now, no matter how hard Dio simulated the near-death experience on God of Thunder, he just wouldn't receive his divinity back. So, knowing that he wouldn't be able to count on Thor to end the fight, Dio immediately used his Scarlet Overdrive. With the Destroyer almost immune to any physical attack, Dio wanted to try out his luck on the elemental attack. The world who sensed what Dio wanted to do immediately cooperated without any questions asked, and immediately held the destroyer in place. The destroyer was trying to break free from his invisible attacker, but to no avail. After all, the destroyer was only an armor, its true potential could only be achieved if there is a user inside it. But Dio also knew that this armor was basically indestructible by any common means, so he knew that no matter what the world do to the destroyer, it wouldn't receive any damage. Chapter 205. As he finished charging up his attack, Dio immediately released the Scarlet Overdrive to the destroyer. Although everyone else on the scene was holding their breath in awe of Dio's power, Dio knew that his attack meant nothing to the destroyer. Thor. Does this thing have any weakness? I am not sure. The destroyer was placed on the treasure room to protect it, and I never saw the destroyer engaged in combat prior to this. All that I know is that thing protected the treasure room without fail. No one has stayed alive after entering the treasure room without permission. Well then, keep up, will you? Try to get your divinity back and help me. I couldn't hold it much longer. After that, Dio immediately stopped using the Scarlet Overdrive as he knew that he only wasted his Hammond energy. By doing so, he immediately uses his speed in an attempt to hold the destroyer in place, so that it didn't have the opportunity to attack. While trying to hold the destroyer, Dio once again thought of his incapability to resolve the problem in front of him. He couldn't help but think of obtaining more unique stands that will grant him an advantage in battles like Killer Queen or D4C. Dio made up his mind that he will be spending all his savings into gold after this. Thor was in his own dilemma by that moment, as he knew that he had to help Dio, but he didn't know how to get his power back. He felt his pride shattered as he was currently hiding behind a Midgardion's back, incapable of doing anything. Mjolnir. Thor shouted to his heart content, but nothing happened. This time, Thor wasn't disappointed, but he was angry. Angry at himself for making a problem for his father and exhausted his mother, he was angry with his recklessness, arrogance, and stupidity. Thor felt regret. Unlike no others, forming a thunderous roar on his chest, with a new mindset, Thor shouted once more. Mjolnir. Heed my call. At the same time, at the shield temporary base in the desert. The researchers were surprised to see the hammer suddenly glowed blue. The hammer was generating an electric vortex, causing all the electronic equipment on the base to go haywire. And right when they were trying to control the situation, the hammer flew out of the base with unbelievable speed. In the desert, everyone was startled of Thor's thunderous roar. Especially the sudden change of weather above them. The wind suddenly surged, while thunder and lightning danced above them. Not too long after, a flash of lightning immediately hit Thor, surprising everyone on the scene while Thor himself immediately rose with the Mjolnir on his hand. Thor had his divinity back. This meant that Odin's banishment was over right then and there. Coulson and Barton looked at each other. They finally understood why Dio was adamant that the one who could handle the destroyer was none other than Thor. Tony on the side was also shocked to see the true god. He was a skeptical person, but he was forced to believe at that moment as the proof was right in front of his eyes. At the same time, Thor finally acknowledged his incapability to become the new king of Asgard and finally understood why Odin would exile him like this. It was all to teach him a lesson on life. Feeling renewed, Thor was planning to apologize to his father and make sure that everything he did earlier would be redeemed and forgiven. He also felt ashamed as he couldn't believe himself for not feeling any responsibility whatsoever after what he did back then. Don't just stand there. Get your ass up here. Chapter 206. Dio didn't really know why Thor would think that Dio's attitude towards him was helping him recover his divinity. But Dio was grateful that he didn't have to deal with the god of thunder again. Leave the rest to me. Thor shouted as he flew straight toward the destroyer. Seeing that he was no longer needed, Dio immediately desummoned the world to preserve his Hammond energy. Dio stepped aside and observed the fight between Thor and the destroyer. Dio knew that none of their attacks should be able to harm each other as Thor's divinity prevented him from receiving too much damage. Knowing that his attack didn't much, Thor immediately rose to the sky and shook the clouds for some thunder and lightning. The tremendous electrical power in the air created a tornado that immediately engulfed the destroyer whole. The scene shocked everyone as none of them ever saw Thor's way of fighting. They were shocked of the said god to hold so much power that no human would be able to achieve. Tony on the side was having his own moment. He finally realized that his Iron Man armor wasn't anything significant. There were so many things in the world that he didn't know about, and therefore countless improvement plans flashed in Tony's mind. Thor on the other hand was busy holding off the destroyer while spinning the Mjolnir on his hand inside the tornado. The destroyer, knowing that it couldn't escape Thor's tornado, immediately opened its mask and shot another disintegration beam towards Thor, and this beam was slightly more powerful than before, but this was what Thor has been waiting for. As soon as the destroyer opened its mask, Thor immediately catapulted the Mjolnir towards the destroyer, striking the beam head-on. But instead of receiving heavy damage, Thor's Mjolnir repelled the disintegration beam, causing no harm to Thor. Thor soon reached the destroyer with high speed, and the collision between the destroyer and the Mjolnir caused a huge explosion, with the destroyer's mask slightly bent and deformed. Thor was left standing near the knocked-out destroyer, while looking at the sky, thinking of his next action. "I never thought that you really were Thor of the mythology," Jane said as she came closer to Thor. Thor smiled at Jane, but he knew that he didn't have the time to think about his own love for now. "Sif, we have to return back to Asgard immediately. I have a few words to say to my brother." "Wait a minute, I have some question that you need to answer," Coulson said as he felt the need to rush after hearing Thor would go back to Asgard. "Son of Cowl, we will talk later, but I assure you that I, Thor, would like to form an alliance with your organization on behalf of Asgard. Now. I have some urgent matters that I need to attend to. Until we meet again, Son of Cowl. I hope that Asgard wouldn't change their mind as soon as you leave the Earth. I would like to keep this place intact. Hope we don't have any bad blood between us. Relax, Asgard is a peace-loving country. You have my word." Then Thor immediately walked toward Dio and Barton confidently, while Coulson was sweating profusely. Coulson thought that maybe Thor wanted to settle some score with Dio or Barton as they had their moments with Thor before. "I think I should properly introduce myself again. I am Thor, son of Odin, a warrior of Asgard," Thor said as he extended his hand. "I am Dio Brando, an ordinary Earthling, currently resides in New York," Dio said as he shook Thor's hand. "No, I mean to ask your other identity," Thor said as he grew confused. "What other identity? I never leave the Earth, and in fact, I never even leave the United States of America before." Thor's question resulted in some theory in Coulson's mind. He never truly believed that Dio was a mere human with a good fortune. There must be something else. "Thor, it doesn't matter right now. You can ask Odin himself when you return to Asgard." "Alright, I am going back to Asgard now. I hope you can provide me with the delicious food that you have earlier. The taste is unforgettable." Chapter 207. When Thor bid his farewell, Dio was a little bit irritated as he didn't understand why Thor would act all emotional towards him, as he knew that he didn't do anything out of the ordinary for the Thunder God. But as he remembered Thor said that he wanted to taste Dio's cooking again, Dio's eyes were sparkling. He knew that Asgard wouldn't be short on gold, and once Thor wanted to eat his cooking again, he will make sure to charge the Asgardian with gold. "Sure Thor, I don't mind cooking another dish when you return," Dio said while smiling profusely. "Oh yeah, I would like for you to see Asgard for all its glory if we have the chance later," Thor said as he invited Dio to go to Asgard with him. "Of course, I would like to hear about it later," Dio said while nodding his head and showed his fake smiles. After that, Thor, Sif, and the warriors three jumped inside the rainbow bridges and disappeared from the Earth. This rainbow bridge also surprised everyone on the scene, except for Dio. Tony tried to analyze the residual energy left behind by the rainbow bridges to no avail. "Are you sure you are not one of them?" Tony asked blatantly. Coulson was also eager to hear Dio's answer. "No, if I was one of them, the first thing I would do is to make you my alien pet," Dio said as he gave Tony his middle finger. But Coulson on the side immediately thought of the snail that Dio once gave him. That snail wasn't normal, at least it felt like an alien tech to him. But he decided to stay silent for the moment as he didn't have any proof yet. "Reinforcement will arrive soon. We should wait here for a while. I have to go. I still have a car of my own that was perfectly fine." "I am afraid you cannot do that, ma'am. The Shield is required to write a report on behalf of everyone on the scene, so we still need to hear your story first, and we also have a couple of questions for that matter too." Jane sighed and immediately sat on the ground while Dr. Selvig also followed suit. Seeing that Jane and Dr. Selvig were willing to cooperate, Coulson immediately walked toward Dio and Tony, who were still observing the destroyer up close. "Did you find anything useful yet?" Coulson asked Tony sarcastically. "I am not sure, but I've never seen anything like this before. I wonder if this kind of material exists on Earth." Dio, on the other hand, discovered something unusual. As he looked at the destroyer with Hammond detector ability, he could see the destroyer was full of runes and mystic art. He also saw that a golden rune was carved inside the destroyer's mask, right in the place that shot out the disintegration beam. But Dio also saw a strange blue rune that seemed out of place also linked to the golden rune. He was confused as the blue rune was really the only thing out of place out of every other rune on the destroyer's body. Dio noticed this because all other runes on the destroyer's body were either gold or silver, with silver was more dominant. Why would you need to add this blue rune on top of the gold one? Is this rune the one that controls all other runes on the destroyer's body? But soon enough, Dio finally realized the true meaning of the blue rune. But what could he do to remove this out-of-place rune? Chapter 208. If his hunch was right, this different colored rune should be Loki's means to control the destroyer for himself. Which meant the destroyer could move at any time now. Dio's concern immediately came true as he saw that the blue rune was shining once again. Dio believed that Loki was trying to force the destroyer to move again so that he could use it once more. But Thor has already gone to Asgard, there was no one there who could stop the destroyer if it comes back to life. Knowing that he was cornered as there was no one else in the vicinity who was aware that the destroyer was going to move again, Dio immediately summoned the gold experience to try to interfere with the rune. Dio immediately ordered the gold experience to put its hands on the rune while activating its ability to see what would happen to the destroyer. Unfortunately for Dio, the destroyer's defense mechanism activated, and the life energy that the gold experience was giving to the destroyer was instantly redirected to Dio, blowing him back several meters away, and he vomited blood as a result. Tony and Coulson were shocked to see Dio suddenly vomited blood even though no one attacked him. Dio, are you okay? What happened? I am okay. Evacuate this place as soon as possible. The destroyer will be resurrected soon. I will stay behind and find a way to stop it. Dio had some idea to stop the destroyer as he finally knew that the destroyer was moving because of a battery of energy inside of it, so in a way if he could eliminate energy inside, the destroyer would cease to move. Tony and Coulson were stunned once again as they heard what Dio had said. They thought that it was all over. Do you have a way to stop this thing from moving again? Tony asked Dio worriedly. I have some idea, but I am not sure if it's going to work. That is why you must evacuate this place now. Dio kept his eyes on the destroyer while focusing all the Hammond energy that he had on his hands. This move had its own risk, as Dio couldn't regenerate from his injuries by himself, and therefore was forced to order the gold experience to heal him while he concentrates. Okay, but if things don't go as you planned, leave as soon as you can. Coulson said as he ordered everyone in the vicinity to leave the area. As soon as everyone started to leave, Dio saw that the blue rune suddenly glowed brighter, and the destroyer immediately moved. Tony immediately grabbed Coulson and flew away to the sky. There was nothing else the Iron Man could do except believing Dio to finish the job. Dio, on the other hand, immediately summoned the world and ordered it to keep the destroyer's mask open. And after that, Dio immediately put his hands on the opening on the destroyer's head and released all the accumulated Hammond energy on his arm. In theory, Dio's energy will cancel Loki's energy, thus erasing the rune that Loki had made. Dio's plan was immediately showing the result, as Dio noticed that his energy was indeed cancelling the energy from the blue rune. But soon enough, he was struck by another dilemma. The destroyer suddenly emitted red light on the opening where Dio's hands currently were, signaling that it will shoot out the disintegration beam in any second. Dio knew that was Loki's answer after knowing that the destroyer couldn't close its mask and didn't move from its spot. Annoyed by this sudden turn of event, Dio immediately shouted, "The world." Dio only had 3 seconds, and those 3 seconds were enough for him to erase Loki's rune on the destroyer. Chapter 209. When the time flow returned to normal, the blue rune was destroyed, and the destroyer immediately fell to the ground, unmoved. Dio knew that the only one who could make the destroyer move again was only Odin, but as Dio knew that Odin was in a deep sleep at that moment, the destroyer wouldn't be moving for a while. Seeing the destroyer was already on the ground, Tony and Coulson immediately landed near Dio, but Dio could still see the worry on Coulson's face. Is it over? Coulson asked. No, not really, Dio said casually. What is that supposed to mean? Coulson asked worriedly. It means that the person who sent this armor here will no longer able to control this thing, but if the real owner has given the order, this thing would probably move again, Dio explained. But don't worry, the real owner wouldn't attack anything on Earth. Dio said to try to reassure Coulson. But the truth was Dio had tried to remove the golden rune with his own energy, but nothing happened. At the same time, he realized that Odin's power was still beyond his, and therefore, Dio wouldn't be able to erase the rune that was the extension of Odin's power. What did you do earlier? It seemed like you already know this thing too well. I am afraid even if I break it down to you, you still wouldn't understand anything. Dio said as he sighed and turned his attention back to the destroyer. Tony was pissed off by Dio's offhand comment, as he was hailed as the genius of the world. Tony immediately made a promise to himself that he would learn all there was to this universe and made himself the most genius person in the universe. For now, he will let Dio's comment slide as that was no place to argue. Soon enough, the reinforcement from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived and immediately recovered the destroyer's armor while taking Jane and Dr. Selvig away. Dio knew that the S.H.I.E.L.D. would immediately conduct an experiment on it as soon as they got their hands on that armor, but Dio also knew that no matter what they did, they wouldn't be able to break it apart. Over the next few days, the Earth returned to normal, but the influence of Asgard's arrival was still visible on Earth. The International Security Council finally relented to Nick Fury's request to make the hero program to save the Earth later. This was all thanks to the unknown threat that they thought was impossible at the beginning. The country around the globe began to formulate new weapons on the premise that the Earth will be somehow invaded by an unknown force. Some even turned to mutants' power, as it was the closest thing to a superhero, but in America, the mutants couldn't thrive as they were still deemed a dangerous freak. Nick Fury, on the other hand, was reproved by the International Security Council to become the director of the S.H.I.E.L.D. once again, removing his previous punishment and the approval of the Avengers program. As soon as he got the good news, Nick immediately set everything in motion. His first move was to analyze and study the Tesseract that he recently got his hands on. He had to weaponize the cube as soon as possible since he had to prepare for the worst. The next thing Nick did was appointing Tony Stark to be a security consultant of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and made a joint research team with the Stark Industries. He wanted Tony to research the destroyer's armor as soon as possible and made sure that the armor power could be used for Earth in the future. But this second plan soon fell into an impossible task, as they couldn't do anything to the armor, not even the strongest concentrated laser could cut it down to size. So instead of trying to damage the armor, which was proven impossible, Tony immediately scanned it using the supercomputer and tried to find the armor's material. Tony couldn't help but thought that Dio must have known something about that armor. Tony had tried to ask Dio on several occasions, but Dio always said that he knew nothing, which annoyed Tony a little bit. Dio, on the other hand, took a deep sigh as he knew that Odin would soon take back the armor as soon as he woke up from his slumber. Chapter 210. With the recent incident, Dio was once again reminded of his lack of power. Before his encounter with the Destroyer and Thor, he felt great. He felt powerful, but after meeting them, Dio realized that he was weak, compared with other beings outside of Earth or those who wield unearthly powers. So, Dio immediately used Knum to disguise himself for an entire week and purchased $20 million worth of gold in several places. Dio was a little bit pissed by Tony as he couldn't meet the guy to ask for his money. If he could get his money from Tony, he would be able to buy a lot more gold. But it could wait for now, as Dio has become impatient and wanted to increase his strength as soon as possible. He will get the money from Tony and Coulson later. After exchanging his money to gold, Dio immediately went into the villa and conducted all his mental preparation like he always did before drawing from the golden pool. He listened to a pop song while watching a cat video and some sports video. He believed that he would eventually get some good stuff as he had 400 gold, meaning that he could use the 10x draw 400 times. After doing all his routine, Dio immediately began to draw. The first 10 draws, Dio only got a handful of Hammond beads, but he already expected this much from his miserable luck. But unfortunately for Dio, this bad luck persisted until he was at his 50th draws. He immediately took a deep breath while taking some cigarettes to calm himself down. He immediately played another cat video that he thought will improve his luck a little bit and continued to draw after watching the video. Please give me something good. If it's not a permanent stand, at least give me some temporary stand card. Sure enough, the Lady Luck answered his prayer as the next draw, a shiny card suddenly appeared, meaning that he got a permanent stand. Stand, Hermit Purple. Description, the stand of the old man Joseph Joestar. Type, close-ranged stand. Ability, divination, can see a scene from a distance using a camera or any other electronic media. Destructive power, D. Speed, E. Range, D. Sustainability, A. Precision, D. Growth, C. Stand evaluation, this stand is the weakest among all stand. Motherfucker. Dio shouted as he flipped the table in front of him. He was truly irritated only to obtain this stand after spending so much money on it. Even the divination power of the stand wasn't that useful. This stand had no strength whatsoever. He even doubted that he could bind someone like Tony Stark in his Iron Man suit long enough with this stand. He was pissed beyond belief, but he knew that was all because of his own luck. Calm down, Dio, calm down. Maybe you can find a use for this stand in the future. Dio took a deep breath and composed himself to continue drawing for another stand. He realized that perhaps he could make use of the Hermit Purple's divination ability to good use, but he needed a bunch of cameras first. Chapter 211. With music in full blast, Dio finished drawing the first 100 of his 10x draw, except for the stand Hermit Purple, he didn't get anything noteworthy. Dio has already become desperate for his lack of luck, and thus he searched for some other superstitious stuff that he could use to improve his luck once more. He immediately found something acted according to the rituals on the web. He turned off all the music that was currently playing and placed Will's picture on the table with 3 incense burned while saying, "I would like to use my brother's luck for myself for a day, Amen Buddha," he said while praying to Will's picture. After saying that, Dio immediately burned Will's photo and threw it to a copper basin that he has already prepared beforehand. After the photo was burned to a cinder, Dio immediately tried to draw again. Sure enough, this time, the Lady Luck sided with him in the draw as once again, it shone brightly, signaling Dio that he got his hands on another stand. "My brother Will. Thank you very much, I will remember your sacrifice for the rest of my life." Stand, Anubis. Description, a unique stand that doesn't require a user. Type, equipment assimilation. Ability, selective intangibility, mind control, development, selective drawing. Destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, E. Persistence, A. Precision, E. Developmental potential, C. Evaluation, this stand could assimilate with any weapon of choice once. The stand will be destroyed once the weapon that it inhibits is destroyed. The user of the weapon will be the strongest swordsman in the entire world. Dio was overjoyed once he saw the description of Anubis. That was one hell of a good stand that he got. But that raised a new question. He wondered what kind of weapon that he would use the Anubis on. He needed to find a good weapon for Anubis as he didn't want the weapon to be destroyed in combat later. He also knew that Anubis was slightly naughty as he hypnotized too many people in the JoJo series. But Dio knew that he wouldn't be using that ability of Anubis as he won't hand his weapons to anyone. Dio suddenly thought of a weapon that was made from the vibranium, adamantium, Yaka metal, or even the Uru metal. If he somehow could get his hands on these materials, he will be thrilled for sure. He knew how to get them, but he wasn't sure that he would be able to get them himself. But there was still a question whether there will be someone capable of forging the weapons that he wanted out of the rare metal that he got. Dio was lost on his own thought, and he finally snapped back to his senses after realizing that he still got many more draws chances. He wondered just how many more stands that he will be able to get at the end of the day. So, without waiting for much longer, Dio confidently tapped on the 10x draw button. Chapter 212. After the method of sacrificing Will's fortune wasn't working, Dio was depressed once more. He couldn't get anything good from the draw, and after a while, he finished all his draws chance without finding any more permanent stand. But the complete result was more than acceptable. In addition to the 2 permanent stands, Dio also got his hands on 2 stand arrow fragments and 3 temporary stand, which included Bad Company, Green Day, and Silver Chariot. Stand, Green Day. Description, a terrible stand born from pure evil. Type, humanoid. Ability, mold infestation. Destructive power, A. Speed, C. Range, a mold spread range can be expanded infinitely. Persistence, A. Precision, E. Growth, A. Evaluation, extremely dangerous biohazard. Stand, Silver Chariot. Description, a medieval knight with 0 personality. Type, close range stand. Ability, armor on off. Destructive power, C. Speed, A. Range, C. Persistence, B. Precision, B. Growth, C. Evaluation, extremely dangerous if evolved with the stand arrow. Dio sighed after he saw every reward that he got from the draw. He couldn't use any of it yet as he didn't need it for the moment. He was regretting every single moment when he made the drop rate of SSR stand card to 0.016 back when he was still the developer of the game. He was able to draw the world obviously because his name triggered the access of the set stand. After that, Dio immediately consumed all the Hammond beads that he got from the draw, and his max Hammond energy increased to 633.33, reaching the amount required to unlock the 4th stand slot. Now, in order to unlock the last stand slot, he must have a total of 10000 max Hammond energy. Dio quickly thought that the draw this time wasn't completely bad. He currently had the 4th stand slot, which would make switching between stands a little bit easier. But he knew that he had used an absurd amount of money for it. After thinking for a while, Dio knew that he still got some time before the upcoming Battle of New York. So, he could still make some more money to do another draw. In the following days, Dio opened his restaurant while observing Will's situation from time to time. He wanted to see whether his sacrifice of Will's fortune last night really had any effect or not. But fortunately, it seemed that the sacrifice he made last night was all internet scam, as Will didn't seem to be affected by bad luck. After the weekdays were over, Dio came to a hospital to learn human anatomy and human surgery, for he almost killed Tony on the operating table during their standoff against the abomination the other day. Because he couldn't find Tony, Coulson, or even Natasha at that moment, he had to ask Pepper to find him a qualified individual to teach him all he needed to know about operating a human body. He has already given up on learning from a book as it was boring and lack of practice. Pepper immediately came up with a name of a skilled surgeon with a superb medical skill. She even made an arrangement for the hospital that the surgeon worked for to make sure that Dio wouldn't be hindered for his stay there. Dio was very grateful for Pepper's help as she did it all effortlessly. So, without wasting any more time, Dio knocked on the doctor lounge in the hospital to introduce himself. Yes. Who are you? Hi, I am Dio Brando. Miss Pepper, the CEO of Stark Industries, had already made an appointment for me to do an internship under Dr. Stephen Strange. Chapter 213. Dio read the name tag on the woman's coat and was surprised to see the name Stephen Strange embroidered there. I am sorry, I just thought that Dr. Strange was a man's name, before coming here. Dio said while smiling guiltily. Oh, no. Dr. Stephen Strange is indeed a man. I just borrowed this coat, because something happened to mine earlier. My name is Dr. Christine Palmer, Dr. Strange's colleague. Oh well, it sometimes happens, sorry for mistaking you for someone else too. Dio said apologetically. No. It's definitely my mistake. Please do come in, I am sure that Dr. Strange will be here soon. But as soon as she turned around, she tripped her foot and screamed a little and shut her eyes as she fell. But after a moment, she finally realized that she wasn't falling and opened her eyes again. The scene unfolded in front of her eyes was quite unusual. Dio was holding her body from falling with almost a conspicuous position. She blushed hard as she could see Dio's face from up close, and the handsome face made it harder for her. She began to panic from her pounding heart and immediately stood up straight and sat on the nearest sofa directly. Are you okay? Dio asked curiously. I haven't been to the gym lately, so maybe I am starting to get unfit. By the way, did you want a drink? Coffee, perhaps? Dr. Palmer said while still blushing. You should take care of yourself. Isn't it a doctor's job to take care of others' health problems? If you get sick, then your patient will have no one else to rely on. But no, I am not a coffee drinker, but thank you for asking. Dio said while smiling warmly. Dr. Palmer nodded her head and immediately tried to break the ice. May I call you with Mr. Dio? Dr. Palmer asked. You may call me Dio, I don't really need formality, Dio said while smiling lightly. Well, if you say so, you may also call me Christine. Can I know which university you graduated from? We're maybe from the same alma mater. No, I actually don't study any medicine at the university before, I used to study engineering actually, Dio said casually. Christine was a little bit surprised as Dio's answer left her in wonder. She thought that because Dio would be learning from Dr. Strange, Dio must have been a medical graduate. But, obviously she was wrong. But she knew that Dr. Strange wouldn't take this answer really well, she knew that Dr. Strange would have a temper after hearing all of this. Sorry, I didn't quite understand. Have you studied medical yourself? No, I am afraid not. This would be my first time learning about medical studies. I have my reason to study medical as fast as I can, so I asked a friend to help me find a suitable teacher. Christine was surprised once again as she didn't expect something like this would actually happen. She thought that this must be the rich's whimsical way of killing time as she didn't quite understand why Dio would want to directly learn from a doctor instead of a school. Dr. Strange has a quirky personality that is not easy to get close to, but he is a good person, I assure you. I hope you don't find his rude behavior to be villainous. Of course, I know that a capable person would have a weird personality or hobbies, but I will cherish this learning opportunity. Dio said confidently. After hearing Dio's word, Christine relaxed a little as she didn't need to worry that Dio would hold a grudge against Dr. Strange. But she still hoped that Dr. Strange could behave himself for Dio's sake. After chatting for a while, Dr. Strange finally arrived. Dio immediately introduced himself, but immediately interrupted before he finished. I know who you are that spoiled child that the hospital has burdened upon me. I advise you to go to a famous school to study medical first before coming to me, this will save our time tremendously. Chapter 214. Dio tried his best not to show his anger on his face. If you're gonna reject the offer, why would you wait until I am here to say it? You are wasting my time. Dio said a little bit coldly. I am a busy man myself. I don't care who you are, but I am here not to play a game. You are clearly searching for the wrong person here. This was one of his trademark attitudes. The famous doctor simply didn't care about anyone that he deemed unnecessary for his career. Dio still tried to hold his anger while smiling lightly. It seems that you are indeed the wrong person for this. I will not learn anything with your arrogance in the way. Doctor Strange was exactly like Tony before he experienced the life-changing event. They were inside the bubble that made them think that nothing could slow them down. It was really a pity, seeing that their life changed in a matter of seconds. Obviously, you didn't lie about this guy's attitude. This time, I will back down and search for another teacher for myself. It'd be a big help if you could introduce me to one of your teachers. Doctor Strange immediately walked out toward the changing room, leaving Christine and Dio alone. Christine was silent for a moment and looked over to Doctor Strange with disapproval look on her eyes. Look, if all you need is a tutor to learn the anatomy of a human's body, I can help you with that myself. Christine said confidently. She decided to help Dio to disregard Steven's rude behavior, but only if Dio was serious enough to study the human body anatomy. Thank you very much, but I only have time to learn after 9 p.m. on Sunday. Is that okay with you? Dio asked Christine sincerely. Christine thought about it a little and then suggested, I will try to take time off on Sunday, and if I have another free time, I will notify you immediately. She said confidently. I can introduce you to my former mentor if you'd like, but I am not sure she could free up her schedule to teach you, Christine added while contemplating. That's okay, if you can become my teacher, I'm already grateful for that. Rest assured, I will pay you for your time. How do $1,000 per hour sound? If you are not satisfied with the amount I offered, you can suggest your own numbers that would satisfy you. Don't worry. I wouldn't mind. Dio said excitedly. That's enough, you could have asked for one-on-one tutoring lesson from famous universities with that number. Christine said sincerely. She first thought that Dio wouldn't pay that much, but as Dio already offered, she might as well take it. So, with the paycheck out of the way, when could we start our lesson? Dio asked excitedly. If you want to start as soon as possible, I can get off from work as early as 12 p.m. today. I will take lunch and begin our session after. How does that sound? Christine said confidently. Well, I will come again at 12 p.m., don't worry, I will treat you to lunch. Dio said while smiling lightly. After a little chit-chat, Dio and Christine exchanged their phone number, and Dio immediately left after. As soon as Dio left, Dr. Strange came out of the changing room and frowned at Christine. You shouldn't take that offer. An excellent surgeon should focus their attention on the operating table, not playing doctor with a fool. Dr. Strange said coldly. Honestly, Stephen, you're probably right. But I can see that he is serious about studying, and as far as I know, you should respect people who want to learn. Not ridicule them. I honestly thought you might know of this, considering you are a great scholar and all. You are a disappointment. She at first thought that maybe Dr. Strange was the perfect partner material, but after this little exchange with Dio, she immediately realized that she was wrong. Well, I hope that you are right. Since you already have someone who would treat you to lunch, I will head out first. Soon enough, a Lamborghini's engine blared in the distance, signing Stephen Strange's departure. Dio was still in the parking lot when he saw Dr. Strange, the future Supreme Sorcerer, got inside his car and drove away. Dio knew that soon enough, the arrogant doctor will get into a car accident that changed his life forever. Dio also knew that the Ancient One was waiting for Stephen Strange to arrive at her door in Camartage. But a question immediately arose from Dio's mind: what would happen to the MCU plot, if he healed Dr. Strange's hands? Will the next Sorcerer Supreme changed? Chapter 215. At noon, Dio and Christine went to a nearby restaurant for lunch, and because Dio still had his lesson after this, they skipped alcohol. After lunch, Christine's impression on Dio was clearly better than before. I have to go home first before we start our lesson. I still have so many books that I used back when I am still a student. You can borrow some of them to help you understand better. We should go to NYU after that and borrow some mannequin there and maybe use one of the empty class over there for your lesson. Then, maybe I should start calling you teacher from now on. Dio said with a light smile. If that's the case, I hope that you will not disappoint me as you are my first student. Christine said while giggling light-heartedly. Dio nodded as he didn't want to brag about his learning capabilities, but he will prove it to Christine that she wasn't wasting her time. Soon enough, the two quickly fetched the book that Christine mentioned earlier and drove straight to NYU after. Once they got everything they need, Christine suddenly looked all serious. Now, although Dr. Strange thought that I am wasting my time on you, I will trust my instinct and teach you all I know about human anatomy very seriously. But if I found that you are not 100 on this, I would terminate our agreement early. Christine said solemnly. That's great, I am serious from the beginning. Dio said sincerely. Christine nodded her head and immediately started the lesson, although Dio had zero knowledge regarding human anatomy. With a goal of understanding where everything was located and how to deal with injuries on various places, he would have no problems on learning the complex knowledge. On the other hand, Christine also understood what Dio needed. Therefore she immediately taught Dio the basics of what he needed so that Dio wouldn't waste his time on unnecessary knowledge. Using the mannequin that she borrowed from the university, she taught Dio where every organ should be and what type of injuries that the organs usually suffered. With none of them taking the lesson with a lax attitude, Dio and Christine progressed through the lesson with an astounding speed. Dio, with his strong memory, immediately remembered everything Christine has taught him. As a result, their learning session was really efficient. Christine herself was surprised to see Dio learn everything this fast. She was happy that the lesson could progress smoothly, but she also felt depressed as she clearly remembered her struggle as a medical student. Even though she was praised as an excellent student, she was clearly not as excellent as Dio. But she knew that having a great student will push her further on her medical studies too. The afternoon passed quickly, and at the end of the day, Christine asked Dio to explain everything that he has learned that day, and Christine was happy to see Dio made no mistakes on identifying the organs and where they should be. Christine finally understood what the meaning of a genius really was, as Dio continued to explain the various structure of human anatomy without making any mistake. But still, what Christine taught Dio was only a theory. To make Dio truly understand the perfect human anatomy, Dio still must practice with a real human body, in this context a human cadaver. You're really good at absorbing new things. If Dr. Strange saw what happened in the previous 3 hours, he would have taken back what he said to you, I am sure of that. If you want to become a real doctor, I would like to introduce you to my previous mentor. Christine said sincerely. Thank you, but I still haven't changed my mind on becoming a doctor. Dio said with a light smile. That's a pity. Christine said with a slight frown on her face. She really thought that Dio would become the next world-renowned surgeon in no time. But she didn't press it further, for she believed that everyone had the freedom to choose whatever they wanted. Should we continue our lesson? Dio asked sincerely. Wait, let me make a few calls first. Christine said as she was out of material to teach Dio for today. She didn't expect Dio to absorb things this fast, and because of that, she only borrowed a little amount of mannequin earlier. Chapter 2:16. That's it for today, I will organize some surgical lesson for you in a couple of days. Christine said as the clock showed it was already 9 p.m. in the night. Well, if it's a surgical lesson, can you prepare a real cadaver for me instead of using some animals? Dio asked solemnly while putting down a scalpel and taking off his bloody gloves. Christine was surprised for a bit, as she knew how precious a cadaver was to the medical school. She could borrow some class and bought some small animal for Dio to learn, but cadaver was a different thing entirely. The cadaver used in medical teaching was a dead human body that was donated willingly either by the family of the deceased or the owner of the body themselves while they were still alive. So, a cadaver for practice wasn't easy to obtain. She knew that a well-known university like NYU should have some cadaver in store for the next lesson, but she was afraid that she will be asking too much, and thus ruined her reputation on her own alma mater. I couldn't promise you that. A cadaver is hard to get. I have to ask the dean first if they have one that they're not using in the meantime, but I am afraid it would be hard even if there is one. Why would that be? I can pay for the cost if that's the problem here. Money wasn't the case. You see, the cadaver that medical school can use was only the one that gets donated to the school itself, so there is not much cadaver that the school can have at any given moment. I am afraid if you want to dissect a cadaver, you have to be put together with the rest of the class that has the same agenda. But the university may still deny your entry. Christine said solemnly. Can I provide my own cadaver then? Dio asked sincerely. No, the cadaver has to be donated and has gone through the legal protocol, otherwise, the university will get into trouble. Christine said as to deny Dio's request. This is too much trouble. Dio said annoyedly. He thought that he could go to Hell's Kitchen and use some mob's dead body for the practical lesson. So, where did the university usually get their cadaver? Dio asked curiously. Campus has several sources for that. Usually, the campus got their hands on the cadaver due to personal request to donate their own cadaver to the university once they passed away. Sometimes, the university bought a John Doe or Jane Doe from the hospital. There are also some terminally ill patients who wish to sell their organs to make it easier for their family too, while the last one is not considered as a donation, it's still legal. Christine said solemnly. But usually, the university got the cadaver of a criminal who was sentenced to the death penalty. This was the main source of the cadaver in medical school. Christine added, she needs to tell all sources the campus got their hands on a cadaver to Dio so that Dio wouldn't resort to something illegal later. Dio nodded his head in understanding, although it was a little bit cruel that a death row prisoner had their body donated to a medical school, but it was better than nothing. At least they could atone for their sin a little bit after they die. I see, I will look on to these sources and see what I can do to support the university later. I will communicate with the university later so that there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. Dio said casually. Do you really have a way to provide the cadaver legally? Christine asked curiously. I think so, but I will not be able to help much. Dio said casually. Great, I will help you talk to the university later. I think my former mentor would be thrilled to hear the news. Christine said excitedly. Don't be too excited about this, I will see what I can do and contact you later. I still don't know how many cadavers I can get. Of course. But the number really doesn't matter, as long as you could provide some, I am sure the university would be glad nonetheless. With this, she knew that she could help her former mentor and her alma mater on the cadaver crisis. Chapter 217. After leaving the university, Dio took Christine for dinner as he realized that they hadn't had anything to eat since noon. Sorry if it's so late, let me treat you dinner. Dio said casually. Well, it's fine, I am glad that you can learn quickly, and thus I become engrossed in teaching too. Christine said while feeling a little bit embarrassed. She couldn't refuse Dio as she thought that it would be rude. After all, Dio has already given her $800 just for today. She thought that $1,000 per hour was too much, but Dio insisted on paying the exact amount that he promised. Christine and Dio had a lively conversation on the way to the restaurant, while Dio mostly teased her on her choice of restaurant and so on. They soon stopped at an Italian restaurant and had a great meal there, while it was not a pricey place, but they got some good food. After done eating, the two laughed as they have devoured their food without any leftover. Why don't we look for a place to drink a glass of wine or two? Christine said encouragingly. Well, go on, where would you like to drink? Pick a place. I don't usually go out and drink myself, so I don't really know any good bar. Christine was a little bit surprised when she heard Dio's answer. She first thought that Dio was a guy who frequently visited many bars and maybe many one-night stands. Turns out she was wrong. She became more curious as Dio was different than any other handsome guy that she ever met. She immediately directed Dio to the local bar that she always visited when she had free time. As a surgeon, she really restrained herself from drinking as she didn't want to have an accident while in the middle of surgery or something like that, and thus she only went to the bar when she had a few days to herself. However, once she got to the bar, Dio was surprised to see the bartender, and some people there greeted her familiarly. She greeted them back politely while smiling and a little chit-chat here and there. I see that you are a regular here. Dio said, teasing Christine a little bit. I used to come here, but as I become busier than before, I don't really have time to come here anymore, Christine said sadly, but she immediately grabbed Dio's arm and pulled him to the dance floor. Come on, this is my jam. She said excitedly as the DJ played pop music. Dio felt a little change in Christine's behavior as she seemed more carefree in this bar. He was right, as soon as Christine hit the dance floor, she began to dance beautifully, drawing people's attention, and Dio was no exception. The DJ gave a shout-out to Christine like he was familiar with her, and thus the chanting of her name began. Christine didn't let them down as she began to move more elegantly to please the eyes that watched her every move. As soon as she finished dancing, the crowds began to chant for an encore, as they wanted to see Christine dance one more time. At the same time, Dio was just standing there like a tree. He wasn't familiar with the song, and he wasn't familiar with dancing either, so to not embarrass himself, Dio decided to just stand there waiting for Christine to finish. But the DJ immediately changed the song, and Dio was a little bit surprised by the song that the DJ chose. It was Pussy Control, Prince's booming single and JoJo's intro. Dio couldn't help himself and began to dance to the song as he always imitated the move in the anime's opening while watching JoJo before. He began to slide in through a hand up and much more bizarre move that JoJo's opening often showed, and weirdly, the crowds began to watch Dio in awe, and some even began to mimic Dio's move. Chapter 218. This dance is weird. But it's cool. Dio was a handsome guy, so it was not hard to attract the crowd to mimic his dance like this. Even Christine also chanted Dio's name while trying to mimic his move too. It could be said that everyone was having a good time on the dance floor. But the music had to end at one point, and Dio was finally done dancing. You are so cool. Your dance is awesome. Yeah, what dance is it? Does it have any name? The crowds kept asking Dio so many questions, and some of them even though that Dio was a model. Dio even got so many phone numbers from a thirsty girl who wanted some one-night stand. So, as it was overwhelming, Dio grabbed Christine's hands and immediately bolted out of place. But unfortunately for them, they have just arrived and didn't have the chance to drink anything yet. Wow, I've never thought I would be fleeing from the dance floor before, but are you sure you want to leave? It might become an unforgettable night for you if you stay. No, I might die by those girls' hands. Did you see how they look at me just now? Like I am a piece of meat. Well, remind me not to bring you to this place again, or else you could become the next steak on the menu. Christine said while still teasing Dio. But seriously, what is that dance? Christine asked curiously. Yeah, let's not come here again for a while. The dance was called the torture dance. I can teach you how to do it if you want. Sure, let me take your dance lesson later. Christine said casually. But suddenly the two of them were interrupted by a man that was tossed by the bouncer out of the bar. Dio suddenly felt familiar with the guy that was beaten by the bouncer. Wait a minute, I think I know that guy. Dio said to Christine as he continued to observe the guy that was being beaten by the bouncer. Christine was confused as Dio didn't do anything to stop the bouncer from beating the crap out of the said guy or anything at all, even after he said that he might know the guy. Was he Dio's enemy? At the same time, Dio knew what he saw. He saw that the man's wound was healing at a rapid rate. Dio smirked and immediately walked over to the guy and pushed the bouncer away. He pulled the man up and asked him if he was okay. But as soon as Dio saw who the person was, he couldn't help but felt a little bit excited. His guess is right. It was Logan, or many people might be more familiar with his other name. Wolverine. Is he your acquaintance? If so, we might have to leave this place as soon as possible. I think someone has called the cops. Dio nodded and helped Logan walk away from the place as Dio saw that the infamous Wolverine was still intoxicated. But as soon as Dio wanted to walk away, the bouncer earlier came with his friends to stop Dio from leaving. You! How dare you make me look like a weak sauce? I will beat you up for trying to rescue that beaten shit. Dio sighed as he had no choice but to deal with around 20 thugs. Chapter 219. Dio felt that these men were ungrateful. Didn't they know that Dio just saved them from a horrendous death? They clearly didn't know who they were up against. If Wolverine was angered, these people would have regretted their attitude. I said, on your knees, and ask me for mercy. The bouncer said commandingly. Dio looked over, and Christine was hiding behind his back, so killing these mobs was out of option. He couldn't scare Christine, for he still had more to learn from her. Christine, wait here for me, I will deal with them. Dio said as he reassured Christine to wait. No, we better wait for the cops. They are clearly dangerous. It's fine, I know how to handle a guy like this. Dio said with a light smile on his face. He then proceeded to put Logan down on the ground and walked over to the bouncer. Fuck, aren't you fearless? How dare you taunt me like this? Guys! Capture that woman too. Dio sighed and immediately punched the closest man to him on the arm, causing a broken bone sound. Dio repeated this action to all men that approached him and thus resulted in all of them having some sort of broken bones. The crowds gathered were in awe, as they thought that they just saw a kung fu movie. The bouncer, however, fell to the ground looking scared. He didn't expect all the men he brought would be brought down in an instant like this. Stay back. Don't come near me. Can we go now? Or do you want to end up with a broken bone like the rest of your friends? The bouncer nodded his head quickly as the fear intensified. He didn't dare to stop Dio again as he really feared Dio right now. Now, I don't want you anywhere near this establishment again, you hear me? If I ever saw you do something illegal again, it will be more than just a threat. Dio said while he showed the bouncer the federal ID badge that he got from Nick Fury at the time. The bouncer immediately turned pale after seeing the FBI badge that Dio showed. It was clear that this was a huge mishap on his end. There was no way a small gang member like him could fight a federal bureau. Dio immediately walked away and put back his FBI badge inside his pocket. What did you show him? He looked scared for a moment. Nothing, it was just a fake FBI badge that I got from a friend. It seems like it worked, so that's that. We need to leave now. By the way, the police will arrive here soon. Christine nodded, but she knew what she saw. The badge was real. It couldn't be a fake. She began to wonder who Dio really was, as she couldn't help but fantasize about this moment as one of the spy moments in the movie. The three of them immediately walked towards Dio's car, and Christine immediately helped Dio to take Logan to the back seat. Aren't you afraid of the consequences of impersonating an FBI agent? You will be in so much trouble if you get caught. Relax, I am not misusing it. I only use it to scare away some scumbags that come my way, for slightly better protection. But seriously, I am starting to think that you are some sort of secret agent now, seeing that you are able to win even though you seem at a disadvantage earlier. Christine said with a smile on her face. Chapter 220. Dio then proceeded to drive Kristen home, and once he got there, Christine offered Dio to come inside and have a cup of coffee. Maybe next time, I need to do something in the morning tomorrow, Dio said apologetically. Christine nodded her head and waved Dio goodbye before entering her house. Dio then drove towards his villa with Logan on his back seat. Logan was the second homeless man ever to enter his house. Unlike Thor, this man had little to none to offer Dio in return. After arriving at his villa, Dio immediately carried Logan into his guest room and threw him in, leaving Logan to sleep drunk as a skunk. The next day, Dio was woken up by an unexpected sound. At first, he thought it was a thief, but once he checked it out, it was just Logan who was going through his kitchen and taking some beer with him. Sorry, is this your house? I am already here when I am awake. I hope you don't mind me taking some of your alcohol. Don't you remember what happened yesterday? I brought you over after some guy beat you up in front of a bar. Well, maybe if you have a bottle of vodka in the house, I might remember it more easily, Logan said casually. No, I don't have vodka, but I might have a bottle of wine in that cabinet, but may I know your name? Dio said while pointing to the cabinet behind Logan. I am Dugan. You can call me by that name. Oh no, that was a fake name, right? I know for a fact that your name is Logan and that you are a mutant. Who are you? How did you know my name? Relax, geez. You stained my floor. Even though he didn't show any fear, Dio knew if he didn't take Logan carefully, he could be bleeding on the floor. If I said that I know you by chance, would you believe me? Dio said casually. Logan didn't take Dio's answer to be reassuring, and thus, he pulled out another claw from his other hand. SHIELD. I know you from SHIELD. You are in their database. I have some connection with SHIELD, and I have some information regarding any special mutant, and that is when I learn about you. You are a mutant who has a strong healing factor, and a codename Wolverine. Dio said casually. SHIELD. I hope you don't lie to me about this. It seems that Logan also knew about SHIELD. Otherwise, he would have questioned Dio some more. Well, that's the hard truth, but hey, I just saved you from killing the man outside that bar and gave you a bed to rest, and now you even take a bunch of my beer. Maybe a little bit of gratitude would be nice. Dio said casually. I don't ask for your help in the first two accounts, but I guess thanks for the beer. Logan said while heading to the door to leave Dio's villa, but before that, Logan took a plastic bag and filled it with the beer from Dio's refrigerator. Hey, what are you doing? I am not giving you that much. Dio said annoyedly. I said thanks, didn't I? In fact, you are too young to drink beer. This sugary shit is more than enough for you. That's stealing. I don't think an X-Man should partake in a robbery. Now you have done it. I have to take away your wine too for that comment. Now, you can beat me up for the things I take, but don't ruin my shirt. Or I will make sure to pay you back for that. Are you sure? I am no pushover, you know. Now, I might have to take your whiskey too for that comment. Logan said tauntingly. He obviously didn't take Dio's words seriously as he saw Dio as a guy who got everything easily. You have said it yourself. Don't regret what you said after I am done. Chapter 221. Let's go then. I will play for 1 hour. Every time I can knock you down, you will lose 1 bottle of whiskey, and of course, I don't mind you fighting back, but it may be better if you don't pop up your claw to attack me. Go on then, attack me. You seem confident enough to do what you said. Dio then took the fight to his backyard, and Logan immediately took off his shirt so that it won't be ripped during the fight. Logan then proceeds to attack Dio and punch him on the face. Dio, who wanted to test the might of the Wolverine, didn't dodge or block the attack, but instead received it head-on. Dio was a little bit surprised that Logan's punch wasn't as bad as he thought. It surely hurt, but not as much as he originally thought. That's it? Is that all you got? Logan looked very surprised that his punch didn't do much, so he jumped towards Dio one more time. But, before his punch connected, Dio grabbed his arm and immediately used Logan's weight to throw him to the ground. Logan was immediately back to his feet again, showing the wild beast agility that he possessed. But the next thing he saw made his blood boiled. He saw Dio took one bottle of whiskey and broke it, spilling all the whiskey to the ground. Well, look at that. One down in a matter of second. It might not take 1 hour to finish this. Dio was influenced by Tony's poisonous tongue, giving him a knack to agitate someone. Logan angrily rushed forward to attack Dio again, but this time, he gave up on defending and only focused on the offensive. That was Wolverine's trademark fighting style that little to none other characters of Marvel could copy. That was because of Logan's feral instinct and his healing factor, making any defensive action unnecessary. However, with his Hammond energy intact, Dio's speed and power were above Logan. So, all Dio had to do was to get used to Logan's attack pattern and timing. As time went by, Logan was frustrated as his attack kept getting blocked and dodged by Dio. He began to think that maybe Dio had mutant power that revolved around defensive capabilities. Dio smirked as he found Logan distracted and immediately launched an uppercut that caught Logan off guard. Logan was once again knocked down, and with that, Dio destroyed another bottle of whiskey. Is it wise to be distracted during a fight? Dio asked Logan tauntingly. Logan was so angry that his claw was popped up by itself, but Logan immediately sheathed them back down because the rule said that he couldn't use his claw, and he found that fair. Are you also a mutant? Logan asked curiously. You aren't the first person to ask me that question, but no. I am not a mutant. My strength comes from a type of energy called Hammond energy. This energy allows me to do many things. Many things. What a farce. He didn't believe that kind of power existed. And so, Logan immediately took a big boulder and threw it towards Dio. He might not be able to use his adamantium claw, but it was not against the rule to use any weapon available in the vicinity. Dio smirked and cut the boulder that was thrown at him smoothly into 2 sections. Logan was surprised once more. He thought that the boulder was cut with adamantium, considering how cleanly it was cut. You know, my Hammond energy doesn't only allow me to cut the stone cleanly like that, but it can also be used as a propeller to make everything more powerful and faster than what they should be. Dio said as he took a small pebble and flicked it to a 3 near Logan. The pebble flew with such a speed that Logan had no time to move, but fortunately, it wasn't directed to Logan's head. It flew near Logan's head and then directly to a tree and created a hole on the tree. Logan was surprised. He doesn't think he ever fought someone like Dio in hundreds of years that he has lived. What the hell are you? Logan said, surprisedly. I am just a restaurant owner, nothing more. I occasionally take a part-time jobs at S.H.I.E.L.D. to cure some ailment of their choice, but well, I don't trust them that much. So, what is your purpose in helping me? Logan said curiously. To expand my potential customer. If you can pay, I will help you remove the chronic toxins that were caused by the adamantium inside you. Toxins? I don't know, what are you talking about? I don't get sick. My healing factor prevents me from having one. I am sure you are taking me for someone else. All that he knew at the moment was that his healing factor would keep him immortal, no matter what happened. But he didn't know that in the future, the adamantium created a potent toxin inside his body that prevented his healing factor to work properly. For now, Dio was the only one in the world who had that knowledge. Chapter 220. Logan left while carrying a plastic full of beer and bottles of whiskey. Dio was satisfied as he finally had a chance to spar with the infamous Wolverine. But he was left a little bit disappointed as Logan wasn't as powerful as he thought. He knew that he could be meeting Logan again in the future, but he didn't know whether it was as an enemy or ally. After looking at the time, Dio then took a bath and called Nick Fury for a favor to provide the NYU with cadaver for learning purposes. Nick Fury was a little bit surprised to receive a call from Dio, and thus he refused immediately, but after some threat and convincing, Nick Fury finally agreed to provide his help. I also want to ask you something. Is there any way for the S.H.I.E.L.D. to get some rare metal for me? What kind of material are we talking about? Nick asked curiously. Something like adamantium alloy, or maybe vibranium. After dealing with the Asgard problem, I realized that I need a weapon for myself. Nick Fury fell silent for a while. He knew what Dio was talking about because deep down, he felt the same thing. The threat that Earth faced was more powerful than any individual power out there. How did you know about adamantium alloy? Nick asked compulsively. I helped a hobo earlier, and this morning I almost got sliced in 2 by his sharp claw. Go figure. Dio said annoyedly. Why would you friends with Wolverine? Didn't you know that little wolf isn't domesticated yet? Obviously, I don't really know who he was. In fact, he stole my alcohol. Should I call the police on his ass? Well, okay, I will send someone to monitor his every move. But for the adamantium alloy, I will see what I can do. But don't keep your hopes up. I don't know if I could get some of them for you, it was in the military hands now, and S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't in good terms with those guys. But, you know, I could make it possible faster, if you want to join my program. Nick said casually. Forget it, on the second thought, I don't need it that much. Dio said annoyedly. Nick still hasn't given up the attempt to recruit Dio for his stupid Avenger program. He planned to visit William Stryker compound later and steal the adamantium inside himself. After ending the call with Nick, Dio immediately sent a text to Christine stating that the cadaver problem should be resolved and that the campus would receive cadaver donations soon, but the amount was still unknown. Christine immediately replied to Dio, profusely thanking him on behalf of her alma mater and mentor. Dio then proceeded to list the metal that he wanted and how to get it. The first in the list was adamantium, and he knew that William Stryker should have it on his secret base. The second on the list was vibranium, and he knew the easiest way to get it was from Wakanda, but entering Wakanda was still a problem. There was still the URU metal and Yaka arrow, but he didn't think he had a way to travel to space yet. He also thought of the metal the destroyer was made of, but he still needed Tony to finish his research on that thing first, and he didn't know if Tony would succeed or not. Dio knew that a combination of all this material would give him the best weapon possible. But he knew that getting them wasn't as easy as it seemed. Chapter 223. Nick Fury worked efficiently this time. In only 2 days, a total of 30 cadavers has arrived at New York University School of Medicine. The dean sounded really excited when he thanked Christine, as that was the first time that he got this many cadavers at one time. NYU surely had many powerful connections as they had many influential alumni, but getting a cadaver was still challenging. So, the campus started to pay more attention toward Dio's need and tried to give him space to learn efficiently. Of course, it was all through Christine's effort too. At 8 p.m. on Friday, Dio has already closed the restaurant and waited for Will to finish his shift and leave the restaurant. After that, he immediately went inside the office and immediately broke a new camera that he has prepared beforehand on the office table. Suddenly the broken camera spat out a clear image, an image of William Stryker. Dio was using the hermit purple stand to get the necessary information about Stryker's secret base. At this time, this was the only stand in his arsenal that could spy on people. Unfortunately for Dio, for these few days, Stryker has been holding a military meeting and went straight home afterward, so Dio hasn't grasped the information about the secret base at all. And this time, it was no different, as Dio saw that Stryker was still at his home. Just as Dio was thinking on how to get the information he needed, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw a text from Christine, informing him that she was ready to go to the campus and teach Dio on human body surgery using the cadaver from earlier. A few hours later, Dio's class with Christine was finally over. Christine was a little bit surprised to see Dio didn't get disgusted by the cadaver, making her think that Dio was already used to seeing a dead body in his life. When Christine asked Dio why he wasn't afraid of the dead body, Dio's answer was understandable. He said that there was no reason for the living to be afraid of the dead. Dio immediately drove Christine to her house. There was nowhere else to go to as the clock had shown the time at 1 a.m. Will you invite me at this time? I don't have any hobo on my back seat to deal with this time. I can't now, drinking coffee will affect my sleep, and I have surgeries tomorrow, let's do it another time. Christine said apologetically. Christine felt bad because deep down, she wanted to know about Dio more and spend some time with him, but the circumstance was really against her. She was envious of some people who weren't affected after drinking so much coffee. That's a pity, maybe I will make my own coffee for you next time. Well, I will get going now, good night. Okay, see you later. Be careful on your way back. Dio wasn't in dire need of sexual act, he was just suggesting to Christine in a flirty way to tease her too, but she was really a beautiful girl, so if she really wanted Dio, he wouldn't reject her. However, on the car, Dio once again broke another camera to activate Hermit Purple's effect and spy on Stryker again. Fortunately, this time, the background has changed. Stryker was in his secret base. Dio felt excited as he finally found where Stryker has kept the adamantium this whole time. It was in the 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania. Chapter 224. Dio didn't expect William Stryker would come into the secret base at midnight. Fortunately for Dio, he remembered to check at the last minute. Now all he had to do was backtrack William Stryker's move before he arrived at his secret base so that Dio could get to the secret base without a problem later. Dio immediately went to Stryker's home and used the Moody Blues to backtrack Stryker's path. About 2 hours later, Dio successfully got the Moody Blues to access Stryker's path, and so he followed the Moody Blues to the secret base. About an hour later, Dio arrived at a place that looked like a chemical factory. if it was not because of Moody Blues, he wouldn't believe that was the place. After parking his car in a rather secluded location, Dio immediately swapped the Moody Blues into Knum and immediately walked into the guarded place confidently. But inside the place, Dio was a little bit surprised to see that the guards were all taken down. They had a familiar puncture wound on their chest and stomach, leading Dio to the conclusion that Wolverine was also there. Dio immediately thought whether this was the time when Logan was chasing after Stryker to get his revenge. This night would be exciting. But Dio was a little bit curious about how did Logan found this place. Did Stryker somehow bait Logan to come there? If it was true, then Logan might be in danger. As he pushed forward, a man suddenly ran into him, and as soon as the man saw Dio, he tried to get away in fear, but Dio was fast, and thus he immediately grabbed the man's cloth so that he couldn't get away. What is this place? How come there are so many people died here? This is Colonel William Stryker's base. This place was dedicated to research a mutant. I don't know the details, but it seems a mutant was wreaking havoc in this place. Where did the mutant go? Is he already captured? Where is William Stryker? Is he still inside this base? I don't know, the mutant may be still inside the base, but I don't know anything about Colonel Stryker. He may still be inside too. The man said worriedly. So, what is the purpose of this place? Is it for a human experiment? It is, but it's all done with consent. This place was built mainly for experiments in adamantium and how to implant the mineral onto the human body. Dio let the man go and smirked as he continued to walk inside. He finally realized that this place was indeed the place that he was searching for. William Stryker was currently on the run while being chased by Logan, but suddenly he stopped and deliberately let Logan enter the room he was in. Logan. How great of you to visit me. Are you here to express your gratitude to the adamantium on your body? Don't take me for a fool, Stryker. Today is the day you meet your maker. Logan immediately rushed towards Stryker in order to strike him down, but suddenly from the side, a woman appeared, piercing Logan's chest with a sharp claw that was also made with adamantium. Logan immediately understood why Stryker didn't keep running. This woman could hold her ground against Logan. Now, it was a bad move to attack me. So, Lady Deathstrike, feel free to chop him up. Stryker then left the place while laughing profusely, leaving Logan to fend off Lady Deathstrike on his own. Chapter 225. Stryker. Logan shouted in frustration. He tried to chase Stryker again but immediately realized that the woman in front of him was much faster than him. Logan immediately attacked the woman, but was surprised once again that the woman also had a strong healing factor like him. The woman smiled creepily before attacking Logan in his heart. This fatal strike was nothing to Logan as his healing factor would heal him back again. Logan and Lady Deathstrike kept attacking each other despite unable to kill one another. In the meantime, Dio was in the room nearby and observed the fight from afar. He knew that Logan was backed into a corner at that moment. Dio was a little bit amused as the fight was intense, with none of them could be killed using normal methods. But at the same moment, Dio saw the vat of black liquid in the room where both fight and instantly knew that the liquid was the thing that he has been searching for. But the next problem immediately occurred: how on earth will Dio take the adamantium? The liquid adamantium would immediately start to harden as it cooled down, and once it was hardened, it will be nearly impossible to do anything to it. Suddenly, Dio saw that Logan was about to get kicked onto the vat of adamantium, and Dio immediately kicked Logan aside as he got nervous that somehow the adamantium would be spilled. Logan was surprised to see a man came out of nowhere and saved him from falling to the adamantium container. Lady Deathstrike was annoyed by the arrival of a new enemy, and she immediately rushed toward Dio so that she could avoid fighting two opponents at once. Seeing that the woman was after his life, Dio immediately reinforced his body with thick Hammond energy and concentrated a hefty amount on his fist. As soon as the woman was close enough, Dio punched her face, flinging her to the wall. Dio's punch was enough to kill an elephant, but because this woman was already reinforced with adamantium and her healing factor, she stood back up like nothing ever happened. Logan, however, stood in the middle of the room, surprised to see the man's strength. "Hey, what are you standing around like an idiot for? Help me find her weakness." Logan was startled once again. He knew that voice. Dio, in fact, only changed his appearance and not his voice, so Logan immediately recognized his voice while he was confused as nothing else was the same. "Have you finished all that beer and whiskey?" Dio asked Logan in amusement. "It really is you," Logan said in disbelief. "Hey, watch out!" Dio shouted to Logan as the woman suddenly attacked. The woman attacked, but Dio knew that she was still mildly confused as her head was bashed to the wall earlier. Even if she had an adamantium skull, her brain wasn't protected from the concussion. She would feel the effect, but the damage to her brain would be immediately healed. Therefore, Logan had lost his memory. He was shot at point blank by an adamantium bullet to the head. After realizing the impact of Dio's attack, Logan copied it immediately. He rushed forward and grabbed the woman's head, and bashed her head towards the wall and the floor. The woman immediately lost her ability to fight as she couldn't move her body like she wanted to due to the effect of concussion. Dio immediately walked toward the vat of adamantium and immediately searched for a way to move the adamantium without spilling it. He knew that he could inject the adamantium to the woman's body using the syringe nearby, but Dio chose not to as he didn't want to waste any of this adamantium to an irrelevant person. Chapter 226. One thing that William Stryker needed in order to make his adamantium experiment a success was a strong human body with a healing factor. That was because of the excruciating pain that the subject will undergo and the damaged bones that will happen in the middle of the experiment. But even with the strong healing factor, Logan was almost dead for real while undergoing the experiment, and that was why the syringe in Dio's hand would be able to kill either of them easily at that moment. But Dio didn't want to lose any of this adamantium for that purpose, so he didn't want to use it to kill any of them. Dio thought for a bit and realized that the only method to take this adamantium was to keep the container extremely hot all the time. Fortunately for Dio, he had the Scarlet Overdrive, but will his Hammond energy be enough to keep the adamantium from hardening? Dio immediately tried to heat up his hands with the Scarlet Overdrive and immediately touched the container to copy the temperature of the liquid inside it. Dio immediately knew that his plan would work, and so he immediately cut the entire container out of the machine it was hooked up to and lifted the container up. Dio noticed that Logan was still fighting the woman from before and frowned as he realized that Logan was still losing against this woman. "Hey, do you need any help over there?" Dio asked Logan casually. "About damn time if you ask me," Logan shouted in annoyance. "Then hold her down and make sure that her claw is contained," Dio said while walking towards Logan and the woman with the adamantium container in his hand. Logan immediately directed both of the woman's hands toward her own chest and locked them down with his own claw. The woman felt dread as she saw Dio walk towards them. She felt her brain took serious damage earlier, and she also knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand another punch from Dio. She tried to break free out of Logan's hold, but Logan was adamant about keeping her in place. Dio immediately concentrated a significant amount of Hammond energy on his left hand and punched the woman's head to the ground. She immediately fell limp to the ground, unmoved. Logan immediately let her go and sighed in relief that finally, the woman was finally knocked down. "What are you doing here? Did you come for the adamantium? You do know that you need to keep them at 1500 F, right?" "I know, it's already taken care of," Dio said casually. He immediately increased the Hammond energy that fueled the Scarlet Overdrive to increase its heat. Logan was surprised to see Dio's hand turned red, heating up the adamantium container from outside. "Hurry up, there would be more people coming to this place soon," Dio said, urging Logan to walk out of the base. Logan nodded and scraped the wall to make a path out of the base for them both. Once they were outside of the base, Logan immediately told Dio to wait as he would bring a military truck over to help Dio take the adamantium container out of this place. Dio nodded as he also realized that he couldn't drive while holding the heated container like this, so he waited for Logan to bring the truck over. Not too long after, Logan came with a military truck, and Dio immediately told Logan to drive toward Dio's car. Dio didn't want to leave his car there, after all, the car was still on loan. He didn't want to lose all the money that he has already spent on the car. Logan was speechless as he couldn't believe that Dio still had the leeway to think about something that trivial, as he knew that they couldn't drive on a sports car with that container still on Dio's hand. But he was proven wrong after seeing that Dio never intended to drive the Porsche. In fact, Dio lifted the Porsche and put it on the back of the military truck. Logan was shocked in disbelief. How come an ordinary person could do all these things? He could turn into another man, kept the adamantium container in extreme heat, and lifted a car easily. This guy was full of jokes. Meanwhile, Stryker, who successfully escaped the base earlier, had brought reinforcement with him to capture Logan, but he was surprised to see that the only person waiting for him inside the base was Lady Deathstrike, complete losing control of herself and couldn't heed his order anymore. Chapter 227. Dio then directed Logan towards Tony's villa as he thought that Tony was the only one who could make him the weapon that he wanted. After Dio stepped out of the truck, Logan nodded and immediately left with the truck. Dio then waved to Tony's camera, and Tony immediately opened the door and excitedly approached Dio. "What is this? Is this it? Why am I feeling disappointed? Don't you want to know what this is?" Dio said teasingly. Tony then led Dio to his studio and immediately connected the heating device that he prepared earlier to the container in Dio's hand. Dio immediately sighed in relief, knowing that he didn't have to maintain the scarlet overdrive to keep the liquid adamantium hot. So, what the hell is this thing? All I can see is some form of liquid metal. Have you ever heard of metal called adamantium? Dio said with a smirk on his face. Adamantium? Isn't that the metal used on a top-secret project by the USA government? I already did my research on this metal once, but because the amount was too few, I failed. Tony said as he became more interested in the adamantium in front of him. Well, yes. But it's mine now. This is adamantium in liquid form. They need to be kept on at least 1500 F, or it will solidify, and once it hardens, the adamantium is almost indestructible, and it would be almost impossible to work with. Jarvis, scan and analyze this thing. Tony said to Jarvis. So, where did you steal it from? I know that this is not something you can find lying around on the street, and knowing you, you must have used an illegal means to get your hands on this. Let's just say, I took it from a person that the world would be glad if he doesn't exist, and I didn't kill anyone to get this thing, Dio said sincerely. Tony then shook his head as he knew that Dio had messed with the secret military project, but chose not to do anything about it. Jarvis then suddenly announced that the data about the adamantium was ready, and Tony could look at the data at any time. As Tony looked at the data, he became excited all of a sudden. This metal was unique, as it was the strongest and hardest type of metal there was. Now, I know that you came here because you need my help to tweak with this thing, right? So, spit it out. I will do it if you leave this metal on my care. You are in the presence of the world's greatest scientist, so there is almost nothing I can't do. Tony didn't hold back his poisonous tongue. If he wanted to have something, he wouldn't wait for others to offer him one, he will go for it himself. Dio was a little annoyed by Tony's arrogance, but as Tony said, Dio needed his help for this one. Well, I want a sword, the best of the kind. I already have a rough image of what it looks like. And adamantium is only a part of the material for that sword. I will find the next material, and if you create the sword that I want, the rest of the material would be yours. Is that it? A sword? Consider it done. Chapter 228. Dio and Tony immediately shook hands, marking their new partnership. Tony also deliberately erased any surveillance recording that showed the military truck that Dio and Logan drove, and Tony also made sure that nothing could be traced back to Dio or to himself. Don't tell Pepper about anything that happened tonight, okay? Tony said as he saw Dio off. Dio nodded and immediately entered his Porsche and left Tony's villa to return to his own home. At the same time, Lady Deathstrike has already slaughtered the group of soldiers sent by Stryker to deal with Logan and successfully escaped the base herself. When William Stryker returned to the base, he was surprised to see that every soldier has become a corpse, and the adamantium contained in the base was gone. He became restless as he lost so much in one night. The next day, Dio opened his restaurant like nothing happened. But as the day went by, Nick Fury called him informing that the Shield couldn't give Dio the adamantium, as the Shield's proposal to conduct a research on the adamantium has been rejected by the Council. Nick Fury himself was in the awkward position as this morning the Council called him back and accused the Shield of stealing the adamantium on the military base because the Council has rejected his proposal. Although the Council had to drop the accusation because their lack of evidence and many other problems, Nick was still a little bit agitated to know that someone has stolen the adamantium and made it like the Shield was the one responsible for it. Nick then directly asked Dio on his whereabouts yesterday as he suspected that Dio was the one who stole the adamantium from the military. But Dio's answer was perfect. Not only he had alibi, but he also had proof that he wasn't anywhere near any secret military base. But this was all thanks to Tony's meddling. Tony has already prepared an alibi for Dio, and he also had erased all digital proof that Dio came to the military base last night, and so, without anything else to ask, Nick ended the call. After the call ended, Dio smirked in victory, knowing that the first step to getting the perfect weapon was done. In the next half-month, Dio worked hard in his restaurant and took Christine's lesson very seriously. He already got to the point that if he must operate on Tony again, he would do well by himself. So, in the last lesson, Dio suggested that they suspended the lesson for a while. Christine agreed because, in her eyes, Dio was already a decent surgeon. She was a little bit ashamed of Dio's learning speed and said that she would be ready to teach Dio anything else he needed in the future. Dio nodded his head while smiling warmly to Christine and then invited her to dinner to commemorate the end of the study session. In the restaurant, Dio and Christine indulged themselves with so many red wine that Christine was dizzy. So, Dio immediately drove her home before she became too drunk to walk. So, it seems that drinking coffee with you will be difficult in the future. Dio said jokingly in front of her house. Well, the coffee that I brew was terrible, so you can forget about it, but you can fulfill your promise to me. How about teaching me that dance move you did back then? What is it called? Torture dance. Christine said teasingly. Yeah, that's the name. I didn't expect you still remember that, but are you sure to do it now? Dio asked with a lustful look. Christine blushed and nodded. I don't want to have any regrets later, she said confidently. Well, that makes the two of us, Dio said with a sultry voice that made Christine blush even more. So, Christine immediately grabbed Dio's hand and entered her house quickly. The music from the bar back then was immediately heard inside the house. Dio then directed Christine to do the torture dance move, holding her hands the entire way, making sure that she got the moves correctly. After a while, the dance move changed to those of light and romantic movements. Neither Dio nor Christine knew when it began, but the night was surely unforgettable, and surely neither of them would regret it. Chapter 229. Dio was currently sitting on the first-class flight toward his next destination, and that was Wakanda, the country that the world thought was declining and poor. But in fact, Wakanda was the most advanced country that the earth had right now. Dio had also closed the restaurant for a week, while also giving Will some bonuses for the week-long vacation. After hours on the plane, Dio finally landed on Wakandan land, but after Dio had done all necessary paperwork, he walked into the nearby toilet and used Knum to change his appearance completely. He then proceeded to hire a high-price experienced guide to bring him to the village of Wakanda. After 20 hours of bumps and toilet stops, Dio finally arrived at the Wakandan village. Dio saw that the village was unique as the home was built with bamboo and wood, with the bottom part hollowed as to make the houses higher than the ground. We are here. Give me my money. Here. It's half of what we promised. You will get the other half when you drive me back to the airport. Okay, good. You are an American who keeps his promise. $1,000 was a huge amount of money there, and that was why the guide was so happy to receive the money from Dio. The guide also worked as a translator for Dio, and Dio also paid him $200 per day for that. So, with his own interpreter, Dio greeted the village resident. Hello, is this the land of Wakanda? I am here to talk business, and thus can I talk to the village chief? The local resident then spoke in an African language to the guide, and the guide immediately told Dio what the local has said. He said that outsider isn't welcome in this village and they have no need of the business that a white man brought, and he also told us to get back to where we came from. The guide said to Dio. Dio wasn't surprised by the locals' rejection, because he already knew about Wakandans' reserved attitude. He thought about it for a while and immediately proposed, that's a shame, but the sky is already dark, can you give us a place to stay just for tonight? I will go back tomorrow, is that okay? Dio said sincerely. The guide immediately translated Dio's word to the local. But Dio had already noticed the change of the locals' faces after hearing Dio's word, so it very likely that this man was the real Wakanda people because Wakanda was so advanced that English was a common language. But since the man was playing dumb, Dio didn't want to break it to him. So, after another whispering, the guide told Dio what the local has said. They agreed to lend us a room, but we have to remain inside at night, as the place has so many dangerous beasts roaming around, the guide said, interpreting the local's word. Thank them for me, and we will leave at dawn. Dio said to the guide and immediately pulled his camera for taking a picture of the beautiful scenery around the village like a tourist would do. Although some of the villagers remained vigilant of Dio's every move, they didn't think Dio was a threat, so they let him be. As the night passed, the Wakandan people started to cook for dinner with a bonfire. Although they don't welcome strangers in their village, they gave Dio and the guide a meal like what they gave their own family, so Dio and the guide still have a warm meal for the night. This was the trademark of Wakandan people's nature. They were very kind and friendly people by nature, and thus if Wakanda wasn't a closed-off country, they would have many friends across the globe. After finishing their meal, Dio entered the house that was already prepared for them and make sure the guide fell asleep so that there would be no trouble for him later tonight. At midnight, Dio then quietly slipped off into the village after hearing that there was no beastly cry outside and approached the house that he determined to be the house of the village chief. Chapter 230. Dio knew that the Wakandan had so many weapons that they could use to protect themselves, and that was why they were fine with two strangers entering their place like this. So, Dio needed to be extra careful so that he wouldn't have to deal with a problematic situation later. So, in front of the villager's house that he believed belonged to someone influential, he used the world to scout inside. And sure enough, the villager was sleeping inside. He also found a cylindrical device that glowed with a blue light near the door. Apparently, this device was like an alarm for an intruder. Dio then thought of the best possible course here, and he knew that he couldn't make any sound as the houses were close to each other. If he did so much as made a commotion, the entire villager would be woken up. So, he took off his clothes and transformed into the villager that he first met and knocked on the door to wake up the villager inside. "Who is there?" the villager said alarmedly. "It's me. I think those two outsiders are a bit questionable." Dio bet that the Wakandan also used English as their communication language because if they don't, his cover would be blown instantly. If the situation got worse, he was prepared to resort to some drastic measure. The most important thing at the moment was to get his hands on some vibranium. "Bablo? Come in and let's talk inside." Dio was very happy inside as Knum successfully deceived the villager. "What did you find, Bablo? Why are you wearing the outsider's pants?" But Dio didn't know how to answer all questions given and therefore decided to stun the villager using the world that was already waiting behind the villager. "How could you betray us, Bablo?" the villager said as he fell unconscious in front of Dio. Seeing that his plan worked smoothly, Dio then began to look around the house for anything he could use to find the real Wakanda. But before he went any further, he transformed into the knocked-out Wakandan and changed into his clothes. Dio also wore any accessories that the Wakandan wore to further perfect his disguise. While doing so, Dio noticed that the watch that Wakandan used was a little bit special, so he immediately took advantage of the night and stuffed the unconscious Wakandan into the trunk of the car he brought in. Dio then returned to the house that he slept earlier and left 200 and a note for the guide and left immediately. As the sun gradually rose, the guide finally awoke, and the first thing that he noticed was that the person that he was supposed to guide was nowhere to be seen. He was confused as he didn't know where the guy wandered off to, so he looked around the house. He became more confused as he finally noticed a 200 and a note near his pillow and immediately checked the content of the note. "I have something to do, leave this village immediately. The money was yours to take, but drive away from here quickly, don't stop no matter what happens, otherwise, you will be in big trouble." The guide immediately became nervous, as he knew that the villagers in this part of the country weren't keen on someone snooping around their place, so the guide panicked and immediately got into his car and quickly left the village. He didn't know what trouble he would get if he stayed, but he didn't want to find out. Chapter 231. After hearing the car machine, Dio immediately stood up and prepared for his next plan. The Wakandan villager didn't really care about the outsider that has left, but they began to worry as Asamoah never showed up. Bablo immediately knocked Asamoah's door, but there was no answer. "Deputy Captain Asamoah, are you inside?" Bablo shouted as he knocked on the door. But there was still no answer. So Bablo and several other Wakandan began to disable the house's security and immediately knocked down the door. They were surprised to see Asamoah fainted inside the house, looking slightly pale. "Asamoah, what happened?" Bablo said as he immediately ran towards Asamoah. He was surprised once again to feel Asamoah's skin was hot to the touch. It seems that he was sick. His body temperature is really high, we need to bring him to Wakanda immediately. How can he be sick? The bracelet doesn't show any abnormalities. It doesn't matter, he needs to be checked in Wakanda immediately. Maybe the bracelet was just broken. Bablo's word managed to convince everyone. They thought maybe the bracelet was in a state where it needed to be serviced, but the most important thing right now was to make sure that Asamoah was okay. "Bablo, I will contact Captain Okoye and request a transfer aircraft to take Asamoah back to Wakanda. I will also request that Princess Suri checks on his condition, it may just be a new type of sickness that the bracelet wasn't able to detect." Another villager said commandingly. Bablo nodded, and soon the villager went out to inform the necessary people in Wakanda. And so not too long after, the Wakandan aircraft that looked like something that came out of a science fiction series came and took Asamoah and immediately flew toward the real Wakanda. At this point, Dio, who disguised himself as Asamoah, was very satisfied with the situation he was currently in. He couldn't believe that he could come into Wakanda this smoothly. He couldn't wait to finally get his hands on the vibranium. Not too long after, Dio finally felt the aircraft was landing, meaning that he has arrived in Wakanda. He wasn't sure how far he has traveled as he didn't spend too much time in the aircraft. He also didn't feel that the aircraft was that fast. But as soon as the aircraft landed, he was immediately carried by the medical personnel inside the aircraft and taken into a huge building not too far away. He saw that inside the building was full of technology that was usually found in a sci-fi movie. Currently, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. was aware of the true nature of Wakanda. "Take him inside, Princess Suri is already waiting," the captain of the royal guard said commandingly. Dio, who had his eyes closed, continued to pretend to be sick and immediately taken into the treatment room, where the princess has been waiting. As Dio, who was currently disguised as Asamoah, arrived, Princess Suri became a little bit excited. She immediately ordered the medical team to take off Asamoah's bracelet and took him into the scanning table immediately. The medical team obeyed without question as they know that Princess Suri was the smartest Wakandan in that era. Chapter 232. Since she didn't see any abnormalities with the bracelet, Princess Suri then began to check Asamoah's body for any abnormalities, but she still found nothing. She has already checked his blood condition, a heart condition, a full scan on his brain, and even his stomach for poisoning, but everything was normal. She felt strange as this never happened before, so she immediately began to cool Asamoah's body with the medical cooling that the facility had. She was surprised once again as Asamoah's body began to cool down rapidly, showing a sign of recovery. She was surprised because, under normal circumstances, the patient body wasn't supposed to cool down this fast. Furthermore, the reason why Asamoah was in this condition in the first place was still unknown. She immediately began to scan Asamoah's body for any change, and she still found nothing. Her report all said that Asamoah was very healthy. What is happening to this man? Suri asked curiously. Suri was planning to examine Asamoah further, but her bracelet beeped. It seems that she had something else to do. Observe him for an hour. If he shows any anomaly, bring him to me immediately, Suri said to the medical personnel. Also, release the people in quarantine. I don't think it is necessary to quarantine them any longer, Suri said to the guards. They immediately nodded as they knew Suri's order was absolute. Suri didn't know that once she left the medical facility, Asamoah immediately opened his eyes and smiled satisfyingly. Dio's disguise was on point this time, and he had succeeded infiltrating Wakanda. All Dio must do right now was to wait for an hour, and probably he would be escorted to a recovery room after. After an hour, Dio woke up, and a guard immediately walked towards him. Change your clothes, Princess Suri wants to see you, a bald female guard said indifferently. Dio nodded and immediately followed the guard toward a room. And he immediately changed his clothes and put on the bracelet. Dio then followed the female guard once again. This time, he knew that he was taken to the research lab where Suri was often worked. He observes his surroundings immediately to plan his escape if things went wrong. Although he knew that Princess Suri was not one to resort to violence, he still must plant a last resort ditch plan. Once he got to the research lab, Dio was a little bit surprised to see the future king of Wakanda and the future Black Panther in person. T'Challa. Hail Prince T'Challa, the guard said with the signature crisscrossed arm movement. Oh, Asamoah, I see that you have recovered well. How do you feel now? Suri said as she heard the guard paid respect to her brother. Thank you, Your Royal Highness, I feel much better now, Dio said as he still disguised as Asamoah. Good, but can you tell me how you got sick in the first place? Did you drink or eat something before you faint? Dio already knew that Suri would try to find an answer on his sudden sickness, and so he already thought thoroughly what he had to say in this situation beforehand. I don't really know, Your Royal Highness, my body started to burn in the middle of the night, and soon after I fell unconscious. Maybe it has something to do with the two outsiders who come to the village yesterday. An outsider? Please tell me about them. Of course, Your Highness. Two outsiders come yesterday claiming to do business with us. It didn't matter whether T'Challa would investigate this matter or not, he won't be here long after all. Chapter 233. After hearing Asamoah's story, T'Challa fell silent for a while. He knew that he wasn't the king yet, so he had to investigate this matter quickly, so there would be no problem for him in the future. I will immediately send some groups to investigate these two outsiders. I believe Wabi's team should be able to find them, T'Challa said confidently. However, T'Challa kept observing Asamoah with a certain uneasiness. He was afraid that somehow, Asamoah was used as a bacteria or virus carrier to wreak havoc on Wakanda soil. Princess Suri was aware of T'Challa's uneasiness, and thus she made her decision quickly. With your story in mind, I believe that you still have to be observed for a while, and so I will make an arrangement for you to stay in here for the time that I have to observe your condition. I hope that there is nothing wrong in the end, she said commandingly. Dio, who was still disguised as Asamoah, couldn't refuse Suri's order and, therefore, only nodded his head and followed the guard to the room he was assigned to. Dio was smiling inside as he was one step closer toward his goal to obtain vibranium. Inside his new room, Dio felt bored waiting for the right time to go out. He must get the vibranium and then leave this country soon. Otherwise, his cover would be blown once the guide was found. So Dio immediately made plans to transform into T'Challa himself. Dio then immediately knocked on the door, and a guard immediately opened his door and asked him what was wrong. Is Prince T'Challa still here? I just remembered that I have some useful information for him. His Highness has been out for quite some time, but I can convey your message for him, the guard said casually. Dio smirked and immediately ordered the world to knock the guards out. And then he immediately placed the guard on his bed to make it look like Asamoah was still sleeping his bed. He then quickly transformed into Chala and headed towards the research lab once more. Along the way, Dio maintained Chala's posture and made sure to greet everyone with the signature criss-crossed arm movement. Once he arrived at the research lab, everyone was quite surprised as he was supposed to be out. "Brother! Why did you come back? Did you forget something? And why are you wearing a different outfit?" "This is just an experiment. I want to see how I look with this outfit," Dio said while smiling lightly. "It's a failure, though, but it still shows a little of your charm," Suri said teasingly. "So, did you only come back to show me your new outfit?" Suri asked exasperatedly. "If I knew you would say this rude comment, I wouldn't come back with this outfit. But no, I am here to get a vibranium. I have some idea of a new weapon and I want to test my theory. Don't worry. I will give you one after I am done," Dio said teasingly. "Why my materials? Didn't your labs also have them? Did you want me to send it over?" "No, no. It's too much work. I am closer to your place, and I am not planning to return to my lab soon, so I need yours." "Are you sure? The vibranium in your lab is a lot bigger." "No. I know, but I am just going to experiment for a little bit. It was such a waste to use the bigger one," Dio said, trying to quench Suri's curiosity. Chapter 234. "You cunning man. You want to surprise father on his birthday, later didn't you? Nothing gets past you, huh? As expected of my sister, but sure, I expect father to be happy after seeing what I have made." Suri then pressed some buttons on her control panel, and a metal box immediately came from the door beside her. Inside was the infamous vibranium alloy itself. "Is this amount enough for you?" Suri asked curiously. "Yes, it should be enough for now," Dio said to Suri. "Trough his guise as Chala." At the same time, Suri's wristband beeped. A sudden communication interrupted Dio and Suri's conversation. "Her Royal Highness, we just found out that Asamoah has stunned the guard and escaped his room. A guard has said from the transmission. Send the guards to find him immediately. Don't worry about me, I am safe here," Suri said confidently. Dio, however, knew that he had to make haste as one end of his guise has been exposed. But as he was about to leave, Suri stopped her. "Brother, I have a new panther armor for you to try," Suri said as he reached for Dio's neck and helped him wear the neck brace. But she was immediately shocked as the neck brace didn't show any sign of activating. Dio was secretly cursing under his breath as he knew that the neck brace would not activate for him. Knum could copy the appearance to perfection, but it couldn't copy any special trait that was unique to that individual. Like Tony's intelligence, Logan's healing factor, or in this case, Chala's special tattoo. Suddenly another transmission was heard in Suri's wristband. "Suri, Asamoah on the base is fake. The real one is with me right now. The enemy is very likely able to transform into someone else. Don't trust anyone coming to you." Suri was frozen on the spot as her mind immediately thought about the entire thing that her brother just said in the transmission. She knew from the beginning that the person in front of him was unusual, and therefore he must be not her real brother. "Look, I don't think that you should do anything, just let me go, and no one would be hurt," Dio said calmly. He also prepared the world in advance, lurking around him if anything bad occurred. Suri ignored Dio's light threat and immediately ran toward a gun on her table, but the world was already behind her. Dio was forced to knock Suri and made her a hostage, as he didn't know what would happen from that moment onwards. Therefore he needed assurance that he could escape this country without any bloodshed. "Let me go," Suri shouted violently. "I am sorry that it comes to this, but I am afraid I need you to escape now," Dio said politely. "My brother would arrest you immediately. Our army would soon surround you like an army of ants that found sugar." Dio was holding on to the bag of vibranium as he wouldn't want to lose it. While Suri's words turned into reality soon enough, Dio was surrounded by the army as soon as he left the base. "Release our princess, right now," the captain of the royal guard shouted threateningly while pointing her spear towards Dio. "Of course, I have no intention of holding her hostage for too long. But I sure need an aircraft for my leave and for you to stop pointing your weapon at me. And of course, there's always an option to refuse my request if your princess' life worthless," Dio said politely. "No, don't listen to him. In the name of the royal family of Wakanda, I command you to capture this man immediately." Dio was surprised by Suri's bravery, but the royal army was different. They were clearly confused about what to do right now. But fortunately for them, Chala's voice was suddenly heard through the intercom on Okoye's arm. "Don't act rashly. Wait for my return, I will solve this myself. Everyone evacuate the place." Okoye said as she obeyed Chala's order. Chapter 235. Invader, let go of my sister, and I promise you can leave Wakanda safely. Chala said calmly in front of Dio. Dio was annoyed at himself at the fact that he was too slow. If he was faster only by a couple of minutes, he would have been far away from this place by now. Now, I know from my point of view that you will keep your words, but I cannot say for sure for anyone else besides you. So, in regards to my safety, I will only let her go after I got an aircraft, and I am able to fly away from this country safely. Dio said confidently. Dio immediately transformed himself into someone else as he thought that talking to the real Chala while using a disguise as Chala himself was awkward. Everyone else, who saw this transformation, looked at Dio in wonders, as their technologies were not yet able to replicate the person completely like what Dio just did. I promise in the name of the son of the current king of Wakanda, I will let you leave Wakanda safely as long as you let her go. Chala insisted. I don't think you hear me earlier, or perhaps you need some kind of motivation before you can do as I say, Dio said calmly as he placed his hand on Suri's neck. Chala immediately became desperate and quickly signaled for the fighter plane to come down. I will agree to your request as long as I become the pilot of the aircraft. Chala said confidently. My prince. That was too dangerous. Stop. I have my own reason. I know Suri wouldn't be completely safe as long as I didn't do this. But don't you worry, I will be safe. Dio knows that Chala must be wearing the panther armor behind his suit, and so, it must be the reason that he was able to remain calm like this. But Dio didn't care about it, so he immediately agreed to Chala's term. Dio smirked while murmuring that he also couldn't wait to see the Black Panther's power. Suri heard what Dio said and froze once more, as she thought that Dio was only a thief, but he seemed to know Wakanda's history to some extent. In the next minutes, Dio followed Chala inside the fighter plane and ready to leave Wakanda. The royal guard could only watch as the fighter plane took off, leaving Wakanda with their prince and princess. The speed of the plane was very fast, allowing Dio to get to wherever he wanted in a relatively short time. Dio then ordered Chala to fly west as he didn't specify his destination just yet. He then proceeded to confuse Chala by ordering to fly south and 5 minutes later ordering him to fly east, and continued to do so for more than an hour. Come on, where do you want to go? This is confusing. I don't know, but maybe I'll know once the aircraft following us leaves. If they don't leave us alone, I am afraid all that we could do is fly around aimlessly in the sky. Dio said confidently. Chala and Suri were a little bit shocked to see Dio notice the aircraft that followed them. Have you noticed from the beginning? Chala asked curiously. No, but after a while, I noticed that after I kidnapped a princess and a prince like this, it'd be unthinkable if no one follows. Thus, I bait you to reveal the current situation. Dio's answer silenced Chala and Suri as they didn't know that the invader this time was also a smart person. Wabi, you have been spotted. Leave immediately. Wabi obeyed without any question as he has already thought that the invader knew of what was happening because of the abnormal route. Very well, my prince. From now on, you are alone, we pray for your safe return. Dio immediately looked out, and suddenly, around 20 fighter planes appeared as they deactivated their stealth system and left immediately. Chapter 236. I promise you in the name of the Black Panther, no one will follow us anymore. Chala said sincerely. Very well, I hope none of your people would tarnish the name of the Black Panther. Dio said casually. He then directed Chala to fly toward Japan. Not long after that, the invisible fighter plane landed in a quiet park unnoticed. I have fulfilled my part of the agreement, now release my sister. Chala said calmly. Now, release the hatch first. Dio said casually. But Chala stared him down, a look of disbelief was written all over his face. Alright, you win. Here you go. Suri and Chala were quite surprised as they didn't expect Dio to release Suri this easily. Suri, are you okay? Chala said as he inspected Suri from head to toe. I am okay, but he took the vibranium alloy. We can't let him go just like that. At the same time, Dio had charged the Hammond energy into his hands and punched the plane's door open. The impact as the door was busted, startled Suri and Chala. Dio, who was listening to their conversation the whole time, immediately walked out of the plane to leave but, Chala immediately clad his Black Panther armor and immediately chased after Dio out of the plane. Now, I did say that you can leave Wakanda safely, but you still have to leave the vibranium behind. Chala said confidently. Well, I believe that confrontation was not inevitable. And so, let's go. Dio stood there, unmoved while Chala charged towards him. He wanted to see just how powerful the Black Panther's attack could be. Chala hit Dio as hard as he could, but Dio's Hammond energy immediately mitigated the damage away. And thus Dio immediately landed a counter-punch to test his hand-to-hand combat, but his attack also didn't do any damage to the Black Panther as the Black Panther suit could absorb the kinetic energy it came into contact with. Dio tried again with a punch coated in Hammond energy, and the result was still the same, the vibranium still absorbed the Hammond energy like it was nothing. In the next couple of minutes, their punch against each other ended in a stalemate. None of them could damage each other. The civilians that walked near them immediately pulled out their phone and started to record the scene as they thought that Dio and Chala were recording some movie or something like that. They began to shout as they saw that Dio finally took the upper hand on the fight. Suri, who was observing the fight on the plane, was shocked to see that her brother's attack couldn't even scratch Dio's shirt. How Dio could do this, she wondered to herself, but the most important thing that crossed her mind was she needed to upgrade her brother's Black Panther suit as she saw that it was lame and had no crowd control. Chapter 237. After a few minutes of testing Black Panther techniques, Dio realized that the Black Panther wasn't using the powerful suit that could discharge a shockwave, so he didn't really have anything more to see from Chala. Is that all you got? I am getting bored. Getting annoyed, Chala immediately ejected the claws on his hands, which were also made of vibranium. Even though vibranium was known from its defensive capabilities, it could still be used as a weapon. Dio immediately dodged Chala's every move as he wasn't sure the claws could break his Hammond barrier or not, and Dio wasn't keen to find out now. Knowing that Chala was using his best tools on his arsenal to defeat Dio, he immediately summoned the world to even the playground. He ordered the world to hold Chala down, and he immediately used Hermit Purple to tie Chala down. Chala immediately became nervous as he couldn't move anymore. He tried to struggle, but it was all in vain. You won. Kill me now, warrior of Wakanda would never ask for mercy. But at the same time, seeing that her brother lost and accepted his defeat, Suri immediately intervened and pointed her guns toward Dio. Let him go. Or I will shoot. Leave, Suri. I am already defeated. No. I will not let you die. Hey, you need that vibranium to make something, right? I could help you out as long as you let my brother go. No, there is no need for that. I will take this vibranium for now and leave. Let's just say that I owe this vibranium to Wakanda for now. I will pay it back in the future, but please don't follow me, it wouldn't end well if you do. Dio said politely. Dio immediately left and desummoned the world and the Hermit Purple as he leaves. Although Chala was free from his shackles, he didn't dare to chase after Dio. He didn't want to act rashly and chose to take Dio's word for it. But Chala felt awful as he let Dio go. He let his defeat sunk in, and he now felt powerless again. But another thing that he knew for sure was that Dio wasn't the enemy of Wakanda. At least Chala never really felt any aggression and hostility toward Wakanda from him. Are you sure to let that person go? Suri said curiously. Yeah, I don't think he is a threat to Wakanda, Chala said confidently. Chala arrived at this conclusion as he realized that Dio could kill Chala or Suri whenever he wanted. But he didn't do it. He also realized that he only lost a few vibranium, but he also hoped that the man wouldn't sell it to anyone who could misuse the vibranium in the future. In fact, Chala was looking forward to seeing the man again in the future, but the first thing he needed to do was to get stronger. Even Suri's anger dissipated as he saw Dio left, and she immediately began to tend her brother quickly. It wasn't long before both of them were spotted by the Wakanda fighter plane and left Japan quickly. Chala's boarding was noticed by the civilian who recorded the fight earlier, and they were shocked to see a flying object so close to them. They originally thought that this was a movie scene, and thus they didn't expect the flying object would actually move. They felt excited and began to take a picture of the mysterious plane and Chala, who was boarding the said plane. Chapter 238. Dio walked through Tokyo's street aimlessly as he didn't have any money on him at the moment. Dio thought about getting a desperate woman to help him for the night, but as he saw that the women on the Tokyo street either had their own partner or used a thick makeup, he lost all interest in them. He immediately shifted his attention toward the Yakuza. He believed that no one would blame him for borrowing some money from them. So, he entered a dark alley and transformed into a handsome man worthy of a Hollywood star. Dio then headed to the entertainment area, and sure enough, a man with a business attire immediately approached Dio. Friend, can I have a little of your time? My name is Huang Mao, I am from the Xinhui Entertainment. I saw you from afar, and I couldn't help but notice that you have the potential in the entertainment business. Huang Mao said as he gave his business card to Dio to prove his word. He spoke with a sincere attitude, making it hard for a normal person to reject his offer. Dio smirked as he knew that this man's invitation was more like a trap for a newcomer. He knows with his current face, Hollywood wouldn't even wait to cast him on the next movie or advertisement, and thus Dio bluntly rejected the man's offer. "I am sorry, I am not interested in working in entertainment industry. I even rejected the offer of some Hollywood production house called CAA." Dio said confidently. Hearing that Dio had rejected CAA, the man became more enthusiastic. He wanted Dio to sign his contract as to make his own agency become famous. So, Huang Mao used his secret weapon. He whispered to Dio that he would provide him with a beautiful woman for Dio to sleep with later. Of course, Dio wasn't surprised when he heard Huang Mao said this. He already knew this kind of tactic too. Dio smirked as his plan worked perfectly. This guy must have a connection to the Yakuza for sure. So, Dio nodded his head to express his agreement with Huang Mao's offer. Huang Mao then politely invited Dio to a place more suitable to make a deal. Huang Mao smirked when he walked in front of Dio as he thought that he netted a big fish. Not long after, Huang Mao and Dio arrived in front of a hotel, and Huang Mao brought Dio to room 402 right away as two women with kimono had waited inside. "Who are these women? Why are they here?" "These women are here to entertain you. I will leave you with them for a while as I would take your contract in my office first. I hope that you will not get bored by these beauties," Huang Mao said while laughing innocently. "Well done, my friend. I'll be sure to get to know them closely." "Well then, I have to go now, enjoy your stay," Huang Mao said as he left the room. After Huang Mao left, Dio immediately knocked the women out and waited for Huang Mao's return. Dio knew that Huang Mao would probably bring many backup, or maybe a totally different group might knock on his door soon. He was already familiar with this type of scam. Huang Mao would come with some thugs and accuse him of adultery or many other types of criminal acts and threaten to report Dio to the police. A normal foreigner most likely would be scared of the possibility of them serving jail time in a foreign country and thus will be trapped to accept whatever condition that the thugs offered. But Dio already knew what to do in this type of situation. Chapter 239. The Yakuza was confused as they didn't hear any sound from Dio's room. They couldn't even see inside the room as the camera was blocked by Dio's backpack. They began to wonder whether Dio knew about their scheme or not. As their suspicion arose, they just quickly walked toward Dio's room. As they arrived at Dio's room, they immediately entered without knocking. After all, they had the key to the room. Once they entered the room, the scene in front of them surprised them all. They saw Dio was sitting on a chair beside the bed while the two women that they left with Dio were fast asleep while still fully clothed. The situation became very awkward as they didn't expect something like this ever happened, and Dio didn't say anything either. "The hotel service here was really good. What are you all doing here? Are you here to take my picture? Tie him up. We have to keep him silent." The Yakuzas immediately surrounded Dio to capture him. They were a little bit angry as they saw it was like they were being played by Dio. They were also a little bit annoyed by Huang Mao for leaving Dio without confirming his identity. Dio immediately summoned the hanged man and immediately gave him order. "Kill everyone except the two women on the bed," Dio said as he ordered the hanged man. The hanged man immediately obeyed Dio's order and began to slice the throat of the Yakuzas. The Yakuzas in the back were startled as their friend began to fall one by one with no clear reasoning. They tried to escape, but it was all too late. Hanged man was killing them all too fast. Until Huang Mao, the last person, was left frozen on the floor, scared shitless. Hanged man killed Huang Mao without any pity and immediately returned to Dio's left eye afterward. Dio could feel a little bit disappointed from hanged man. He knew that this kind of people wasn't enough to satisfy the hanged man, but he didn't have that kind of enemy as of the moment. Dio immediately rummaged through every corpse right away. He took their cell phones and every bit of cash that the Yakuzas had on their wallets. After that, he took his backpack and walked outside of the hotel with another disguise. Half an hour later, the strong smell of blood attracted a nearby hotel guest, and once they saw the gory scene inside the room, he screamed loudly, alerting the hotel staff and everyone else at the hotel. Dio threw the phone that he got earlier as he couldn't use it. Everything was in Japanese, and furthermore, the phone was full of encoded application. He also couldn't go into any hotel, for he didn't bring any identification card on him. Sure, the thugs earlier had some driver ID, but he wasn't keen on using any of their identity. And thus, Dio resorted to walking around Akihabara to taste any Japanese food that struck his fancy. He also met a woman who was surprisingly eye-catching and had a good chit-chat with her to the point that she even invited Dio to her house. But after following the woman back to her house, Dio felt pity. Obviously, not everyone was as fortunate as he was, so, after he entered the woman's house, Dio immediately made her fall asleep without doing anything. Dio sighed and took a rest himself, for he was having quite a hectic day himself. The next day, Dio woke up early. He made himself breakfast and left the woman a quite sum of cash that he got from the Yakuzas earlier and immediately left toward a nearby store to buy an international calling card. After that, he found a phone booth and quickly called Tony to pick him up. Dio called Tony several times, but he didn't answer any of Dio's call, and thus Dio kept trying relentlessly as he knew that Tony was still immersed in studying the adamantium, or he was in the SHIELD headquarters, studying the destroyer's armor. Dio's relentless call finally got through. Tony answered the call with an annoyed tone. This better be a good call. No matter who you are, I will light your house on fire if it isn't. Chapter 240. Hey Tony, it's me. Dio said hastily. Dio. What the hell? Why is your number showing Japan area code? Are you in Japan? Where are you? I have to make sure you are alone first. Yeah, I am alone. You are free to talk now. I assume you are not in Japan for a holiday, right? Shut up. I have obtained the second material for my blade. Now I have a favor to ask. Now I am interested, what do you need me to do? Tony asked curiously. I need you to pick me up here. I have caused some trouble that makes it hard for me to travel with any convenient method right now. Dio said a little bit annoyed. Sure, Jarvis has already locked on your position, but tell me, what did you do in Japan? Did you burn a temple or something? Shut up, Tony. Not this time. Jarvis, connect me with Pepper quickly. Tony said as he ordered Jarvis. He wanted to prepare his flight to Japan ASAP. Meanwhile, in SHIELD's headquarters, Nick Fury was having another headache as he received a report from his field officer in Japan. In the report, a video showing that Prince Chala and Princess Suri was fighting against an unknown man with an advanced flying machine as their background. Fury knew that this flying machine must be Wakandan aircraft as he already knew that Wakanda wasn't as poor in decline as the world thought. But the important thing was the man that they were fighting with. Who was this man? Why would the Wakanda royal family fight him in person? This kind of question really made his brain spin. He has already used the SHIELD's database that almost covered every single person's record in the world, but he couldn't find the guy. One thing that Nick hated the most was not knowing things that were right in front of his eyes. Nick had suspected that the unknown man was Dio because he also disappeared without any notice, but his resource told him that Dio was having a vacation in China. If that was the truth, then who was this unknown man? Coulson. Head to my office immediately. Not long after that, Coulson came to the office with the signature smile on his face. Did we have any high-ranking agent in Japan who was free right now? Nick asked Coulson immediately. I think Barton is available. He is currently in Sapporo, dealing with another Hydra base. Coulson answered casually. Great, tell him and several agents in Japan to investigate this video. Nick said as he showed the video Chala fighting against an unknown assailant. I will see what I can do, but I am afraid they may be too busy dealing with the Hydra right now. There is not much manpower left after Hydra takes over. Enough said, Agent. A new batch of agents that have been cleared of any potential harm to the SHIELD has been confirmed. They would come in soon enough. Coulson nodded his head while pertaining his signature smile, although he wasn't satisfied with the director's answer as a newbie wouldn't have a good mission assessment in the first few missions that they were assigned to. What about the captain, director? Is he ready to be deployed? No. He still had so much to catch up. 70 years is a long time. How about Dr. Banner? Have we found his whereabouts? Yes, I believe we were already homing in his location, Director. Coulson said with a smile. Good. Just observe him for now. Chapter 241. Akihabara was the center of Tokyo's culture, but it was a pity that Dio was never able to come to this place in his past life. But now, he didn't have any interest in exploring this place as his interest was no longer the same as his previous life. But not with Tony Stark. With all his eccentric nature chose to hold his international exhibition in the dead center of Akihabara, so Dio had no choice but to spend his money on the accommodation to come to Akihabara and also bought an Iron Man's mask to blend in with the rest of the Iron Man's fans. Dio saw that many cosplayers came to the event with their best costume in play, but the best costume out of all of them immediately came from the sky, demanding attention from all people that attended the event. People began to shout as Iron Man took the platform. Dio also saw that Tony invited many girls Iron Man's cosplayers to come to the stage with him. Dio sighed as he realized this was just Tony was. And he should have known better, even though he already vowed to never cheat on Pepper ever, his playboy side still popped up from time to time. It wasn't until the stage performance was over that he had the chance to get close to Tony as Tony immediately opened a meet and greet session with his fans after. But it was still not to Dio's liking, as he still had to queue with the other Iron Man fans to get close to Tony. Dio saw that Tony kept flattering the ladies while taking a short time with his male fans. Dio was speechless with Tony's behavior, but he must endure it as there was no other scientist who could make his weapon now. "You want to take a picture with me?" "Sure, if it's someone else, I would refuse, but you are pretty, I wouldn't mind," Tony said as he took a picture with a girl, but as the camera was about to take their picture, the girl kissed Tony on the cheek without Tony's consent. Tony then sent the girl away after that. "Jarvis, make sure that photo is deleted, don't let it get into the internet," Tony said to Jarvis as he was afraid that Pepper would get the wrong idea later. "No problem, sir. It's already done." After that girl, Dio's turn finally arrived. "Now, what is your name, and for whom did I have to sign this photo of mine for?" Tony asked Dio, who was still in his disguise and wearing an Iron Man's mask. Dio then slipped a piece of paper to the table that had, "It's me. We have to leave immediately" written on it. Tony immediately noticed that the man in front of him was none other than Dio, and he smirked as he wanted to cause some scene for Dio. "Now, I have noticed that you are wearing my mask meticulously, you have to be my big fan, aren't you?" Tony said a bit too loudly, causing some laugh from the line behind Dio. Tony also signed the Iron Man's photo with an extra heart and kiss symbol beside it and giving that piece of a signed photo to Dio. "Hey, don't make a scene, I will end this meet and greet soon," Tony whispered to Dio as he hugged him. Dio wanted to smash the photo to Tony's head as soon as he saw the sign but decided not to and stepped aside to let the next person met with Tony. Dio was eager to leave this place as soon as possible. After Dio was done taking pictures with Tony, Tony stood up from his seat and immediately announced that he must cut the event short as he said that he had to be in another place soon. The audience began to sigh and whine as they failed to meet with Tony Stark, the Iron Man personally. "Don't fret. I will take 10 people from the crowd with me back to the USA. Consider it a paid vacation from the Iron Man. These 10's expenses will be paid fully by the Stark Industries." The crowd began to cheer wildly as they were excited to get a free vacation to the USA. Tony then began to choose 9 women from the crowds that caught his attention, almost causing a riot as he walked towards the crowds without any bodyguards beside him. These 9 women were wearing a revealing Iron Man's costume, which was the reason Tony picked them. Even though he said that he was no longer a playboy, he still showed the playboy's trait. "Now, for the last one, I have to pick a man. I don't want the world to think of me as unfair now, wouldn't I?" The crowd cheered once again, but this time, many men tried to draw Tony's attention as they began to shout for Tony to pick them, some of them even flirted with Tony as they thought that they would get Tony's attention that way. Tony felt chills as he heard the men began to flirt with him, and thus, he immediately pointed towards Dio. "It's you. The gentleman with Iron Man mask. With the last person picked, I hope that you guys continue to live in peace and enjoy your life," Tony said as he walked out of the event with the 10 people that he picked in tow. Chapter 242. After arriving in New York, Tony then let Happy handle the rest of the women that he brought from Japan and immediately returned to his villa with Dio while he was still in his disguise. People were a little confused about Tony's behavior, and some even made a speculation that Tony has changed his preference somehow. Once on the villa, Dio immediately dragged Tony to the boxing ring. Dio easily overpowered Tony without breaking a sweat. "Come on, how could your physical endurance be this bad? Aren't you the famous Iron Man? Come on, get up. Don't be a pussy." It was his way to pay Tony back for his action earlier towards Dio, but surely this was all just a friendly practice. Dio had no intention to hurt Tony, physically. Tony immediately got up as he felt Dio hurt his pride. He knew that he had no chance to win against Dio as he never even won against Happy before. Tony had no physical strength, as he put all his effort into the Iron Man armor. But as soon as he got up, Dio then threw a body blow directly to Tony's chest, knocking Tony once again to the mat. This time, Tony ignored all Dio's taunting words as he really felt all his strength left his body. Seeing that Tony had no more stamina to get up and continue to practice his boxing, Dio immediately took off his gloves and immediately went to take a bath. Dio took his time to clean himself and rest for the night. However, once he woke up, he noticed that his backpack that contained the vibranium wasn't where he left it anymore, and so he immediately went down toward Tony's workshop. And sure enough, he saw Tony was still analyzing the metal passionately. "Where did you get this from?" Tony said curiously. "It's better if you don't know," Dio said solemnly. "Is it compatible with the adamantium? I want this thing to be one of the materials for my blade. I need to test it out to reach a definite conclusion for that, but did you know this thing is super rare? I know this is the main material for Captain America's shield, and that is the only vibranium that I know existed. I know that, but did you know which one is stronger, between this and adamantium? Dio said casually. Well, if you look at the characteristic of the metal. Adamantium is definitely stronger. Once it changed from its liquid stage to the solid stage, not even a nuclear bomb would be able to destroy it. But according to my father's research and my earlier research, vibranium excelled at absorbing energy, particularly the kinetic energy. That meant the vibranium was more suitable for defense, while adamantium was more suitable for offense. Tony said, stating the fact. So, it doesn't really matter which one is stronger because each of them has a different build. Dio asked for confirmation. Well, that was only my opinion, so I have to test it further to know the needed fact. Tony said casually. Well, if that was your opinion, then vibranium wouldn't be suitable to be a part of my weapons, right? Dio asked curiously. No. That's not what I'm saying. I mean that vibranium was more efficient as defensive equipment, but if it is used as an offensive weapon, it will still be a high-quality weapon. The most important thing here is how to make sure that the vibranium and adamantium wouldn't lose their characteristic once we fuse them together. Tony said as he explained his thought to Dio. Dio fell silent for a while, trying to comprehend Tony's words, but he immediately gave up. Well, I will leave it to you, since you clearly knew what you are doing, but I still want the vibranium to be incorporated into the blade. Dio said solemnly. But I am still curious on how did you obtain this metal? I know it was so rare that the shield itself was having a problem finding any. Dio knew that Tony had caught up on him. Dio knew that there is no way Tony would believe that he found this rare metal anywhere in Japan. Tony would have suspected that he was only in Japan as an escape to get out of his real trouble. But despite all that, Dio still didn't say anything and kept trying to change the topic of their conversation. He couldn't say that he was getting his hand on the vibranium in somewhat illegal activities. After all, Wakanda hasn't established any diplomatic relations with other countries outside the African continent. Dio also knew that his promise to the heir of Wakanda that he was just borrowing the vibranium and would pay them back later was completely outlandish. There was no telling what Wakanda would need from him later, and that was why he didn't answer any of Tony's question regarding the vibranium. Tony himself has stopped asking after not having any answer from Dio, and thus he completely submerged himself back to his work on the metal. The research on the two metals was enough to excite him. Chapter 243. After Dio returned from Tony's place, he immediately opened his restaurant back, causing an alert in Nick Fury's office. Once Dio got the call from Nick, Dio kept telling him about his vacation in China and didn't know anything about T'Challa or Wakanda. Even though Nick knew that Dio was lying, without any proof, he couldn't do anything about it. In the meantime, the fusion between the adamantium and the vibranium was proven to be a lot harder than it should. Tony has done 23 trials to fuse the two metals together, but it didn't seem to work. There was no progress with Destroyer's armor either. He couldn't find anything on Earth that could damage it, and it was starting to hurt his pride. But Tony turned his frustration into an inspiration. He began to shut himself in his workshop and began researching all the metal at the same time to find anything that he could use. 3 months have passed, and Tony finally called Dio and told him to meet him again in his villa. Dio was excited as he knew that Tony probably had a breakthrough about the metals and the progress of making his blade. Now, I will make it quick so that it would be easier for both of us. I have news for you, good news and bad news. Tony said casually. You mean, you found a way to merge the metals, but you lack the critical material for it? Dio asked knowingly. Great, you catch on fast. Tony said sarcastically. What material do you need? Dio asked casually, ignoring Tony's sarcastic word. It is the metal that makes up the Destroyer's armor. I have researched its characteristics. And it was perfect to become the bonding agent for vibranium and adamantium. But this is where the bad news comes. I couldn't extract anything from that pile of scrap. In fact, I couldn't find anything that could damage it. Tony said frustratingly. Don't make it harder for me, Tony. I know that you have found something else to replace that metal, don't you? If not, you will not call me here to waste your time. Well, look at that. You are a genius in disguise, aren't you? You know, I would never disappoint my believer, so. Here is the good news. I have developed a fusion agent that has the same characteristic as the Destroyer's metal, but I need a little sample from it. And I also need you to join me while forging your blade. But don't be too happy yet. Even with that said, the probability of success is only at 30. Now, when do we start? Dio asked casually. Well, as soon as you get the sample of that Destroyer's armor. Tony said casually. Dio immediately went to the Triskelion building as soon as he left Tony's villa. He needed to get the sample that Tony was asking for inside the shield's base as soon as possible. The issue here was only to get past Nick Fury's observation. As soon as he got there, he was blocked by an agent who said that he needed a pass issued by Director Fury to enter the building. This was all because of the Hydra's incident earlier. The shield has upped their security measure to the point of complete lockdown. So, to answer the agent's question about his pass, Dio punched the metal wall beside the agent's head, resulting in many agents instantly arrived at Dio's location, ready with their firearms. I don't know if Natasha ever told you about me, but I absolutely hated it when someone points a gun at me, Dio said coldly. The place suddenly felt chilling as Dio was prepared to break every arm that was holding a gun towards him, but Coulson arrived, breaking the intense situation. Hey, put down your weapons, agent, if you didn't want to spend the rest of your life in the hospital, Coulson said casually. All agents immediately lowered their guns and returned to their designated locations. I am sorry about that, they don't really know about you as they are new agents who recently passed the test, Coulson said casually as always. Director Fury is waiting for you, you could walk straight in, Coulson said still with his signature smile. Dio then walked inside S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base while following Coulson to Fury's office. The veteran agent inside the base was all shook their head as they knew what happened outside, thinking those new agents sure were brave, stopping Dio like that. Chapter 244. You want a small piece of the armor from the destroyer? Fury asked curiously. Before Dio asked for it, the piece had a small value, and now that Dio came to the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters, Fury realized that the small piece really had some hidden value that he didn't know before. Yes. I don't think we have to do this back and forth, I really want that piece. So, let's strike a bargain for it. No, before that, may I ask what will you do with that piece? Fury asked curiously. Remember when I told you I really wanted a weapon? Dio said annoyedly. Fury froze on the spot as he realized how valuable the small piece really was. If it could be tempered into a weapon, it would have an amazing value. Then, you have all other materials already? Fury asked curiously. Probably, it doesn't really matter, Dio said casually. Dio didn't really care if Fury realized that he was really the one who stole the adamantium from the army or the vibranium from Wakanda, as he suspected that Fury had long known that it was him all along. But Fury's word after that really annoyed him to the core. I am sorry, according to the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s regulation, any alien item that has come to Earth and in possession of S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't allowed to fall for the outside party, Fury said solemnly. Now, how about I trade it with another metal that was currently in my possession? Would you agree? Dio asked confidently. Well, it depends, if it's adamantium that you speak of, I am not that interested in it, Fury said as he sipped his coffee. I have vibranium on my possession right now. You know how valuable that metal was, in fact. I believe it was the main material used to make the famous shield that was used by the famous Captain America in World War II, am I correct? Dio said with a smirk on his face. Hearing the name vibranium from Dio's mouth, Fury was all ears. Vibranium? Did you really have this thing? Now, I wouldn't lie, would I? So, do you accept my term or not? Fury was silent for a while, contemplating his choices and options. Dio believed that Fury wouldn't refuse his offer, but complete to Dio's surprise, the next word that came out from Fury's mouth was unexpected. I will refuse your term for now, but I don't think we're done making deals just yet, Fury said confidently to Dio. Agent, bring me item HMZ-1 immediately, I will wait in my office, Fury said to his agent through his phone. After a while, an agent came to Fury's office with a suitcase in his hand. Fury immediately dismissed the agent and opened the suitcase to show Dio the piece of Destroyer's armor. This is what you want, correct? Fury asked confidently. Dio was confused as the next thing he knew Fury was sliding the suitcase to Dio's direction, completely giving Dio the piece he needed without so much a demand. Now, what the hell do you want, Fury? I know that you will not give it away just like that, so, do you want me to be part of your stupid Avenger program? No, of course not. I don't like to force others to be part of my mission. I think it's better for this piece to be used toward a friend's benefit, don't you think so? But then again, a friend should help each other. Wouldn't you agree? Fury said as he smirked confidently towards Dio. For the first time since entering the building, Dio wanted to leave and forget anything about this small piece of metal. But it was already too late. You won. I accept your bargain, now I will take this and leave. Don't regret your decision later. Of course, if there is anything you need from the S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future, don't be shy to call me, Fury said with a satisfied smirk in his face. Okay, I hope I can sleep peacefully tonight. Dio said as he walked gloomily out of Fury's office. Chapter 245. 3 days have passed since Dio gave the destroyer armor piece to Tony, and Tony stuffed his workshop with so many equipment used for forging Dio's blade. His workshop looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. I will start in a second, but you remember everything I need you to do, right? Tony said to Dio while looking slightly unsure. Relax, I will do my best. Dio said as he stood on the spot that Tony has specially made for him. That was the only piece of destroyer armor that they had, meaning that if they failed, Tony must think of another way to forge Dio's blade. Energy output 80, machine's voice informed Tony. Not long after, Dio saw that the vibranium began to turn into liquid and merge with the adamantium. This was one of the characteristics of the vibranium. It will lose its original property after introduced into a certain sound wave. Tony has read the information that his father described in his journal, and that was why he knew how to forge the vibranium properly. But he couldn't use all of his father's method, because his father forged defensive equipment while Tony himself was forging offensive equipment. Not long after, the machine's voice once again informed that the sound wave was stable at 93. At the same time, the vibranium was decomposed into a tiny little piece that was almost invisible. Start compression. Tony said as he activated the arc reactor in the corner of the room. He wanted to use clean energy from the arc reactor to compress the vibranium and adamantium into a mold that he has designed. Inject adamantium to the mold. Tony said commandingly. At the same time, the machine near the mold began to inject liquid adamantium to the mold, and once it was filled, the decomposed vibranium was moved to the top of the mold as the machine began to compress it together. Now, this is the most crucial part that I told you about. I need your power here as I will turn back the vibranium back to its solid state. So, tell me when you're ready. Dio took a deep breath and shook his head a couple of times to get into the groove. I am ready, let's do this. Dio said confidently. Tony nodded and immediately moved the mechanical arm to put the destroyer armor piece to the mold with the liquid adamantium. Jarvis, prepare to turn off the sound wave stabilizer. Tony ordered. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Tony said as a signal to Dio. Dio immediately covered the mold with his Hammond energy to prevent it from breaking apart. But still, as the sound wave stabilizer was turned off, the adamantium and the vibranium began to collide wildly. The mold was showing a crack as it couldn't contain all the energy generated from the fusion of the two metals. As he observed the forging process, Dio finally realized why Tony needed his help to forge this weapon. Tony knew that somehow Dio was able to activate the property inside the destroyer armor, and that property was dark matter. Dio now realized that the magic inside the destroyer armor was none other than dark matter energy. So, Tony told Dio to hold the mold with his power to prevent it from breaking apart and to activate the property of the destroyer armor piece to fuse the adamantium and the vibranium together. The destroyer armor piece had another property to absorb energy and channel it safely to a certain path. Tony had also created this path to contain the excess energy from the destroyer armor piece. Everything was going very smoothly according to Tony's plan, but a problem soon showed its tail. The dark matter container that Tony has made to contain the energy from the destroyer armor piece began to beep and flashed a yellow color, meaning that the container was reaching a full capacity. Jarvis, accelerate the energy flow. Tony shouted, ordering Jarvis to circulate the energy inside the container. Sir, too much energy for circulation, I am afraid the circuit wouldn't be able to handle it. Jarvis said, warning Tony. It will only cause a large-scale outage, but if we don't do that, this place would be bombarded along with 20 kilometers worth of area. Tony said nervously. Wait, let me try something. Dio suddenly said, interrupting Tony. Chapter 246. What? Did you have some means to circulate the energy? I couldn't explain it now. Let me try first. In his mind, Dio knew that energy could cancel out each other, so all he had to do was increase his own Hammond energy to the point that it would block the dark matter energy that the destroyer armor piece released. Tony clicked his tongue in desperation and immediately suited up his Iron Man suit, but he knew that the suit wouldn't exactly save him from dark matter explosion. Forced ripple breathing. Dio shouted as he used the Hammond technique to perceive his surroundings. He had to use this technique in order to see the dark matter energy from the mold and thus able to react in time to block it. But Dio could only do so much. The dark matter energy proved to be a challenge even for him. His Hammond energy was being sucked. He didn't know how long he would be able to keep this up. Tony at the moment was able to breathe in relief. The data showed that the dark matter energy had been reduced significantly. But after looking at Dio and noticed him sweating all over his face, Tony knew that Dio wouldn't be able to keep whatever he was doing for a long time. So, he immediately made his move. Jarvis. Turn on the energy pipeline transference, increase the overload rate, and put the excess energy to the entire villa. Right away, sir. Jarvis said, and as soon as he said so, the light bulb on the entire house exploded, and a burnt smell filled the entire villa, but it wasn't from fire but from the fried circuit inside every electrical appliance inside the villa. Tony and Dio kept struggling to make this one chance they had success. Not long after that, the mold began to turn green, meaning that the fusion inside was a success, but Tony knew that it wasn't over just yet. He still had to diffuse the dark matter energy trapped by Dio's power. The mold began to crack, followed by the safety glass shattered all over the place. Dio immediately threw Anubis towards the cracking mold. He hoped that the weapon inside was good enough to be the host of Anubis. He has done all he could, and now he surrendered it all to fate. But, as soon as the stand card hit the cracking mold, the dark matter energy exploded. Dio was surprised, but he was quick enough to summon the world. He immediately used the world special skill to stop the time, but as he only had 100,000 Hammond energy left, he had to be quick. He grabbed Tony and immediately sprinted as fast as he could and as far as he could in a matter of a second. The time resumed, and because of the dark matter energy contained in the mold wasn't as much as in the container, the explosion only blasted 10 meters from the mold, but it also meant that Tony's villa was partly destroyed. Not only that, but all electrical appliances in Tony's villa were also destroyed. What happened just now? Tony asked as he recovered from the shock. He was confused as he didn't feel any explosion trauma on his body and the fact that he somehow got away from the explosion radius. But as he looked at Dio on his side, he knew that Dio had something to do with it. Dio was panting, completely exhausted from having almost all his Hammond energy depleted. Did we fail? Or did we succeed? Dio could only shake his head as he didn't know himself. He had not thought of saving the weapon when the explosion happened. But he knew even if he tried, he wouldn't be able to save it with his time stop ability. The weapon was inside the mold, and the mold was completely covered by dark matter energy. I'll check it out now, Tony said unsurely. He immediately walked back into the place that was once his workshop and started looking for any form of weapon lying around the explosion site. A few minutes later, Dio, who has recovered some of his Hammond energy back, could finally walk again. As soon as he stood up, he heard Tony was calling for him. It's here. We succeed, it's all intact. Tony flew toward Dio with a dark red long knife-like object on his hand. The blade was about a meter long, but Dio noticed that it was slightly crooked and the body of the blade was decorated by an Egyptian-like tribal tattoo and it was also covered by a scale that looked like the destroyer armor. Tony immediately handed it over to Dio, and as he inspected the blade closely, Dio couldn't help but notice that Tony was frowning slightly. Hey, does it have the same weight as what you intend it to be? Dio asked Tony curiously. No, it doesn't. It looks completely far from what I designed it to be, but hey, we still succeed in making the one and only weapon of its kind. But I could say that you are still lucky that the weapon is still usable at the least. It didn't have any defect except for the extremely short handle. Tony said as he tried to act casual. To be honest, I don't think that we could succeed in the first place, so I would say that we are extremely lucky this time, Tony said solemnly. Chapter 247. Dio nodded as he thought the same thing as Tony did, but Dio guessed that the weapon's shape was related to Anubis that he threw at the last moment. After all, he could see some Egyptian influence on the weapon shape. But Dio began to wonder what would happen if he injected some of his Hammond energy into the blade. And thus, he immediately did. He assumed that the only thing that would happen was activating Anubis, but he was soon proven to be wrong. The first thing that happened was he established a connection with Anubis, proving that the blade was successfully inhibited by Anubis, and the second thing that happened as he injected more Hammond energy inside the blade was it began to shake. The blade on Dio's hand was beginning to change the form. The sharp part of the blade began to bend more than it already did before. And the short handle that was also covered with scales began to elongate, and the scales also covered half of the blade part, making it look like an intricate work of art. As soon as it finished transforming, Dio was shocked to see its final shape. It was a scythe, a deep dark red scythe. Dio raised the scythe to the air and saw that the weapon was bigger than before. The sickle itself was almost 2 meters long. Tony, who was beside Dio the entire time, was also shocked beyond belief at the weapon's transformation. The change was outrageous. Not only it couldn't be explained by science, but it also turned into a scary-looking weapon. A few hours later, Tony and Dio arrived at Stark Building. Tony's villa was completely in wreck. There was nothing else they could do over there, so they left it as soon as Tony called a team of engineers to repair his villa. Both couldn't wait to test out the weapon, and that was why they came to the Stark Building, as it was also equipped with a bunch of research equipment capable of testing out the weapon. But Pepper, who was on the building, immediately screamed at Tony as soon as she heard the report that Tony has successfully blown up their house, and she also made Tony promise that he wouldn't destroy the Stark building too. Although, in the end, she still couldn't believe Tony 100, she let him do what he wanted and evacuated everyone near the lab that Tony will use. Besides being homeless once again, I think we are good, Tony said to Dio as he equipped his Iron Man's armor once again. Dio nodded his head helplessly because he knew that there was no way he could ask for the money that Tony owed anymore. Tony's villa was worth around $30 million, and that was not including any electrical appliance that he had in that villa. Dio assumed that the total cost of the weapon in his hands right now was around $100 million, which was too much. Let's test the blade's sharpness first. I am curious about how sharp it is. I will set up some alloy of different strengths, see if you can cut them down and report back on how much force you need to cut them down, okay? Dio nodded his head as he understood what Tony asked him to do. Dio then immediately stood in front of a neatly placed alloy plates with different thickness. Because he wasn't that confident of the weapon yet, he used a little bit of force as he swung the scythe toward the alloy plates. The next scene completely shocked Tony and Dio completely. All of the alloy plates that Tony had prepared was cut in half. But not only that, the weapon was completely soundproof. There was no sound at all as the weapon cut through the air and cut through the alloy plates. The weapon even showed no resistance at all as it cut through the alloy plates like a hot knife through butter. Dio swung the scythe vigorously through the air several times to hear if there was any sound, but there was no sound whatsoever. Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. This weapon was really of high quality. It seems that there is only one test left that we can do for this weapon, Tony said with a sour tone on his voice. Dio would brag about this weapon later, he was sure of it. After Tony was done testing anything that he could think of from the scythe, he looked at Dio silently in complete disbelief. The weapon has surpassed every test that Tony had done, surpassing even his highest expectation. The weapon even had the power to absorb and store any form of energy and use it for its own benefit. Tony even used the sound wave stabilizer to see if he could weaken or break the weapon, but it was a complete failure. The weapon flaw from the vibranium material was completely erased. This was a weapon of myth. Chapter 248. After holding his weapon, Dio tried to communicate with the Anubis inside the blade, but he didn't receive any response from it. So, Dio stopped pestering it any further for the moment. He thought that he would find a way to activate Anubis later. Dio also named the scythe Grim Reaper because Anubis was the god of death of Egyptian myths, and it was only right to name it Grim Reaper, his Western counterpart. The name itself also implied that whoever became Dio's enemies will see the death god sooner than their time would be. Dio also thought of naming the scythe goddess of death before, but as he remembered that Marvel had the real goddess of death, he refrained from using it, for it may cause trouble in the future. Time flew, and suddenly, it was already August. While Dio's restaurant was stable once again, the new threat was coming close sooner than Dio had expected himself. Loki had shown himself on Earth. Sirens could be heard from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s West Division's secret base. The people ran outside in chaos as many helicopters and heavy armed vehicles were trying to evacuate every personnel inside the base. But Nick Fury rushed in, clearly having his own objective that he desperately had to save. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s West Division's secret base was originally NASA Space Radiation Center, and later S.H.I.E.L.D. turned it into their own accelerator test center. It once carried out the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Pegasus project, which ended after the death of Dr. Lawson. Now, this place was used to research the weaponization of the cube. After the cube opened a wormhole that sucked in a strange staff, the scientist working on the cube was baffled, but not until they were killed by Loki, who suddenly appeared near the staff and began on his killing spree. There was no one who could stop him as he also placed Hawkeye under his mind control. In despair to prevent Loki from escaping with the cube, Nick Fury activated the base's self-destruction system. But unfortunately, Loki, Hawkeye, and Dr. Selvig escaped nonetheless with the cube, leaving a frustrated Director Fury in front of a destroyed base. A prelude to the war in the middle of the city of New York. The next day, Dio was still opening his business as usual, but as the last guest left the restaurant, a person that he hasn't seen for a long time suddenly showed up again. "Hey beautiful, you are that IRS agent, right?" Will asked flirtatiously. "You have good memories. So, can you be a dear and step outside for a couple of minutes? I need to talk with your boss in private." But Will was different. He was loyal to Dio no matter what happened, so he just stood there waiting for Dio to confirm whether he should step out for a while or not. But as soon as Dio saw Natasha, he nodded to Will, signaling that he was okay, so Will immediately stepped out to smoke for a while. "Natasha. I haven't seen you in a while. I heard that you have been on a mission as of late." "Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, but you are still weird. couldn't you throw me a glass of wine instead of water? It's still working time. I'm personally a believer of no drinking while working kind of guy, but maybe I could ask you out tonight? Dio asked teasingly. Thank you very much, but I am afraid we don't have time for that. A new trouble has arisen. This time the Asgardian who claimed himself as Loki appeared inside S.H.I.E.L.'s secret base and stole the cube, a weapon that was being researched there. We need your help. Natasha said hopefully. Hearing Loki's name and Natasha's hopeful eyes, Dio tried to look away in annoyance. He didn't expect Loki would come this fast, but fortunately for Dio, the plot of the movie was still the same. But Dio had already predicted the plot wouldn't change if S.H.I.E.L.D. were still researching the cosmic cube. Loki's arrival was inevitable. But he couldn't blame S.H.I.E.L.D., they didn't know that Loki will eventually target the cube and fearlessly charged inside the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s heavy-armed base like it was nothing. The next thing that Dio started to think about was what role he needed to play in this upcoming war. But one thing that he knew for sure was New York would become a battlefield, and no one was safe after that. Dio also remembered that every little preparation that he had done to this day was for this upcoming war, and he relaxed a little bit and smiled to himself as he thought that maybe with his intervention, he could end this war earlier than it should. I need to know the detailed information of the incident, and also, what did the S.H.I.E.L.D. need me to do? Dio asked Natasha solemnly. Natasha was surprised as this was the first time that Dio agreed to help without any unusual demand. Chapter 249. Dio agreed to help S.H.I.E.L.D. for now, but he also made sure that he won't join S.H.I.E.L.D. in any way. He knew that he had no obligation to help S.H.I.E.L.D., but he couldn't let the innocent people fall victim from this inevitable war. After all, Dio still had his own sense of justice, no matter how twisted it may be. But he also had his own hesitation about joining this war. He knew that after this, the Avengers would have their own dilemma to the public, for the people would demand them to compensate for the destruction of New York. Dio knew that was all bullshit. There was no way a group of people that risked their lives to fight against an evil army was responsible for the destruction of those people's shit. If Dio deals with that kind of people in the future, he won't hesitate to blow their heads off. For this sole reason, Dio couldn't and had no intention to be shackled. Natasha immediately relayed everything that Dio has said to Fury, and without hesitation, Fury agreed on Dio's term. Fury knew that agreeing to Dio's term was a breach on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s policy, but there was no middle ground on the safety of the entire human race. He couldn't be selfish and reject Dio's offer to help just because Dio didn't want to be part of the S.H.I.E.L.D. So, knowing that the battle will take place in New York, Dio immediately called Will and all other people that he cared for and told them to take a vacation away from New York. Fortunately for Will, Dio also agreed to pay for all his expenses wherever he wanted to go. But for the rest of the people he cared for, he had to persuade them, such as Jessica and Kristen, who had their own work that they couldn't simply leave behind while Irene was still in school. Dio also cancelled all the reservations on his restaurant with a promise to reschedule soon. He also advised for all his guests to leave New York for the time being. He knew that his guest would have no reason to take his warning seriously, and thus he hoped that they wouldn't be caught on the battle. Dio then took Natasha to his villa, for he had to prepare some of his own necessity and a couple of things that he had to take before he went to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base. He also took all the snails that he put on the aquascape on his villa. Look, you know this snail wasn't any normal snail, right? But it has more capabilities than communicating. It could keep you alive if your life is ever in danger. So, make sure that you keep it on you at all times and don't kill it. I have enough of Coulson's incident. Fortunately, it can keep on splitting into another snail if the main body wasn't dead, but it could only split to the maximum of 9 now. Dio added warningly. So, a total of 10 persons could be included in this mind communication thing, including yourself? Natasha asked curiously. No, it's 9 including me. The one that Coulson killed couldn't regenerate anymore. Now, you know why I am so adamant on demanding $1 million for what he did. Dio said confidently. So, this is the weapon that you and Tony built? Natasha said to change the topic of the conversation. The S.H.I.E.L.D. had noticed the strange electrical discharge and the explosion on Tony's villa. They also knew Tony and Dio had tested some kind of new weapon inside the Stark building soon after. So, Dio nodded, but he didn't explain anything regarding the Grim Reaper. Natasha knew how Dio was. Therefore she didn't pester about the weapon anymore. So, where to next? Dio asked Natasha casually. To Director Fury's location. Natasha said casually, but Dio noticed that there was something that Natasha hasn't said yet. You have other tasks, don't you? Dio asked knowingly. Well yeah, after I got you to Director Fury's location safely, I need to go to Kolkata to convince the Hulk to join us. You know, the more, the merrier. Natasha said sarcastically. Wow, I am hurt. It seems my presence is not enough. Hold on. If it makes your ego any better, you are the hardest person in my book to convince. In fact, I've already prepared 32 different sets of scenarios to make sure you join us. Thanks to you, all of my preparation is wasted. Natasha added sarcastically. Dio smiled as he felt satisfied with Natasha's annoyance. Perhaps I do need to listen to those 32 scenarios. Now, I am quite curious about what you have prepared for me. I can say that one of them is a temptation. Kind of promising that there is nothing would happen afterward. Now, I am starting to regret agreeing too fast. Dio said jokingly. Whether Natasha promised that she wouldn't do anything afterward, Dio would never bring Natasha to his bed. First, Natasha was an 80-year-old hag, and the second was Dio had already seen Natasha as a family member, not a love interest. Chapter 250. Are you seriously putting the fate of all humanity on the hands of a bunch freaks? The International Security Council questioned Nick Fury furiously. But Nick didn't care about any of their unreasonable requests and therefore, he continued with his plan confidently. Sir. Agent Romanoff and Mr. Dio have arrived. Nick Fury immediately regained his composure and told the agent to send Natasha and Dio in. A few minutes later, Dio and Natasha walked into Nick's office casually. I am a little bit shocked that you agreed to help almost immediately. It seems my investment earlier has finally paid off. Nick said sarcastically. Perhaps I have jumped to the conclusion a little bit too fast. If I may, you could start over again as I walk out of the door. Dio said teasingly. Forget it. Let's just talk about your payment now. Nick then nodded his head to Natasha, and she immediately left the room after that. It seemed Nick signaled for Natasha to do her other mission. Well, it seems I don't have any other option. Dio said casually. What do you want? Nick said solemnly. Well, all I need is delicious food and accommodation. I am a picky eater, and I am also picky when it comes to my sleep. And the second thing is that I am here as a guest of S.H.I.E.L.D., I am not your employee, and therefore, if I am unhappy, someone would also be unhappy. Dio said casually. That's all. Are you sure? Of course not. Who do you think I am? I also charge S.H.I.E.L.D. for 100 a day as long as I am here. Did I hear you, right? Did you forget a few zeros there? Hey, I am not here to get rich. Dio said casually. Nick then stared at Dio seriously as if Dio was an imposter, but there was no telling, as Dio's personality was still the same as before, and so he agreed immediately. I heard that you and Tony had successfully created a superweapon, is it true? Can I have the honor to see it too? There would come a time for that, be patient. Dio said as he smirked. A couple of days after, Bruce Banner, Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Tony Stark, Dio, and Nick Fury were assembled inside one room. Clint Barton and Thor were also supposed to be there, but Barton was still under Loki's spell, and Thor was still trying to find a way to get to Earth. Now, what can we do to find this Loki guy? We have the resource to scan the camera and phones all over the Earth, but I am afraid it will take time to do all that. As you finish doing that, the war would be here already. Steve said solemnly. You have to narrow the search scope. It would be faster that way. And that is why you are here, Doctor. Nick said solemnly. The cube that he stole emitted gamma radiation, and we hope that you would be able to track him down with your expertise, Nick said solemnly. How many spectrometers did you have? Banner asked curiously. How many do you need? Nick countered. If you could contact all laboratories that have one and tell them to put the spectrometer on the roof and told them to set the spectrometer to calibrate and search for gamma rays. I will draft an algorithm to find the specific gamma wave that the cube released from your data. At least we can rule out a place where the gamma wave wasn't detected, and I also need a place to work. Banner said confidently. Agent Romanoff, could you please show Dr. Banner his workplace? Nick said politely. Banner wasn't any different from any scientists that he has met before, slightly introverted and shy, but the real reason that Banner was called was none other than the Hulk. Romanoff and Banner soon left the room, and Nick immediately set his eyes to Tony. It pains me when you look at me like that. Tony said sarcastically. No time, Tony. How much did you know about portals? I believe that Loki was planning to create a portal so that he could bring the alien army to Earth. It will be easier to predict his move if we know what the hell he needs next. Nick Fury's analysis was correct. The only problem now was Dr. Selvig. He has already researched the cube for quite some time. The only one who could figure out Dr. Selvig's next move on Nick Fury's book was only Tony. Tony was a genius who could master any form of knowledge, and Nick hoped he knew what to think of next. In theory, a lot of things were necessary in order to create a portal, but the difficult thing to find is probably not difficult if Barton was with them. Tony said casually. So, what is it? Nick said annoyedly. Iridium. Dio said casually. Wow, I never knew you understand how thermonuclear astrophysics works. I thought you only have the knowledge of physics high school teacher. Tony said sarcastically. Tony. Not this time. Right, so yeah, iridium. It can be used as a stabilizer, preventing the portal from collapsing by itself. It also works as the control so that they can control how big the portal would be and how long they want it to remain open. Tony said, explaining his knowledge. Oh yeah, the other thing that they need is also high-density energy to sustain the cube while it's active. Tony said as he remembered another essential thing to the portal. Does he need any specific type of energy? Steve asked curiously, but Tony was interrupted before he could answer as an agent barged in and reported that Loki had been sighted in Stuttgart, Germany. Heinrich Schaefer is in Stuttgart. Now it's clear that they are after the iridium. Chapter 251. Dio and the other Avengers members quickly arrived at Stuttgart, where they predicted Loki would appear. Sure enough, they immediately received a feed from a private party that Loki was indeed there and that he currently turned the entire party his captive. But as soon as Loki saw Captain America, he immediately bombarded the place, not caring for the life of the innocents around him. This was different than what Dio knew Loki would do. In MCU, Loki deliberately let himself captured by Captain America and then used some trickery to release the Hulk. So, Dio, who immediately realized that things were starting to change, immediately pulled out his Grim Reaper and chased Loki down. Dio didn't think much of the people around him as it was Tony and Captain America's job to save them. Dio focused his attention solely on Loki. Dio really wanted to kill this man. Even though Dio knew that Loki would redeem himself in the future, he wouldn't be able to change the consequences of his action right now. After all, if he killed Loki right now, neither the New York battle nor the Civil War would happen. Loki was looking at a strange man holding a horrifying weapon. Loki's mischievous look suddenly changed. He immediately replicated himself a bunch of times and immediately used the scepter power to make Dio kneel. The scepter had the mind gem as its core. In theory, only a few people could resist its mind-controlling ability. Tony, who was nearby at the time, instantly fell down from the sky and forced to kneel. Captain America was also forced to kneel, but he was still on the verge of resisting the mind gem, while it had no effect at Dio at all. Dio had a strong mental fortitude, making the mind gem rather useless against him. Dio then quickly swung his scythe towards Loki's replica and used Hermit Purple to attack Loki. But Dio was surprised as Loki was able to block Hermit Purple's vine attack while slightly looking taken aback by the sudden attack. Dio began to wonder if it was possible that Loki had the ability to see his stands. Dio knew that Thor could somehow feel the stand's presence, but he still couldn't see it. Was it because of Loki's proficiency in magic that allowed him to notice the stand image? Metal Silver Overdrive. Dio said as he discharged a wave of his Hammond energy towards the Grim Reaper. Loki immediately used the scepter to block Dio's attack, and as Grim Reaper clashed against the scepter, an explosion immediately sent Loki flying while Dio was holding his ground with the protection of his Hammond energy. Loki, who fell on the ground, immediately searched for his scepter, and immediately felt terrified as he saw the scepter was broken beyond repair. This was the weapon that Thanos gave him. It had the power of the universe in it. How could a mortal weapon break it? Dio didn't care about Loki's disturbed expression at all and immediately jumped in to deal the finishing blow to Loki. Dio, wait. Don't kill him yet. Stop, we have to question him on the cube's whereabout. Captain America shouted worriedly. I surrender. Loki said while holding his hands up to make sure that he wasn't killed, but Dio was already determined to change the plot of the current story by killing Loki. But as soon as he swung the scythe towards Loki's head, a huge thunder struck Loki's location and Grim Reaper was immediately stopped by the Mjolnir. Thor's domineering figure immediately stood between Loki and Dio. You saved my life once again, brother. Loki said excitedly. Thor didn't reply to Loki's sarcastic comment but instead held Loki down and placed Mjolnir in Loki's chest to make sure that he couldn't go anywhere. Now, where is the cube, Loki? Thor asked furiously. Now. Don't start getting angry with me, brother. If it's not because of me, you wouldn't be able to return to Midgard. No, this is all because of you. I thought you were dead as you fell into the abyss. I am sorry to interrupt, but you are holding our prisoner over there. We need him for further questioning down in the precinct. Do you know him? Captain America asked Tony as he felt Tony was talking to someone he knew. Well, he was the mythological Norse god, Loki the Mischievous. he once tricked Odin to banish Thor to Earth without his godly power, and he also sent the destroyer armor to kill Thor, his own brother. Tony said annoyedly. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, I will talk to you once I find the cube and take Loki to prison. Thor said as he noticed Dio. Thor. Put him down. He stole the cube while also taking so many innocent lives. I can't let you take him away. Thor suddenly frowned as he felt that the timing his father, Odin, sent him to Midgard was too coincidental. It was obvious to Thor that Odin still didn't want Loki to die. Chapter 252. Loki is Asgard's citizen, therefore I have to take him to Asgard for trial. Thor said confidently. Loki was Thor's younger brother. Even though he had a great affection towards Earth, he still had his responsibility for his family in Asgard. I hate to disappoint you, Thor. But this is Earth, we have our own law here. Feeling that there is no way Thor would leave Loki in the Avengers' hand, Captain America immediately made his move. He ran towards Thor with his shield in hand. Thor, who also knew that he wouldn't be able to take Loki to Asgard peacefully, quickly called Mjolnir back and immediately swung it toward Captain America. However, Captain America successfully blocked the attack, and because of his shield's vibranium core, the shield successfully absorbed all the energy from the impact. Tony took it as a signal for him to attack too. He immediately shot Thor with his palm cannon with a bunch of small missiles to increase the firepower. During all this, Dio kept his eyes locked on Loki's position. He knew that Loki would try to escape, and he couldn't let that happen. As soon as Dio saw Loki made his move, he immediately ran toward Loki as fast as he could. Loki saw Dio coming, and because he knew that there was no way that he would win against Dio and his weird weapon head-on, Loki returned to his magic nature. He began to chant his spell once again, but Dio was too fast. He reached Loki before he could finish his spell. Loki immediately blocked Dio's scythe with his crumbling scepter once again, and fortunately for Loki, he succeeded once again on staying alive. Thor, who was blown away by Tony's attack, saw that Dio was currently battling his brother. Knowing that there was no way Loki would win against Dio, Thor immediately flew toward Loki in a flash and blocked Dio's next attack for him. The situation became quite troubling. Thor proved himself capable of defending Loki as he knew that Dio and the others wouldn't kill him and thus making his move quite confident. Moreover, Loki, who was confident that Thor would always defend him, began to chant another spell. Loki wasn't the most powerful individual in Asgard. In fact, he could be considered weak in front of many Asgardian warriors, but Loki had the strongest self-protection capabilities. He could survive tenaciously in any environment he was thrown into. Thor, you better get out of my way. Did you ever think that you could stop me? Don't you ever think I am weaker than you? I am not the mortal that you beat before. I have my divine power back now. Dio had enough. After knowing that Grim Reaper couldn't break through Mjolnir's defense, Dio immediately summoned the world and ordered him to punch the unsuspecting Thor. Thor was smashed hard. He was sent flying into the nearest building, and Dio ordered for the Hermit Purple to bind Thor. Where do you think you're going, Mr. God? Dio said as he blocked Loki's escape. Loki carefully stepped back from Dio and bumped into Captain America's shield. Tony was also coming over while holding his palm cannon towards Loki. Loki immediately raised his hands, signaling his surrender. Tony and Steve looked at each other with a knowing look that their jobs were finally over for tonight, but at the same time, Dio was still holding on his weapon readily. Tony and Steve immediately understood that Dio had no intention to let Loki live. Hey, I already gave up. Loki said nervously. Tony and Steve immediately stepped forward and stopped Dio before he could get closer to Loki. Dio, stop. We still need to question him on the cube's position. We have to take him back alive. Dr. Banner would find the cube. This guy is cunning. It is better for everyone if he is dead. There is no doubt in Dio's mind that whatever Loki has planned, he wouldn't follow any of it. Although I don't really know your true intention for killing this guy, I have a task to take him alive. Mr. Stark, if you may, please escort our prisoner back to the base. Dio immediately laughed as he began to wonder if Steve was also under Loki's brainwashing power. He couldn't understand why there were so many people there trying to save Loki. But unbeknownst to everyone, Thor was already on top of everyone and immediately called a thunderstrike on Dio and everyone else. Fortunately for Dio and the others, they had their own means of protection, Dio with his Hammond energy, Steve with his vibranium shield, and Tony with his Iron Man armor. But Thor wasn't using the lightning to strike the others down. He was using the thunder as a distraction as he grabbed Loki and immediately flew away. Dio wouldn't have it Thor's way. He immediately shouted, "The world." And the world immediately stopped the time. Dio immediately chased Thor and jumped. He immediately deactivated the world's ability and time resumed like normal. At the same time, Thor was shocked as he saw Dio has already moved across the space and suddenly appeared beside him with his scythe. Thor was too surprised to react, and thus, Dio immediately swung the Grim Reaper and successfully penetrated Loki's chest and crushed his heart. No! Thor roared horrifyingly. Chapter 253. Loki fell from Thor's hand, lifeless. Dio knew that there would be a possibility that Thor would resent him for this, but Dio didn't regret killing Loki at all. As for the cube that Loki stole, Dio had faith that Dr. Banner would definitely find it, so there was no real need to keep Loki alive. Seeing Thor's distressed look, Dio silently retracted his weapon. But the next thing that he noticed made Dio slightly unnerved. He noticed that the scepter that Loki always held wasn't on the body anymore, meaning that either Loki had thrown it away somehow or Loki wasn't dead yet. Thor, Loki isn't. Dio said, but he was immediately interrupted by Mjolnir hitting him straight in the chest. He was flung into the nearby building and smashed the wall of the building. Thor, whose eyes were bloodshot from crying over the death of his little brother, picked up Loki's lifeless body gently and stood up. He felt anger that he never experienced before. As a result of this anger, the skies were filled with thunderclouds and occasional lightning. When a normal person saw this scene, there was no doubt that they would think that the doomsday was coming. Tony and Steve, who observed the fight from the sideline, were surprised by what happened. They began to wonder, was the god really as powerful as the myth has foretold? But even if the myth was real, they wouldn't back off if it meant the god threatened the lives of the people on Earth. At the same time, Thor roared and immediately charged in at Tony and Steve with Mjolnir at his hands, but unfortunately for Thor, Tony and Steve didn't back away. In fact, Steve immediately blocked Mjolnir's attack with his shield, resulting with another sonic soundwave. However, Thor didn't stop. He kept pounding Steve's shield with Mjolnir relentlessly, but Tony, who immediately flew, targeted Thor with every weapon that he had in his arsenal and instantly fired it at Thor as he saw Steve manage to make some distance. Tony then grabbed Steve and flew away from Thor to plan their next attack, but Thor immediately dropped them down from the skies as he threw his Mjolnir at Tony. Tony was put out balance and accidentally threw Steve to the ground below, but Steve immediately used his shield to cushion his fall. Natasha, who was piloting the Quinjet, saw everything that happened down below. She immediately provided support and fired the machine guns that the Quinjet had with 2 missiles towards Thor. This support from Natasha successfully prevented Thor from chasing after Tony and Steve. But as Thor threw his hammer to bring Tony down from the sky, he did it again to the Quinjet. Once again, he successfully hit his target, the Quinjet. Natasha and the other agents inside Quinjet immediately opened the hatch and opened their parachute. Fortunately, there is no casualty when the Quinjet was shot down. At this time, Tony and Steve immediately regrouped and thought that it was best to fight Thor in a close battle so that he couldn't use his hammer to hurt others. They began fighting Thor on hand-to-hand combat basis, but they were overpowered by Thor in no time. After all, Thor was still Asgard's best fighter aside from Odin. Where is that Dio guy? We need his help out here. How do I know? Maybe he has knocked out already. Tony kept absorbing Thor's thunder and launched an attack as his battery was constantly recharged by the thunder, while Steve still fought Thor in close combat, preventing Thor from getting away. Meanwhile, Dio was busy searching for the real Loki as he knew that he wasn't dead yet. Dio didn't get knocked out by Thor's attack earlier, but he immediately chose not to show up as he didn't want to let Loki escape. But no matter how hard he searched for Loki, he couldn't find any trace of him. In the end, while Thor, Steve, and Tony were still in a deadlock, Dio came toward Loki's corpse and inspected Loki's body to see if there were any abnormalities, but he still couldn't find anything wrong with it. Is it possible that I actually killed the real Loki? Dio wondered to himself, but in the end, he still believed that the corpse was just another trick that Loki has thrown. The evidence was clear. The scepter wouldn't be gone if Loki was dead. Chapter 254. If his guess was right, that meant everyone was fooled by Loki. And there was no need for Thor to continue rampaging. In other words, this fight was pointless. Maybe, Loki was hiding somewhere nearby and smiling evilly while observing everyone's fight, but it was more likely that he has already escaped. But he realized that this wasn't the time for him to think about Loki's trick. After all, whether he was right or wrong, he still had to stop Thor's anger and the pointless fight between Thor, Steve, and Tony. The next thing that happened was Tony being thrown to Dio's direction after getting hit by the Mjolnir, and Dio immediately saved Tony from the impact of falling to the ground. What took you so long? I thought you died after getting hit by that guy, but I understand if you didn't want to fight that guy after you killed his brother, I would have run too. I really want to chop your tongue to pieces. I really hate that sarcastic nature of yours. You want to chop me up with the weapon that I made? Oh, the irony. Tony said, still with his sarcastic remarks as he stood back up. After that, Steve was also thrown towards Dio and Tony. Seeing that Steve was already bruised up and left panting, Tony and Dio knew that he was done for today. At the same time, Thor immediately noticed Dio standing near his brother's corpse and his anger immediately flared up again. He knew that Dio wasn't part of his family as he has already asked his father if there were any relatives living in Midgard, and Odin had said that there were none of their relatives living in Midgard at the moment. So, in Thor's eyes, Dio was just a mortal with superhuman abilities. Dio, why did you kill Loki? Thor shouted angrily. Why? Don't you know that your brother has killed countless humans earlier? But Dio's indifferent response annoyed Thor more than before, but in fact, Dio was ticked off by the fact that Thor thought killing humans wasn't that big of a deal. Loki did commit an unforgivable sin, but you shouldn't kill him like that. Whatever the crime may be, he still had to be judged and punished accordingly first. No one really knew that Thor was happy to see that Loki was still alive, and no one really knew how deep his love towards his brother really was. Thor didn't hate Dio for killing Loki. In fact, he hated himself for incapable of becoming a good brother to Loki and failed to beg his father to send him to Midgard faster. Dio seemed to finally understand Thor's true feeling, and he knew that Thor would blame himself for this and wallow in regret later. After all, the feeling of incapability was a festering wound that was hard to heal. Standing from the bystander's point of view, it was easy to give an encouraging word, but in the end, none of it would work. Stop this senseless battle, Thor. Loki isn't dead yet. He wanted to change the story plot, but it seems he lost his opportunity, and in the end, nothing changed. After all, Dio knew that if Loki was still alive, Thor would never let Dio get anywhere close to him again. What are you talking about? How can you be so sure? Don't you know Loki's power? Did you really think that he would be killed here so easily? The more Dio conveyed his thought to Thor, the more Thor realized that Dio was correct. He knew that his brother could escape such a critical situation easily. In fact, he has seen his brother did it time and time again. While Dio has known that Loki was so hard to kill like a cockroach. In fact, after watching the Avengers, Infinity War, he immediately dove into a fan forum and noticed that everyone was convinced that Loki, who was killed by Thanos, was just an illusion, or at least, it wasn't the real Loki. Loki is not dead. Thor said dumbfounded. Probably, I noticed it after I couldn't find the scepter that he always held before. Dio said casually. But why hasn't his clone disappeared yet? Thor asked wonderingly. You should have known better about that than I did. He is your brother after all, so you should have known his abilities better than I did. You are right. Loki is very good at hiding, so I am sorry that I have jumped to the conclusion too soon. Dio held his silence annoyedly. He knew that Loki kept using this same trick to trick Thor repeatedly in the future, but Thor always seemed happy to see his brother again. Dio couldn't help but thought that Thor was a little bit masochistic in a way. Chapter 255. Thor didn't exactly believe all that Dio had said, but he hoped Dio was right. He really wished Loki was still alive. But Thor quietly thought of Loki's behavior as soon as he met him, and he knew that the scepter that Loki was holding was there as Dio pierced Loki's chest. But it disappeared without anyone knowing. Loki was the only one there who was capable of that. It means that Loki would appear again and create another mayhem. Thor decided to follow Dio for now and see what Loki's intention in Midgard was. He would help the Midgardian if Loki was plotting something evil again. The conclusion for now is Earth is still in danger, and Loki is more likely to have escaped and continue with his plan in secret. Steve said as he concluded what has happened so far. There is another issue. Dr. Heinrich Schaefer was officially dead. We have a report that said Agent Barton infiltrated the Iridium Vault and took all of it. That means Loki has everything that he needs in order to create the portal. That also means that Loki was only buying some time by distracting us long enough so that Barton can finish his job on getting the Iridium. Nick said as he looked at Dio, Steve, Tony, and Thor. Dio and Tony were slightly annoyed of Nick's accusing eyes, but for Nick Fury, this was the first time that he ever doubted the creation of this team. Without coordination and a leader, everyone just did whatever they saw fit. If this continues, Nick knew that they would never be able to save anything. Thor, I need your answer to this. What is your purpose for coming back to Earth this time? I am here to retrieve Loki and the cube and return to Asgard where Loki would be judged and punished while the cube would be kept in tight security. Thor said confidently. Hearing Thor's answer, Nick was slightly relieved. At least the Asgardians and the Avengers had the same goal in mind. But still, Thor's end goal was a bit of a problem, as he would take both Loki and the cube back to Asgard. After all, he has already intended for Loki to be one of his inmates inside the raft, while he also wanted to continue the shield's research on the cube. But still, Nick wasn't a fool, the most important thing at the moment was to defend the Earth. Okay, I would let you take Loki and the cube back to Asgard as long as you help us defend the Earth for whatever comes out from Loki's portal. Nick said confidently. Nick's decision didn't receive a positive response from the other Avengers. Tony looked at Nick with mocking smile while Steve's frowns deepened as he heard Nick's word. All of them looked at Dio simultaneously, as they know that Dio would do something to the extreme if he disliked something, but neither Dio seemed to care, nor did he say anything. He still closed his eyes as he was resting. Steve didn't know Dio on a personal level, but from the information that he read and the fight earlier, he had to admit that Dio was a wild card. He openly said that he would kill and seriously hold on to his words and do it. Steve knew that he and Dio would have a tough time getting along in the future. After the meeting ended, Dio was left alone with Nick Fury. I heard the report of the fight earlier from Natasha. She said that Loki was already arrested when you stubbornly tried to kill him. Why did you do that? Even when Thor, Tony, and Steve were there blocking your path. Now, Director Fury, did you think Loki deserved to die? Dio asked a question instead of answering Nick's question. Of course. He has already killed more than 200 people in just 2 days. That is truly inhuman. Then, would you kill him if he ever gets caught? Dio asked another question. I will not do that. Nick said with a sullen look on his face. Why? Is it because he was an Asgardian? I know where your question would go, but from my standpoint, the safety of the Earth comes as a priority. With that in mind, Loki couldn't die, at least not at the hand of Earthlings. I couldn't let the Loki's death become the reason for Asgard to attack Earth. So, please, for God's sake, put away your dangerous thought. Nick said solemnly. Nick's answer was under Dio's expectation. He knew that Nick's answer revolved around the safety of the Earth, but in the end, Asgard would fall, and nothing would matter, but still Dio couldn't say that. Now, after saying all that stuff, my answer to your question wouldn't matter anymore, isn't that so, Director Fury? Dio said casually. Have you ever heard of the saying that a weak country has no voice? A lion doesn't care about the demands of an ant. We used to think that human was the master of the universe, but as our eyes were opened to the lives outside our planet, now we know that the Earth was just one weak trivial existence. We used to think that we are the lion, but as of now, we know that we are the ant. But at the same time, I believe that the Earth won't always be this weak. I believe that the Earth would grow if we have the opportunities, so when the times comes, there would be no creature out there who dared to initiate an attack on us. Nick said confidently. That is my take on the current situation. It may be too ideal for some people, but I really believe we could achieve all of that. Nick said solemnly. Chapter 256. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent resumed on facial recognition around the world to find Loki and his group. In the meantime, Loki appeared after Barton and Dr. Selvig, holding the Mind Stone scepter in his hands. How is the portal's progress doing? Loki asked coldly. Wow, you are still alive. I mean, Agent Barton saw you got killed by the mortal out there. I wonder how that guy could appear next to you instantaneously like that. At the same time, Barton immediately aimed his bow at Loki, suspecting that this Loki was a fake. Oh, stand down, Barton. The one that was killed was just my illusion. Loki raised his scepter, and an electric shock suddenly shocked Barton and Dr. Selvig. Did you believe me now? Loki said coldly. Of course, Master. Dr. Selvig said obediently. The shock just now was the magic that Loki used that has been amplified by the Mind Stone scepter. He wasn't controlling the mind of Barton or even Dr. Selvig's, but instead, Loki locked their mind and created another personality for them both, but the new personality had every memory that the locked one had, but Loki also slipped in some fake memory in there. Good, now tell me your current progress. Is it done yet? I believe we have all the raw materials we need. All we need to solve now is about the energy issue. In order to open the portal, we need to have a huge supply of energy. Dr. Selvig said indifferently. Doctor, I believe you already have the target in mind, right? Loki said casually. Of course, but I believe we have to create another distraction, for the place that I have targeted for the energy was too close to the enemy right now. Dr. Selvig said confidently. But Loki couldn't help but felt a little annoyed that they needed another distraction. Remembering his fight with the madman with the scythe again was enough to send him into PTSD. He exhausted all his escape options just to escape the madman at first. He wanted to be captured foolishly and delved into the enemy's base and destroyed the base from the inside. But thanks to the madman, he couldn't do that. His life was in danger as the madman tried to kill him on the spot. I couldn't show up in front of them again, at least not this fast. Agent Barton, how about you? After all, you are the one who knows about the enemy the most. Sure, I don't mind. Barton said as he smirked and his eyes were full of killing intent. Dr. Banner, how is it going? Nick Fury asked as he walked inside Banner's lab. The search program has been completed, now I am still scanning through the radar, and it is already at 40, I believe we could find it soon. Dr. Banner said confidently. At the same moment, Dio kept pestering Tony. Tony! Are you sure that they aren't in the Stark building? For the third goddamn time, they are not. I've already called the satellite surveillance for the building, and if the cube appeared there, I would be the first one to know. Dio was slightly confused, he knew that the movie plot would let the enemy to Stark building in order to use the clean energy that Tony supplied throughout the building. But if they weren't there at this moment, where would they be? Was it because of his meddling with Loki earlier, making the trickster god refrain from using the Stark building? Dio immediately tried to check Loki's location with the Hermit Purple, but he was blocked by a more powerful force. Dio immediately realized that the Hermit Purple's ability was nullified by the Mind Stone's ability. It was not that Hermit Purple was weak but, more like the Infinity Stone was far too overpowered. At the same time, Tony, who has been reading S.H.I.E.L.D's secret document the entire time, told everyone to hold up for a second. Director Fury, would you kindly explain what does this Phase 2 mean? Tony said to Nick Fury sarcastically. Probably a weapon, Dio said subconsciously. He immediately realized that he wasn't the one being asked and then shrugged his shoulder casually. As Nick Fury was about to speak, Tony interrupted once again as he let everyone know that the document that he was holding was none other than weaponizing the cube. This time, Dr. Banner stood up and looked at Nick Fury coldly. I want to know what is this all about? Dr. Banner asked coldly. This is all because of him. Fury said while pointing his finger to Thor. He immediately sighed and started to explain the document. A few months ago, aliens came to Earth and started a fight. One of them successfully razed a small town to the ground. That was also the time that the government around the world realized that human wasn't alone in this universe. Furthermore, the International Security Council also knew that the army and some of the Earth-trusted superheroes couldn't do anything about the tin alien. Nick said annoyedly. Excuse me, am I not the one that grounded the tin alien that you speak of? Dio said annoyedly. But you were almost done for, didn't you? Nick said annoyedly. Yeah, but I still subdued it at the end. Dio said, holding his ground. Wait a minute, you guys are talking about the destroyer, aren't you? I remember that I was the one that defeated it. Obviously not hard enough. As soon as you leave to Asgard, the destroyer rose once again, and I make sure that it would never rise again, permanently. That was a shame. I should knock it out even harder then. Hey, this is not the time to be fighting. We are off the topic here. Chapter 257. Suddenly, the aircraft was hit hard from the side. Everyone was shaken and thrown around, then the alarm blasted off inside the ship, signaling the enemy was attacking. There was an explosion in Engine 3, we are being attacked. Agent Hill said as she rushed towards the room where the Avenger gathered. Gentlemen, the enemy has come to our door. Prepare to fight. Tony immediately suited up and Steve quickly took his shield, while the others made their own preparations. But Dio was unfazed. He expected this attack from the start, but he was a little confused as Loki wasn't here this time. Dio walked out of the room and immediately bumped into Coulson. Coulson looked at Dio for a moment and immediately ran off again to fight against the enemy. Dio immediately arrived at Dr. Banner's room and Natasha was already there, trying to calm the nervous Banner. Dio, do something. Natasha shouted as she was frantically trying to calm Banner. Dio thought over the top priority now. He knew that Steve and Tony were on the mission to fix the engine and all other S.H.I.E.L.D's agents were fighting against Barton and several other enemies. So, the next thing he had to do was get the Hulk out of the ship. I am sorry Dr. Banner, but you are not safe staying on this ship. Dio said politely and immediately grabbed Banner and took him to the special chamber where a glass container with the open space below it. Dio then put Dr. Banner inside the glass container and locked the door. What is this? Where did you take me? Dio was a little bit startled on the transformation as the Hulk really was scary after seeing it up close. The Hulk then smashed the windows and the glass container immediately fell to the open space below. This glass container was designed to contain the Hulk in particular. But before Dio could sigh in relief, he saw a huge green palm hanging on the edge of the heli-carrier. He looked out below and saw the Hulk's angry face staring at him. Oh, shit. This is the worst outcome possible. Meanwhile, Natasha and Thor stood together against the enemy, but they both quickly beat the opponent in a short amount of time. After all, they both had an amazing combat skill. But suddenly, an energy beam shot through the air right towards Thor. Fortunately, Thor was able to defend against the attack. However, Thor realized that the attack was coming from Loki's scepter. Loki. Is that you? I am sorry to burst your bubble, but it was me. Barton said as he shot another energy beam from the scepter. Where is Loki? Why is his scepter with you? Loki? Isn't he already dead? You even take his body back with you. The scepter is different. It was my real master. Impossible. Come out, Loki. Don't be a coward. Thor then threw the hammer toward Barton, but he missed. Barton knew that he wasn't Thor's opponent. So he left Thor alone instead of fighting him head-on. Thor tried to catch him, but the enemy agent quickly opened fire, distracting him enough to give Barton time to escape. Barton's memory of when he was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was still there. He knew how the helicarrier works. And so he immediately went toward the upper deck, where the control room would be. This also meant that Nick Fury and the other high-ranked agent would also be there. But as soon as he was about to destroy the wall towards the control room, a familiar voice immediately interrupted him. Drop that weapon, Barton. You should know what I am holding right now. Coulson said coldly. He was holding a high-tech weapon that was made by using the destroyer as the model. This weapon could shoot out the disintegration beam, same as the destroyer, but a slightly weaker one. Coulson, just give it up. I know you wouldn't shoot me. Think again. Coulson said as he shot the ceiling right above Barton's head. Suddenly, Natasha dropped from the ceiling that Coulson shoot and immediately kicked Barton down and restrained him. Barton was right. Coulson was too kind to ever shoot a comrade in arms, but he surely could find another way to subdue the person. But clearly, Natasha and Coulson underestimated Barton's skill. He immediately dislocated his arm and reached toward Natasha's Widowmaker and shocked her with it. Natasha, who was weakened thanks to her own weapon, couldn't help but let Barton go. Coulson immediately threw his weapons down and reached for a gun in his back. He couldn't use the previous weapon as it would kill Barton immediately, but at least Barton could be saved if he was shot with a standard gun. But Coulson wasted too much time. Because of his hesitation, Barton, that was free from Natasha's restraint, immediately reached for a gun in Natasha's waist and shot Coulson. Coulson was shot around his abdomen. Blood splattered and Coulson himself was vomiting blood. Loki's scepter was there near Coulson. Barton didn't have the time to recover it again this time. Coulson, no. Medic. Help. Someone, help. No, Natasha, I am done for. Please bring Barton back for me, but promise me, don't let him know the truth about my death. Chapter 258. Dio was still busy with the Hulk, but he was completely on the defensive as he couldn't kill the Hulk or deal any damage that he didn't regenerate instantly. Dio was quickly thrown to a wall and into the next room by the raging Hulk. You have done it now. Dio said annoyedly. He walked toward the Hulk menacingly while the temperature around him was quickly dropping. I will let you taste my new stand. Dio said as his body was covered by a light-colored exoskeleton. This is the power of White Album. Stand name, White Album. Description, an ice stand that excelled in defense. Type, close-range stand. Ability, gently weeps. Ability description, immediately decrease the temperature in the surrounding area to absolute 0-215 C. Attributes. Destructive power, A. Speed, C. Range, C. Sustainability, A. Precision, E. Growth, E. Evaluation, there is nothing that this stand couldn't freeze. This was the first time Dio would officially use the White Album since he got it earlier. He never expected to use it to an enraged ally. The Hulk, who didn't know what was happening, roared and became angrier as he felt chilled to the bone. The Hulk quickly rushed towards Dio, ready to smash him like before. I have no time to face you, Banner. I hope that you can calm down as soon as you are cool. White Album, gently weeps. In an instant the surrounding area within 10 meters around Dio was covered by a hardened ice. The Hulk, whom was charging towards Dio, immediately fell victim to this ability too. He was instantly slowed down and the Hulk's body was immediately frozen, turning him into an ice sculpture. Dio knew that the Hulk wouldn't last on this state for long. But it would be enough to calm him down, at least Dio hoped so. But as a precaution, Dio immediately created a hole in the wall and threw the Hulk outside. Dio immediately created an ice wall to close the big hole again. Now, it is time to end this mess. Dio said annoyedly. He desummoned White Album and summoned the Hanged Man to kill the enemies quickly. After quite a while, the battle was over. The invader was finally put down, but the price was too big. With Agent Coulson's death, everyone on the ship was silent as they felt responsible for the smiling agent's death. Everyone felt bad and the meeting that Nick Fury held after was gloomy. After the meeting, Nick held Steve on the room to talk with him personally. "Steve, this card was found inside Coulson's jacket, it seems he didn't have the time to ask for your autograph," Nick said as he threw the card toward Steve. "I was the one with the idea to gather the Earth's mighty individual to form a team called the Avenger, that would save the Earth against an unknown threat. Phil Coulson believes in that idea, and he keeps on believing until he died. He believes in superheroes. He believes in you," Nick said as he confided Steve to become the leader of the Avenger. Meanwhile in the other room inside the ship. "Thank you, Dio. If it weren't for you to give me that snail, I would have really died. Just remember that this was the second time that you have killed my pet," Dio said casually. "Don't worry about that, S.H.I.E.L.D. would compensate for your loss," Natasha said annoyedly. "You never said to me that the snail would be able to bring people back from death," she said as she frowned at Dio. "Well, you didn't ask and I also forgot to mention it. Also, it didn't bring people back from death, I can't revive people you know. So, start talking then, it may save lives in the future if people knew what the ability of the snail would be, it may be me next time," Natasha said, still frowning at Dio. Coulson was beside her when he was about to die, but as Coulson was bleeding to death, a small snail that was the same as the one that Dio gave to her crawled out of Coulson's pocket and suddenly glowed with a golden light. Suddenly after the light dimmed out, Coulson's wound was healing and like a miracle, Coulson was saved from dying. However, after she reported everything back to Nick Fury, Nick immediately told her to not tell the Avenger about Coulson's revival. He thought that Coulson's death would be a factor that could unite those superheroes. However, Nick Fury couldn't hide this fact from Dio, as it was thanks to his snail that Coulson survived. "In the first place, I don't want to tell anyone about anything regarding the snail. You know that once the snail saved someone from the verge of dying, the snail would lose its life. Not only that, but the snail isn't a miracle worker, if the person that it saved wasn't treated immediately, they could still die. The snail could only extend someone's life for just quite some time," Dio said annoyedly. After Dio explained the snail's ability, Natasha was silent as she finally understood the worth of the snail. It was equivalent to having one more life. Previously, Natasha wanted to ask Dio to distribute the snail to the rest of the Avengers, but now she didn't know how to ask that kind of demand. At the same time, Thor was anxiously walking back and forth in front of Barton's room. He wanted to know the truth about Loki's well-being after Barton woke up. He believed Dio's word before. But after seeing that Barton came attacking with Loki's scepter, Thor had a bad omen. Once he saw that Barton woke up, Thor immediately pushed the guards aside and walked in to question Barton personally. Chapter 259. I found it. Dr. Selvig showed up at Stark Tower with the cube. "Okay, we have to go there immediately," Steve said commandingly. "Sure, I'll tag along," Thor said confidently. He walked in with Barton as Tony announced that he found the cube. Obviously, Barton has already recovered from Loki's mind control. Thor has already gotten the answer he needed. "Are you okay, Barton?" Natasha asked worriedly. "Yeah, my arm's already healed, although it still hurts, it will be okay. I will avenge the agent's death, of course Coulson's too. Barton, Coulson told me in his dying breath that he wanted us to bring you back. The one who killed Coulson was Loki, you are in his control, none of that is your fault. Now, in order to avoid any worst outcome, I will temporarily lend you this thing. But remember, I only lend it to you." The Avenger was in a Quinjet over New York skies heading toward Stark Building. While there was no talking heard, everyone was actually using the snail to communicate. "This is amazing. Why did you never tell me about this fun thing? Is this thing reading my mind or what? Is this telepathy?" "It seems like one," Barton said indifferently. "What is this creature? Why have I never seen it in Asgard's 9-realm biology before? Maybe you skipped class too much," Natasha said teasingly. "For starter, the universe is so vast. There are so many creatures that maybe Asgard would not know about, so please stop fussing about the snail and focus at the task at hand." "Well, that is true. I have seen a lot of strange races out there. For example, the Centauri that Loki commanded was a biomechanical race. If the Earth has the technology to travel the space, I believe you will also see a lot of new races that you haven't seen before. Thor said, annoying Dio even more. On the rooftop of Stark Building, Dr. Selvig was busy installing the teleportation device, but when he was about to activate the portal, the energy that he got from hijacking the Stark Tower was cut off. Dr. Selvig, I have shut down the arc reactor that provided the energy for this entire building. You have failed, Doctor. Hand over the cube and surrender now. Tony said while Thor was beside him. You are right. I have lost, take it away. Dr. Selvig said as he threw the cube to Thor. Tony sensed something was wrong as there was no way Dr. Selvig would surrender this easily. At the same time, Thor received the cube and once he spun it around in his hands, the cube ticked. Tony and Thor instantly knew that what Dr. Selvig has just thrown towards them wasn't the real cube. It was an energy bomb. Thor immediately threw the bomb high into the air with all his strength, and suddenly an energy explosion was catching New Yorkers' attention. Thor and Tony were directly blown away as the result of the explosion while Dr. Selvig has died on the spot. Dio and the others who couldn't fly and still inside the Quinn jet didn't know what happened but fortunately they could stabilize the fighter jet and didn't crash. Tony, Thor. Are you guys okay? I am still alive, the god too, unfortunately. Tony said sarcastically. What happened? What is that explosion? That was an energy bomb that Dr. Selvig has prepared. He was trying to lure us, but he didn't have the cube with him. We were deceived. Dio was clearly annoyed too. Loki has proven himself that he was more cunning than Dio was. He kept escaping Dio's clutch again and again. At the same moment, a blue beam was shot through the sky several kilometers away from the Stark Building. That direction was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York base. Natasha said worriedly. This time Dio realized that Loki has given up on using the Stark Tower as the teleportation base. Instead he used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base that was unguarded. I will contact the headquarters and ask them to turn off the energy supply for the entire base. Natasha said nervously. It's too late. Once the cube is activated it will sustain itself. Then what should we do? Natasha asked worriedly. Since the worst has happened, there is nothing else that we could do except fighting. Dio said solemnly as he pulled out his scythe from the box that he held. Dio is right. There is nothing else that we can do except fight them head on. Then, we shouldn't waste any more time. Captain, assign our role. For the first time in this world, the Avenger has united in one voice. Finally the team that Nick Fury envisioned has been created. We have to go to the battlefield first. I will tell you what to do once I saw the situation over there. Chapter 260. In the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s New York base, Loki was seen guarding the strangely shaped machine at the top of the building with the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent corpses all around him. Loki has already known all S.H.I.E.L.D. secrets from Barton, including the Avenger project that Nick Fury has made. After all, Barton was a high-level agent. Because of that, Loki has succeeded in drawing the Avengers' attention and opening the portal in a place that the Avenger least expected. Now that the Chitauri army was successfully summoned, no one could interrupt his plan anymore. Not even the Avenger would be able to deal with this many enemies at once. At least that was what he thought. Loki, turn that thing off. Otherwise, I would be forced to beat you down. Look at you, my stupid brother. There is no stopping this device anymore. Not you, not even me. The war has begun. Thor looked at Loki with disappointment in his eyes. He knew that there was nothing else he could do to stop Loki beside beating him down. Sir, there is a lot of heat signals coming from the portal. Jarvis said indifferently to Tony. I can see that. Jarvis, lock on to all of them for me. Meanwhile, Steve, Barton, Natasha, and Dio got off the Quinn jet and started fighting against the enemy on their own capabilities. Dio was holding the scythe that was trembling on his hand. Dio knew that the scythe wasn't trembling in fear, but trembling in excitement instead. After all, Anubis was the god of death and therefore, it would always get excited while confronted by the opponent that he could kill. But Dio was too deep in his own thought that he failed to realize that he was already surrounded by the Chitauri army. Dio, get away. You are surrounded. No, this is perfect. Dio said through the mind link from the snail and smirked as that saved him the trouble from chasing the enemy. Dio immediately channeled his Hammond energy inside the scythe, and that made the scythe glowed in bright red color. Die! Dio shouted as he spun the scythe around. Countless red energy waves cut through the air, cutting the Chitauri army like tofu. Aliens' corpses, along with their destroyed tech, covered Dio's surroundings. This scene shocked Natasha and the other. They thought that they should assist Dio because he was the most compromised position among the other Avengers, but after seeing Dio in action, they immediately put that thought away. After all, Dio was killing the enemy like a butcher killing chicken. As Dio kept mincing the enemy soldiers that came towards him, the portal fizzed, and a new kind of enemy appeared. A huge leviathan creature swam through the air, releasing a new soldier from its side and bombing the place beneath it. Furthermore, the leviathan was covered with a dense armor, even Iron Man's missile didn't work against it. Did you see that thing? How can we destroy it? I definitely saw it. But none of my weapons works against it. Did anybody see Banner yet? Tony asked casually. At the same time, Banner showed up while driving a golf cart with a safety helmet on. This scene could be funny on its own, but because of the situation they were currently in, they couldn't laugh at Banner. Am I late? Banner asked shyly. A little bit, but you are not too late for the main course just yet. Steve said as he pointed his finger towards the Leviathan. Okay, but please tell me if you want to throw me from 1,000 meters down. So that I can mentally prepare myself. Well, you should talk to the one who throws you from the helicarrier yourself. He is over there. Barton pointed to the rooftop. Banner looked up, and it was already horrifying. The place that Dio stood on was full of Shitori soldiers' dead body. Maybe someone else could talk to him beside me? Banner said nervously. Chapter 261. Seeing that no one volunteered, Banner felt awkward, he looked so terrifying right now. Banner said meekly. I have seen more terrifying things. Natasha said casually. It's okay to be scared, but now we need something scarier. Banner, it is time to be angry. Captain, that is my secret. I am always angry. The Hulk started to jump towards the enemy on the wall of the building and smash them with each other, but as soon as the Leviathan was on his sight, Hulk roared once again and jumped to the Leviathan's back and started pounding it down. Tony, who was observing the Leviathan for quite a while, immediately fired a missile as he saw that the Hulk had made an opening on the Leviathan's armor. The Leviathan was immediately blown into bits as Tony's missile successfully blew it apart. This was the kind of teamwork that Nick Fury has envisioned while creating the team, but everyone's happiness was short-lived as they saw that several Leviathans came out of the portal, followed by a large amount of enemy flying with their glider. You have to find a way to close that portal, otherwise, this battle would never end. We wouldn't be able to hold them down if that happens. The portal was protected by some form of energy barrier. I couldn't get through to destroy it. Why are you only telling bad news? Tony said to Thor sarcastically. I think Loki's scepter would be able to penetrate the barrier and destroy the portal. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep holding on to that thing that tightly. Dio said as he suggested the way to destroy the portal. He knew that the scepter would be able to destroy the portal as the mind gem wouldn't be affected by the space gem inside the cube. You should have told me that sooner. Natasha said as she was currently holding the scepter in her hands. You guys go handle the portal. I will hold the enemy by myself. You will not deal with them alone, Dio. I will be right here helping you. This is not the time to act heroically. Yeah, we feel the same way. Tony, Steve, and Barton said simultaneously. Alright, you win. Captain, take command. Alright, before destroying the portal, we have to hold the line. Barton. You occupy a high place, you will become our eyes as to know the enemy's position and observe the tide of the battle. Stark, you must be our perimeter line. Make sure that no enemy left within 3 miles radius of the portal. Thor, call your thunder. We needed to cull the new enemy coming out of the portal while Dio was guarding the battlefront. Natasha, you and I will make sure the portal was destroyed. And Hulk. Smash. Steve said confidently to everyone. After hearing the word he likes the most, the Hulk immediately jumped to the nearby enemy and started smashing them down. I almost thought that a biomechanical creature like you doesn't feel any fear. But surely, I have made a mistake. Dio said as he noticed that the Chitauri was running away from his position. He has already killed numerous amounts of an enemy that he already lost count. Well, since you don't want to attack me again, I will chase you. Dio said as he slammed the Reaper's gaze to the ground and took out 2 temporary stand cards that he had. Go, my evil squadron. Tear the enemy apart. The Bad Company was a stand that produced a huge amount of Hammond energy soldiers that also used tanks, helicopter, and artilleries. With their abilities, fire at once activated, the Chitauri wouldn't be able to react. But this was only the beginning. Dio also pulled out a silver card and quickly charged it with his Hammond energy. Come forth, my loyal White Knight. Protect those 2 from the enemy while they are doing their mission. The silver chariot quickly followed Natasha and Steve while clearing their path so that no enemy would be able to harm them. Unfortunately for the enemy, they couldn't see the stand. So, all of them were confused as they didn't see anything until it was too late. Now, the only thing that left was the source. Dio looked up into the portal in the sky and noticed that Thor was currently summoning his thunder and lightning to kill the enemy that entered the earth through the portal. But Dio knew that Thor wouldn't be able to keep summoning his thunder for a long time. After a while, Thor, who was a god, would feel exhausted too. Chapter 262. At the same time, Dio pulled his last one-time use card. It was a stand that he felt reluctant to use the most, not because it was a one-time use card, but more to the fact that if this stand was out of control, the entire New York would be dead. It was the Green Day card. Dio activated the card, and a green slug with a human body appeared. Dio then called Thor. "Thor, do me a favor and throw this thing to the edge of the portal." Dio said as he talked to Thor. "What is this thing?" Thor asked as he felt a little bit curious after seeing the Green Day from up close. Dio wasn't surprised that Thor could see the Green Day stand because Dio knew that a one-time use stand had more Hammond energy in them. And therefore, being with heightened mental awareness could see the stand. "This is one of my abilities, no time to explain now. I need you to throw this thing to the edge of the portal, just don't throw it inside the portal." After seeing that Dio was serious, Thor immediately grabbed the Green Day and flew as high as possible. Thor gritted his teeth as the further up he flew, the denser the enemy was. "Is this height good enough?" Thor asked Dio through the mind link. "Yes, that is close enough." Thor heeds my words. "Once I activate the abilities of that thing that you are holding, you can't descend. Stay in your position or fly around horizontally, but never go down even if it's just a little. Okay, just be quick. I couldn't hold on any longer, the enemy was too much around here. Relax, they would soon turn to piles of useless scrap." Dio said casually. "Green Day. Activate." Of course, because Thor was basically holding on to the Green Day, he was the first one to be infected, but fortunately, he recalled Dio warning him about not to go down, and so, even after he felt something was wrong, he didn't go down at all. Thor quickly realized why Dio said that he couldn't go down at all. A Chitauri soldier flew towards Thor and started shooting, but Thor dodged left and right. The Chitauri soldier started to go down Thor, but once the soldier was going down, mold started to cover their body. Just between a second or two, the soldier was dead, leaving only the mechanical parts of its body behind. Thor immediately understood that once he started to go down, he would be dead, consumed by the mold like the Chitauri soldier earlier. He immediately felt excited as he knew that the thing on his hands was releasing some kind of gases that were extremely lethal. Thor began to move around in the air so that the gases spread more. Sure enough, Thor causes hundreds of Chitauri to fall to their death, becoming the nutrition to the mold. But once a Leviathan started to go down, it was also quickly eaten by the mold, leaving only its mechanical part and nothing more. The mold from the Leviathan began to spread, and the air zone beneath the portal immediately became a dead zone. As anything that passed through the portal and started to descend towards Earth quickly fell and turned into scrap metal. Thor now felt the overwhelming power of Green Day, that thing's power was a weapon of mass murder. He no longer wondered why Dio didn't release this power from the beginning, as it could affect a huge space and create a dead zone. If he wasn't cautious, the whole city would fall under this thing's power. Now, Thor felt nervous as he worried that Dio couldn't stop this thing's power. If that was the case, then this place would become a lot worse than the aliens' invasion. Furthermore, he didn't want to die either. "Dio, tell me. Are you sure you can control this thing's ability? I feel like a cornered rat right now. If this thing couldn't be contained, I and the whole world would be dead." Thor asked worriedly to Dio through the mind link. Dio immediately notices that Thor feared Green Day's ability. "Don't worry, I will try best not to cause a disaster," Dio said casually while giggling to himself as he didn't even bother to reassure Thor at all. Thor began to nervously fly around again, but this time, it was clear that Thor was scared. There was no more excitement in Thor's movement, but more like a person who was concentrating and focused on only one task. In Thor's mind, he knew that he would probably be much better if he stuck to use his thunder to fry the enemy. It was so much better and relaxed compared to holding onto this weapon of mass destruction. Compared to Thor, who was nervously flying around with the Green Day in its end, Dio was completely satisfied and relaxed. From the looks of things, the Green Day was far more powerful than he firstly expected. The Chitaurian was a semi-mechanical race, and so Green Day's effect was quickly destroying their organic stuff. Dio also didn't feel any worry that Green Day would go out of control as it will only be summoned for 30 minutes. After that, the Green Day would disappear along with its entire mold. Chapter 263. When Thor and Dio successfully culled the amount of enemy that came out of the portal, Tony and the other could have more room to breathe as the pressure on stopping the enemy was reduced. Dio and Thor's conversation was heard by the others, and therefore, everyone knew that they shouldn't get close to Thor and that the one who has done everything was none other than Dio. But, Thor, Steve, Natasha, and the Hulk could see the little toy soldier and the Silver Knight on the battlefield, dealing with the enemy too. Everyone began to wonder, what was the bottom of Dio's power? Isn't Dio's power called Hammond energy? So, what is that little toy soldier and the Silver Knight really is? The Silver Knight has made our job so much easier, but we should do our job better because of it. Steve said as he became more determined to clear his objective. Previously, Steve was injured by a bomb that the alien has thrown towards him while saving the civilian that was trapped on the crumbling building, but he didn't seem to mind his injuries at all. Oh, I am sorry, did I interrupt something? But first, can you return my belongings, lady? Loki said as he suddenly appeared before Steve and Natasha. Steve immediately prepared himself for battle, but he wasn't fast enough. The silver chariot immediately rushed forward and immediately stabbed Loki with his sword. Silver chariot was undoubtedly one of the fastest stand, but as its sword passed through Loki, it showed a little bit of surprised look under its iron helmet. At the same time, Steve shouted, "Look out!" as he pushed Natasha aside. Loki appeared behind Natasha. Luckily Steve managed to save Natasha as Loki was about to stab her. Natasha realized the situation and immediately rushed towards Loki to stab him with the scepter, but she failed. She stabbed another Loki's afterimage and the real Loki has once again hidden himself somewhere near. Suddenly, more than 20 of Loki's afterimages appeared, telling Natasha and Steve to give up the mission and give him back the scepter. Steve and Natasha tried to attack Loki's afterimages, but all their attacks passed through. They looked around to see which one the real Loki was, but it seemed that the real Loki was waiting for them to do just that. He immediately appeared behind Steve and immediately took Steve's shield and threw it inside a nearby building. Now I change my mind. I will kill both of you and take back my scepter. Loki said as he smirked confidently. He became confident as the threat was reduced by half. Loki immediately blended in with his afterimages once again, continuing the goose chase with Steve and Natasha. But Steve and Natasha were interrupted by the sound of metal being dropped behind them. They immediately looked at the source of that weird sound and saw that the Silver Knight from before was stripping off its armor. After Silver Chariot had stripped off all his armor, it created the same amount of afterimage as Loki. Silver Chariot's afterimage was different from Loki's afterimage. While Loki's was created by magic, and therefore solely created to deceive the enemy, Silver Chariot's afterimage was simply made by his absurd speed, making every afterimage as real as it ever could be. Silver Chariot immediately stabbed every single one of Loki's afterimage at the same time. Loki's afterimage immediately disappeared while the real Loki was stabbed by the Silver Chariot. Loki let out a muffled noise as he didn't expect this weird thing to have such ability. Adding to his misfortune, Hulk immediately jumped from the top of the building and immediately grabbed Loki. I am fed up of you mortals. I am a god. Unhand me right now, you pathetic creature. But before he could speak another word, Hulk slammed him to the ground repeatedly in his fit of rage. It was violent as Loki was slammed against the wall repeatedly like a ragdoll. Ha, puny god. Hulk said as he was done with Loki. Steve and Natasha looked at the scene that played in front of their eyes in amazement. They never thought that it would end like this for Loki. That was a little bit cruel, but I don't want to complain. Natasha said as she applauded Hulk from where she was standing. Remind me to never make Banner angry. I don't want to be thrown around like a piece of dirty rag. Steve said as he took back his shield from inside the building that Loki threw it to earlier. Loki wasn't dead, but he surely felt Hulk's attack just now, stunning him on the little crater that Hulk has made for him. This moment would be remembered forever by Loki and caused him PTSD, making him afraid to come close to Hulk ever again. Let's go, we need to close the portal now. Steve said to Natasha as Loki was no longer stopping their path. At the same time, Nick was having his own battle inside the helicarrier. Are you out of your mind? No. I will never approve using a nuclear missile to kill the alien. I have sent my team to deal with the situation. They will definitely save New York from the alien. Nick said annoyedly to the monitor in front of him. The International Security Council has demanded the use of nuclear weapon to put the war to an end. Chapter 264. Unless my team told me that they have failed, I will not let you use the nuclear weapon to bomb New York with. There are still innocent civilians trapped out there. Nick said coldly. He then turned off the communication and started to curse the stupidity that the members of International Security Council demanded him to do. Nick then immediately switched the screen to the satellite monitor, watching the Avenger from afar. Although he knew that he couldn't help the Avengers on their fight, he would never allow anyone to interrupt and change the course of their fight. But at the same moment, a fighter jet equipped with nuclear missiles was preparing to take off unauthorizedly. The group of people in the International Security Council has lifted Nick Fury's command without him knowing and commanded for the launch of the nuclear fighter jet. The agent on deck quickly notified Nick about the jet's unauthorized take-off, and Nick immediately ran off toward the deck and immediately blew the wings of the fighter jet with rocket launcher, destroying the jet's chance to take off. But he was too late to destroy another jet that was also taking off. Nick Fury was furious. The International Security Council was too adamant on leveling New York to the ground while the Avenger was looking good on their mission. But because Dio has interfered with the current timeline, he created a massive butterfly effect. "Need help, Director?" Coulson said as he held the energy gun in his hands. He immediately aimed the gun at the fighter jet and immediately shot it down in the sky. "Coulson. You are still alive?" "Director, I need an explanation for this. I will talk about this later. Now, I need to take control of the deck immediately. This place is off limit for every agent on this helicarrier. If anyone walks to this deck without authorization, I will shoot them down personally." "Sir, yes sir," Agent Hill said as she immediately got every agent out of the deck and sealed the runway. Although she had so many questions for Nick Fury, but she knew this was not the time for that. "Coulson. Why did you run out of your room? Didn't I order you to stay put? I was bored of waiting on those boring rooms. I need to get back on the field, after all, my mission is still incomplete." Nick Fury sighed as he knew that it would be impossible to keep Coulson hidden in the future, and therefore he was done hiding him. "If that was the case, then I hereby cancelled your approved vacation. Now, your task is to make sure no one comes close to this deck without my order." "Wait a minute, Director. Did you say a vacation?" "Yeah, I originally planned for you to take a vacation. After all, I need you to stay hidden from the Avengers. Now, I need an excuse about your resurrection, and because you already exposed yourself, you will no longer need this vacation," Nick said with a smirk on his face. "If I go back inside the room, can I quietly take those vacation, Director?" Coulson asked innocently. "Of course no. God, hell no." Right now, Nick's thought was filled on how to settle the score with the dumb idiots inside International Security Council. The Avengers, who were in the middle of a fierce battle against the Chitauri army, didn't know that they were almost backstabbed by the people they protected. They were desperately protecting the Earth from an alien invasion. But those people behind their desks easily concluded that they were needing a weapon of mass destruction to absolve the alien without asking them first. Anyway, the Avenger could escape the nuclear strike no problem. But the city with every innocent person in it would become a victim of their incompetence. This was all too real. The leader could only order around without thinking of the consequences of their action. They always told everyone who died that they were a sacrifice that they must make, but if the leader's family was on the scene, they would do everything in their power to save them. What a joke. At the same time, the Chitauri army has noticed that they couldn't forcibly enter the Earth again. Instead, they started to gather on the other side of the portal and started firing on the Earth from there. Meanwhile, Thor was still pressured by the Green Day that he was holding. Because of the Green Day's effect in place, Thor couldn't go down. The Chitauri army noticed Thor's weird flying pattern and immediately followed suit. They began to fly in horizontal pattern while testing to go down little by little to test their own safety. One Chitauri soldiers finally successfully avoided Green Day's ability and safely arrived at the ground. Chapter 265. When the first Chitauri soldier successfully reached the ground without any trouble, the rest of the army behind quickly followed suit. Dio, who was witnessing everything, sighed as finally Green Day became useless. He couldn't use Green Day if enemies were already on the ground due to the risk that the Green Day's ability would spread uncontrollably. Dio thought that he could use Green Day ability as many times as possible, but it seemed that the Chitauri army was intelligent too. "Dio. The Chitauri have found a way to break through. What should we do now? Natasha, how is the situation on your side? Are you closing the portal yet?" "Steve and I have found the portal unit. Loki's scepter indeed could penetrate the portal's shield, but the energy produced by the cube was too strong. I need time to destroy it." "How long will it take for you to do that? Be precise," Dio said as his tone became serious. 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Thor. Wait for my signal. Throw that thing that you are holding down and start flying upward. Don't hesitate. After finding a way to deal with the strange ability from Thor, the Chitauri army ignored his presence completely. They didn't know that Dio has already deactivated Green Day's ability for now. But as soon as Dio was about to use his power, Tony's voice interrupted everyone. "Don't close it just yet," Tony said nervously. "Stark. The enemy has infiltrated our lines of defense. They would swarm us again soon." "Yes, but Jarvis detected a nuclear missile heading our way. We need a place to dump that thing too, and the portal seems like a good choice right now." "What?" Everyone except Dio and Thor said simultaneously in a shocked tone. "So. I have a plan. We hold the enemy like we already did for several more minutes, and when the nuclear missile was already in sight, I will guide it towards the portal. As soon as the missiles enter the portal, we can close it," Tony said solemnly. "We can't let the civilians trapped here die by humans' error like this. What do you say, guys?" Tony asked casually. "Have you thought that you might die by doing that?" Natasha asked worriedly. "Well, I am the most suitable person to do this. I can fly and I have a suit that could predict the missile's movement and a guiding path to direct it to the portal. Meaning, I am the only one who is capable of doing this." Tony is right. We have our own responsibilities. We must hold on and wait for the nuclear missile to get here first. Maybe it's dangerous. But no one else can do this besides us. After all, it was Tony's plan. We should respect his choices. Steve said commandingly. "Yeah, it's okay. After all, I am also a part-time war doctor, aren't I? If you are still breathing, I would be able to save you." Dio's word reassured Natasha, Tony, and the others. Tony and Natasha, especially since they've already seen Dio's healing capabilities firsthand. As for the others, they've already trusted Dio enough that they wouldn't be surprised at other strange abilities that Dio had in his sleeves. "Okay, now, Thor. After a count of 3, you can come back to the ground." After the count of 3, Green Day was already done absorbing all the mold that it has released. And Thor immediately came down to the ground. When he saw Dio, Thor was a little bit surprised as he saw that Dio was covered with a white icy armor from head to toe. Dio has used the white album once again. "Now, my preparation is done. Come forth, Horus," Dio said as he summoned another stand. A terrifying skeletal bird appeared behind Dio, and the temperature around him immediately became even colder. Stand name, Horus. Description, a stand named after the Egyptian sky god. Type, long-range stand. Ability, cryokinesis. Ability description, Horus grants its user the power to generate and control ice at a rapid rate. Attribute. Destructive power, B. Speed, B. Range, D. Sustainability, C. Precision, E. Growth, C. Evaluation, JoJo's version of ice molding magic was used by Grey Fullbuster from Fairy Tail. A layer of frost appeared around Dio, freezing anything that it touched. In the first quarter of the battle, he was a berserker that readily sliced and diced the enemy at close range. Now, Dio planned to completely use the ice and cold stand to dominate the enemy from afar. Furthermore, Dio also summoned the Hanged Man to complete his set of distance overkill. After all, the Hanged Man could use the ice shards that Dio was about to throw for its own ride. Chapter 266. Dio immediately used the Hammond technique Life Magnetism Overdrive to increase Horus's power. There was no need to be invisible right now. Power was more important. Ice Blade summons, Dio said to Horus coldly. Hundreds of ice shards immediately appeared around Dio, and as soon as Dio waved his hands, hundreds of ice shards were immediately shot at the Chitauri army at an unbelievable speed. Thor, who was observing the battlefield, was shocked. Dio's power was too close to that of a god. The Chitauri army that was freely coming out from the portal was immediately overwhelmed with the number of ice shards that were being shot at them. Because of the speed from the empowered Horus, the Chitauri army didn't have any time to dodge. Dio made another batch of ice shards and created an ice wall on his side to prevent the enemy from coming close to attack. The ice wall was so big that so many Chitauri army had crashed into it from the sudden appearance of the 200-meter-tall ice wall. Ice mirror, crystal, Dio said to Horus, and suddenly the 200-meter-tall ice wall shattered, and countless ice crystals floated from the ice wall's previous location. The Hanged Man immediately jumped from Dio's right eye to the countless ice crystals and started killing the Chitauri soldiers that was unfortunate enough to have their image reflected in the ice crystal. This was possible because Dio has been saving his Hammond energy from the start of the battle. And thus he could achieve such a feat in the last moment like this. His ice combo was impenetrable. The white album was his close-range defense as it was an armor and also had the capabilities to reach absolute zero in a short distance. Meanwhile Horus for attacking the enemy from a medium range and created any ice crystal for Hanged Man to move and kill its enemy. Thor now was feeling a little bit ashamed, as he was the son of Odin and the god of thunder. How come he let a mortal did so much while all he did was sit back and relax? No longer able to hold his own morale, Thor immediately held the Mjolnir high up in the air and immediately called forth the thunder and lightning. Thor began to roar and send an ungodly amount of electric charges into the air. Because of his proximity, Thor's electric charges resonated with Dio's ice crystal in the air. As ice was a great conductor for electricity, the thunder grew wild and electrified so many Chitauri soldiers at once. This combination of ice and thunder immediately fried a few waves of Chitauri army in no time. Everyone else who saw what was happening was shocked by their bone as they never imagined this much raw power ever existed. The Hulk, however, showed fear again as the memory from while he was frozen by Dio's ability resurfaced. The Hulk immediately turned around and started killing the enemy far from Dio's position. Now, the Chitauri army has changed tactics. They immediately sent out the Leviathan once again as it could withstand the ice and thunder combination from Dio and Thor. Now, are you coming with me? Dio asked Thor as Dio pulled out the Reaper's gaze to attack the enemy himself this time. Of course. Let's go. Dio immediately communicated with the Anubis inside the Reaper's gaze. Thus he knew that Reaper's gaze has accumulated so many energies from the previous battle, and this was the right time to release it. The blade from the scythe began to glow red, and it started to change its appearance once more. If it was a large scythe before that looked like a farmer extra-large scythe, now the handle began to grow, and the scythe became more like a war scythe. Dio immediately swung the scythe down as he fell towards the Leviathan, and an energy wave immediately appeared from the scythe and cut the Leviathan in two, and it fell to the ground without any more movement. Compared with Dio's clean kill, Thor took a lot more effort to bring down one of the Leviathans. He slammed the Leviathan's armor, and once it broke, he summoned the thunder to attack the Leviathan's flesh directly. After this kind of show, Thor was already at his limit, physically and mentally. Other heroes, excluding Dio, were all in the same condition. They all were already fatigued as the enemy kept popping out without end. For Dio himself, this was because he has already increased his max Hammond energy, and he was saving his power at the beginning of the battle. If he went all out from the beginning, he might be more fatigued than the other heroes by now. Natasha. Get ready to close it. I am on my way with the nuclear missiles. Okay. I'll get ready. Dio saw Tony coming from afar with the missile on his back. After Tony reached a certain distance from the portal, Dio saw that Tony activated all his thruster and changed the missile's trajectory towards the portal. To help Tony reach the portal without being gunned down by the enemy, Thor immediately flew close and shot lightning towards the enemy that flew toward Tony. Everyone else was looking at Tony's figure nervously, including Nick Fury, who was observing the fight from the helicarrier. Although he had successfully avoided the missiles launch from the helicarrier, the International Security Council has launched the missiles from elsewhere. Chapter 267. The Chitauri army noticed that Natasha was trying to close the portal. And many of them immediately flew hurriedly toward Natasha. Dio looked at Tony's position and noticed that he almost reached the portal, so Dio thought that there was no need for him to save any more Hammond energy. He activated his attacking stand, and with the Hulk in tow, Dio did everything he could to prevent the Chitauri from reaching Natasha. Meanwhile, Thor was flying with Tony to escort him safely to the portal. After all, he couldn't let the Chitauri attack the missiles and set off the explosion accidentally. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario didn't happen, and the Chitauri army didn't detect any danger that Tony was holding. This fact gave Tony the chance to rush towards the portal as soon as he could. Tony released the nuclear missiles right towards the Chitauri mothership, and it exploded brilliantly in the outer space. As soon as the mothership was destroyed, all remaining Chitauri and Leviathan left on the Earth immediately fell from the sky and died. They were semi-organic creatures, meaning that they have someone or something that controlled them. Once the mothership was destroyed, whatever it was that controlled them was also dead with it. Close the portal. Steve said to Natasha hurriedly. No, wait. He may run out of energy already. Everyone obeyed Dio's word as they too wanted Tony to come back alive. A few more seconds passed, and as they were starting to think that Tony has died with the explosion, a familiar figure fell out of the portal. It's Tony. Close the portal quickly. Natasha no longer hesitated and immediately rammed the scepter into the cube and knocked it off the machine that opened the portal. The portal was immediately closed as it lost its primary energy source. The beam of lights that signaled the war on Earth finally faded as the war was finally over. But the celebration was short-lived. Tony was free-falling from the sky while Hulk and Thor were trying to save him. Meanwhile, the machine that created the portal exploded. Luckily Steve was near Natasha, so he was able to block the explosion with his vibranium shield, but unfortunately, they both were pushed out of the 10-story building. Barton quickly jumped off from the building that he was currently in and shot an arrow to the shield's building and immediately glided to save Natasha and Steve, but unfortunately, he could only reach Steve in time. Natasha! Barton shouted as he failed to reach her in time. At this critical moment, Dio switched the world with Hermit Purple and immediately tied Natasha to the wall with it. It seemed that everyone was safe. But, unfortunately for them, another figure immediately rushed towards the scepter that was blown off earlier, and after that, he immediately jumped forward and quickly rushed towards the cube that was lying around the pathway in front of S.H.I.E.L.D's base. Dio was visibly annoyed at the man's critical timing. So, he immediately used Horus to shoot several ice shards to knock the man or possibly kill him if that was possible. But the man easily fended off the flying ice shards with the Loki scepter in his hands. Dio immediately used Hermit Purple to take the cube on the pathway as he didn't want that thing to also fall into the Hydra's hand. Once doing that, Dio also created an ice wall to block the man's way towards the cube with Horus, but the man easily destroyed the ice wall with his biomechanical arm. Dio was annoyed beyond belief. He couldn't think of anything to capture the man now as Hermit Purple's vine would be too weak against this man. But thankfully, Dio's vine power reached the cube before the man did. So, the man immediately escaped, with Loki's scepter in his hands. Dio immediately made a move to chase after the guy, but another thing interrupted him from doing so. Dio! Tony isn't breathing. Dio groaned and immediately pulled Natasha up and rushed towards Tony to save his life. Let me check him out of the way, Dio said as he immediately checked Tony's vital. Dio immediately relaxed as he felt Tony still had a pulse and that the snail wasn't dead just yet. Tony was just in suspended animation, meaning that the guy was forcing himself too hard. And that made him collapse. Furthermore, Dio noticed that the light from Tony's arc reactor was also dim, meaning that the arc reactor had already exhausted its energy. Thor, tap Tony's chest a little bit with your Mjolnir, it should wake him up, Dio said casually. Are you sure I can do this? Thor asked confusedly. Hurry up, just do it. Trust me on this one. Dio was smart. At least he felt like if Thor immediately tapped Tony's arc reactor with Mjolnir a little bit, electricity would spark from Mjolnir to Tony's arc reactor. After a while, Tony opened his eyes and hurriedly took a deep breath. Chapter 268. What happened? No one's going to kiss me better. Dio and the other immediately sighed in relief, and since Tony was still as sarcastic as ever, everyone knew that nothing was wrong with him. Natasha and Barton immediately walked forward, and the Avenger looked at each other in relief as they survived the war against an alien invader. We won. Good job guys. I suggest you take a day off tomorrow and rest, but I am starving right now. Did you guys ever eat shawarma? I know a shawarma place that was said to be the tastiest in New York. Want to go get it? It's not over just yet, Thor said as he looked at Loki, who was still lying around in the place Hulk smashed him before. Oh yeah, there is bad news and good news too that I have to tell you guys. The bad news is that Loki's scepter has been stolen once again, and the good news is that I successfully recover the cube, Dio said indifferently. Dio had enough for today as he was starving and only wanted a quiet place to eat and went back home to sleep. He had to think about Asgard later, as he knew that the main way to Asgard right now was only with Odin's power or the cube, and he didn't want to rush things just yet. Barton also saw the person who snatched Loki's scepter earlier, but he didn't need to say anything as he knew that everyone didn't care about the scepter now. They will have to search for the scepter later. Director Fury has sent over a chopper for us to ride. For now, let's tie Loki up so that he wouldn't try to escape later, Natasha said tiredly. I hope this time, he doesn't come with another missile, Dio said sarcastically. Yeah, that was a betrayal. That kind of behavior would undoubtedly be punished by death in Asgard, Thor said coldly. The other remained silent as they didn't know what happened and why they were being bombed by nuclear missile. But they realized that even if they knew the reason behind the bombing, they wouldn't be the one to tell the others. But surely, they were worried about Nick's safety as Dio and Thor were angered about the missile situation. When a Quinjet landed, the Avenger handed over Loki to them, and Tony immediately got a taxi to the Turkish barbecue where they would have shawarma. The surprising thing was that even after the alien has attacked the city, a taxi still drove around on the road, trying to look for a customer, and the restaurant that Tony brought them to wasn't affected that much either from the alien attack and still operated as if nothing happened. After they ordered shawarma, everyone was sitting around the table in silence while eating their shawarma. After 20 minutes or so, Dio couldn't stand the scene any longer. "Oh, for crying out loud. Let me cook dinner for you guys. Today, it's on the house." Seeing the ingredient in the kitchen, Dio sighed and decided to fry some meat and made some Turkish barbecue with rice and salad on the side. Dio swapped white album with pearl jam and decided stamina recovery for the treatment effect. It didn't take long for Dio to serve the simple dish that he made, but it would certainly taste amazing, just like the other dishes that he made with pearl jam. Simply smelling the dish made their mouth watery, and the shawarma that they were holding was soon dropped and forgotten. "Did you also add the usual recipe?" Natasha asked curiously. Tony was also listening intently as he was also curious about that. "Yeah, I added a little bit with the effect to relieve some fatigue and enhanced your healing factor a little bit. The side effect would be none as it wouldn't try to heal any major parts of your body," Dio said casually. Natasha and Tony nodded their head in excitement as the others were confused about their conversation. However, even though they didn't understand the conversation, they still could smell the fragrant dish, and so they started eating immediately. As soon as they tasted the dish, everyone except Tony and Natasha was surprised by the delicious taste that they never tasted before. Their appetites flared up and soon buried themselves on eating rage. They started to consume the barbecue, rice, and salad without any manner and occasionally gave a thumbs up to Dio's direction. "This is the true Turkish barbecue. I love it to death." The restaurant owner and the chef were speechless as the reaction between their food with Dio's food was far too different, while the ingredients in their kitchen were the same. The chef immediately ran back to the kitchen and tasted the barbecue that Dio made, but he still found the same flavor that he usually created. He began to wonder whether his customers were actors. In the meantime, Dio has already made a large portion for all Avenger members. But he never expected they would have this big appetite as everything was gone in a matter of minutes. The first one to finish his portion was Thor, and he began to look over to the other's plate while also trying to get some for himself. But unfortunately, for Thor, no one wanted to share. Normally, Tony or Steve would share their food with Thor to show some earth courtesy, but as this food was probably one of the best foods, if not the best that they have ever tasted. Chapter 269. Right after finishing their meal, Dio quickly warned them. "Okay, now that you have finished eating everything, you will feel your whole body gradually become active again, and maybe an itch in a couple of places, but don't worry, it was all the treatment from the food that I cooked. It's all to relieve your fatigue and heal your wounds," Dio said casually as he knew some of them would make a big deal out of it if Dio never told them what was happening. They all nodded, and Steve was surprised as soon as Dio finished speaking. The wound on his shoulder began to itch, and as he looked at it, the wound was starting to heal at a speed that was visible to the human's eye. Not too long after that, the wound disappeared, and Steve's shoulder returned to how it was before as if there wasn't any wound there in the first place. "This is unbelievable," Steve said in awe, while the other also felt the same and started fussing about their own injuries, only Natasha and Tony that were enjoying the treatment in peace. But as soon as the relieving fatigue side effect occurred, all of them couldn't stay silent as they felt that their body was like being massaged by a top-level professional masseur. Natasha and the other Avenger members started to moan in delight as their body was being treated from top to bottom. If anyone walked outside the restaurant right now, they might be getting the wrong idea here. After a few minutes passed, the treatment process was over. Natasha and the others lied on their chair with a satisfied look on their face. "It's really amazing. Now I am ready to take care of another wave of Chitauri army." Everyone else also felt the same. They were all healed, and their stamina was restored like it never was. Except for their clothes that were still in tatter, no one would believe that they have just finished a war against the alien army. "Is this also one of your abilities?" Steve asked curiously. He didn't know Dio as good as the other members, and that applied to the Hulk as well. But the thing that intrigued the captain was that Dio seemed to have so many abilities that seemed endless. Controlling the ice, shape-shifting weapon, and even an incredible strength. Even compared to a godlike Thor, Steve could say that Dio was still more terrifying if anyone who became his enemy wouldn't know what to do next. Steve concluded that Dio was unfathomable as well as mysterious. "Well, I am a part-time doctor, but my actual job is a chef. If you come to my restaurant next time, I will give you a 5% discount." Dio smiled as he gave Steve his business card. Steve was speechless as he read Dio's fantasy restaurant on the card and Dio's phone number for reservation. After that small bit of exchange, they decided to leave the restaurant as they began to attract too much attention to themselves. As always, Tony was left to deal with the payment, and they waited outside for the Quinjet. Now that they were already done eating, there was still so much more stuff they had to figure out. Like the cube, Loki's scepter, and Loki himself. Also, there was the nuclear missiles issue too. Dio knew that the leaders of the countries working together with the International Security Council have already started feeling insecure about the existence of the Avenger. They only used the nuclear missiles as an excuse to end the alien invasion while they intended for the Avenger to perish along with the alien. Of course, this was what Dio found out from the movie, but after changing so much stuff, he needed to ask Fury directly for the real reason. If some people dared to interfere with his life, he didn't mind killing them too. After all, if some politicians died, the world will still work like nothing happened. A politician was not a necessary cog in this world anyway. At the same time, in the helicarrier, Nick was having an online meeting with the International Security Council. You see that my team could defend against the alien invasion with their own strength. They did not only apprehend Loki, the culprit, but also successfully secured the cube. Judging from the result here, you are the ones that make the wrong decision. Nick Fury said coldly. The International Security Council members that participated in the meeting were all silent as they faced against an aggressive Nick Fury. But there was no way they'd admit that they have made a wrong decision. That is just a fluke. If there is another situation like this one next time, will you still entrust the world's safety to those freaks? And don't you forget that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources are in our hands. Our decision is already a consent from everyone else, meaning that you don't get a say for that matter. Please learn your position. Director. We can revoke your status and replace you with someone else if we want to. After hearing the words that come from the council member, Nick Fury punched the table in anger. A fluke? Do you call that a fluke? If it is not because of your shit-stained nuclear missiles, they would have completed the task earlier. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources indeed came from you, but don't you forget that this time, the people that protected the Earth was my people. If I ever share this situation online, I don't know how much the public would berate you for your stupid decision. So don't ever talk to me like that ever again. Fury said furiously. Then, you can shove those freaks up your ass and go to hell already. The council member from earlier cursed at Fury as he was also angry at Fury's insubordinate action. Why don't you worry about yourself first? If these freaks ever know your whereabout, they might pay you a visit. But sadly, they don't care whether you're dead or alive. Chapter 270. Despite the city was devastated of so many destroyed buildings from the alien attack, the heroic feat of the Avenger team was a hope to many people that the world still has their guardians. The news anchor said as they ended their program. The people on the road also chanted the Avengers' name proudly as they felt the rise of the superheroes was all that they need in this dark time. A few days later, the news was still raging on all kinds of information that they got about the Avengers. While almost everyone also talked about them on the street. And somewhere, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. secret base, Nick was also watching the news while having the meetings again with the International Security Council. He knows that this was the final showdown between him and the Council regarding the Avenger. Meanwhile, the Council has collected information regarding every member of the Avenger. And thus they knew that some of them had the power to destroy nations, or even Earth itself. That was the real reason why they let Fury control the S.H.I.E.L.D. as its director instead of banishing him. Where are the Avengers right now? A council member asked Fury. They took a vacation, they deserved it after fighting a difficult battle, Fury answered casually. The cube? Where is it now? It's safe. Return to its rightful place. You have no right to make that decision. The council said as they were getting annoyed with Fury's behavior. Well, that is not my decision either, a god made that decision, I just agreed. Nick said as he showed them a photo where Thor held the cube. So, you let him take the cube. What about Loki? Who would bring him to justice? He should be punished heavily for his crime. Oh, he would be heavily punished, there is no need for you to question that. Nick said casually. I think you didn't understand the current situation is. With the Avenger returned to society, the people would be in danger, they are all dangerous. Nick suddenly laughed as he didn't understand the insecurity that these people felt. It is true that they are a dangerous individual. But they are also world famous. Did you ever know what happened to a government who locked a world famous person without any actual reason? You will receive constant nagging from protesters and maybe a ploy to coup the current government and such. Nick said indifferently. The council member immediately fell silent as they knew that what Fury has just told them was true. In fact, they already knew what would happen if they suddenly put a dangerous status on those people. In addition, their decision to launch a nuclear weapon on that day was also criticized harshly by many countries. The post-war results stated that the launch of the nuclear missile was unnecessary. This decision was a bitter fruit that they could only choose to swallow. They still wouldn't admit that they were wrong. But as the public and so many people have already agreed that they were wrong, they let the result talk rather than admitting it themselves. When the meeting was over, and the communication was cut off, one member of the council was surprised to see that a man was already standing behind him. "You are the one who advocated the launch of the nuclear missiles, aren't you?" The man said coldly. The council member wanted to reach for his gun, but as soon as he heard the voice, he decided not to. "You are from the Avenger, aren't you?" "I have already read your profile, what do you want?" The council member asked nervously. He remembered this man's voice as he was the one who seemed to be the most terrifying out of all the other Avenger members. He also knew that this guy didn't appreciate any sort of aggressive behavior. So he ought to stay calm. "What I want to do depends on what you have to say. Now. The first question. Did you want to get rid of all the Avenger members? Now, I would like an honest answer. Believe it or not. I can detect whether you are lying or not. If I notice that you are lying, I promise you that you will regret ever being born in this world." The council member gulped his spit down as he was starting to get more nervous after hearing what Dio has asked. For a second. His mind made up a lot of lies that seemed very reasonable and he even wondered about it for a while, but he immediately decided not to as his instinct told him that he would die if he lied. He immediately told the truth, although he found it difficult. "At first, we just wanted to prevent the situation from developing even worse than it already was. It may be difficult for you to believe. But we must make a decision for this kind of thing whether it was a responsible decision or not. But, when we saw the video when you guys started fighting against the alien, it's undeniable that we also felt panicked and uneasy." The council member said sincerely. Chapter 271. As the council member told Dio the truth, Dio sighed as it all made sense, and all of it was a matter of perspectives. It was like the war itself. In order to gain an advantage, they would need to sacrifice something. It was just that from Dio's point of view, he wasn't a soldier who had to obey someone. And he also didn't have the noble idea to sacrifice everything to gain an advantage, and so the explanation that the council member just told him, still didn't sit well with him. Then, the second question. If, by any chance, your family, I mean all your family was in New York at that time, what would you do? Would you still make the same decision? The council member failed to give his answer to Dio immediately. If this was a TV interview, he wouldn't hesitate to say yes and then used it as an expression for justice. But now, sitting in front of someone that was hostile and capable of doing so many things, he couldn't lie. So, after thinking about it time and time again, the council member finally gave his answer. "If I were the younger version of me, say 30 or 20 years younger, I will be answering with yes immediately. But now, I can't do that. I would probably send a rescue team to save them first before I even consider firing the missile. But of course, that is just my selfish thought. If the situation got too serious and I must make the decision on the spot, I would have done the same thing." Dio apparently didn't believe the council member just yet as he immediately took a drop of sweat from the council member's face and analyzed it with his Hammond energy. With his understanding of the Hammond energy, Dio knew that he didn't have to lick the sweat from people's face to know whether that person was lying or not. But after he got his answer, Dio sighed again and immediately walked towards the door. "Is my decision really wrong at that time?" the council member asked Dio weakly. Dio stopped for a while, and suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the council member's body. The council member thought that he would die at that time, but it didn't happen. Dio only made him felt cold. "I don't know, you might be right at that time, but one thing for sure. Don't mess with me again. Otherwise, next time you wouldn't be so lucky." When the council member opened his eyes, he was still trembling from the cold, but there was no one else in his room. He quickly opened the window to get rid of cold air and prepared for a hot bath. He couldn't help but wonder whether Dio's word was a threat or a warning. So, he began to think about how he should face the Avenger in the future. On the other hand, Dio immediately received a call from Nick as soon as he left the council member's house. "I was surprised that you actually don't kill him. Your acting was too realistic. I guess it should tame the group of International Security Council member for a while. But I think you will become their next target. I wouldn't be surprised if they amassed a lot of resources to keep tabs on you." Nick Fury said teasingly. "Acting? Did you ever think so? Well, I don't want any reason for them to start chasing after the people I care." Dio said with a bored expression. He didn't want the hassle to explain everything to Fury, as it would take a long time and an unnecessary amount of questions from Fury. As the truth went, if Dio found that the result from his lie detector said otherwise, and he found that the council member was lying, after all, the council member would have already become an ice sculpture. It was ridiculous that Fury truly believed that he only wanted to scare this council member. Or maybe Fury expected Dio to kill this council member. After all, he always became a thorn on Fury's side. Maybe Fury really was expecting Dio to kill this guy. But no matter what the real reason Fury shared the council information was, the result was enough for now. A few hours later, Dio hurried back to New York, where Thor, Tony, and the others have waited for him. Thor was finally able to go home after he got Odin's consent, and they would celebrate for the last time before splitting up to do their own task for a while. When Dio landed with the Quinjet, Tony immediately teased him. "Hey, I heard that you're troubled by some people, did you need any help dealing with any of them?" Tony asked teasingly. "I've already done my best. I already visited the guy, but I don't know whether it would bring a positive change or not. I just hope that nothing bad would happen to the guy, as I would become the suspect for it." "Don't worry, I would become the first one to say that you are indeed a criminal," Tony said while laughing loudly. Dio only gave Tony a middle finger and then immediately greeted the others. "By the way, Dio, the state has already issued an order and provided a huge number of subsidies for New York's resident who was affected by the alien attack. Your restaurant is also on the list, and the government would try to restore it to its original state," Natasha said as he walked over to Dio and handed him a document. Dio nodded to Natasha and put away the document for now. Dio's restaurant was unfortunately affected by the alien attack, as one Leviathan fell on Chinatown directly on top of Dio's restaurant. Everything that Dio had inside the restaurant was destroyed, but on the contrary, the Porsche and the villa were still intact, and not any harm was caused to those two items. Dio was visibly irritated, as it meant that he lost quite a lot of money from the unnecessary rent and insurance. Chapter 272. All preparation for the war that Dio had done all this time was down the drain now. If he knew that things like this would happen, he would have bought the villa instead of renting it, and the car too. The insurance money was for nothing, as he couldn't use it now. Dio was speechless. He set aside the insurance problem for now and thought about his restaurant. He was wondering whether to build the new restaurant at the same site or move it to a better place. After all, the reason he worked at the restaurant was gone. Even though the restaurant would be built with exactly the same model as the old one, it wouldn't feel right anymore. But Tony disrupted Dio's thought by smacking Dio's head with a document. "What the hell? Tony?" Dio said a little bit annoyedly. "Read it, stupid. I will rebuild my Stark Tower, and I've already bought all plots of land like around here. Pick your choice, and I would give that place as your new restaurant." Dio was annoyed. Tony was acting like some rich little snob right now, but this was not Dio's first time to see Tony acted like this. Dio also knew that with the kind of money that Tony had, Dio wouldn't be surprised if Tony bought all New York. There was no wonder that every hero in the comic and the movie wanted to be Tony's friend. They would get the best out of everything, as Tony only had the best kind of everything. But Dio also realized that Tony only do this out of gratitude for the snail that saved his life. This was so Tony. Dio wouldn't be surprised to hear that his actual reason was that he wanted to get close to Dio's restaurant so that he wouldn't have to track a long drive to get to Dio's place for a meal. So, with that in mind, Dio chose the most open spot and the best place for a restaurant and gave the document back to Tony. "Now, you could design my place all you want, I will pay you back as soon as I get back my insurance money," Dio said casually. "Okay, fine by me," Tony said casually. He has already said that he would give it to Dio for free, but if Dio chose to pay, Tony wouldn't reject that, as he knew that Dio was very stubborn. Dio was a little bit excited about this because Dio knew that land in the center of New York was very expensive, and he could use that fact to raise his restaurant's price a little bit more. After all, Dio knew that those rich people would do anything to maintain their perfect image. He believed that he would get more money after his restaurant's reopening. And for his friends, they were back one after another. They were starting from Will, who had a great time on his vacation after Dio bought him a ticket to Hawaii for several days and some pocket money to spend. Then comes Jessica, who was so thankful for Dio's warning about the war that would take place in New York. She also convinced her parents that they should leave New York for the time being. Although she had to persuade them, at least her parents were safe from the alien invasion. Then Christine also called that she was thankful for Dio to give her the warning to leave New York, and when she was back, she hoped to go to a club next time Dio wasn't busy. After the phone call from all of his dear ones, Dio chatted casually with other Avengers until Banner brought the machine that created the portal for the alien invasion earlier. But this time, it was for a different purpose. This time, it was to create a portal for Thor to return to Asgard. As Banner and Tony prepared the machine, Thor asked Dio once again. "Are you sure you wouldn't come with me to Asgard? Without the Rainbow Bridge, I don't know if I would be able to come back to Earth." Dio was silent for a second as he really wanted to go to Asgard to experience the culture there, and the best thing was to get a Pegasus for his new pet, or the best thing yet, earn a bunch of gold for his next gacha. But as Thor said it himself, how could he return to Earth without the Rainbow Bridge fixed? He couldn't use the space gem from the cube as he saw fit, nor could he ask Odin to use his power to send Dio back to Earth. After all, if by any chance, Odin didn't have a good impression of him, Dio didn't have a place to return there. "Nah, I think I would pass this time, but remember to bring me some URU metal if you ever back to Earth," Dio said while smiling casually to Thor. "Hey, that metal is the precious treasure of Asgard because of its rarity. Not even I can give it away that easily." Dio was a little bit disappointed, but he knew that Thor didn't mean that he didn't want to give Dio the metal, but Thor was an honest person, and so with that in mind, Dio would have to ask Odin himself to give him one. "Now, let's meet again when the time gave me the possibility to come back to Earth," Thor said as he walked toward the shining light produced by the machine with Loki and the cube in his hands. Then Thor and Loki disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 273. On their way back, Dio was curious to ask Tony a question. "Tony, what is wrong with Steve? Why would he be so down after Thor and Loki go? Does he have some serious stuff with Thor? Or was he charmed by Loki? What are you talking about?" Tony asked, annoyedly. "You know, if the captain who was regarded as the hero of the United States of America was somehow like any other man, I don't mind, you know, I don't have any problem with the LGBT group," Dio said casually. "No, you idiots. How can you jump to that conclusion? Anyway, that's not it. Steve was able to see the person who took Loki's scepter at the end of the battle, and he knows who it is." Now he thought that maybe he had gotten too lax around Dio, that he found Dio's word was already too annoying for him to take. Dio immediately realized what happened. He almost forgot that the guy would show up eventually. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, should come after the Ultron incident, not now. But this also showed the fact that the Hydra was still operational somewhere, as Winter Soldier was Hydra's product. But from the timing of Winter Soldier's appearance, Dio concluded that there must be a Hydra agent inside the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier. But when he thought for the time that Tony learned the truth that his parent was killed by none other than Bucky himself, he was excited to see the fight that would happen between Tony, Steve, and Bucky. Dio couldn't help but laugh at the exciting battle that will happen later. As he felt malice from his side, Tony shuddered and took a step away from Dio subconsciously. When Dio returned to his villa, he was surprised that a familiar figure has already waited for him. "Christine?" Dio said curiously. "Dio?" Christine said excitedly while running towards Dio to give him a hug. "I haven't seen you for a while, what brings you here?" Dio asked casually. Christine immediately flustered and answered shyly. "I was just from my friend's place, and I think I must come over and thank you in person for saving me and my family's life. When I saw what happened to New York from England, I was horrified. And, I want to check on you too," she said quickly. Dio immediately kissed her to silence her for a moment as he couldn't hear her clearly. "Did that calm you down?" Dio said with a smile as he parted his lips from Kristen's. Christine's face was red as she was embarrassed from her little mumble earlier, but this time she was a little bit confident after she knew that Dio also had an interest in her as a woman. "No, you make my heart beat faster by that kiss. You have to analyze what is happening to my heart now." "Ah, shoot. I didn't think I have ever received a lesson about that from you before, care to teach me now?" "Of course, it was never too late to learn," Christine said as Dio invited her to his villa. A few hours later, they finished their study session and lying exhausted in bed. Dio was currently listening to Christine's story as she feared her wits after knowing what happened in New York. "Dio, how did you got the information that alien would attack New York in advance like that? You have to be more than a simple restaurant owner." Looking at Christine's bright eyes, Dio wanted to say his identity immediately as he knew how curiosity could become a problem. "Well, you are right. As a matter of fact, I am a restaurant owner simply for my daily life identity. The truth is. It's okay, you don't have to go on. I know that people who have a secret identity mean that they want to protect people that they were close with. So I realize that it could become a problem for you later if you told me now." But as you want to be honest with me is already enough to satisfy my curiosity. Christine said as she parted her lips from Dio's. Dio was surprised to hear those endearing words from Christine, so he smiled warmly at Christine. By the way, how about the hospital that you work for? Did it survive the invasion? Oh yeah, before I came back to New York, I have called Steven about his condition and the hospital. Fortunately, he was okay and that the hospital was fine too. When the invasion happened, he was in the middle of a surgery, but I am glad that nothing bad happened to him or the people inside the hospital. Christine said sincerely. Dio knew that Christine was a very loyal friend. When she was about to leave New York with her family, she also persuaded Steven to come along, but of course, Steven only took her as a joke. But Dio also knew that nothing would happen to Strange, at least not until the car crash that would direct his life to the Ancient One. Chapter 274. Despite the destruction that New York suffered from the alien invasion, only in a matter of months, the city was restored as it was before. And over time, the Avengers' name became popular as they became the world's first superheroes. Then, for the famous, business opportunity came along nicely. Tony was indeed a truly high-end businessman. He immediately seized the opportunity after seeing his popularity bloomed. Using several of his toy companies to create a mirage that the Stark Industries was doing great, and because of that, he got more funding for his company that he later used to build more Iron Man suits. With Pepper's suggestion too, Stark Industries was changing its path from weapon manufacturer into a technological research company. This was the new probability for Stark Industries to start fresh after the alleged accusation that they were a company that funded the terrorist. Apart from that, the government was still trying to get Tony's armor for themselves, and of course, it was for the military, and Tony coldly rejected the government's offer to buy the Iron Man suit with an unbelievable amount of money. Tony himself created several clauses and contract for the rest of the Avenger teams to further increase his profit in the future. He already got Dr. Banner to sign the contract, and he also made one for Thor too. Tony knew that Thor wasn't interested in Earth's money, but he prepared a contract for him nonetheless. Tony thought that his plan would be smooth as no member of the Avenger would ever be short on money, but he never expected things would go sideways. Natasha and Barton refused his offer with a laugh as they thought that Tony was joking. But Tony realized that Natasha and Barton were also an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. who had to keep their profile hidden as carefully as they could. So, with that in mind, Tony immediately looked for Steve. He thought that Captain America would totally agree with his idea and sign the contract as Banner did. And Tony was right. Steve did agree that he also had to build up his image as a superhero. And thus he signed the contract with Tony, but Steve added another clause to the contract that stated that Steve's share of the money would be donated to those who really needed it. Instead of mocking Steve like he usually would, this time, Tony was silent for a while and told Steve that he would also create a foundation to help those people in need. This time Tony was using Steve's idea to make himself look good and generous to build up his own image. But even though Tony's motive to make the foundation was impure and dishonest, a charity was still a charity. If the money safely reached those in need, it didn't matter what the owner's motive was. After finished with Steve, Tony immediately turned his attention to Dio that he thought would be less likely to reject his offer. But, as Tony met with Dio and discussed the contract, Tony was surprised after hearing that Dio would also reject his offer with a reason that Dio didn't want to expose his identity and became famous like Tony. This was also the reason why he asked S.H.I.E.L.D. to delete all footages of him that were related to the alien invasion. So, the people would know about the existence of Natasha Romanoff the Black Widow, Clint Barton the Hawkeye, Anthony Stark the Iron Man, Steve Rogers the Captain America, Bruce Banner the Hulk, and Thor Odinson, but nobody knew who was the one holding the red scythe. Because Dio was in a fierce battle, only a few people in the entire New York has actually seen his face while he was in a battle, but they also didn't know Dio's identity. For this reason, the people created their own version of persona that was completely fantasy for Dio and gave him a nickname, the Grim Reaper. Just hearing the name, people knew that Dio would mercilessly kill his opponent and would always succeed in doing so. That was all because of the home video that the people of New York successfully captured while Dio was fighting against the alien. They shared it on the internet to prove that the Grim Reaper indeed existed. Some people still weren't convinced and called the people that shared the video to be a liar and that they were sharing a hoax. Some people even told the internet that the one holding the scythe was Thor himself, as they thought Mjolnir might be able to shift its shape as Thor see fit. But one thing for sure, Dio's popularity wasn't losing to Tony or Thor. It may be because of his mysteriousness, or it may be because of his exaggerated power. But people wouldn't stop discussing the man with the red scythe and his possible ability. Some speculation on the internet about Dio was completely hilarious, as some said that the red scythe wielder was none other than Thor. They thought that Thor was secretly also a god of death and that he would reap the soul out of people. Some even said that the red scythe wielder was a woman with a very beautiful face and figure that would make any man fall in love with her. In short, people continued speculating about the red scythe wielder's identity until they found the real identity of the wielder, and some people even did something completely hilarious. They created a new religion that worshipped Dio as their new god. Dio only shook his head in annoyance as he couldn't believe people would do something that extreme. So, with this kind of information on his head, he must reject Tony's offer, although Dio knew that the offer was very tempting. But Tony kept getting on Dio's nerve. He has already said that he didn't want to join in any team. But Tony kept mentioning the red scythe on his interview, claiming that the red scythe indeed existed and that he was a shy person and didn't want to make his identity known to the public. Dio knew that Tony didn't leak Dio's personal information, but it was still annoying to know that people would keep guessing and create many other names that sounded so much like a bad joke. Chapter 275. The original Stark building has been converted into the Avengers building. Although the construction wasn't completed yet, Dio's restaurant was the first building to be completed. The restaurant that Tony has made was big, at 100m2. Dio knew that this much space was completely wasted on him, as he would only accept one table at a time. Dio was shocked as soon as he saw the luxurious restaurant, as Tony called him over. For a billionaire like Tony, everything seemed to be easy. Tony. This is too much. Are you sure this is a restaurant for me? Not for some royal family? No, this is a normal restaurant. What are you talking about? This design isn't even the best. Let's go in, look around, I designed some interior too. Tony said as he invited Dio inside his new restaurant. Dio passed a 200 square meters front hall, where the customer would be waiting for their turn to dine inside Dio's fantasy restaurant. Inside, Tony designed the place just like what Dio had asked him to do, a single table, close to the kitchen and bathroom. The bathroom was huge, too, equipped with automatic air recycle and high-tech cleaning equipment. Furthermore, Tony also built a recreational room and a lounge for relaxation. Tony also stated that the wall was also made with mixed alloy plates and soundproof materials, coupled with full high-tech master control, making it the state-of-the-art restaurant building. When Tony brought Dio to the lounge, Dio was surprised once more as Tony shouted, "I love Iron Man." And suddenly the bed moved, and a staircase appeared below it. I have registered your voice and mine for the control of the house AI. Simply said, "I love Iron Man." And this staircase will appear. Can you change this command? I swear to God, if I find more of your ego inside, I will kill you immediately. Ow, come on. I work hard for it, at least let me have this one. Tony said, faking his hard work. He immediately walked down the stairs and called Dio to come over. As soon as Dio walked inside, the lights immediately lighted up. Dio immediately saw that the place was full of food, beverages, various equipment, and an arcade machine. You know, I realized that we will need some sort of bunker if we ever have the same nuclear threat again. This place was supplied by the arc reactor, which allows us to survive a decade-long nuclear winter. This place also included sustainable food and water. Also any game console from arcade to the earliest console. You can use this place as much as you like, even if there is no emergency. So, what do you think? Now, this one is really good. Dio said honestly. He could see that Tony really spent his time to think about designing his restaurant and the corresponding incident that may come. Dio wouldn't dream of ever designing this place on his own. Oh, where is that door leading to? Dio asked as he saw a lone door in the corner. Oh, that one would lead you straight to Avenger Tower. I also built secret communication in here, if we ever needed it. Dio immediately looked at him in annoyance. Now he realized that this place could be said Tony's own backyard. He could come and go as he pleased any time. Although he could understand Tony's purpose by building this elevator, couldn't he at least tell Dio in advance? While Dio was contemplating on blocking the elevator from this room, Tony shoved a document into his chest. Here, I've already calculated the cost of the decoration design cost. You can make a few changes on places that you think could be better. If you are already satisfied with all of this, sign this document, and we are done. Tony said casually. Dio immediately opened the document and shocked by how much the cost was. $20 million. Are you kidding me, Stark? Hey, this was just the material and manpower cost. I didn't even include my designing fee in those bills. If you don't believe me, you could ask anyone that have their own bunker on how much this place cost. All that Tony just said was the truth. The usual bunker for presidential or any other VVIP personnel would use the same material that Tony used. Except that they would use a nuclear-powered power resource, while Tony used clean energy of the arc reactor. Basically, Tony's arc reactor was much better for sustaining the bunker than the nuclear-powered one. There is also the AI that he integrated into the building. This was the most that he could do on the quality side. If he was ever planning to sell this kind of bunker, the opening price would be at least $100 million. People with money would start flocking to buy this state-of-the-art bunker from him, especially after experiencing the alien invasion from earlier. Okay. I will sign this document. But I would pay you after you changed the password and after I got the money from my customer. Dio said annoyedly. He didn't have that much money right now, but with his restaurant reopened, he would be able to pay Tony for that much cost. Chapter 276. After leaving the new restaurant, Dio felt sad for his pocket and felt empty inside. His money was not enough to pay for his own restaurant, and the worst thing of all, he owed Tony money for a while. He drove his Porsche towards his villa. Dio was adamant that he wouldn't have to extend the lease he had on the villa, for the restaurant already had everything he needed. He didn't need to spend more money on this stupid villa that he wouldn't even need anymore. The state of New York was not completely functioning right now. Although the government wasn't affected that much. The people from the underworld organization clearly thought that this was the right time to seize the opportunity to loot and assault people, as the police department was overwhelmed by so many disputes. The police have mustered their resources to handle the gang war, assault, and many other criminal activities. But it seemed to make no difference, as the gang war still happened on the alleyway and other conspicuous places in New York. Along the way, the number of reports from breaking and entering, suspicious activity, even assault was too much, even in broad daylight. Dio didn't want to take care of this matter, as it was surprisingly tiring. But if he ever crossed path with anyone that would challenge him, he wouldn't think twice to kill them. Dio suddenly snapped back from his thought as a little girl suddenly appeared in front of his car, and he had to hit the brake hard for the car to stop quickly. 5 or 6 big men full of tattoos showed up as Dio stopped his car with a gun in their hands. Clearly, this was a ruse to mug Dio. "Get out of the car if you don't want me to shoot your stupid head," one man said threateningly. Dio opened his car door and immediately stepped out and started to walk towards the man. He didn't want his car to get damaged while he still had to pay the loan for it. And he was annoyed that they dared to bother him while he was not in a good mood. "Now, what do you want? Make it quick. I don't have much time for this. Look at you, acting like a pampered boy. You hit my sister, and now you have the mouth to be arrogant." Dio immediately looked over to the girl from earlier. He noticed that the girl was in a pitiful state. Her clothes were already tattered, while her body was looking frail from the lack of nutrient. What a joke. This girl clearly wasn't their sister. Even if she was, there was no way they had the right to ask for anything while their sister was looking like a homeless bum. Dio started to look around and noticed that someone not too far from Dio's current location saw the situation that Dio was in and called the police. Dio frowned as he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with these mobs while having so many spectators. "Let's change the place. There are a lot of people here. Now we are talking. Remember, don't play any tricks on me. Or your head would get it." After walking for a while, Dio finally found a deserted place without any security camera. Dio also noticed that the girl from earlier was also following from behind while keeping a certain distance between her and the mobs. "Now, let's talk about her medical expenses. You hit my sister. Now her knees are broken, you should pay $50,000 for that," the man from earlier said confidently while pointing his gun at Dio. This guy looked like their leader. This kind of ruse was typical. They waited for people with a luxurious car to drive close and threw themselves to the road while calculating the injuries that they would receive. After all, people with a luxurious car wouldn't want to deal with this kind of situation. But today was not their lucky day. "Although I know that this was just an act, I am still a good person, and so I would agree to take care of your sister until she is fully recovered. I have a friend who was a surgeon, and I believe she would be able to heal your sister back to health. And stay a few steps back, please. Your stink breath is annoying me," Dio said casually. "Fuck you. Did you play me for a fool? Now, you will become my punching bag. My arms. Shoot him. Shoot him," the man said while cringing for his broken arm. The rest of the mobs immediately shot as they saw their leader was on the ground, but instead of injuring Dio, the bullet bounced, and suddenly their arms and legs were broken. The group of mobs wailed as they held their broken appendages. "Sorry, a gun wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Dio said indifferently. Now, do you still need to talk about medical expenses? Dio said with a smile on his face. No. No more. Leave us alone. What are you talking about? I still need medication fee for my slightly bruised arms, you know. Dio said while looking at his arm. Clearly there was no bruise there. The man widened his eyes as he never expected to ever encounter a shameless man like this. He immediately threw his wallet at Dio and told the rest of his men to do the same. Dio immediately took all their wallet and found only around 100 on it. What is this? You're all broke as hell. What a complete waste of time. Dio said annoyedly. The man was clearly insulted by Dio's word, but he couldn't say anything to Dio as he feared for his safety. Dio noticed that the little girl from earlier finally showed up, but she chose to hide behind the garbage bin with a trace of alertness on her eyes. Are you with them? Dio asked as he walked towards the girl. The girl hesitated for a while and shook her head afterward. Is that man really your brother? Dio asked curiously. No, he is not. The girl said confidently this time. So, where is your family? Dio asked again. This time the girl didn't answer back and sat on the ground behind the garbage bin instead, hiding from Dio. Dio knew that he couldn't just leave the girl like this, and so Dio took the 100 he found from the mob and took 100 more from his own pocket. He immediately put the money on the ground in front of the girl. Buy something to eat, change your clothes. Clean yourself. Stop following these scums, nothing good comes from following these good for nothing. Dio said solemnly. Dio immediately walked back into his car after he said those words and immediately resumed his drive back to his villa. He didn't even look back at the girl as he knew that everyone had their own path to take. Chapter 277. The next day, Dio was dreaming about getting a super lucky draw and acquiring the Killer Queen and King Crimson stand with only 1/10 times draw. But his dream was interrupted as his bell rang loudly. Fuck. Who is coming to my house this early? He began to wonder why did these police officers come into his house. Was it because of the mobs that he bullied yesterday? Good morning, Mr. Brando, we are from the NYPD here to check on something, one policeman said casually while showing Dio his badge. Morning, may I know what is this all about? Dio asked curiously. The two police officers began to whisper, and one of them immediately walked back to their car. We are here because we found a girl earlier this morning that suspiciously roamed around the shopping center near here. We tried to talk to her at first, but she was kind of spooked by our presence and tried to get away. We have no choice but to chase her down, and after we did, she wouldn't talk to us. We have no other option but to bring her in on the assumption that she may have the intention of shoplifting. The policeman said to Dio, but he wasn't done yet. And then, once we arrive at the precinct, our female colleagues searched her body for something that could identify her identity. But the strange things keep happening, our colleagues couldn't find anything other than a big amount of money that wasn't supposed to be carried by a girl that age. We tried to ask her how did she get that much money, and finally, she talked by saying that it was given to her. When we asked who would give her that much money, she wouldn't answer us anymore. The policeman said annoyedly. Dio knew where this conversation was going. He knew that Asian and black people wasn't appreciated that much in this country. That was also why he hated to be polite to anyone in this country unless he was proven wrong. But he began to get curious about the girl that the police kept saying to him now. Why would they think he had a connection with her? She finally started talking after we threatened to bring her to ICE. She began to tell us a plate number by saying that the car belongs to her brother. After we checked the license plate, the captain got a call from the higher-ups, asking why we tried to search for that license plate. We don't know that we didn't have permission to access your file, and so we list our reason to the boss. And finally, we got permission to look into your current address. The policeman said with a little bit worried expression. He knew that the man in front of him was someone that wasn't supposed to be bothered by the string of problems that he got just to access this man's file. Dio was surprised after hearing the policeman said that he had a sister. Who was this child? All he knew that his parent only had one child, and that was him. So, with so much curiosity, Dio finally spoke. So, where is she now? Dio asked annoyedly. She is in the car now, she has a tendency of running away, and so we kept her on the car for now, the policeman said carefully. He was worried about how Dio would react to the fact that they got his sister. But in his head, he started to wonder whether Dio was a bad brother or whether he was abusing her at home, and she decided to run away like this. But he didn't voice it out, worried that Dio would take that as an offense and reported it back to the higher-ups. The policeman quickly told his partner to bring the girl out, and once Dio saw the girl that the policeman was talking about, he was surprised to see the girl from last night. This was not a girl that he had in mind. He was thinking of some unknown girl that once saw his plate and remembered it for some kind of scam. This girl wasn't even his parents' illegitimate child, if they even have any. "Brother, please don't send me away. I will give you back all the money that you gave me yesterday." Dio was surprised once more. The girl seemed to be pleading him to take her with him. Dio took the money that the girl handed to him subconsciously. The girl's bravery was the first thing that Dio noticed this far, and the second thing that he noticed was that the girl finally took a shower and changed her clothes, making her look so much better than the other night. But Dio couldn't help but wonder what the girl would do once she was with Dio after this. Chapter 278. After the policeman left Dio's villa, Dio took 2 cans of soda and put one on the other end of the table where the girl was currently sitting. Dio himself immediately opened the other can and gulped half of it to calm himself down. Although he didn't get any trouble from the policeman earlier, the girl was a burden for him now. "Drink. Tell me your story, I want to hear the truth." The little girl didn't take the soda can in front of her, but she did talk like what Dio asked her. Dio could see that the girl was nervous about her voice and her behavior, but he must hear the girl's story as soon as possible. The little girl told Dio that she wanted to find a decent job, but she was too nervous, and the police mistakenly thought that she would steal from the shop. Dio knew that if this was true, then it was only a misunderstanding earlier, but why would she run away from the police if that was the case? But Dio knew that seeing a police officer walk towards you menacingly would evoke the fight or stimulate one's instinct. After all, she was from a group of criminals yesterday. Dio was also satisfied that she was listening to his advice and tried to work decently. "How old are you this year, and where is your family?" Dio asked curiously. But as soon as Dio asked that question, the girl immediately stopped talking. Dio could see that the girl was afraid of something. Dio immediately realized that something bad must have happened to her regarding her family. Most probably the girl's parent was already dead. Either that or maybe her parent used to abuse her. You don't have to force yourself if it was really that bad. This place has another 2 months lease. You can stay here if you want until then. I hope you can find a decent work and living space to live in. I will move out of this place today, and so, you don't need to be afraid of anything. Dio finished his soda can and stood up to throw it into the trash can. Originally, Dio was reluctant to move out of this villa this fast. After all, 2 months lease was still money. But, as he could help this girl, he wouldn't mind it that much. With that said, Dio immediately walked towards his room to pack his things up and left. He didn't have that much stuff anyway, so he could move away from anywhere lightly. But as soon as Dio arrived at his room's door, the girl spoke again nervously. "Crystal. My English name is Crystal. My Chinese name is Shiqian. I have no family. My parent was dead when the alien invaded, but it was all because of me." Dio sighed and sat again. "Crystal. That's a nice name. I remembered that the government held a lot of programs to help the citizens with the same problem as yours. Why don't you get to that immediately?" Dio asked curiously. Dio knew about this as he was curious about what the government did to help the people of New York that may lose the life of their loved ones and presumably their career. But Dio knew that the government of America wasn't the only one who reached out their hand to help with the victims of the alien invasion. The people from all over the world began to reach out and gather an awful lot of money in order to help the victims of the alien invasion to get back on their feet. The Earth was for once working on the same page, setting aside the resentment and conflict that flogged the countries all this time. But Crystal's answer made Dio frown. "I don't want to burden anyone anymore. Misfortune would befall anyone that has an extended amount of contact with me. If it weren't for me, my parents wouldn't die. And I wouldn't live alone like this," Crystal said as she kept looking at her hands. "Although I don't know what happened to your parents, I think it isn't your fault. No one would expect the alien invasion thus. Your parents' death was a pure coincidence." Dio's words were true. The people of New York were caught in a massive invasion that Dio himself failed to predict. His involvement advanced the time of the alien invasion, and the place was completely different from the one he knew too. But the next words that came from Crystal made Dio frown more. She told Dio that she killed his birth mother as soon as she was born. She died from dystocia. Then when she was 3 years old, her birth father was dead from a car crash that in theory, was impossible to survive. But the thing was, she was also in the same car but didn't receive any major injury. After that, she was taken in by her relatives, and strange things kept happening one after another. Her life was followed constantly by death, but she always survived with little to no injuries. After the accident kept happening, her relatives began to fear her as a girl who brought misfortune. She was immediately sent to the local orphanage, where she would repeat the same nightmare repeatedly. Once she was adopted by a caring and sweet family, she would always cause an incident and was eventually sent back to the orphanage. She was constantly getting her hopes up by being adopted by a new family that seemed to be kind and caring, but she would be abandoned after a string of strange accidents happened to her new adoptive family. Until no one dared to adopt her anymore. Chapter 279. In the end, the only one who would still take her in was the father of her orphanage. The troubles were still happening, even if the father wasn't really her adoptive parents. At that time, however, all the accidents that befell the father were minor. The last straw came when the alien invaded. One of the aliens' attack obliterated the orphanage and killed everyone inside, except for her. She once again became the only survivor of the accident. Because of this final incident, she was determined to avoid getting close to anyone. When the bad guys from the other night caught her, she didn't resist. As she knew that if she would cause any more misfortune, she might as well cause one for bad guys like them. But Dio's advice that night awoken something that she thought was already long gone. A light of hope that was once there. A memory of her birth father and the father of the orphanage that told her to keep going. So, she took Dio's advice and cleaned herself on the river water and by decent clothes on target. She then bought a meal. Even though it may not be the best meal that she could buy, it was much better than the meal that the mobs fed her. After that, she tried to find a job in stores that needed a helper, but before she could find one, the police get to her first. Then Dio already heard the rest of the story from the police. She didn't know why she was compelled to trust Dio, but she felt a radiating warmth from Dio that she never felt from anyone before. After listening to Crystal's story, Dio was wondering whether Crystal was just truly lucky when it came to her own safety but extremely unlucky for anyone around her, or that something else might be happening. Dio wasn't afraid of Crystal's accident-prone situation as Dio knew that none of it would harm him. Because of that, Dio's curiosity for the roots of Crystal's power was increasing. She thought of Domino, the Afro woman on Deadpool movies. She had the probability manipulation ability, where she could increase or decrease the chance that something would happen around her. This may be the case for Crystal too, but Dio wouldn't know if he didn't observe her. Crystal's ability may be useful for Dio later. Luck was something that was completely different among everyone on Earth. It all came to their own perspective. For example, a people walking peacefully on the sidewalk might be considered normal, but extremely lucky for those who had disabilities to walk. If Crystal truly had this kind of ability and she could somehow learn to control it, Dio could have her ability to increase his chance of getting a good draw later. Aren't you afraid that I would kick you out after hearing all of this? Dio asked curiously. I don't want you to get hurt, but at the same time, I trusted you with my story. Don't you worry, I've already made up my mind to leave anyway. Can I take this with me? Crystal said as she held the soda can that Dio gave earlier. Dio's heart wavered for a little bit. He began to wander back to the moment that he almost hit Crystal the other night. Perhaps, Crystal was already thinking of killing herself at that time. No. Dio said as he thought of something, but Crystal thought that Dio was refusing to give Crystal the soda, and so she disappointedly put back the soda on the table. I wouldn't give you food for free. If you want to clean up this living room for me, I might consider making your lunch later. Really? You mean it? Dio nodded his head, and Crystal immediately started cleaning the living room diligently. It seemed Dio had motivated her to live normally again. Dio thought that he had to give Crystal a chance as the risk would be harmless to him anyway. But he also thought of the possibility of Crystal affecting someone else close to Dio later. But the thought of having a probability manipulator around him cancelled out risk altogether. He couldn't hand her over to S.H.I.E.L.D. or Xavier too. He still wasn't quite sure on what Crystal's ability was. She may not be a mutant at all, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would probably just poke and prod at her like a lab rat. Dio wouldn't be that heartless to this little girl. Eventually, Dio felt his headache from overthinking Crystal's situation. If he would have known that this kind of situation would happen, he probably took a different path yesterday. But as Crystal finished cleaning the living room and standing awkwardly near the closet, Dio felt curious again. What would you like to do for a living? Did you want to work? Aren't you afraid it'll affect anyone later? I would try to find a work that doesn't require me to get in contact with other people often. From my experience, bad luck would start small. So, if I've already seen the bad luck that happened to the people in my workplace, I would immediately leave. Crystal said confidently. From Crystal's word, Dio noted that bad luck wouldn't be fatal right away. Maybe it would be like stepping into banana peel and slipped immediately and escalated until it would get fatal for people around her. But Dio was just speculating. Like what he thought before, he had to observe how Crystal's power worked first. Chapter 280. Dio was inclined that Crystal would have the power to manipulate probability like Black Cat or Domino. So, Dio was eager to let Crystal work for him. He thought that maybe Crystal would be able to increase his luck next time he drew from the golden pool once she was able to control her power. If it didn't work, Dio was thinking of letting the shield took care of Crystal by giving her job or let her go on her own. He still has not decided yet on what to do next if this was not working. Dio didn't know that at the same time, the Ancient One was observing him. I hope the sun on that man could dispel the darkness within you. The Ancient One said as she looked at Crystal lovingly. Dio didn't know that the Ancient One has put him on her observation list. He knew that the Ancient One must have known that Dio's power, especially the world's power, was messing with time. But as the Ancient One never met Dio personally, Dio didn't think of it at all. In fact, the Ancient One already knew everything about Dio. From his encounter with Doctor Strange to the recent Battle of New York. For now, all she did was observe them in silence. There was no need for her to take any action here. That night, Crystal, who hasn't slept well in a long time, finally could sleep peacefully on a comfortable bed. But as the night grew darker, a faint black mist appeared from her body. Little Crystal's face immediately contorted in fear as her pleasant dreams instantly turned into a nightmare. Her nightmare was uninterrupted until the first ray of sunshine woke her from her sleep. The black mist immediately returned to Crystal's body as soon as she opened her eyes, leaving no trace of its existence. Crystal looked around in panic as she was confused after having a nightmare for so long. She couldn't remember what her nightmare was, but she felt the crippling fear and anxiety from the said nightmare. An hour later, after Dio and Crystal were ready, Dio immediately drove towards the restaurant with Crystal to prepare for the restaurant's first opening day. But something unexpected happened. The street of New York was still under reconstruction. So, many heavy-duty machines spread out throughout the street. That was also the case with the truck that delivered the materials needed for construction. This time, Dio was driving behind a truck that was loaded with sand, gravel, and steel. Then a series of accidents happened. The truck driver was trying to avoid a pothole on the street that has yet to be repaired when suddenly his eyes were blinded by a light that came from the front. The truck driver failed to avoid the pothole, the truck's back door was suddenly opened from the impact the truck received from hitting a pothole, and countless steel bars immediately flew towards Dio's car. Dio doesn't feel afraid or anything from this accident, but he was still annoyed upon the realization that his car could get damaged. So, in order to protect his car, Dio immediately summoned the world and immediately ordered the world to destroy every steel bar that came close to his car. Dio immediately looked over to Crystal. He began to wonder whether this was because of Crystal's power or was it only a coincidence. But all he saw was a scared Crystal who hasn't done anything. The people on the street started screaming as they were shocked to see an accident in front of their eyes, but they were immediately shocked to see that the car behind the truck was fine. The truck stopped immediately, but all the steel bars already fell off from the back. Many people immediately took out their phone and started recording the accident, while the truck driver immediately got out of the truck while looking scared shitless. But as soon as he knew that the car behind him was okay, he knelt and thanked the gods. Noticing that many people started to flood the street to see the accident on their own, Dio frowned. He didn't want to attract too much attention, so he immediately hit his gas pedal and accelerated away from the accident scene. While driving towards the restaurant, Dio couldn't help but think of the moment the accident happened. He recalled the scene bit by bit. He knew that the steel bars were aimed at him. There were no steel bars aimed at Crystal or a random spot of his car. It was all aimed at him. So, what did this accident give him? Dio finally realized that Crystal's words were all true. The accident wouldn't do any harm to her. Dio knew that this wasn't a mutant power immediately, and so he was adamant about solving the mystery about Crystal's power. But the next thing that confused Dio was the escalation of the bad luck that happened to him. From Crystal's previous story, he knew that it shouldn't be this bad for the first time. So, what made him different than any other person? Chapter 281. I should have left. Crystal said as she lowered her head and started crying. Although she didn't know how they survived through the catastrophe just now, she knew that it was her fault. Her hopes for a peaceful life was shattered once more. Dio took a glance at Crystal while still driving towards the restaurant. Has this happened before? A death scene right from the start. Crystal looked at Dio and shook her head. Dio sighed. He started to wonder whether it was because of his own bad luck. And so, he theorized that his bad luck amplified Crystal's bad luck. But none of the steel bars directed at Crystal was really bothering Dio. Was Crystal really that lucky? This was the first time Dio ever encountered this kind of power, he never even read this kind of power in Marvel Comics too. Now, did you feel anything before the accident happened? Did your body feel any change? Or did you imagine things like that to happen? But little Crystal shook her head once again. She didn't feel anything that Dio has described. But as she tried to remember again, she seemed confused. I felt the accident was somewhat familiar, but I don't know where I have seen that before, Crystal said as she kept trying to remember. Then, you've already seen it before, have you ever had the same kind of accident as earlier? Dio asked curiously. No, I don't think I have experienced the same accident like this one, but I know that every time the accident happened, I feel familiar with each one. Crystal said as confusion was clear on her face. Every time. That's weird. Could it be a projection of Crystal's subconscious mind? Dio couldn't say for sure, but it seemed he was close to the fact now. But, if Crystal's power was like a mind projection, then it meant it had nothing to do with luck, but a reality warper. This was more powerful and dangerous than a mere probability manipulation. In the end, Dio was still inconclusive whether he found a treasure or something else more dangerous. But, seeing Crystal sad like this, Dio had to put this thought aside for now. Dio finally parked his car on the restaurant's parking space, and he immediately invited Crystal inside. Let's go inside, what are you still doing in the car? Dio said as he called Crystal over. Crystal was a little bit surprised that Dio still wanted to be around her. But her mind was already telling her to leave Dio alone, as she didn't want another kind person to fall victim to her power. But Dio's next word left her no other choice. Hey, hurry up. At least you can finish the work you owe me for the previous night. It's okay, I have to leave immediately after my work is done. Crystal said to herself as she felt uneasy. But, as she stepped outside of the building, she was immediately in awe. This was the first time she entered such a marvelous and unique building. Welcome back, Master. The voice said as Dio stepped inside the restaurant. The voice successfully startled Crystal out of her mind. Don't be afraid. It was just a house AI, her name was Zeppeli. Zeppeli, this is Crystal, and she would be the waiter and cleaner for this restaurant in the future, Dio said to the AI. Scan complete, identity recorded. The I said in a robotic tone. Oh yeah, how old are you? Dio asked Crystal curiously. I am 20 years old. Crystal said shyly. Dio looked at Crystal and raised his brows in question. There was no way a child like this has reached 20. How old are you again? Dio asked curiously. 18, Crystal said nervously as she knew that she was caught lying. Now, I will give you one last chance. Dio said playfully. I am 16 in one more month. I swear it's the truth this time. Fair enough. Dio said as he immediately walked towards the kitchen. He knew that some people would ask her about her age, but he realized that people knew that Asian was a late bloomer, so people wouldn't ask that much. Now, here are the cleaning supplies for the restaurant. It's all in there, so feel free to use it as you want. In the meantime, I will go out for a while to buy the ingredients needed for the restaurant to open later. Don't be slack off. I would check the result right after I got here again. Crystal nodded her head and started cleaning immediately. Dio himself immediately left the restaurant to go to the nearby market to buy the ingredients that he needed. However, he wondered whether he forced a child to work for him or not. After some time, Dio immediately called someone. Hey. Yeah, it's me. I need you to do me a favor. At the restaurant, Crystal diligently cleaned the restaurant. As an orphan, she had to learn things like this to make herself look useful to the people that would adopt her later. She learned a lot from the orphanage that she was from, but she was immediately saddened as she remembered that everyone on the orphanage was dead. Just as her thought got depressing, the faint black mist flashed on her eyes. Chapter 282. Crystal was having a good day at Dio's restaurant. She knew that she had to clean the restaurant, but the meal that Dio has made for her was heavenly. But she felt scared as soon as she saw the price on Dio's menu. The cheapest was at 20,000 while the made-to-order dietary meal was at 200,000. At the same time, Crystal was confused. How could anyone pay to eat a meal this expensive? Wasn't this also some kind of embezzlement? She knew that Dio's meal was delicious as she tasted it herself, but she wouldn't pay it that much money. She felt scared that she would have to pay for this amount too, so she cried by herself silently. Hey, why are you crying? Dio said as he noticed Crystal crying while having her meal. I don't have money to pay for your meal. Crystal said as she sniffled. Don't worry about that. I have a proposition for you, you can pay me back with a 50 discount, or you can work for me. Of course, with a salary and lodging for you. Are you sure that I can stay here? I may affect your business just with me being here. Don't worry about that, I would just deal with it when the time comes. Dio said casually. He was intrigued and curious about Crystal's power, but everything took time. As soon as Crystal heard Dio's word, she immediately ran toward the dishwasher to wash any utensils that Dio used to cook earlier. She couldn't afford to slack off as she knew that Dio was a serious person, plus she must prove her worth. After Crystal left, Zeppeli's voice was heard near Dio. Mr. Stark has equipped the place with the state-of-the-art automatic dishwasher, why did you still let the little girl do it manually, Master? Zeppeli asked confusedly. Machine surely works more efficiently than a human does, but human's existence needs value. That is what I have to teach little Crystal myself. In the evening, Crystal immediately fell asleep in a room that was already arranged for her. She was exhausted from cleaning the restaurant all day long. At the same time, Dio couldn't sleep, and so he walked out of his room and walked toward Crystal's room to confirm his assumption of Crystal's power. As Crystal said that she would feel every incident like a déjà vu, Dio knew that meant Crystal's power must work with her mind while she imagined things. Dio observed Crystal all day, and he never saw Crystal daydreamed, so he concluded that Crystal's power must have occurred in her dreams. Dreams and daydreams had the same pretext where the mind began to imagine things out of the ordinary, and that was also why most people couldn't exactly remember their dreams. Therefore, Dio felt the need to check on Crystal while she was sleeping. Dio knew that this was far-fetched, but he still had to see it for himself. Even if Crystal turned out normal, there's no harm in just checking. As Dio arrived at Crystal's door, he immediately confirmed that Crystal was sound asleep. He immediately walked inside Crystal's room quietly as to not wake Crystal up. However, after quite some time observing Crystal sleep, Dio felt like a creep. He didn't see anything weird happening, and so he wondered whether he was just overthinking about this incident. Dio tried to cover his eyes with the life magnetism overdrive to see anything that couldn't be seen by the normal human eye. However, after an hour passed, Dio was disappointed as he still didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Dio sighed in disappointment and immediately left Crystal's room quietly. Even though it was just a speculation, Dio was still hoping to find something. Shortly after Dio left Crystal's room, the black mist immediately appeared again from Crystal's body. Strangely, the black mist wasn't covering Crystal's body like it used to do. It looked over the direction that Dio previously stood disgustedly. Quickly after, it immediately returned to Crystal's body as if nothing happened. This was a rare occasion for Crystal as she didn't have a nightmare and could sleep soundly without care. When Crystal woke up in the morning, she was cheerful, and Dio was a little bit surprised by this change. He didn't know that Crystal was having trouble sleeping from her nightmares, so Dio just shrugged it off. Dio then immediately brought Crystal back to the restaurant as her jobs were still the same thing as yesterday. Chapter 283. This is all information that you asked for, but I didn't know that you have a taste for something forbidden like this, Natasha said teasingly on her sexy clothes. Dio ignored her and immediately read the report that she gave. You've obviously read this data, did you have any thought on this matter? Dio asked Natasha sternly. I have sent some agents to investigate, and sadly, all of it was indeed an accident. There is no proof of saying that the girl's accident was not a coincidence. So, did you think that it was just a coincidence that every steel bar on the truck fell on me while the girl was close by, but never really in any form of danger? Dio asked Natasha, annoyedly. Dio knew that he was making a mistake asking S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate this matter for him. Dio never thought that he was a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., but after the Battle of New York, Dio's relation with S.H.I.E.L.D. has gotten better. Now, Dio didn't really mind using his power in public, but he still concealed his identity, and he knew that the S.H.I.E.L.D. would take care of any problems about his identity. What makes you so sure that there is something wrong about this girl? Natasha asked curiously. I am sure that there is something with this girl, but I still don't know what yet. But, if my suspicions are true, the girl's power would be dangerous. If you believe so, then you should have handed her over to the S.H.I.E.L.D. for further tests. It was also our responsibility to discover such a threat and control it. Natasha said casually. That is not possible right now. If you take her to S.H.I.E.L.D., the result would be either you killed her on accident or the S.H.I.E.L.D. was annihilated from the face of the earth. Dio said solemnly. He wasn't telling any bullshit to Natasha, and she could sense that. Dio thought that Crystal's power was somewhere around reality warping in the media of her dreams. Putting her under house arrest without anything to do would quicken Crystal's power as she was forced to do nothing. To be honest, Dio was torn in so many options that he must consider too. The thought that kept coming was if Crystal was really a reality warper, how could Dio help her control that kind of power? The reality warper was the most overpowered ability that anyone in the comic world had. If she really had the power of bad luck, then what is she? The Pandora who is guarding her box, or is it a curse? She believed Dio's judgment, and because of that, she was a little worried to see Dio felt uneasy about a little girl's possible ability. Moreover, luck was intangible. There was no possible means to exactly value someone's luck. I don't really know yet, but I have an idea on how to bring it out in a controlled environment, I hope. Dio said as he still wondered about his own idea. The rate of the bad luck was already at the fatal level. If it weren't me, anyone in my place would have been skewered by countless steel bar. Dio said annoyedly. Natasha nodded as she realized that Dio's accident was on the top list of her ugliest way to die. Natasha knew that Dio's determination would eventually lead to something. But she hoped that the incident like Loki wouldn't be the situation that Dio's determination lead to. Well, if you've already had a plan, I am afraid I have to get going now, but if you need any help, I am just a call away. Natasha said as she winked at Dio, gesturing on sex. I wouldn't mind deactivating the Black Widow in me if it's only for one night. Thank you, but I have my own appointment later, but I think Dr. Banner would have time to spare with you, but the thing is, he really likes you, so don't break his heart. Dio said in a teasing tone. He knew that Natasha wouldn't like it if her words were thrown back to tease her. This was Dio's rejection. He wasn't interested in doing anything with Natasha as he knew that it would lead to trouble later. I don't do a hag. Dio said sternly. When did you get Tony's bad mouth? Did you become his pet now? Speaking of pets, your snail almost got cooked yesterday. Well, if it's dead, I would like to have a worthy compensation for its death. Dio said casually with a smirk on his face. Well, it is time for me to leave now, but you know, I prefer to deal with the alien than this unknown threat. Natasha said carefully. Natasha then put her gun back to its holster and started to walk out of Dio's restaurant. Chapter 284. After Dio finished his meeting with Natasha, he quickly called Will in order to meet up with him. Since Jessica introduced him to her hot friend, Will changed. He was no longer the desperate Will that Dio has known before. In fact, while working, Will kept glancing at his phone, chatting, or calling his girlfriend. Near the Battle of New York earlier, Dio gave Will a vacation ticket to Hawaii. Dio didn't know at that moment that Will would also bring his girlfriend along. After the alien invasion was successfully repelled, Dio immediately called Will to see how he was doing, and he was having the time of his life with his girlfriend. After returning from his vacation, Will and his girlfriend were even more stuck with each other. Will called Dio once he landed in New York, and once Dio said that the restaurant was destroyed. Will was sad, but because he had his girl now, he quickly let it go and filled his day with his girlfriend. Had it not from Jessica, Dio would never know about Will's condition anymore. Dio finally arrived at Will's apartment complex. Will has upgraded his apartment since he got a lot of money from Dio. As Dio walked into Will's apartment, Will immediately welcomed him and started telling his story while he was in Hawaii. But Will immediately stopped talking as soon as his girlfriend walked into the living room. He immediately introduced Dio to her to clear the awkwardness. Hello, I am Dio, Will's best friend. Dio said with his charming smile. I am Una. Jessica has already told me about you, but you are clearly a lot more charming than what she has told me about. Una said as she giggled beautifully. Dio could see why Will changed. This black girl was beautiful as well as hot, like summer. There was no doubt Will, who usually hung around prostitutes, would fall head over heels for this beautiful woman. But Dio pitied her for having Will as her boyfriend. Brother, come sit. What did you want to drink? Beer? Whiskey? No, I am driving. Just give me sparkling water. I am sorry, but we only have wine for the lowest alcohol level on this house, Will said apologetically. Dio sighed and took a bottle of beer that was already on the island. Will then handed over another beer bottle to Una, and he also pulled her over and started a make-out session, which made Dio a little uncomfortable. As he saw that these two wouldn't stop, he coughed intentionally to separate the two lovers. Sorry, I forgot that you were here. Will said honestly. Dio was a little bit annoyed and flipped the bird to Will as his friendly answer. Now, let's talk about business. My new restaurant has been renovated, and the location is right in the old Stark building. Would you like to go there and look? Dio said casually. Wow, it's already finished. It's so fast. You didn't put all your money in it, right? It's okay, I will get it back eventually, Dio said with a smirk to Will. Dio knew that Will was the only one who would immediately catch on his stupid decision. I also have good news to tell. Will said excitedly. What? Are you going to be a father soon? No. I mean, I will have a child eventually, but it's not about that. I have participated in Mac Hip Hop contest. I decided to follow Una's suggestion and start to pursue my dream as a rapper. Una also promised to be my manager, as long as I win this contest. Signing and releasing an album would be easy. Will said excitedly. Dio was surprised by Will's news. He never expected Will to leave his post as Dio's right-hand man on the restaurant and took a risk to pursue his dream like this. Have you thought it over? I knew that you have a rap talent, but people who could pass the audition to that contest would be in the same boat as you are. But if you are confident about it, I will support you for that. Dio said as he smiled genuinely. I know, I am confident about this. In hip-hop, the most important things to have is confident after all. All right. I will watch the show when it started. If you finally reach the final, don't forget to let me know. Will's spot on his restaurant was not that important. He already had the AI to help him receive calls, and the place was almost fully automated thanks to Stark, and now he even had little Crystal for stuff that has to be done manually. The contest would be recorded in LA, and I would leave for LA tomorrow. Originally, I want to tell you as a surprise later, but it doesn't matter now. How do you feel about this? You will have a big star like your brother later. Nah, a big dumb star as a brother is not worth bragging about. Dio said, teasing Will back. Chapter 285. Dio knew that Will wouldn't be his waiter for the rest of his life, and so he supported Will's decision to pursue his dream. Plus, Crystal wouldn't have any problem cleaning up the mess that his guest would leave behind, as she wouldn't have to socialize with anyone. The thing was that Dio had to find out about her power properly first in order to have a controlled environment for her. So, Dio decided to postpone the reopening of his restaurant for a week and sent invitations to his old customers to let them know the date of the reopening. In the meantime, Dio was training Crystal about what she needed to do when the customer has left. Dio watched Crystal like a hawk, as he must figure out Crystal's power soon. But no matter how hard he observed Crystal's every move, he couldn't find any abnormalities, plus Dio hasn't experienced any weird accident lately. The first accident was the only accident that he had so far. Although it may be risky to open the restaurant while he still couldn't find any solution to Crystal's power, the restaurant still has to be opened. Dio didn't like to owe people money, and right now, he still had to pay Tony back for the decoration fee of the restaurant. Time passed, and the reopening day was finally here. Even though only a few of his old customers could make a reservation for today, many of his old customers sent an appreciative gift for his reopening. Not to mention, Tony successfully attracted so many eyes as he used the Iron Man suit to make an appearance at Dio's fantasy restaurant reopening day. Dio was obviously startled, as he didn't want to draw the media's attention towards him. You didn't even invite me for your reopening day. How rude. Are you afraid that I would steal your limelight? Dio was annoyed beyond belief as Tony attracted so many of his fans to Dio's door. Don't you think this is a little bit excessive? Dio said annoyedly. Oh, come on. This is our bromance moment. Bromance your ass. Your existence makes me allergic. Well, in that case, we have to build up your tolerance. Don't worry, I will come to the restaurant every day. Tony said teasingly. Dio became more annoyed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Right now, there were so many people watching them, and the media was also here. If he showed that he could kick Iron Man's ass now, people would start to investigate his identity. Suddenly, Tony pulled Dio for a photo session and started to wave over to his fans. Smiles. Don't be so stiff. Shut up, you. Dio said, holding out his anger. Come on, don't forget that you still owe me $10 million worth of decoration fees. Tony said teasingly. Shut up, Stark. Or I will force you to shut the fuck up. Tony smirked, but he actually felt the chilling sensation just now. He realized that he had to stop now, or Dio would explode on him. Fortunately, Tony was already satisfied with teasing Dio for today. Tony then walked towards the people who came because of him and started to chat here and there, leaving Dio alone. The people that came with Stark was originally wealthy people, but after seeing the price on Dio's menu and his weird rules, people got scared and declined their intention to dine there. Dio didn't really care, though, as it wouldn't affect him that much. Most of the remaining potential customers that came with Tony were also skeptical about the validity of Dio's fantasy restaurants. If it was not because of Tony and some other big names that vouched for Dio's authenticity, they might have also left with the first group. Dio didn't mind at all. He kept his mysterious routine and didn't care to explain too much about his dish to people. But Dio surely exchanged some business cards for the interested guests. After all, the best explanation of Dio's dish could be known as soon as they tasted it themselves. Soon enough, the people started leaving, as they wouldn't be able to dine without reservation and thus have nothing else to do in Dio's restaurant. Right on time, the first reservation of the day came to Dio's restaurant. At first, she was a little bit surprised to see so many media in front of the restaurant, but Dio reassured her that the restaurant has the best soundproofing, and people outside wouldn't know what happened inside. It wasn't until the first reservation left with satisfaction on her face that Dio called Crystal out to clean after the customer's table. Although Dio hasn't had an accident this past week, he couldn't relax until he found out Crystal's power. He had to stay vigilant, so he didn't show Crystal to anyone for now. After all, if the customer received bad luck after dining in Dio's restaurant, they could associate their bad luck with Dio's restaurant and chose to never return after that. Dio also motivated Crystal to work harder to receive even more money that she could use later for anything she wanted. She took Dio's advice to heart and started working hard. After all, Dio's words were right. She shouldn't rely on Dio's protection for her whole life. She was even relieved as there was no other accident that happened to Dio in the past week. Her life has turned for the better. She was living inside a big house with amazing foods in every meal, and even a big salary for a normal work. She was very grateful for Dio's benevolence. She hoped Dio would have a long life so that she could stay with him forever. Chapter 286. After the reopening day has come to an end, Dio calculated his earnings for the day. He successfully earned a few million with a low amount of capital. At this rate, he would be able to pay back Tony's money real soon. Crystal then approached Dio with a face full of sweat as she worked hard to clean the mess that the last customer left behind. "The restaurant is all clean, sir, what else you need me to do?" Crystal said nervously as she felt the fatigue coming in. But she knew that no matter what Dio told her to do, she would do it immediately. Seeing that Crystal was already finished her works, Dio was satisfied. Initially, he only wanted to let Crystal work for him until Will returned, but now that Will has gone to pursue his dream, having Crystal around was not a bad idea. "You've done a good job. It should be no bonuses on your trial days, but because you've already performed so well, I will make an exception this time." Crystal then laughed happily and expressed her gratitude to Dio. The money that Dio gave her just now was her first hard-earned money. This was proof that her existence had value, and also proved that she wasn't worthless at all. "Thank you so much, Mr. Dio. I will work even harder in the future." Seeing the little girl was bouncing out of joy, Dio felt a little bit guilty. He paid Will so much more than what he just gave to Crystal. Wouldn't he be called cheap if anyone knew this difference in salary? But then again, he had the excuse that Crystal was only starting today and so she was still in training. "Now, go take a bath and change your clothes. We will have dinner soon." Crystal immediately nodded her head after knowing that she would have another great meal soon. She immediately ran toward the back room, where she put her change of clothes and immediately went straight towards the shower. Although Dio was in a little bit of a debt situation, he wouldn't treat his employee badly. He knew that Crystal had malnutrition as she came to Dio, so he needed to gradually treat Crystal with the pearl jam to slowly restore her condition. If this meal was calculated according to its price on the menu to Crystal's salary, Crystal has received more salary than Will. After they both finished their meal, Dio immediately returned to his bedroom while Crystal went toward her own bedroom. The night was getting late, and Dio decided to stay in his room tonight, leaving Crystal unobserved for the night. In the middle of the night, the black mist appeared once again from inside Crystal's body. It immediately inspected its surrounding and saw that the dangerous existence that was keeping tabs on Crystal wasn't there tonight. It decided to stay observant for a while, but after 2 hours, it realized that the dangerous existence wouldn't come, and so it immediately covered Crystal's body once again. Crystal, who was sleeping soundly earlier, began to turn and thrash around uncomfortably. Her face was full of horror, anxiety, and nervousness as if she experienced some sort of hellish nightmare. She struggled to wake up, but the black mist wouldn't let her do so. It restrained Crystal in the dream world full of a nightmare. At the same time, Zeppeli's voice was heard in Dio's room. "Sir, Crystal is currently going through a nightmare, do I have to wake her immediately?" Zeppeli said with its robotic voice. Today Dio has installed a camera inside Crystal's room that would be monitored by Zeppeli. The AI would immediately notify Dio if Crystal would ever show any indication of having a nightmare. Dio resorted to this action as he had no luck observing Crystal night after night. Dio immediately wrapped his body in Hammond energy and silently walked towards Crystal's door. Dio suddenly opened Crystal's door and immediately saw that Crystal was covered in a black mist. Dio was confused as this was his first time seeing something like this, so as he made a move to walk toward Crystal, the black mist suddenly straightened up like a cobra. Interesting, this is the first time I ever encountered something like this. What are you? Dio said as he kept walking towards Crystal. The black mist transformed quickly into a horrifying creature to scare Dio away, but it didn't affect Dio at all. Dio then strengthened the Hammond energy on his right hand and reached out to the black mist with the intention to grab it. But as soon as the Hammond energy touched the black mist, it destroyed the black mist. Knowing that it wouldn't stand a chance against Dio in the real world, the black mist immediately retracted itself inside Crystal's body. Chapter 287. Where do you think you are going? Dio said as he reached out to the retreating black mist, but sadly Dio wasn't fast enough. Dio then grabbed Crystal's hands and immediately transmitted his Hammond energy to Crystal's hand while thinking that it could attack the black mist from within. Crystal, who was clearly having a nightmare before, now showed a relaxed and comfortable expression on her face. Dio frowned as he couldn't feel the black mist's presence from Crystal's body. It was like the black mist didn't even exist in the first place. If he didn't destroy some of the black mist himself earlier, he might be having a hard time believing that the creature even existed. While Dio was still left wondering what the black mist really is, Crystal suddenly opened her eyes. Dio was surprised as he doesn't have any reason to be inside Crystal's room. I am here as I heard you scream. I thought you might be in danger, but it turns out just a nightmare. Go back to sleep, I will go back to my room now, Dio said as he walked out of Crystal's room immediately, avoiding the awkward moment. No, don't go. I am scared. I am just having a nightmare that I seemingly can't wake up from. Can you at least stay until I fall back to sleep? Dio was surprised and suddenly felt he didn't know what to do, but he immediately decided to stay and sat on the chair near Crystal's bed. Do you still remember what nightmare you had earlier? Dio asked curiously. He realized that the black mist might be up to something as it didn't retreat right away as soon as Dio entered the room. Instead, it constantly transformed its form in an attempt to scare Dio away. Furthermore, Crystal was still able to tell that she was having a nightmare before waking up, so Dio knew that he was making progress on figuring out Crystal's power. Although Crystal didn't know the reason why Dio wanted to know her nightmare, she might as well talk about it to ease her fear a little bit. I don't remember all the details, but I remember that it was very dark. I remember that some man with a briefcase that I never saw before came to the restaurant and suddenly an explosion engulfed everything. It was horrible. Many people died because of the explosion. Crystal said as she showed a horrified expression. That's enough for now, Crystal, go back to sleep, you need to rest. Dio said as he felt Crystal didn't have to remember her nightmare any further. Everything from a dream was just an imagination, a fake. There is nothing you need to be afraid of. Now sleep, you still have work to do tomorrow. Dio said warmly. Thank you, Mr. Dio, I am so much better now, Crystal said as she closed her eyes to go back to sleep. Dio immediately left Crystal's room and returned to his own room. Inside his room, he ordered Zeppeli to show him the footage of Crystal's room when she was having a nightmare. He was serious now. If his guess was correct, Crystal's nightmare would become a reality soon. Zeppeli immediately played the video that Dio wanted to watch, but Dio couldn't see the black mist in Crystal's body. Even though he was using his Hammond energy on his eyes to detect the black mist on the video, he still couldn't see it. It seemed that the black mist only could be seen in person. That meant it was an energy or spiritual existence because the camera should record any other kind of creature. Dio hit another wall as the black mist's existence was hard to decipher. But for the time being, he knew what to do for the next incident. An unknown man with a briefcase would bring a bomb to the restaurant. Dio then started to write the critical information on his phone's reminder, so that he wouldn't forget about it the next day. The explosion wouldn't harm him in any way, but the restaurant has only opened for one day. If it blew up and many people died. As a result, he would receive public backlashes and unable to continue his restaurant business. But Dio now knew one critical information to defeat Crystal's black mist. It seemed the black mist was easily destroyed with his Hammond energy. He could use it to destroy it once and for all as soon as Dio got the opportunity to. But Dio started to wonder if the black mist was able to materialize the nightmare that Crystal had. Then, could it also materialize the good dream? Currently, Dio didn't know whether the black mist's power was reality warper or a powerful precogs. Because of that, Dio wasn't quite sure whether the black mist could affect his personal bad luck or not. If he could change his luck for just a moment, he was sure to get his hands on some strong stand. For now, Dio thought of some way to prevent Crystal's nightmare to materialize again. He ordered Zeppeli to watch over Crystal 247. And once Crystal showed a sign that she was having a nightmare, he ordered Zeppeli to forcefully wake her up immediately. Chapter 288. Dio got up early this morning. He wanted to know what kind of idiot dared to target his restaurant with a bomb. Couldn't those people understand that all Dio wanted to do was earning money? Dio was determined to kill the person that would bring trouble to his restaurant as soon as he saw that person got close to his establishment. The entire morning, he didn't see any suspicious person near his restaurant, and so he spent the day as usual and had a good nutritious meal for lunch with Crystal. While he was cooking for his customer, he dispatched Hanged Man to watch over the restaurant's front door to check any suspicious man that resembled Crystal's description. But until it was almost closing time, the person that was supposed to bomb Dio's place didn't show up. The restaurant was peaceful, like always. Nothing major happened in the vicinity. At the same time, a man driving a black Jeep close to the Stark building was holding his dog Tag nervously. "Calm down. I don't want you to blow up in the car. I can't wait for Killian to get out of that building so that I can blow it up to the sky," the first man said nervously. "Shut up. It's not the time yet. We have to get Stark to perfect the extremist virus first. If you ruin our plan, I will cut your head off right now," the second man said while chewing a gum. However, the first man suddenly became red. His skin gradually began to change into a deep red color. "I think I am about to blow. I can't control it anymore. Fuck. Why did the organization use someone as weak as you? Hey, why don't you blow up that restaurant instead? The owner is rumored to be a good friend of Tony Stark. It was opened yesterday. And it seems Tony even attended with his trademark Iron Man suit. Besides, it littered with celebrities and wealthy people. Your sacrifice would be valuable," the second man said indifferently. "You are right. I will send them to meet the lords painlessly. But at the same time, Killian has finished his meeting with Tony and being walked out by Pepper herself as an act of courtesy." After Killian bid his farewell to Pepper, he immediately walked toward the black Jeep and entered the car. "Killian, let me declare war to Tony Stark. I couldn't hold it anymore. No. This is not the time yet. Just think about your family. Calm yourself down. Your anger will soon be heard." The first man let out a sigh, and as he closed his eyes to think of his family as Killian suggested, the deep red color from his skin gradually turned back to normal. On the other hand, the second man that was still chewing a bubble gum, shook his head in disappointment as he thought of how boring it was to just wait like this. For the whole day, Dio was vigilant of anyone that may pose a threat to his establishment, but the scene that Crystal saw in her nightmare didn't happen. While he thought that it was a little bit weird that nothing really happened, he began to wonder whether his action last night successfully disrupted the Black Mist's ability to turn Crystal's nightmare into a reality. But there was also the possibility that it wasn't meant to happen that day. It may take a while for it to happen. He was determined to stay vigilant for a couple more days so that he knew for sure that Crystal's nightmare was really the cause of her own bad luck. He would also observe Crystal with the camera that he installed in Crystal's bedroom. With that, he could get information from Zeppeli as soon as Crystal had a bad dream. Therefore, he could get another opportunity to capture the Black Mist once more. After a few days, Dio's guess was correct. The Black Mist never showed up again in these few days, and Crystal was sleeping soundly at night. Dio didn't know whether this meant that he got good news or not at all. Following the next day, Pepper came over to ask Dio whether Tony had talked about his sudden busy schedule with Dio, as Pepper started to think that there was something wrong with Tony in this few days. Dio told her that he didn't have any idea of what Tony would do as he never talked to him about his personal business. Chapter 289. Time passed for a month after Dio had found out about the existence of the Black Mist, but unfortunately, the Black Mist never appeared again. Pepper was also constantly calling Dio as she became more worried about Tony's abnormal behavior that seemed to escalate every day. Recently, Tony seemed to focus on his Iron Man armor above anything else. He even slept on his workshop inside his Iron Man suit. When Dio got wind of this occurrence from Pepper, he was laughing his ass off as he couldn't imagine Tony became that insecure about something. In Tony's villa, Tony was sitting on the ground tiredly after making another armor last night. He hasn't slept for a couple of days as he kept researching for a new model of Iron Man armor. Although he didn't want to admit it, his mental state was undoubtedly in bad shape now. This all happened after he guided the nuclear missiles through the portal at New York Battle a couple of months ago. He became insecure unless he was inside his Iron Man armor. That was also the reason why Pepper felt something was wrong with Tony recently. "Sir, you should rest in your room, your body needs it," Jarvis advised with his monotone robotic voice. "You are right. I need to relax for a bit." But as soon as the TV turned on, the news anchor immediately informed him about the existence of a new terrorist mastermind that called himself the Mandarin. The news program was interrupted as a live broadcast was currently streamed to all people of America. The terrorist group was using it to show the entire America that they were bombing shopping center and airplanes away without giving any valid reason. The U.S. government was overwhelmed by the number of calls that they got from the people who wanted to know whether the scene that they saw on the TV was true or not. People also asked the government regarding what they were planning to do to stop this terrorist. For their answer, the government held a press conference with Colonel Rhodey Rhodes as the speaker to ease the people's qualms. With his war machine armor that Tony had officially given to Rhodes after Ivan Vanko's incident, the people seemed to trust him a little bit more. But that was soon overshadowed by the terrorist activities that kept growing bolder and killed many more innocent people. Colonel Rhodes, with his Iron Patriot suit that was just the war machine suit repainted into the USA flag, wasn't enough to reassure people anymore. New York was hit the hardest. As obviously, New York had a lot more people per square miles than any other city in the USA. This resulted in people getting afraid of living in New York. Especially the wealthy. They were afraid that something bad would happen to them if they stayed in New York, so many of them left New York until the terrorists were arrested. This obviously affected Dio's fantasy restaurant, as many of his customers decided to cancel their appointment with Dio as long as the terrorists were still operating in New York City. Dio was enraged by this sudden turn of event. He was furious with this new terrorist group. He lamented why those terrorists prefer New York City among so many other cities in the USA. Dio also thought about why it was so hard to earn honest money right now. He finally snapped and determined to obliterate this terrorist cell down to its root. So, any new information I got to know about the Mandarin? Tony asked Rhodes as they were eating their dinner. I am afraid that is classified information, but well, it's useless to tell you that anyway. So, the Mandarin has bombed a total of 9 places in New York alone. But only 3 were known to the public. But the problem is, the explosion didn't leave anything behind. So the bomb squad was having a hard time identifying the bomb used by the terrorist, Rhodey said casually. I think I can help you with that, I have the Iron Man armor that was perfect for the job. Tony said, but he was immediately interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. Excuse me for a moment, I have to take this call. Tony said to Rhodey as he picked up his phone. Yeah, what's up? Tony said upon picking phone casually, but instead of a normal and calm Dio, Tony was met with disgruntled Dio. Tony. Stop whatever it is that you are doing now. Come to the restaurant. Because of that damn terrorist, my customers canceled their reservation. Do you know how much I lost in a day? Help me find those bastards. And let's put an end to this fucking useless group of scumbags. Dio said disgruntledly to the phone. Tony put down his phone as Dio hung up, but his expression still showed that he was surprised by the call just now. What? Did you get a prank call or something? No. This is much more interesting than that. The terrorist group has awoken a sleeping bear. This terrorist group sure is unlucky. Tony said as he smirked to Rhodey and immediately stood up and walked towards the door. With Dio on board in crushing this terrorist group, the situation became much more exciting for Tony. Oh, God. Is it one of the Avengers? Tony smiled as he took a sip of his lemon juice. Oh shit. Who is it? Captain America? Thor? Hulk? No, he is just a normal restaurant owner, Tony said casually. Oh my God. He is the last Avenger. Right? The mysterious guy. I have seen the footage of his fight. He was inhuman. The internet theorized that he was the infamous Grim Reaper from Thor's world. Is that true? Are we going to see him now? Are my clothes okay to meet him? Do I have to change clothes first? Shut up, Rhodes, or I will go by myself. Tony said annoyedly. Okay. I only have one more question, I promise. Shut up, already. Tony said as he walked a little bit faster. Chapter 290. When Tony walked into the restaurant with a black man, Dio immediately knew who he was. Still, Dio wasn't expecting the famous War Machine, who usually looked serious, to be this excited to meet Dio. Dio has finally had enough of Rhodey's fanboying him around, and he immediately signaled Tony to do something about it. Rhodey, that is enough. We have another thing to do right now, save your starstruck for later. Rhodey immediately calmed down and stopped himself from asking any fan-based question to Dio. So, did you have any information about the terrorist group that we didn't know of? Tony asked Dio curiously. Yeah, I know where the Mandarin base is, it was the one on this picture. But I am afraid that the Mandarin on this manor was just a fake. A fake? So, who is the real Mandarin? You should have known him better after all, he came to you a while ago, and even had a good chat with Pepper, Dio said casually. Aldrich Killian? Tony asked surprisedly. What, you knew the guy? Rhodey asked confusedly. This is not good. I sent Happy to spy on Killian. This is not good. Something must have happened to Happy. He is in danger. However, Dio was staying at his restaurant. He knew that the black mist in Crystal could appear again in his absence. If that happened, there was no telling what incident could happen. When Tony and Rhodes finally arrived on the scene, the place was a mess. Tony immediately saw Happy lying on the ground, but thankfully he was still alive. Tony immediately called an ambulance to take Happy to the hospital for treatment. Tony was worried as it was because of his own egotistical mistake that Happy almost died. He waited for Happy's recovery in the hospital. But soon got annoyed as a group of reporters kept pestering him about the latest bombing incident that injured Happy. Tony finally had enough that he took his sunglasses off and immediately held a camera for his war declaration for the Mandarin. Hear me out now, Mandarin. I will find you and destroy your carefully laid out plan. The news was live, so Dio was able to see what was happening in Tony's end. He frowned as soon as Tony told the world his villa's address. Tony's action right now was utterly idiotic. Zeppeli. Call Tony for me. I am sorry, sir, but all communication towards Master Tony is turned off. But I can leave a voicemail, do you want me to do that, sir? No, there is no need. Did I have more reservations for today? No, sir, in fact, all reservations for tomorrow were cancelled. Zeppeli said with his robotic voice. Dio was annoyed beyond measure now. This was the first time since the history of him opening this restaurant that he had a day to himself as all reservations were cancelled. This terrorist group was really asking for death. Crystal, let's go. We would have a little drive now. Crystal immediately rushed outside and eagerly jumped inside the car and fastened her seatbelt without making any fuss. Dio then immediately drove towards Tony's villa as he knew that the terrorist would target it immediately. Dio wondered how many times would Tony rebuild the villa as it was always destroyed in every single major incident. Stay in the car no matter what, okay? Dio said to Crystal as he parked his car a little bit away from the villa for safety. Crystal nodded her head as she was starting to get nervous for the gun's blazing sound in the distance. Tony's villa was under attack. Dio had already predicted this to happen since Tony told the world his home address. Dio immediately rushed forwards and started destroying the helicopter that bombed Tony's villa. He immediately grabbed Pepper, Tony, and one unknown woman from inside Tony's collapsing villa. What are you doing here? Tony asked Dio in the middle of combat. Don't you dare ask me that question. Are you out of your mind? Why are you taunting a terrorist group by giving them your address? The Hulk was probably smarter than you, and he was just a big baby. At the same time, Pepper had enough of Tony's unreasonable behavior. Obviously, the disappointment and frustration have pent up since Tony's weird behavior started. Chapter 291. Pepper had enough. One time, she woke up in the morning only to find Tony was sleeping next to her while wearing the Iron Man suit. Pepper was terrified. Although she was a strong woman, there was so much that a woman could take. Tony, who noticed that Pepper was upset and was on the verge of crying, immediately held her and tried to apologize. Pepper, I am so sorry. I didn't know it would come to this. Tony said as he tried to calm Pepper down. No. You brought this to yourself, Tony. You clearly don't care about my feelings right now. I think we should take a break now. We should talk about this matter once things started to calm down. Pepper said to Tony as she looked very sad. She thought that she could hold it in, but Tony's word just caused her mind to slip, and all the negative energy that she has been trying to hold back, burst out in the open. In fact, Pepper wanted to ask which one was more important for Tony right now. Her or his Iron Man suit. But she didn't have the heart to put Tony on the spot like that. It was ridiculous of her to be jealous of a suit of iron armor, but the reality right now was unfavorable for her. No, Pepper. Listen to me. I admit that after the Battle of New York, I have been acting strangely. But I only did so because I am trying to process the new information that changed my world. Gods, aliens, other dimensions. Possibly a new kind of physics, and here I am on Earth with my suit of iron. Do you understand how I feel? A feeling of worthlessness and helplessness. That is why I need you. You are my normal in a world full of strangeness. You are my rock that keeps me tied to reality. I love you, Pepper, so please don't do this. Dio saw all this unraveled in front of his eyes, although he wanted to laugh at Tony for being a cheesy man. He couldn't. The look on Tony's face was the sincerest look that he ever got to see from Tony. In fact, Dio was starting to envy Tony a little bit, for he has already had a woman that would love him unconditionally. Tony. Action speaks louder than words. You ignore me every night as you keep tinkering your Iron Man suit non-stop. Am I really as needed as you said I was? You may be right. I have put so much pressure on myself that makes me hard to fall asleep at night, but I always stay by your side until you fall asleep. Didn't I? I must make a stronger armor, Pepper. I have to do it if I want to guard my most important treasure. So what about your Iron Man armor? Am I more important than them? The Iron Man suit? They are a part of me. They are like my extended limbs, the only thing that could give me a sense of security. Tony said confidently. Tony's answer made the atmosphere suddenly changed. While previously it was romantic as Tony pleaded for Pepper to stay, but now Dio knew that there is no way Pepper would stay with Tony. Pepper was deemed to be a treasure to Tony, but the Iron Man suit was a part of him. Go figure. Sure enough, Pepper stepped forward and held Tony's face lovingly in her hands. Tony. This is the first time in my heart after knowing you for so long that I believe maybe, we aren't suited for each other. While in the past. You keep changing your woman like changing clothes, I don't really mind it as I know that those women were only a passing thought for you. They would never hold your heart. But now I realize that the real rival for your love is the Iron Man suit, maybe there would be no women on this earth that could stay by your side. But that was fine. Your Iron Man suit would be there for you no matter what. They would give you the sense of security you needed and accompany you to do anything you want. So, I think this is the best decision for us. You will have my resignation tomorrow, and during the time I am not there beside you, please cheer up. Because in my heart, I would always love you as you are. Pepper said as she stepped backward and immediately left alone. Tony was staring at Pepper's retreating figure blankly. He wanted to shout for Pepper to come back, but he couldn't say anything as he didn't know how to persuade Pepper to stay this time. By the way, I won't be here for you either. It seems friendship is also out of the question for you. Besides, this woman was working for Killian, believe it or not. Tony turned his attention abruptly to the unknown woman on the scene. He knew that this woman was strange, but he would never guess that she was working for Killian. Hey, think about it a little, there is no way I work for that terrorist group if I am here getting bombed, just like you. The woman said, trying to convince Tony that she wasn't part of the terrorist group. Chapter 292. My friend clearly told me earlier that you are working with Killian. Did you know that he was the one that razed my house to the ground just now? But Maya was silent as she didn't know what to say. Now I know that the man was right. You are working for Killian. I guess the bomb that they used for their terrorist activity and to destroy my house is your creation. Isn't it right? But why are you here? This is the only thing that doesn't make sense to me right now. But let me guess, if the bombing failed to kill me, you would be the one to manipulate me to do your bidding. So, if I am correct, what did you want? Miss Maya Hansen. Tony was irritated by Pepper's departure, so he used Maya as the emotional punching bag to divert his attention from his broken heart. You are correct, but not entirely. If I say that I am here to save you from Killian, would you believe me? Where do you want to go? I will take you there as a courtesy. Thank you, Dio. I would like to say my thanks for saving me once again. If you didn't come here today, I am afraid I wouldn't be standing here right now. Save it for later, Pepper. Let's go. Dio said casually as he didn't really know how to deal with someone else's gratitude. Pepper immediately get inside Dio's car, but she was immediately surprised as he saw Crystal was already on the passenger seat. Who is this little girl? Is she your sister? Crystal no longer looked like the Crystal who first came to Dio's house. Thanks to Pearl Jam. Crystal's body was already at the point where her own family wouldn't be able to recognize her anymore. Now, Crystal looked more feminine and beautiful right now. Yeah, she is my sister. But I bet Tony would have asked if she was my daughter. I am sorry, his name probably the last thing that you want to hear now. Dio said as he apologized to Pepper. There is no need for you to apologize for that. Tony would always be like that. There is nothing we could do to change that. I am more worried about this little girl that you left alone in the car. The situation back then was scary. You could cause trauma to the child. Dio. Dio knows that Tony would fuck up his relation with Pepper at some point, and Dio was eager to see the drama that would ensue between the two, but he clearly didn't know what to do now as he thought of Pepper as a friend. As to clear the awkward situation, Dio turned on the radio so that they could listen to music instead. But Dio was finally fed up after hearing the song that was played on every single radio station was a sad song. Dio finally arrived at Pepper's apartment complex after an awkward drive. This was her home before she moved in with Tony, it still belonged to her. So the best course of action was to use this place once again. As she left Dio's car, Pepper once again thanked Dio for doing so much for her. She even told Dio that he was a good man and that he must try to find someone to love completely. Dio swore that Pepper's behavior was sad. She was affected by her own decision to leave Tony's side. But for once, he couldn't do anything about this situation. After dropping Pepper off, Dio immediately returned to his restaurant once again. Even though there would be no other customer for today and tomorrow, Dio still wanted to open the restaurant, for there might be some customers coming in the end. He has already told everything that Tony needed to defeat Killian, so there was nothing else that Dio needed to do for Tony. The only thing left was whether Tony could deal with the extremist virus that Killian has developed. But he knew that Tony would eventually find an answer for this. But because of that, Dio wondered, would the time gem amplify the world's power? Chapter 293. After returning to the restaurant, Dio immediately noticed that Crystal was acting a little bit weird. "What's the matter, Crystal? Are you hungry? Did you have anything to buy?" But Crystal just shook her heads and ran away toward the closet to take cleaning tools and started cleaning the restaurant. Dio was confused as he remembered that Crystal had already cleaned the restaurant before they headed towards Tony's house. Unbeknown to Dio, Crystal was having a hard time to calm herself down. Dio has admitted that Crystal was his sister to some stranger. Did Dio really mean that? Or was it just a convenient answer so that the stranger stopped asking more questions? Could someone like her really become Dio's little sister? Crystal was lost on her own thoughts as she questioned everything from Dio's perspective. At the same time, the media has found out about the attack at Tony's villa. The media reporter flocked towards Tony's Lake View villa to interview him for his word on this matter. But instead of having a casual report, the news blew out. The Iron Man, a hero who was part of the Avenger that constantly fought against criminals, was beaten by a group of terrorists. The public was clearly disappointed by Tony's lackluster action. Tony's provocation against the terrorist group earlier was viewed as idiotic and reckless. People started to talk trash about him on the internet as they felt extremely disappointed by Tony's action. These people on the internet surely were crueler than the terrorist group. Because of the internet, people were starting to get anxious. And panic began to spread like a virus on the premise that the superheroes couldn't win against the terrorist group. The phenomenon escalated until Pepper was forced to make a public announcement to clarify that Tony wasn't defeated by the terrorist group, he was currently preparing to fight off against the terrorist and that he would be seen in public again soon. Pepper's word surely brought some assurance to the public, but unfortunately, there were some people who doubted Pepper's word. Like why Tony never showed up in public or at least came out with the Iron Man suit so that he could be safe. In such a time, Pepper immediately threw her feeling aside and called Tony to make an appearance to the public. But as the public predicted, Tony didn't even pick up Pepper's call. Pepper immediately blamed herself for what was happening right now. She thought that maybe Tony's disappearance was because of her words at that time. At the same time, the terrorist appeared again on TV. The Mandarin told the public directly that he has successfully killed the Iron Man and already threw his body to the sea. Mandarin also told the public that was the reason why Tony was nowhere to be seen for a long time. The Mandarin then created even more chaos as he made an announcement that his terrorist group would attack the president next. The public was immediately silenced after Mandarin made such a declaration. They were worried about who could save America from this terrorist group as even a superhero was already defeated. For a while, the internet has sent their thoughts and prayer for the safety of America, completely forgotten about Tony's whereabouts as he was declared dead by the Mandarin. The president immediately ordered Colonel Rhodes to catch the terrorist group before they were able to actualize their plan to attack the White House. The president himself was having a hard time deciding whether to secure himself on a secret base or stand strong inside the White House to show the world that the Americans wouldn't let a group of terrorists deter them. Rhodes, a new order has come. You are about to destroy the terrorist compound in Pakistan. Pakistan? Rhodey said as he frowned at the new mission's objective. Yes, Mr. President was the one who directly gave you this order, he hopes that you could put an end to all this madness. The commander said strictly. I see. Rhodey said as he immediately prepared to go to Pakistan, he couldn't refuse the president's order. Even though he knew that this information was not the same information that he heard from Dio earlier. And so, with the Iron Patriot, he flew toward the location that was already given to him beforehand. At the same time, Captain America and the rest of the Avengers requested to Nick that they should get involved on destroying the terrorist group. But Nick immediately rejected this proposal as he said that the Shield wasn't the American police, so the terrorist attack wasn't any of their business. Chapter 294. This is the real mindset of Nick Fury. Everything aside from Earth's safety was trivial for him. If there was a terrorist attack, as long as they didn't use a nuclear-powered weapon or something of that caliber, he wouldn't care. After all, Tony was fighting them too. There was no need for the Shield to get involved here. Is this all right, Director? The terrorist doesn't seem to be an ordinary human. The agents that we sent to infiltrate their base almost couldn't return. It's just a cheap trick. We have to focus on restoring New York to what it used to be, if not better. After all, even if Tony failed, that man wouldn't let the terrorist win. Shoot, I forgot that man was also involved now. He loves money so much that a little setback would set him off. Nice to have you finally remember that. Now go back to work, I don't want to miss anything that could be a threat to the planet. Coulson nodded and immediately walked out of Fury's office. The next day, Dio was still annoyed that there was still no reservation at his restaurant. In the middle of the day, Pepper came to Dio's restaurant while looking kind of tired herself. I see, your restaurant has received the impact of the terrorist attack on New York too. No wonder you came to save Tony yesterday. You see, the rich and wealthy are totally afraid of the probability that they could be dead if they come to New York. Especially a crowded place like this Avenger building area. They all canceled their reservation just like that. Dio said annoyedly. If you told them that your place was one of the safest places in New York, they might reconsider, you know. Pepper said as she gave her advice. I couldn't do that. My words would have no immediate proof to them. Even if I send a picture of the bunker to them, I doubt that they want to risk it. Well, that was a good place to start. After all, there might be people out there who want to reserve a spot at your restaurant after hearing that statement comes from the infamous mysterious Grim Reaper himself. Wow, you already know too much, Ms. Pepper. I am afraid I have to kill you to hide my identity. Did you hear any news from Tony? Pepper asked as she was finally done laughing. I didn't hear anything from him after that day. But don't worry too much. I believe that he is currently giving a hard time to those terrorists. I know that as soon as he defeated that terrorist group, he would come running back to you. Dio said as he served Pepper a glass of water. Pepper immediately drank the water and sighed in satisfaction. Your glass of water never failed to satisfy me. Pepper said. Of course. It's my trade, after all. Well, since you are free, I would like to dine here, please. I will leave the treatment to you, I would trust your decision. Thank God. Finally, a customer. I will give you a 90% discount for now. You don't need to do that for me, you know. I would be glad if you can give me the water earlier. Of course. You can have another glass of water. Just a glass. Why are you so stingy to me? You see, you would be full of water before the dish even gets a chance to shine, Dio said as he laughed a little bit. But sure. Help yourself. But don't cry when your stomach is already full when the food arrives, okay? Pepper shrugged and drank a couple more glass after Dio left. And she immediately restrained herself from getting another glass of water as she hadn't come to Dio's restaurant for a while. She knew that as soon as Dio's dish hit the table, she wouldn't be able to control her appetite. But at the same time, a man parked his Jeep in front of the Avenger building, and a woman immediately entered the car. The target is not inside, I figured that she's just here to eat. The woman said to the man annoyedly. She might be eating inside that restaurant over there, I heard that the owner was a close friend of Stark. The man said indifferently. Should we also go inside? I am starving. Sure. It might go according to our plan. The man and the woman soon walked out of the Jeep and trudged forward to Dio's restaurant. Sir. 2 guests detected. A man and a woman, might they come in? Dio frowned as he didn't seem to remember receiving any reservation for today. Still, he gave Zeppeli permission to let the 2 people enter his restaurant as he knew that as soon as they saw the price on the wall, they would immediately turn back. But after a while. Sir. I think you should go out there. There is something off with the 2 guests. Dio was startled and immediately checked his phone that was connected to the surveillance camera that he has already installed throughout the restaurant. Fuck. This is bad. Pepper was shocked after hearing an explosion in a close distance like that. But the woman and the man immediately sensed danger from across their entrance, and the one that they saw was Dio in his chef's outfit. You're going to pay for that. You will regret ever crossing path with me. The man and the woman were startled after seeing a chef came out of the kitchen, looking terrifying as he stood with 2 knives on each hand. But then they realized that this man was probably just a normal chef that was furious after seeing his restaurant was blown apart, so the woman immediately stepped forward while thinking that she would catch Dio's knife. Chapter 295. Dio immediately threw his knife at the woman. Even though the knife was just an ordinary kitchen knife, Dio had already infused his Hammond energy to the knife, making it incredibly durable and sharp. The woman tried to melt the knife that was thrown at her, but sadly her extremist virus's power wasn't enough to melt Dio's knife, so the knife cut through to the woman's hands easily. She immediately screamed as her hands were badly injured. She didn't understand why her power couldn't melt the knife, but she knew that the wound would be gone in a couple of seconds. Before she was injected by the extremist virus, she was missing an arm. But as she was injected by the extremist virus, her missing arm grew back. She knew that she had the super healing factor from the extremist virus, so she knew that she didn't need to be afraid of anything. But the pain was still there. She was determined to let the chef know her dissatisfaction personally. But unfortunately for her, she picked a wrong opponent this time. All her power was just a joke in front of Dio. It wasn't even a joke that was worth laughing at. Dio immediately activated his white album ability for a second. And the unfortunate girl was immediately frozen in place. Dio immediately punched her straight on the chest, shattering her to million pieces. After seeing the horrifying scene in front of him, the man was terrified. He subconsciously stepped back to escape. After he was injected with the extremist virus, the man hasn't seen anything that could make him feel fear. This was the first time he saw the woman who had the same kind of ability as him being shattered into pieces. Who are you? What have you done? You dare to ask who I am after you make a mess inside my restaurant? Not only you arrogantly walked in without a proper understanding of my place, but you also destroyed many high-end pricey techs. You only need to know one thing, this knife in my hands would be your death. Stay back. Believe me, I will blow up if you come any closer. Dio didn't care. He quickly transformed the knife in his hands into a drill and walked towards the man indifferently. You clearly don't understand anything, then we should die together. The man said as his skin flickered in dark orange color. I hate to disappoint you, but I am a very busy person. I am afraid I don't have the time to play. Dio said as he immediately used White Album once again and held the man's head. He immediately used the White Album's ability once again, and the man was instantly frozen solid. Dio immediately used his knife that he has transformed into a drill and stabbed the man rapidly. As the man was frozen solid, the drill made a dozen holes on his body. The man was clearly dead from the absolute zero ability, but Dio wasn't content before he destroyed the enemy completely. Fuck. Now I have to clean up the place all over again. Dio immediately remembered that Pepper was still there, and he immediately turned back his attention towards her. Shit, I am sorry. I forgot you are still here. I hope the scene just now doesn't affect your appetite. I hope so too, but this scene definitely affects my appetite. Pepper said as she tried to step away from the mess on the floor. But unfortunately for her, she stepped on the woman's eye that was scattered on the floor. She couldn't hold it in anymore and run towards the wall and immediately vomited. I am sorry, this is definitely my fault for not considering your presence. Dio said apologetically to Pepper. It was truly his responsibility to make sure that his guest was comfortable while they were his establishment, but as he was furious, he forgot about that completely. Dio immediately pulled out his phone and immediately called someone to explain what happened in his restaurant as he waited for Pepper to finish vomiting. When she was finally done, Dio immediately hung up and approached her carefully. It seems your meal for today has to be cancelled. I am sorry, but I think it's better for you to return home and get some rest, Dio said carefully. You are right, I feel lightheaded now. I will find someone to rebuild your restaurant back to what it was before, Pepper said as she trudged across the shattered glass door and human remains toward her car. No, it has nothing to do with you. Clearly, you are just here to enjoy your meal but interrupted by a bunch of scumbags. This is just a bad luck on our end, and I've already called someone to clean this mess up. No, it clearly has something to do with me. I knew that man. He is Killian's bodyguard or maybe his driver. I've already met him once when Killian came to meet Tony earlier. Don't worry, the constructor who usually handles Tony's house construction is almost done rebuilding the villa. I will immediately tell him to work here as soon as possible. Pepper said determinedly. Well, if you've already made up your mind, I am sorry to trouble you once again, but if you are sure that the man earlier was coming to get you, it's better to stay with me for the moment, Dio said as he wanted to do good for Pepper. Chapter 296. Pepper considered Dio's invitation to let her stay there. She knew that if she were captured by the terrorist group, Tony would have a hard time crushing them as he would have to consider Pepper's safety first. But 10 minutes later, a van immediately stopped outside Dio's restaurant, and after a quick phone call, Dio let the people inside the van to come inside. They looked at the mess on the floor, and without any change of expression, nor any word spoken, they immediately put their mask and gloves on. These people were the damage control team from S.H.I.E.L.D. that were tasked to clean the scene after the confrontation between the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agent or, in this case, superhero's confrontation with the villain. They immediately put all the body pieces into a bag and removed all the bloodstains with a special blood remover and even sprayed some natural scent to finish up cleaning Dio's restaurant. While they were working, not a single word came out of their mouth. This was truly perfection, as they were as professional as they might come. "Who are those people just now?" Pepper asked curiously. "They were S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel. They were tasked to clean my place down after I talked with Nick Fury on the phone," Dio said casually. Pepper nodded her as she understood what the S.H.I.E.L.D. was. In fact, this wasn't her first contact with the said mysterious organization. "Okay, and I've already contacted the people that decorate your restaurant last time, and they will come here soon," Pepper said politely. "Well, if that's the case, you better go back inside to hide," Dio said casually. "Hide where?" Pepper asked confusedly. "Tony never told you, did he? He went around my back and designed a shelter beneath the restaurant, nuclear fallout shelter. You can use that place to hide yourself for a while. Here, let me show you where it is," Dio said as he led the way to the vault. "I am very sorry that you have to go through this kind of trouble only because they were after me," Pepper said apologetically. "It's okay, Pepper, they were messing with me too, you know, because of them, I lost my customer, and now they make it personal by attacking my place," Dio said, a little bit annoyed, but not at Pepper. He was annoyed due to the fact that the terrorists were too confident in their own power. "But please be careful dealing with them, Dio. I know that you are strong, but there is still an unknown factor that can harm you out there, and if you ever see Tony, please bring him back safely," Pepper said hopefully. As Dio and Pepper walked inside towards the dining area, Crystal ran towards Dio with a concerned look on her face. "Your sister is here too?" Pepper asked as she was surprised that Dio's sister is here too. She didn't know the truth behind Crystal's identity, and Dio was hoping to keep it that way. Well, Will went on his way to pursue his dream to be a rapper, so she was staying here to clean, sort of replacing Will in a way. "I hope you can look after her for a while, she tends to have a nightmare at night," Dio said casually to Pepper. Pepper nodded her head as she wouldn't refuse such a small request after all. She was beginning to like the girl, personality-wise. "Let's go, I will show you my room. Crystal, you come too, okay?" Dio said as he led the way towards the vault. "Zeppeli, please open the vault," Dio said commandingly. "I am sorry, Master Dio, Mr. Stark set up the program so that it will only open after saying the correct password," Zeppeli the AI said robotically. "Didn't I tell him to change it before?" Dio said confusedly. Dio was a little bit annoyed that the password was still intact. He hated it to the core. "Yes, but Mr. Stark changed it again as he left through the back channel," Zeppeli said indifferently. "Fuck, that shithead keep doing things to annoys me," Dio said annoyedly. "I love Iron Man." She knew that Tony would never stop doing these kind of things to Dio as his personality really thrived on seeing the annoyance on others. They began to descend after entering the lift, signaling that they were going deep underground. As soon as they arrived at the vault, Pepper was surprised. The interior of that place was luxurious. That place didn't look like an emergency shelter at all. It looked more like a bachelor escape room. "I am going out for a bit, please stay here until I come back," Dio said warmly to Crystal. "I don't want to stay here. Can I go with you?" "I will stay in the car, I promise. This time is different. Let's make a deal then, as long as you stay awake here and wait for me to return, I will take you to the Disneyland next Sunday." "I don't like playgrounds," Crystal said as she frowned at her own memories. "Then I will let you have one wish. But the rule is, it must be under my own capabilities. How about this?" "Okay, I will stay awake until you come back," Crystal said excitedly. Chapter 297. Pepper was confused about why Dio didn't let Crystal fall asleep until he returned home, but she knew that it was private, and so she would take care of Crystal until Dio comes back again. At the same time as Pepper was attacked, the President of the United States of America was also being attacked by Mandarin's terrorist group. Thankfully, the Iron Patriot was there to save the president and knock the terrorist out of the airplane. Meanwhile, Tony was attacking the terrorists' hideout to rescue the people who were also kidnapped by the terrorist group. But Jarvis immediately notified Stark that there was something wrong with Iron Patriot armor as it was flying out of the path that Rhodey has marked to help Tony out. There was someone else who had the technology to hijack the Iron Patriot armor. Tony tracked Rhodey's location and immediately flew towards his location. Night immediately come. And the Rock's Enterprise that has been abandoned after a serious oil spill incident had become the terrorist group's base camp. Killian and all his followers who have undergone the extremist virus procedure were waiting for Tony's arrival. Killian knew that there was no way Tony wouldn't come there tonight. Taking advantage of the night, Tony and Rhodey sneaked into a boat nearby the terrorists' base. But unfortunately, Killian's man saw Tony coming and immediately shot him with his gun. The spotlight immediately flashed towards Tony and Rhodes's location. It seems no one in the Stark family can teach this man about a proper etiquette of visiting someone else's place, Killian said as he shot another bullet at Tony. After Maya's betrayal, Killian didn't care about Tony's well-being anymore. He knew that the extremist virus was unstable, but he didn't care anymore. The battle escalated after Tony called out all his suits that were controlled by Jarvis to fight alongside him. The place instantly lit up like fireworks. But not too far from the terrorists' base. Dio was coming at high speed from the sea. While Akiji of One Piece could ride his bike on the sea as he froze them, Dio could use his white album to skate on the ice. You are weak, Stark. You are nothing more than a broken armor that I can melt into a pile of scraps, Killian said tauntingly. He was annoyed at Tony as he kept avoiding a direct confrontation against Killian and kept running around while also ordering his unmanned armor to block Killian's path. Wow, you sure are cocky. Let's try this instead. Killian immediately rushed towards Tony as he knew that all of Tony's Iron Man armors were weak against the extremist's lava-like ability. However, Tony wasn't moving. He waited for Killian to come while preparing a martial arts stance of his own. But sadly, Tony never really practiced martial arts except for several times Dio made him do it. Obviously, Killian, who has received thorough training in a martial art, easily fended off Tony's uncoordinated attack. As he saw the opening, Killian immediately punched Tony's chest while having his fist heated to the point where an iron would easily melt. But his punch didn't do anything to Tony's armor. In fact, Tony didn't even feel the shockwave of Killian's punch. Tony immediately took the opportunity to attack as he saw that Killian was surprised that his heat didn't do anything. Tony punched Killian straight on his jaw and made Killian stumble backward a little bit. But Tony knew that the punch wouldn't do anything as the extremist virus have the enhanced healing power too. Tony, I swear I will kill you painfully, Killian said as he was getting furious at Tony. Killian walked towards Tony while burning the wall beside him to prevent Tony from escaping. As he came closer, Killian then threw Iron Man to the ground and held him while making sure that Tony was heating up below him. You are done, Tony. How do you feel about being cooked alive? I will serve your meat well done to Pepper later. Not good. Pepper doesn't like well done steak. Killian spontaneously stood up and screamed in pain. The pain was unbearable, but the extremist virus didn't allow him to faint. This is not perfect, but it looks pretty good for now, Tony said as he flashed the adamantium knife that he was using to cut Killian just now. This was the secret behind this armor. It was durable thanks to the vibranium alloy, plus his weapon was extremely sharp thanks to the adamantium alloy. Chapter 298. In the Battle of New York. Tony didn't use this armor because of its main weakness. It was only useful for close combat. Tony didn't need a vibranium-coated armor for ranged combat as he could always dodge anything. Plus, he still couldn't find a better use for adamantium alloy except for a sharp weapon. Because of this weakness too, Tony has been keeping this armor hidden until now since he believed that now was the right time to use it. Killian was using a power that derived from heat, so the use of vibranium-coated armor was a must as the vibranium would absorb the energy that was produced from heat and transformed it into raw energy. And as Killian also used close combat, he wouldn't have any chance to block Tony's attack using his knife made from adamantium. Even if Killian could heal himself numerous amounts of time, there would be a limit to that ability. There was no way that a human would be that invincible. Maybe if Tony cut Killian's head off, Killian would finally dead. But Tony wasn't in a rush. It seemed like he wanted to vent off some of his frustration to Killian. Knowing that he had no easy means to win, Killian immediately retreated while Tony was chasing after him, reversing the cat and mouse game that they were playing from the start. Tony would frequently catch up to Killian and chop some Killian's limbs, but Tony wouldn't end Killian's life just yet. Blow him up, Killian shouted as he became desperate to get away from Tony. He didn't understand why Tony suddenly became so strong. The people injected by the extremist virus knew that this was their end game. So they were already prepared to die. A bunch of Killian's followers quickly hugged Tony and suddenly exploded, creating a sea of fire that would instantly kill any normal person. But unfortunately for Killian, Tony had already prepared for this. While Killian thought that Tony was finally dead, a flash of twirling light suddenly shot towards Killian at great speed. This was the adamantium knife that Tony used earlier. It successfully penetrated Killian's chest in one go, pinning him to the wall. Then Tony emerged from the raging fire as if nothing happened. Killian was surprised that the explosion earlier had no effect on Tony, and so he tried to escape once more. He tried to melt the knife on his chest to get away, but no matter how hard he tried, the knife wasn't affected. "Fuck this," Killian said as he slid off the knife to the side, cutting half of his body. But the regenerative power from the extremist virus immediately healed his body once more. But because he took too long to escape, Tony was already closing in and held him to the ground. "You can't kill me, Stark. If I die, Pepper will also die with me." "What did you just say? What have you done to Pepper? Did you honestly think that I only want to kidnap the president? I've already dispatched some men to capture Pepper while you were busy saving Mr. President earlier." "Bastard," Tony said as he pounded Killian's face in frustration. "Kill me, Stark. See if I lied," Killian said while still laughing hysterically like a maniac. Tony raised his fist once again but failed to land his punch as there was a chance that Killian was telling the truth. But suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. "Don't listen to him, Stark. Pepper is safe at my place." "Dio? What? Why are you here? And by the way, what is that shirt you are wearing? Make it quick, Stark. I still have a dinner appointment later." "Impossible. There is no way you can kill an extremist so easily. Listen to this guy, Dio, he has been spending too much on his small pawn that he doesn't know that there are still many people more powerful than him," Tony said sarcastically. "Did you know why I made this armor?" "Killian. That is because none of my armor would fare against this guy. He could destroy my armor completely in mere seconds, I tell you. Now, I need to apologize to Pepper after this," Tony said to Killian sarcastically. "No, you can't kill me, Tony. He is lying," Killian said desperately, but it didn't work as Tony immediately slashed his neck and lopped Killian's head off into the sea. The extremist virus sure could regenerate missing limb, but as the head was removed, it could no longer work. "Is Pepper really safe?" Tony asked Dio hopefully. "Well, she was worried for sure. She was lucky, you know, if she didn't come to my restaurant earlier, she might have been captured by the terrorist." "Well, I owe you one then," Tony said annoyedly. "So, does that mean my debt is paid?" Dio asked as he smirked to Tony. Chapter 299. After all the terrorists were taken care of, Rhodes brought the president back to the White House, while Tony and Dio drove to the restaurant. But in the middle of the way back, Dio's phone started to ring. "What's the matter, Zeppeli?" Dio asked as he was curious why Zeppeli was calling him like this. "Sir. You have to come back immediately." "Tony. Do you mind putting the pedal to the metal?" Tony nodded and immediately stepped on the gas to rush them back to the restaurant. As they arrived at the restaurant, Tony and Dio immediately rushed towards the vault. But all Dio saw was Crystal watching some TV program while Pepper was fast asleep on the couch beside Crystal. "Is she your daughter?" Tony asked while smirking tauntingly. Dio was already prepared for this kind of comment, so he just ignored it. Dio immediately shifted his attention back to Crystal, for he had to know what happened. "Crystal, what did you do while I am gone? Can you tell me in detail?" Dio asked Crystal carefully. "Nothing, I am just playing some video games and then watched some TV shows," Crystal said innocently. On the other side, Tony immediately ran towards Pepper and sighed in relief as soon as he knew that Pepper was just asleep. Tony then picked her up to move her to his house. "Tony. I think it's better for Pepper to stay here for a while, it may be dangerous for her out there right now." "What? Do you think I couldn't protect her?" "Okay, I know that the last time was all my fault. But I will not let it happen again. After all, the danger was already eliminated. But I advise you to stay back. I know that Pepper and I have a few rough patches, but I am not giving up on her." Dio just shrugged his shoulder as he didn't have any intention to steal Pepper from Tony. But before leaving, Tony sure left some sarcastic word behind. "You know, you better keep the relationship with a minor like this under the rug. It's illegal." If you ever get caught, I don't mind providing you the best lawyer to try to reduce your sentence later. Dio just gave him his middle finger as he was not in the mood to argue. But as soon as Tony and Pepper left, Dio then immediately shifted his attention back to Crystal. Did the kind aunt earlier accompany you playing some games? Did you really stay awake while I am gone? Yeah, we do many things together, but I am afraid that an accident will befall her or something like that, so I keep my interaction to a bare minimum. Crystal said confidently. Okay, so what do you want me to do for your reward? Dio asked curiously. Crystal suddenly became shy and stopped talking altogether. If you can't decide now, it's okay, just save it for later, this promise I made would always be valid. Dio said warmly. Crystal nodded and immediately headed back up to her own room. When she entered her room, she immediately fell into the pillow while sighing. She couldn't muster enough courage to tell Dio what she really wanted, but she hoped that she could have the confidence to tell Dio in the future. After sending Crystal back to her room, Dio stayed in the vault while watching the surveillance tape of the time he wasn't here. Sure enough, everything Crystal said was true. Pepper was trying to bond with Crystal. But sadly, Crystal was playing hard to get. The weird part began while they were playing games together. After some yawning, Pepper suddenly fell asleep. Then Crystal started to shiver like she was cold while making a horrified face occasionally. Zeppeli clearly saw this abnormality and immediately reported back to Dio by calling him early on. Dio was a little bit surprised. This meant that Crystal was falling asleep with her eyes open. That also meant that the black mist from earlier was a sentient being that worked differently than Crystal's mind. Sensing that an accident was prone to happen, Dio immediately ordered Zeppeli to cancel all the restaurant appointments for the next 3 days to ensure that the accident wouldn't befall the unsuspecting customers. The next thing that fell under his concern was Pepper. She fell asleep in a strange kind of way. There was no doubt that she was under the black mist's influence at that time. He wondered whether he should warn her of the upcoming accident or not. But then again, he decided not to, as he didn't want Tony to have the wrong idea. Now that he has already taken all the precautions, he wanted to know what the black mist had in store for him. Chapter 300. The next day, Tony came to Pepper's office with a bunch of flowers in his hand. Hi, beautiful. I have booked a seat at your favorite restaurant. We can go now if you like. Tony said romantically. It might seem that Tony and Pepper have already made up last night based on this conversation. But the truth was that wasn't the case. Tony still must prove to Pepper that he wouldn't be solely devoted to the Iron Man suit. If Pepper ever felt that Tony hasn't changed his ways, she would leave immediately. Tony, I don't think we should do this. We still have many things to do. In fact, you have an appointment with a reporter at 2 p.m. later. Oh, come on, but we should eat lunch all the same. Don't we have to tend to ourselves more than before? Pepper sighed once again and nodded her head as she knew that Tony would persuade her no matter what. But Pepper couldn't go too far, so she decided to give Tony a different option. I only have an hour for lunch, Tony, and my favorite restaurant is literally on the other side of the city. Can we eat at Dio's today? I have lunch that was botched yesterday. He has already agreed to let me have one free reservation any time. And I also want to thank him again for rescuing me yesterday. Tony immediately frowned as he heard Dio's name once again from Pepper's mouth. This morning Tony was awoken quite early because Pepper said Dio's name in her sleep. Tony was instantly overwhelmed by jealousy. Why go there? Why did you want to eat at his place? Well, his food is good, but why do we need to go there now? Tony asked curiously. Tony's rational thought told him that there would be nothing between Pepper and Dio as he trusted them both, but his heart couldn't say the same. Well, for saving me yesterday, the terrorist attack, remember? Pepper said confusedly. She knew that Tony was acting a little bit weird today. It almost seemed like Tony wasn't letting Pepper meet Dio. After hearing Pepper's word, Tony should have known better. Dio has saved Pepper from danger countless times. Which also included saving Tony from many immediate dangers, but as his heart was filled with jealousy, Tony found himself unable to think straight. Let's go, Tony. I want to eat Dio's food again. I love Dio's dishes. Tony sighed and loosened his fist that he unconsciously made while the thought, I love Dio, that came out from Pepper's mouth kept repeating in his mind like a broken tape. Tony. What's the matter? You are weird today. No, it's nothing. Come on, let's go. Pepper felt that there was something wrong with Tony. But she couldn't exactly figure out what was wrong with him, and so she brushed that thought aside and started walking out of the building towards Dio's restaurant that was literally across the street. But once Pepper and Dio arrived at the front of the restaurant, They were surprised to see that the sign, "Closed for 3 days," was hung on the door. Tony sighed in relief after seeing this sign, but Pepper was frowning as she encountered something unusual once more. It seems he chose to take some time off. Well, perhaps a sandwich would do just fine. I know a good sandwich place nearby. Should we go there? No, wait. This is not like Dio at all. He wouldn't close the restaurant willingly like this. I will try calling him first. Why did you have his number? Did you know him that well again? What are you saying, Tony? Aren't we all friends with him? Why wouldn't I have his number? Friends with a cook? Are you kidding me? Tony, stop. What are you talking about right now? Did you hit your head yesterday? Hit my head? No. This is all because I wake up this morning hearing you saying his name in your sleep, instead of my name. Did you find his bed comfortable enough? Tony said harshly once again, but as soon as he let the word slip, he immediately regretted it, especially after he saw that Pepper was holding back her tears. Tony immediately stepped forward to console Pepper, but Pepper immediately rejected Tony's reaching arm. Save it, Tony. I never thought that you thought that lowly of me. If I knew better, I should have left you alone to begin with. But at the same time, a figure jumped out of a van and ran towards Dio and Pepper quickly. Pepper, who was the one that spotted this strange sighting, warned Tony of the danger. Chapter 301. Tony was attacked by a surviving member of the extremist group under Killian's leadership. He was away during the big battle, and once he found out that Killian was dead and the extremist group was already crushed, he lost his way. After all, he knew that the extremist virus had no antidote. It took time, but he eventually would explode into a million pieces. And so, he quietly waited for Tony to show himself, and to his surprise, Tony was really coming to the restaurant with his girlfriend to boot. So, once he saw that Tony was arguing with his girlfriend, he immediately rushed towards Tony in an attempt to blow himself up when he got close enough. At the same time, after hearing Pepper's warning, Tony immediately pulled the Iron Man's arm out of his watch and immediately aimed it behind him. But something unfortunate happened. The terrorist slipped after stepping into a can, and Tony's shot missed. The terrorist rushed towards Pepper as he knew that he wouldn't win against Tony anymore, but as soon as he got close to Pepper, a figure suddenly showed up and kicked him on his chest, flinging him away from Pepper like a rag doll. Tony immediately rushed toward the terrorist and stunned the guy for safety. But as soon as he turned back to see Pepper's condition, he was surprised to see Dio was already there to cover for Pepper. Dio himself only came out after receiving Pepper's call. He never thought that the terrorist's remnant was still out there. The first thought that crossed Dio's mind was that the Black Mist yesterday was aiming for Pepper. However, something unexpected immediately happened. Tony turned Dio around and immediately punched him with his Iron Man's fist. What are you doing, Tony? Dio said annoyedly as Tony's punch didn't affect him in the slightest, for Dio always shielded his body with Hammond energy. Tony. Are you out of your mind? Tony. Calm down. We should solve this with civilized manner and talk things through. There is no need to talk things through here. It was obvious in my eyes that you are a snake. What is this, Tony? What are you thinking? Are you under someone's control or something? Dio asked as he frowned some more. He didn't understand what Tony was so mad about. He couldn't attack Tony as he knew that there were so many people watching right now, so he focused on dodging Tony's attack. Did you know, Dio? I specially made this armor to deal with you in mind. I knew that with your attitude and personality, we would cross paths someday. Dio sensed that something was off. Tony wasn't one to go on a rampage like this. So he must be under some sort of control. The only thing that Dio could think of was Crystal's power. It seemed that the Black Mist yesterday was still targeting Dio but used some complicated means to pit Tony against him. Dio was getting more annoyed as he noticed that Tony pulled out the adamantium knife to fight him. And so, he caught Tony's arm and turned him around and whispered in his ear. You want to fight? You get it. Now, how about we change the place first? This place has become too crowded. Dio whispered coldly. Tony immediately looked around and noticed that the place did become too crowded. There were so many people recording their fight and watching the scene. So, without any words, Tony immediately took Dio and flew into the sky towards a new battleground for them both. Pepper, who was left in front of Dio's restaurant, frowned as she didn't understand why Tony acted like this. But she immediately left the scene as there were so many people watching her right now. Inside Dio's restaurant, Crystal, who didn't know what happened outside and still immersed in watching TV, But unbeknown to her, the black mist came out a little bit and smirked as it knew that its plan was working. It still came out even though Crystal was still awake. After flying quite far from the restaurant, Tony stopped and threw Dio toward the open field. Based on Jarvis's scan, this place should be empty. I gave you one last chance, Tony. Stop this madness, before I'm forced to stop you forcefully. Stop. Did you think that I will instantly lose to you? Are you that cocky, or it's just plain ignorance? I will crush you. I swear to God. Well, suit yourself. Dio said as he immediately summoned the White Album and Horus. Dio immediately shot a bunch of ice shards towards Tony with Horus's power. Dio's ice shard seemed to have no effect as it shattered as soon as it hit Tony's vibranium armor. But Dio knew that Tony's armor wasn't perfect. It was still an experimental armor as he still couldn't combine the vibranium with the adamantium just yet. Therefore, Dio knew that the armor should have its limit. The ice shards might look like it was useless, but there was no doubt it chipped off Tony armor's durability bit by bit. Hey, Tony. Heads up. Tony, who was struggling to defend himself against Dio's ice shards, was surprised that a giant sculpture was suddenly thrown at him like this. Chapter 302. The sculpture that Dio threw towards Tony was none other than a road roller sculpture. Dio could say that after throwing such a thing towards Tony. He felt this satisfaction feeling inside him. But Tony wasn't that easy to defeat. He pulled out another adamantium sword from his back and cut the ice sculpture into pieces. Tony's armor was made to convert the energy from enemy attack into energy that he could use for activating his suit. So, in a way, even if Tony was getting beaten inside this suit, he would never run out of energy. So, after receiving enough energy, Tony activated the thruster on his boots to 200. He immediately flew towards Dio at high speed, while thrusting his sword forward to pierce Dio. Dio immediately used the power of Horus to create layers of ice wall between himself and Tony, but unfortunately, Tony was too fast, and the adamantium sword was too sharp for the ice wall to block. So, Tony pierced through the ice wall like butter. Dio didn't seem panicked at all. He spun around and caught Tony's arm while also activating another trick out of his sleeve. Ice cage. Dio said as the ice wall that was previously destroyed by Tony, gathered around Dio, and suddenly restrained Tony. Dio knew that this ice cage was difficult to destroy. In fact, it took Hulk a while to break it with a pure brute force. It's over, Tony. Stop this nonsense now. But at the same time, a red light flashed from Tony's Iron Man suit. Jarvis, lift the safety protocol and release the stored energy at the same time. Tony said solemnly. But sir. Your body wouldn't be able to withstand the impact even if it's covered by the vibranium gold plate. Do as I say, Jarvis. This is an order. Jarvis immediately did as Tony told, and the energy stored on Tony's back burst immediately. The ice cage that was holding him was blown into smithereens while Tony himself was also thrown away into the nearby trees. This time Dio immediately realized that Tony wasn't himself right now. There was no way Tony would do something this risky if he still thought that Dio was his friend. Jarvis, scan the damage my body has sustained. Jarvis? Tony said as Jarvis' voice couldn't be heard again. This meant that his communication device was broken. Tony was irritated. Without Jarvis' help, Tony wasn't a capable fighter. He would no longer be capable of crossing swords with Dio. Dio saw that Tony was wobbly after the explosion and so he immediately rushed over and pinned him into the nearby tree. Even if he was using a vibranium-coated armor, Tony could still feel the pain from being tossed around. As Dio slammed Tony into the ground, he quickly tried to remove Tony's headpiece to talk with Tony personally. But as he did so, a gunshot was heard. Dio was in complete disbelief as he saw that his ice armor and Hammond shield was penetrated by a bullet shot through the Iron Man's arc reactor. Dio, who has successfully opened Tony's mask, saw that Tony was smirking underneath the mask. I used the remaining adamantium to make this bullet. How was the power? Was it strong enough to get the mysterious Grim Reaper down to his knees? Dio reached out to hold his wound from bleeding out. He couldn't believe an adamantium bullet could do this much to him. He knew that the bullet wasn't the same as the one that was fired with a gun. This was Iron Man's arc reactor. It has 10 times more shooting power than a gun would be. William Stryker had used these bullets once when he was cornered by Wolverine. And he successfully penetrated Wolverine's adamantium skull easily. Are you seriously trying to kill me, Tony? Dio asked in disbelief. Like a fire being extinguished with cold water. Tony immediately realized what he had just done. Tony was instantly shocked as he recalled the unexplainable hatred that he felt throughout his battle with Dio. Now, he was panicking as he didn't know what to do. He began to think that his mind was losing it. Jarvis, call an ambulance, pronto. Jarvis? Tony said as he ordered Jarvis to call an ambulance, but unfortunately, Jarvis was no longer able to help Tony as his communication device was destroyed when he detonated the reserve energy. Surely, adamantium bullet was very strong, but unfortunately, it wouldn't be able to kill me. Dio said as he dug out the silver bullet from the wound and immediately patched the wound up with white album ability.